One, and we are recording with this unholy fucking alliance of Tom Luongo, Dave Collum out in the middle of the woods, maybe at a cold compound, maybe not, and James Kunstler, who is absolutely at his own cold compound, as am I. For all future listeners, today is Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. I'm not sure if China is going to start war over Nancy Pelosi, but Tom, I will say this. I don't know if you knew this, but there was a direct duplicate of your Twitter account that I
Yeah, there
didn't
was.
know.
That's about the second or third one that's come up, actually.
Well, they started retweeting. I never checked notifications, but they started retweeting old episodes of you and me. I was like, oh, I guess Tom's just going back, and then it said, Tom started following you. I was like, that's weird. I thought I was, and I saw that I wasn't following you, and I was like, that's weird. And then they messaged me and said, how are you, handsome? And I said,
Oh, yeah.
this isn't Tom.
This
And I
is
clicked on it and it said account suspended. So with that,
No, he does that to me all the time. So no, that was Tom.
how are you, handsome? That was
Yeah.
Dave, but you're not supposed to say
Yeah,
this
I
in
know.
public.
Well, I saw the title of your podcast, so I had to go with that one.
what, not handsome or but
No, yet the gay boys or something.
the
Yeah,
gay boys.
something.
Well, I guess that does make sense. They did follow us through the gay boys, but I guess up top are we hurtling towards nuclear war, or did Ukraine just not scare anybody enough, so now they're going big dick into Taiwan? James, what do you think? Not that you have the
Well,
answer, but
I think that they did not shoot down Nancy Pelosi's plane or do anything else yet, but I would be very surprised if the Chinese don't do something demonstrative. They're very patient. They have a long timeline. They're kind of in the driver's seat, considering how fucked up and weak our government is. And I'm waiting for some other shoe to drop.
yeah, I don't know, because I think they just started live fire exercises, and apparently like no one can get onto any websites in China or something. Like everyone's like
I don't
IP
know.
banned from externally. Um, I don't I don't know. Are they trying to call the bluff of the US military? Is it as simple as they sense weakness, or is it desperation? Do they need to make a move? Is this the weakest we've been in a while? Is it the strongest they've been in a while? And there's like a kind of a cross section where they got to act now.
Wait a minute. But we sent Nancy.
Right.
Oh,
So you have this sort of sense like China's provoking, and we sent Nancy. I don't know what that means. It seems to me that that's the equivalent of dropping some sort of chemical weapon on Taiwan. But
With her breath, certainly.
I know.
in a way, it is kind of like the most like based like insult ever. It's like if you let that bitch within 1,000 miles of the mainland, like we will kill 1 billion humans.
That's right. Or ourselves.
My take on this is like there's a number of ways we're going to look at this, right? And of course, mine's like the most complicated because I was thinking about this stuff the other day in terms of like, so last week we had all this news about chips, right? We had the CHIPS Act go through. We had the announcement from SMIC that they perfected 7-nanometer technology, right? And that they're shipping Bitcoin ASICs based on 7-nanometer gate size, and I'm like, is there a connection here? Because ultimately, this comes down to sanctions always buy time, right? They don't buy victory. This is what I wrote about the other day. They don't buy time, don't buy victory. They just buy time. And so, if there's a connection here between whether or not the Russians are going to go on the offensive again, really go on the offensive this fall in either Kharkov or in Odessa, most likely in the north, Kharkov and Sumy and whatnot, but possibly take Nikolaev. Are we just itching for a reason to put export restrictive sanctions on China? And that's the reason why you send someone like Pelosi to Taiwan, to get the Chinese to overreact to them. We can be the aggrieved party and go, oh, we didn't do anything. We just sent, drunk Nancy to Taipei. We didn't do anything wrong. It's the Chinese that are terrible. And then, but we're going to slap massive export controls on everything, including chips, including, all of this stuff. And because if there's possibility here that the export controls on advanced technology of a military bent, which is the main reason for sanctions, the idiotic sanctions on keeping the idiotic sanctions on the Russians, is to stop them from getting, lithography, optics, blah, 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 all this stuff that we've been trying to deny them in order to build advanced tanks, advanced weaponry, and all of their advanced prototypes and put them into production, then it would seem to me like all of this is as a designed provocation to do exactly what we did in the run-up before Ukraine, which is that we want a war, or at least Davos wants a war with Ukraine in order to put the United States on a two-front war. It's the same thing I've been saying for a year and a half. It's like it just looks to me like it's the same playbook as February.
Well, you certainly don't get the idea that the people running U.S. foreign policy are in control of anything. So one would have to conclude that they're being jerked around by other forces.
I agree,
And,
Jim, completely.
Davos and WEF would be the likely candidate. Although I still, I think Dave and I had a conversation on my podcast last week, which, by the way, I just put up last night, and I forgot to send you.
I heard about that, and now I need to listen to it.
But we're both quite mystified about exactly how does this punk ass academic organization manage to influence so many governments.
I have an answer.
Okay.
They were organized by Henry Kissinger in the same cabal that has been running U.S. foreign policy for 50 years.
Ding. Yeah, he was a student under old boy Kissinger.
Yeah, I mean, the WEF was created and designed from the ground up to eventually be the NGO of choice that would legitimize all of this, ridiculous new neo-European colonialism.
Yeah, but how do they enforce anything? I don't get it. They don't have an army. They don't have any
they just have
government structure. It's like
they have the money. I think Davos. When I think Davos, I just think old European money.
So they're just buying everybody off.
Yeah, they just buy people left and right.
They don't even rent
it's the Rothschilds, it's the Royal Crown, it's all those people, it's the old Club of Rome, it's all those, it's all that old Dutch, German.
I don't see how
British.
blowing up Western civilization is in their interest.
Well, but Western civilization is going to blow up is going to blow up without them, and they can either be in charge of what's ever left over, or because they can't allow the Russians and the Chinese to get out from underneath it. They want they want their colonies back in the West, and then they want the Russians and the Chinese brought low. And if the worst that can happen, if their fallback position is to destroy the United States as a going concern and throw it against the Russians and the Chinese so that we're blood white. And
I don't see how the Russians and Chinese are
doesn't
losing.
leave Europe. It doesn't make any sense at this point. It's a dumb plan, but this is what's happening.
I don't see how the Russians and Chinese are going to come out in the low end of this equation.
Me either. I'm not telling you that I agree with this plan, Jim, or that I think it's a good one, or that if I was the guy sitting at the diplomacy table, that would be the way I would hatch my path to victory.
Well,
I think that's the best. I think that's the best hand they have at this point.
It's one thing to have, to be semi-incoherent. This whole scenario has no coherence at all.
I know.
It's completely mystifying.
I agree.
The only thing that
Dave, jump in whenever you want. I don't mean to dominate this or anything.
And
I've never been bashful about jumping in. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Biding his time.
Jump on in.
He's
there was always the plan to get us towards a central a global control over money via the central banks, via digital currencies and all the rest of this. And while the Chinese and the Russians are going to implement their own versions of central bank digital currencies, which I don't doubt they're going to do, it's not the same system that the old money in Europe wants. They're broke. They know they're broke. So when they're broke, what do? This is the same playbook that they really think they're running the same playbook they did with World War I and World War II, right? Where they fomented a friggin' war and then they ran all their money out of Europe and they hid it in the United States, financed the friggin' war, and then when the dust settled, they moved all their money back into Europe and rebuilt Europe. That's what these people did. These people are cockroaches.
Well, where I depart from this whole scenario is that, and I wrote a couple of books about this, and I sort of meant it sincerely. I think industrial civilization per se is retreating, contracting, and kind of ending. And that is an emergent phenomenon, quite independent of what the nabobs of finance want or think about or plan. So I see this as something that's happening, whatever or regardless of who wants that to happen, it's happening. And it's being expressed in a grand contraction of economic activity. But I don't see how it would benefit any cabal of bankers to accelerate it, make it worse, fuck with it.
Well, yeah. Well, again, if only if you're a doctrinaire commie, and you really do believe that capital formation can happen only through the state mechanism. And these people really are that dumb. Have you read Thomas? Have you read Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st century?
But I don't.
It's as incoherent as Keynes's general theory, and we've been running the world on that for 80 years.
Well, we've been running the world on abundant energy resources, which would tend to overcome anybody's idiotic ideologies.
Agreed.
And now that we're running into pricing problems and scarcity problems with that primary resource, that is also going to overcome anybody's ideology.
But that's manufactured. So they manufactured a supply crisis in energy. And by the way, have kept off the market for 75 years, nuclear power of various types, be it, the uranium-238 cycle or the uranium-233 cycle via thorium or whatever. I mean, they've done this on purpose. Like their whole purpose is they're just Malthusians. They actually want to rule a world of 1 billion people because they think that's all they can control. And they think that's all that's sustainable. They know they can't control a world of 7 billion people.
The other problem I have with this is that it seems to me that the macro trend is not for centralization, but for decentralization.
Agreed.
And these are epic global forces that, you have to really swim upstream to make this centralized thing happen. I just don't see it,
I know it's not going to work.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's going to, Jim. Don't get me wrong. I'm just telling you what I think they're trying to do. And I think they're actually, because they're such control freaks and they can see the forces of decentralization overwhelming them, that they're going for the brass ring now.
Well, I don't see how they can possibly not piss off about 4 billion people in this world who are going to come after them hard.
Agreed. Agreed completely.
No, that's a good point, Jim. Is if you want total centralization and total control, you'd want the world to keep going forward at a blistering pace of internet accessibility, of cameras everywhere, of everyone tied into a central global internet brain. You wouldn't want they have more control over. You can control more with the narrative when everyone has a screen in their hands than you could 200 years ago, when it took a month for news to get from the East Coast to the West Coast. It doesn't seem to be in line with a global centralized control structure, unless, of course, it's what you're saying, Tom, and it's that it's already receding. The centralization is receding, and that just seems to be like a natural thing, like a law that's happening that's far bigger than any one person.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're looking at they're looking at it as a wave, and they're like, let's surf the wave.
I just think it's I don't get me wrong. I just think they feel their power slipping. And as and people who have power fight like hell to hold on to it. Drowning people will don't help a drowning person without, don't go in there because they'll step on you to get back to the surface. It's like, that's the level that I see them at this point. And that's why I can see them sending Pelosi to Taiwan. I mean, she's ultimately expendable, right? I mean, if the Chinese were to shoot her down, who would care?
I mean,
everyone would see her.
Oh, no, that would not go well.
And now Dave pipes in. Now, we see where his crush lies.
Yeah, well, no, shoot her down. I'm fine with that. You won't see me sobbing over it, but right. No, Pelosi getting shot down would be a
major event.
Right. And also the guys who think they can only rule 1 billion people rather than 8 or 9 billion people are ignoring the fact that there'll be total road warrior and there'll be no anything.
Yeah, if they're ruling 1 billion people, there'll be 999 million people coming them.
Yeah.
Right. And the infrastructure of everything falls apart.
Right.
Yeah. If you went from 8 billion to 6 billion, I think you'd you'd have a real problem on your hands, right? We're
I-
having trouble. We're having trouble running out of truck drivers, right?
I know, I know. It's like, but this is, I like, guys, I'm not, you know, I'm just the messenger.
Yeah.
I look at this and I just say, this is insane. It's moronic. It's dumb. I've been fighting with people. I have people arguing with me for 3 years. I finally had to cut off comments on my blog because these people would just come in and tell me I'm wrong. And just continue because they see the trappings of it. And every day it's just, oh, they're all powerful. I'm like, well, if they're all powerful and it's all going to suck, then just kill yourself and shut up and stop commenting on my blog. Would you please?
Well, that last
That'd be
line,
better.
that last line applies to a lot of life. Kill yourself and shut up. I mean, that's kind of that.
Which
My
you do
wa-
first.
So who brought Pelosi back up?
My wife says that to me every other day. So
I mean, truly, it applies to everything, though. It's kind of a universal, just fuck off and kill yourself. But so then it comes down to what Tom you've brought up before is there a schism at the highest levels between the Fed and the Davos crowd?
You know where I fall.
Well, then is that beneficial to us, the peasants,
Absolutely.
in that
Absolutely.
our alliances are, we hate the Soviets, but hey, in the 40s, it was like, hey, we're both trying to fuck the Nazis. So you get me a strange bedfellows.
I mean, with the fall of the Italian government, I've never been more convinced that there's something going on seriously within the power structure of the United States trying to fight back against these people. My problem is their counter move is to, the way I put it in my Ron Paul talk. Well, one stone, we just captured Italy or we're about to capture Italy. We took all these stones off the board. So what do? What does Davos do? Davos places a couple of stones on the board that moves Pelosi over into Taiwan to try and throw that into the into the chaos hopper. And knowing full well that we have another major thing staring us in the face in a couple of months with the midterm elections, the Italian elections, the Russians coming back to the bond market. There's like all sorts of stuff. September is like the big month. I haven't published it yet, but I just did a podcast with Joaquin Flores about, just talking about September, the upcoming month of September, all the stuff that's coming up and how every one of these things is some kind of, it's easily a flashpoint on its own. And they're all happening within like 2 weeks of each other. The next Fed meeting, the Italian elections, the Russians coming back to the bond market, a potential Russian offensive before November, and everything turns to mush into the winter and the Ukrainian winter, blah 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 blah. I mean, there's just so many things happening.
I don't quite get your point about Italy. What is it about what is going on apart from Mario Draghi resigning?
Draghi is the ultimate Davos man, and he was the bag man put in charge in Italy to ensure that Italy was signed, sealed, and delivered to be a subsidiary of the European Commission through COVID relief funds in perpetuity, so that when the next Italian elections, which were due next year, would happen, and they all knew it was going to happen, which is the center-right coalition would take over, but then their hands would be tied, and that was taken out. And that was taken off the board when Draghi was removed. And I don't think Draghi. I was chatting with Alexander Mercouris of the Duran the other day, and he put some nuance on the take on what actually happened in Italy. And it's apparently Draghi torched his own government in order to go to Mattarella and try and salvage everything. And the reality is that guy doesn't give up power, right? He doesn't walk out the door and torch his own government. If he hadn't already been told, oh, by the way, you're done. And now the only people who are powerful enough to overcome Davos in Italy would be the Americans, would be basically American.
So you're saying the Americans threw him overboard?
Yes. What I'm saying is that Fed, New York Central Bank cabal that I believe is pushing back against what's coming out of Europe. I think that those guys pushed 5-star into, and then obviously it was easy to get Lega and Forza Italian and the others to walk away. I think that does not happen if there's not very powerful people pushing. And I was chatting with some of my Italian friends about this, and they kept reminding me, by the way, the Americans have 100 military bases in Italy. There's an old, deep relationship between the Italian and the American military and the American Italian deep state. So when the American government, when powerful forces within the American banking system want to push somebody else out of Italy, it's not that difficult.
That's actually,
so it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
What is it that's
happening behind the scenes in the Byzantine Italian politics?
what is it that you say is coming out of Europe that the New York Fed opposes?
Oh, central bank digital currencies, the end of commercial banking, the collapse of the worldwide financial system, such that we wind up with the IMF and the UN in charge of the world.
It's Jordan Belfort resisting a bunch of commies.
Yeah, you have to think Jordan Belfort, Gordon Gekko is going, you know what? As we said the last time we were on your show, and by the way, Tommy, I quote you all the time to people now. Just imagine that the Jordan Belfort types look up from snipping cocaine off a Ukrainian hooker's pussy and going,
say, what the
you
fuck?
guys are sick.
And going,
No way.
yeah. Some guy eating caviar of a whore's ass on a penthouse on Fifth Avenue is going, listen, there's a time and place for everything, and these fuckers are depraved. Hold on, honey. These fuckers are depraved. Because they are, right? They're pedophiles who are saying eat the bugs. So even Belfort's going like, all right, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, like, hold the fuck on. Like, seriously, hold on. Like, and that is
yeah, hold on a second.
Tommy, bro, you broke me when you pulled that one out of your ass the last time. I was like, oh my God, dude, that's
really though, right? It is.
It is.
But it's kind of like the joke about like the Nazis looking at Unit 731 and going like, Jesus Christ, these people are monsters, right? It's like there is that sort of like, oh God, right?
Wow.
But you do.
Well, Tommy or Tom Luongo, what are you saying that the Wall Street guys are going to save Western Civ?
I'm just saying that they're acting in their own best interest. Is
the
what I'm saying.
good guys in the same way that Stalin was the good guy after like Operation Barbarossa.
Okay. Just think of it this way: if those guys don't want to give up their 2 and 20 carried interest rate, right? Yeah. They don't want to give that 2 and 20 carried interest rate. They don't want to give that shit up. They don't want to give any of this stuff up at the end of the day. And a lot of them, however corrupt they may be, still I think fundamentally believe that wealth formation starts from deploying capital in the markets in some fundamental way. They may they may get the extra 3% vig off the thing the entire be skimming the extra 3% off the top the entire time, but at the very least the mechanism is the correct one. It may be their idea of a fair market is a vaguely corporatist one, but it's not the shit that Klaus Schwab or as I put it the other day, Klaus von Schnitzel.
Yeah,
like fuck that guy. Like seriously, fuck that guy.
It's a difference in how they get off. Like any commie dictator, like they don't care what they're ruling over. They just want to be at the top, right? They don't care if it's just a war-torn nation.
Yeah, they don't care if it's the king of the empire.
Yeah. Whereas in the West, it's all about just like the heights of pleasure. You don't care if the average person has a swimming pool and they're not hurting. They don't care as long as my yacht's bigger and I get the best and the best. So what if this whole thing is a psyop by Wall Street post 08 and they're like, we got to get ourselves bathed in the good light. There's no other way to make greed good, make Gordon Gekko have a halo than to put Klaus Schwab, who looks like a fucking uncircumcised cock petting like a cat and saying, you will eat the bugs. We're begging for an 08 crisis gang. We're looking at the guys that we all thought should be hung and we're going, these are the guys that are going to stay. In a weird way, like we're all kind of, are we not saying that like these are the good guys now?
Well, I haven't said that. Tom said that.
I haven't said they're the good guys, but I certainly do believe that they're the only ones powerful enough to actually in this light, run this scenario.
We're choosing
out of the West.
In this whole scenario, we're choosing the whole like banking military industrial complex and going like, listen,
about those guys. They're a little different.
Yeah, but I mean,
I just don't understand. I just don't understand how it is that anybody in American culture is calling bullshit on any of this and any of these ideas.
I think there are.
Any of this WEF bullshit. I don't understand.
I think it's happening. The problem is that we're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's a censorship machine.
The censorship is off the charts.
It's like saying I can't believe.
We also don't know what to make of it because it's such a garish delivery,
right?
That you go, they got to be joking, right? Someone slipped acid in my coffee, something like that. And by the way, I've never been on a podcast where I ranked 4th in terms of potty mouth. Okay, you guys are extraordinary. I use the F bomb like a space bar when I talk, and you guys outdo me like there's no tomorrow.
You are the Wall Street guy looking at Davos and going, "You guys are pigs."
Well, that's exactly right. I'm wondering if what you're saying is sort of the equivalent of the Italian mob helping the Allies set up Italy for the invasion, something like that.
Sure.
No,
Or
absolutely.
watching the ports in World War II.
Right.
I mean, look, and when look at the end of the day, everybody responds to incentives, and if the incentive is Klaus Schwab is saying we want to destroy all the central banks, certainly the ones in New York. I think the commercial banks in New York are going to go, no, hold on, excuse me, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
We'll
And I
put you
just
in
and
charge
again,
again, right.
my best version of this is: do you really think that disagreeable Greek motherfucker Jamie Dimon is going to turn over J.P. Morgan to
Yeah.
Klaus von Schnitzel? No,
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Yeah. They're not. They're just
You're gonna look
walking.
at that German Malthusian asshole and go, "Fuck you." No.
Yeah. It's always been like my critique of the idea of a one world government. It's like we have this idea of all these guys in the room smoking together, but it's like we think they work together. But the very reason that they have risen to the top is because they are ruthless, throat cutting, backstabbing motherfuckers. And then all of a sudden they're supposed to get there and be like, listen, there's no I in team. And it's like, no, they all want to be at the top. So the idea that like we've done this, it's taken 10 millennia, and now hand over the keys to the kingdom, Klaus is in charge. You have these guys, yeah, these Jamie Dimons, or these was it Floyd Blankfein, whatever the fuck his name is.
Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd Blankfein. Well, now it's John Solomon.
Whatever. You have these guys, and you're going, all right. You're getting to the top and going, all right, Tom Brady, you're second string now.
Yeah.
Well, no. Like part of like that mad drive to perfection, like a Michael Jordan, is there comes a lot of like they're also kind of assholes. You don't have these guys throwing their hat in the ring and going, all right, let's reduce the carbon footprint on 3. And it's like, no, not at all. It's take your private jet to the grocery store and back.
But are any of you troubled by the fact that the whole Klaus Schwab thing looks like a parody?
I know. I
am.
I just think he's a front. I mean, ultimately,
No. But I mean, it's the most. Remember, the famous
It's
one was
comical.
you won't own anything, you'll be happy.
happy.
It's gotten much worse. They said your life does not have to be fulfilling.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm waiting for him to say, you really don't have to eat if you don't want to. They're just.
Oh no, they said this the other day. The UN said, well, you do realize that that starving people work harder.
You realize
that one was out there for a couple of days, and then they had to yank it.
But they say it with a straight face.
Yes,
and I'm sitting there thinking some guy's laughing his ass off on the other side of a terminal, going, oh, wait a minute.
Let's see what we can get away with.
Did anyone see Fargo? Did anyone see? There's a series, Fargo.
Yeah,
and
I saw the first season.
The first season was great, and you were watching the people competing with each other for the best Minnesotan accent.
Yeah.
And they're I don't know how they said their lines without laughing their asses off, because it was Minnesota on steroids. And I'm thinking these guys, this WF guys, are just laughing their ass off, going, oh, wait, I've got the catchphrase. Okay, I'm going to do this one tomorrow. It feels farcical. Yeah. And Klaus Schwab, he skipped the cat. Now he can't because it's a meme, but he would have gone with the cat. There's something unrealistic about
there's
I got no argument, but
no, there is something like comically evil.
There's things like there's going to be no heads, and
it's
right. And
I mean,
but
look,
the question then is why? If you were trying to take over the world, would you say stupid shit?
No,
like
you
this?
would.
I feel like I'm in a
you
movie.
Wouldn't. I think the way I've identified it is that they really do think they've already won.
Hubris. It might
and that's why they came out like this when they did. During COVID is when this started, and COVID was the peak of their power. They had Draghi installed in Italy. They had Biden installed in the US. They had Viktor Orban was on they thought they were going to get rid of Viktor Orban in Hungary. They were betraying Brexit. They had already begun destroying Boris Johnson. They were setting up to they had their big plan to destroy Putin over Ukraine. They had it all mapped out. And so they just went forward and said, okay, we've got how many generations of Comintern has this thing been fucking running that we could inculcate the young people of the West, 2-3 generations of them, all with a reflexive Marxist attitude. So like, yeah, let's just flip the switch and see if it works. And because if we don't do it now, we're going to lose everything.
That's been going on for a long time, and it's bothered. The irony is I think you get to the end of this conversation, you say our savior, but it's not Jordan Belfort. It's Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
I mean, Putin is the only sane looking guy out there.
Him and
Yeah,
Powell.
it's so ironic that he appears to be the only one capable of saving Western civilization.
I know.
No, when you listen to Putin's talk, his critiques of Western civilization, they're
know.
trenchant and
He's-
sobering and brilliant.
Got to bring his troops.
Yeah. It's
And when he talks, you get this feeling he is not lying. When he answers a question, like they ask you about, offing and dealing with all the oligarchs. And instead of trying to evade it, he said, they robbed Russia blind. And I go, yep. Yep.
They robbed Russia blind, and we don't do that in my country anymore. No,
That's right. He says,
that.
he
So I got rid of
basically
them.
says, I got rid of them because they robbed the mother country. Right.
It's-
And
it's-
I'm going, that's what you should do. Right.
it's Putin again, it's the same thing. It's Putin in a black site with like jumper cables on someone going, these people are disgusting. They don't stand for freedom. Like, do you
Right.
understand? Well, but it makes me really thinking like more in the last 20 minutes than ever before that like I've always suspected something because Jim, you brought it up. It is kind of weird how like people have been trying to take over the world forever and like Klaus just kind of did it and it was like, oh, I guess he just took over the world in a way that no one ever could. And he is so comically evil that I'm really starting to wonder like what is the reasoning behind this? I think it's like the self-hatred that like the United States was indoctrinated with. Like we all have SUVs, but there's only one person driving and
Right.
hamburgers cost a penny and McMansions and air conditioning. And it kind of seems like a psyop by Wall Street to go like, this is the alternative. And people are going, oh, like, no, like this machine of just like hedonism needs to go It kind of seems like a psyop to make the bad guys look good.
Well, I
think it's great. I don't care.
I hate to put, I hate to blow, open a beautifully constructed narrative, but I just think it's just what happens when you print too much money. When you have a credit-based corrupt money, you create corruption, and then it's easy to critique the corruption and create a counter narrative, and then use that to push a population or society in a particular direction. And I just think I think Wall Street was all in on this as long as they were getting paid. But the minute somebody turned around and said, look, the end game of this, the only way out of this, the debts are so big, the problems are so big, the only way out of this is war and default. And that means rolling, and then the central banks are going to have to bail out the commercial banks who will go away. And then when the central banks all go bust, then we'll have the IMF bail out the central banks. And then, oh, look, it'll all work. It'll all be brilliant. We'll just give all the power to the UN and the WHO.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you can't bail out such a system. To
No,
use the word
you
bailout is not right because a global debt crisis is where everyone expects way more than the world can provide.
Right.
And so if everyone thinks they're going to live middle class lifestyle, if the Indians think they're going to sort of rise their lifestyle, and the Chinese and the Americans all think they're going to retire and comfort the boomers, and so if you go across the globe and you say, look, everyone is expecting way more than they can possibly be provided,
Mhm.
then there is no bailout.
No, there isn't. There's a crash.
There's a crash.
Yeah, and the money disappears. It's simply not
Right.
there anymore.
I agree.
Now, here's a question I've been wrestling with that gets to that question. Can you inflate away debt or not? And I'm not convinced you can.
I think
No.
you could do it. I think you could do it during the high tide of the industrial, fossil
Oh, yeah.
fuel age, when there
No,
was
but
always
see, you're
there was
not
always the
inflating away,
promise
though.
there was always the promise of getting more of everything.
But you're
Now
not
we're-
inflating it away, though.
Huh.
All
in
you're
that
doing
case-
is levering it up. You're
Well,
actually
in that
Well, yeah.
the inflated away debt in the
you're just
past,
kicking the
we were
can down the
this
road.
we were this juggernaut of an economy. So in some sense, there might have been some inflation involved, but we grew our way through this. We dominated the
Yeah.
world and stuff like that. I just don't know if I can see clearly a mechanism by which you inflate away debt. It seems to me in the end, there has to be a deflationary collapse.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I think when you do get into a serious inflationary event, that prompts people to stop paying back their debts. And when
then
debts
you get the
stop being
deflation.
paid, then you get a deflation, and then people have no money. You go from having a lot of money that's worthless to having no money.
Money that's worthless.
Right.
Well, I mean, remember, Ron Paul always said very, very succinctly that hyperinflation and hyperdeflation are two sides of the same coin. Pick one, but they're
Yeah,
the
so
same. They're the same process.
Right.
So we're actually in the sequence right now.
Mhm.
We you know, it's hard to say when it's going to go into the deflationary reverse, but as soon as enough people stop servicing their debts, that's going to be a pretty good signal that things are reversing.
And I think I think Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve is going, it's time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
the credit markets that he can't control, i.e. the shadow banking system, this is the point I bring up all the time about the Eurodollar markets, is that the source of his enemy's power is the ability to create dollars offshore and lever them up to the European and Hong Kong and the offshore banking systems. If you reverse the flow of that credit flow. Now, yeah, we have, Daniel DiMartino Booth makes the point all the time that M2 is starting to contract here in the US domestically. But the first thing to contract is you have to contract the Eurodollar markets, because that's the source of Davos's real power. Like, because everything else is like, how do you beat these people? And where's their power? Well, their power is in the offshore dollar markets. It's in the unregulated space where they can create markets, buy governments, buy militaries, and pay for and lever up and create all this debt that is never going to be repaid. It has to eventually deflate. So someone can deflate that. And while the Fed is a Ponzi scheme, and no one here, I think, would argue that, I always say, well, that's nice. You can be the last Ponzi scheme you can be the last Ponzi scheme standing is to deflate all the smaller ones and roll what capital is left in them up to you, and then that one deflates. And I just think that when you're thinking about the Shark Tank and all the factions are just basically piranha. Well, the Shark Tank it's like once there's blood in the water, it's just a circular. It's just a circular thing until there's.
So this may sound tangential, but I bet
Dave, you're frozen.
Ponzi scheme, and I historically have. Are you guys? I'm seeing stills and getting digital. Still look stop.
Yeah,
you're
you phased out for a second.
You're good.
Tommy,
you're
can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Yeah, I must have had a micro seizure or something. The pharmaceutical industry is some sense is an analogy here. I used to defend pharma to the extent people say, oh, they're ungodly profits. And then you look at Pfizer, you look at Merck, you look at these big companies, and you can't find them.
Right.
The last year, you can't find the ungodly profits. You can't find, water for 22, 23 years. And so then the question is, I used to defend them and say, look, it just costs a lot of money to make drugs. I realized that I think they've gotten all the low-lying fruit. And now the fact is they just can't make good drugs. And they can't get enough drugs that are really legitimate drugs. And they've got this gigantic complex to make drugs. And there's just no targets.
Right.
So now they're coming up with drugs to lower some biochemical indicator or raise some biochemical indicator, and they don't correlate with health. They don't correlate with anything. My wife, I took to the ER last night because she had a potentially dangerous rash from a drug she started taking about 4 weeks ago, and then you read about it and also you go, holy shit, that side effect occurs 1 in 10. What kind of drug is that? Where there's a 1 in 10 ER visit because of the side effect.
And where most of the drugs that they're creating at this point are drugs that deal with lifestyle issues where you can solve it with a freaking ketogenic diet, right?
That's right. And so then the question is what they're doing is they're treading water. And so in that sense, the ungodly profits are not identifiable. Can you guys hear me again? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're not easily identified, but in part it's because their ability to help human health improve has now disappeared. And in some sense, that's a microcosm of this global economy we're talking about, where pharma has run out of targets. They're a industry, and they've, in an effort to keep that position, an effort to keep themselves a gazillion-dollar industry, they have to cheat.
Or they
And
have to
I'm
make-
listening to an audiobook right now called Sickening by a Harvard professor. And the horror stories of how the FDA is approving drugs and how they don't do shit is staggering. It's Robert F. Kennedy 2.0. It's the real Anthony Fauci again. It's a repeat of that book, basically. And the question comes down to is, have they reached the point where there are no new drugs that they can make that are real blockbusters? And so they do these fraudulent Alzheimer's drugs for $56,000. And the whole thing is to keep itself intact as a major industry where in fact the purpose of them existing is going away. And
Well,
then
on top of that, they're faced with the problems that they've introduced with the vaccines, which
Yeah.
is,
and they've lost it because of that.
yeah, but I mean, that problem dwarfs any of the problems that you just described. You know,
Mhm.
the possibility that they're going to end up killing and maiming millions
Well,
of people.
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's like us arming the Mujahideen and then like conveniently having a new enemy for the next 30 years. It's like when they've run out of legitimate targets, when we quashed the Nazis and the Imperial Japanese, it's like, oh, we gotta go to Vietnam. Gulf of Tonkin kind of didn't happen. We gotta do it's the same thing. They're running out of targets, so it's just like, or we just fuck everyone with something.
It's
and
another,
then-
yeah, it's another Ponzi scheme to lever up and steal wealth from people. It's just that
Now
simple.
you expand that globally.
Yep.
And is the world groping to be a juggernaut the way the leaders want it to be? Without, as Jim has been saying for 20 some odd years, without the energy to do it, without the fuel to do it,
Well, the
Mhm.
without
Germans
the
are
resources to do it.
the Germans are going to be a demonstration project for that.
They're in
Yeah.
bigly trouble. They're in bigly
Really
trouble.
big trouble.
Collapsing economy right now.
Unbelievable. But you know,
Right.
actually not. Like the German self-hatred is like it's the legendary at this point. I mean, I think we identified that a couple of years ago. I don't know if you, Dave, and you and I talked about this, but I remember saying that, you know, there at some point, I think vis-a-vis like with the German elections, I think in 2021, leading up to them, I said the question is going to be, you know, is how much do Germans still hate themselves over, you know, what they did during World War II, today, where you finally get rid of these people and put in a government that doesn't suck, and they didn't, and you know. They didn't. They've embraced it even. And I've talked to I have a lot of patrons now in Germany because obviously I talk about all these different countries I've never visited, and I have, you know, I get constant feedback from people from all over the world now, and it's they're like, Tom, I'm frightened because they don't even understand the beginnings of what's going on.
Do they have any sense that Olaf Scholz is not going to last?
I think Scholz was never designed to last. Scholz was put in place to put the kind of Democrats in charge of the government that the Greens actually ran. You know, because Robert Habeck being vice chancellor and interior minister or energy minister, whichever one he is, yeah, there's no need for a vice chancellor, unless of course the Greens are actually running the government, which is what they are, because they have a veto power over 51 out of 69 seats in the German upper house, and therefore they pretty much can set the legislative agenda. And you can thank Merkel for that, by the way.
Well, doesn't it occur to the German people that the Greens have completely messed up their economy?
Not quite yet. In the East, in East
amazing.
Germany, yes. In East Germany, yes. In, you know, Bavaria, yes. Where the CDU is still strong, and where AfD, where the AfD or AfD are strong in places like Saxony and Thuringia. Sure, agreed. They generally lead the polls. Right?
You should quit podcasting, go on Jeopardy. I would put a lot of money down. You really could nail Jeopardy. It's really, you know, I'll have strange cities for 1,000.
Weird German states, you know, like German states for 12,
yeah.
You know, for 200, Alex.
The
Yeah.
Principality of Fulda.
I'm the guy who has strong opinions about Ukraine without actually being able to pick it out of a map.
I know I can actually name like most of the provinces of Ukraine now. I couldn't at the beginning of the war. I'm not going to lie, but you know,
Well,
I
here's
just
one
have I have
thing.
a near photographic memory, Dave, is my problem. So
Yeah, I don't.
Here's one thing that I think is left out of the equation in a lot of our discussions is I think we really underestimate the amount of disorder that's creeping into the system and that is going to get worse.
Mhm.
And you know, we're trying to factor things as though they're going to kind of move smoothly from,
Yeah.
you know, from point A to point B to point C, when I actually anticipate a tremendous amount of disorder, especially in money and markets and banking. And you know, that could change things very quickly.
Well, when enthalpy runs out in terms of fuel, entropy rules, right?
I'm
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, you're right. Exactly right. And it's a great point, Jim. It really is that I've always thought that the problem I see is that they think that they can introduce chaos and then control the breakdown. And I think in times past when the
it's kind of
breakdown, when
work.
the system, when the institutional systems were still, the institutions were still strong enough to contain things, then yes, but the institutional breakdown that they have engendered across the entire West, I think is so deep now, and people's, you know, this and people's distrust of the systems are so endemic and so widespread that this chaos cannot be controlled.
Well, it's kind of
When we
like
get to this point where the 67 genders and we have to, you know, oh, by the way, my name is Tom.
67. Where
And
have
my
you
and my
been?
pronoun and my pronouns are fucking you, and I'm wearing a blue shirt. Then you know,
I it's kind of one of those like what is it like scale dependent like characteristics like water. Like water doesn't it doesn't scale up at all, right? You look at you can always tell on like a movie, like really shitty like special effects would be like, oh, they dumped water on like a Lego city or something. Like it doesn't look like a this monstrous wave. It looks like a water bottle. You have that weird surface cohesion versus right. I mean, that's
Right.
I think for the second Lord of the Rings, like when they did like a huge flood scene, they said they actually had to like mix the water with like milk and flour so that it would behave like water at a tsunami level.
right.
In that same way, it doesn't seem like they're introducing chaos or misinformation or kind of muddying the waters. What's worked in the past to like run guns over here or like to, like fly coke over here, they tried to scale it up and like it didn't stay the same at all. There's that like uncanny valley where it's like, oh, you're supposed to kind of like throw this here, throw a story there, but instead they've done it across the entire system and it's not scaling up at all.
So who's going to put a stop to all this nonsense?
Gordon Gekko, our hero.
Actually, I think we are.
Oh fuck.
I mean, the truth of the matter is that we don't want it. And if we all just withhold our consent slowly but surely, it's the lawsuit of friction of us just not wanting it that eventually just overwhelms their ability to push that whale up the beach, that dead whale up the beach.
Do you
And
think that
eventually
there are
they run out of energy to do so.
do you think there are enough people whose families are being affected by vaccine injuries is growing, and that people are noticing and starting to get pissed off about that?
I think it's part of I certainly think it's part of the equation, but I just think in general, everybody is just going, well, they just fucking stop lying to us.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
sea change in COVID of the last month has been extraordinary.
Mhm.
So you've got Fauci and Birx and these clowns who are saying shit that you just could not fathom. And they must have thought it was the only response they could give. But like when Birx goes up there and says, you know, we
the data.
knew the vaccines wouldn't work, and I think we overplayed them. And I go, yeah, bitch, you were at the tip of the spear of that.
Yeah.
You can't say we like there's a big bunch. You use you and Fauci.
Yeah.
And Fauci, you know, says, you know, I never really said that they would work, you know, and you go, dude, you know, there's this thing called the internet, and people have screen grabs and recorded.
Yeah, and then they put someone like Fauci, not Fauci, but Draghi in charge of Italy to then turn around and say the unvaccinated are no longer part of our society.
So even now,
He knew he was going to be legislating left.
Tucker, Tucker, yeah, someone's got to. I hope he has to take a dump because he's not learning if he doesn't have a jar underneath his seat there to piss into in the middle of one of these podcasts.
This is Tommy of the microbladder, apparently.
And, yeah, Tommy of that's right. He's a millennial. What can he can't help himself. The old guys are used to having to piss into jars in random ways. No, Tucker Carlson has been tearing the asses off these COVID bad guys.
Yes.
And once it hits Tucker, you go, okay, there might be a political party that's not listening to Tucker, but the message is getting out.
Yeah.
Right. Once he's infected half of the people with the truth, it's amazing how the other half will, and I was talking to a nurse last night and, I was asking her questions about the vaccine and she wasn't rejecting them. I wasn't getting useful answers, but I didn't get the what kind of nut are you response.
Right.
And I think so there's this guy who wrote a blog that was really interesting. He talked about horizontal narratives and, that's left versus right, black versus white. Those are horizontal. He says the mistake is when you let the narrative go vertical. And that's where you start shooting up, right? That's where we start locking and loading and shooting someone in the ass who's above us. And they said COVID let it go. COVID, it got vertical. He said they let it get vertical. They blew it. They overplayed it. And so now, hey, Tommy, did you have to take a piss or shit?
Take a pee.
So you have to put a jar underneath your desk there, buddy.
Well, no. Well, the plan is to do this enough times that it becomes my signature, and then that's how I get sponsored by Depends, because no one fucking else will depend. No one else will sponsor a podcast talking about Gordon Gekko snorting cocaine off horse pussy.
You and that crazy military chick who wore Depends to go kill someone. Remember the one who drove across the country?
She was an astronaut.
And I'm thinking, can't you just stop and take a leak?
That was the chick that was an astronaut.
Yeah, I know.
God, there's never been a fucking funnier red pill about like misogyny than like
you replay that tape and you go, I wonder if that story was true. I'm not sure I believe that story.
Do y'all think that this is what Dave's bringing up? Do you think this is? Are you guys familiar with the rug pull theory? That I'm thinking more. Sorry.
Give the rug. Give it.
Oh, I thought you said yeah, but and I was like, oh, yeah, but what?
Give it.
Yeah. So the rug pull theory.
Sketch.
Yeah. So, like when I first heard it like a year ago, I was like, you're looking way too far ahead. That's saying that like they're playing 10D chess. But the entire idea is like you have the entire government, the world governments do something on behalf of Davos or whatever. Like, hey, we're gonna do this. Here are the vaccines. You guys are gonna get buy-offs. Don't worry. We're gonna censor everything. You're gonna be good. They do all this shit. And then you have them start to come out and gaslight you and go, well, I never really said to take the vaccines. I mean, it's only a matter of months before we start seeing the headlines like, no one forced you to take it. Like, no one actually was ever censored for this stuff. The entire idea is it becomes so apparent. It becomes so that you go, oh, the government is fucked. We cannot trust this institution. They vaccinated 5 months old.
We're already there.
But that's
we're already there. And well, then you got the January 6th story.
But this is rug pull theory. Is you make all the world's governments look so inept that at the very top, then they come in and go, they are all fucked. We should try a new model. How about a world government?
Right.
That's the idea. And I thought it was too insane, but now you're looking at it and it does kind of seem like that is what's happening. Is you can't say we're going to do a world government.
It's certainly part of their it's certainly one of their pivots, right? Yeah. It's certainly on the flow chart, like up at Davos Central, up at at Spectre. Like it's not like hard to have them put the flow chart out there, because their goal is always to create these Hobson's choices, where you have these two, you get to choose between this, you get two ends of the shit sandwich, decide which bite you want to take, right? Yeah. And then constantly moving the ball towards a particular end. Well, if they resist like this, then we give them this horrible choice, and then we eventually get to what like they're very good in some ways. They understand what their goal is, and they're very good at keeping things mostly within the parameters to get there. And they're not that bad at improvising. They just can only improvise within a very narrow corridor, which is going there. And then, but once people get outside of that, or how Dave puts it, Dave just put it, once it goes vertical, once it jumps the energy barrier to containment to a new narrative, that's when they don't have it. That's when they have no ability to respond to it. And their only response is to keep doing the same thing they did before. And then they just look even more and more stupid. I mean, Pelosi going to Taiwan and stating what she stated. We stand with our
What did
brothers.
she say?
Taiwan.
Yeah,
I didn't hear.
She just
I
gave
didn't
the
hear
standard boilerplate speech about we stand with our brothers to create a safe and free Southeast Asia. Like, and you don't already have that? Like, all of these countries trade with China. China regulates their currency. They don't give a fuck about the dollar anymore. They've been the Chinese have been regulating the yuan vis-a-vis their real effective interest rate versus the 5 Asian tigers for 15 years, guys. I've been doing this shit since I used to work with a guy in Vietnam. They don't the Chinese do not care about the yuan versus the dollar at all. They care about the Thai baht and the Malaysian ringgit and the Singapore dollar far more. Because that's where all their input costs come from. It's not from us. It isn't and every other day, the tariff rates can change between us and the US and blow the exchange rate out of the water. You look at China's real effective interest rate, and it far more correlates with the 5 Asian tigers than it does with the US dollar. It has for over a decade.
The
easily.
subplot of the rug pull model is to view the US as the barrier to achieve whatever they want to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore that's why it seems as though the most insane shit in the world is happening here.
Agreed.
And so I think the idea of tearing the United States down to the studs is a necessary part of building whatever it is you want. And so I think that's why you have critical race theory and why you have all this crazy crap that really does look like it's just designed to make people lose their minds, right? You couldn't come up with weirder stuff.
Why is Pelosi in Taiwan?
That's right. And, well, Pelosi was certainly not in Taiwan rogue. I've tweeted that this morning. I said someone sent her there. She's there.
An order taker.
No, that's right. She would never have gone to Taiwan without getting authorization from presumably some CIA-like group.
Or she was sent there by Davos in order to destroy U.S.-Chinese relations at a moment.
I'm just not as convinced. I'm not convinced that I get confused between what's Davos and WEF and China.
Davos is WEF.
Davos and WEF are effectively the same. There's a superset of the WEF, which is many of the people within the British and American oligarchy as well. But there's a functional split.
China is
the Chinese. I think the Chinese are just very opportunistically pushing things in their direction when they want to. So when you see Davos do something dumb like put Joe Biden in as president, the Chinese are happy to make that.
Yeah, but then you have some WF meeting where Xi Jinping is the leadoff speaker. So
yeah, but I get listen to what Xi said. You know what he said? Nothing that Davos wanted to hear. Like, watch what Xi says and what he does relative to what Davos wants. And none of it seems to really, it's the same thing with Putin. Like, Putin spoke at Davos in 2021 and 2022, and he excoriated them both times. Xi did the same thing at COP20, didn't go to COP26, excoriated them at Davos 2021, and then this year, he went in and gave a milquetoast speech about, blah blah. He was just there he was there because it almost looked like he was almost thumbing his nose at them, to be honest with you. Like, but they're not on board in the same way that in any way.
Did you read Lavrov's speech from the other day? It was hard on Twitter. You couldn't get it to work for a lot of the viewers. They couldn't open it. I emailed it to some people who couldn't see. I
didn't have a chance to watch it, but I've heard bits and pieces of what he said.
Lavrov gave a very interesting speech that I would have been proud to have written what Lavrov wrote.
What did he say?
And we basically went through the timeline of all the times that NATO blew off Russia in their attempts to find a happy medium. So Russia has repeatedly approached NATO and said, look, here's the deal. We really can't have this. And here's why. and NATO just kept saying screw you, and repeatedly screw you. And so he went through the whole enchilada. He laid it out as though it was he's reading John Mearsheimer's book or something. He laid it out, and I thought that was a pretty coherent description of a frustrated sovereign state who simply cannot get the time of day out of NATO because they just couldn't give a fuck. And when you tell a nuclear power that you don't care what they think, that's different than not being able to agree with them, right? One's dissing them. One's saying your sovereign needs are not compatible with ours. That's different than to say we don't give a fuck about your sovereign needs, right? And that's like I say because period. It just.
I noticed something years ago when I was brought out to Hollywood to talk to some producers about some of my books. And what I realized was that the way they behave in meetings, where they're just blustering each other all the time, I'm going to tear your fucking head off. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do fuck you. That set the tone for how Americans think that business should be conducted in this world.
Let me remind you of a story. This is a total tangent, but I just came to me, and it's been years since we. So if we go our history back, I cold called you and said, I'm meeting with a friend to have dinner in Albany. You want to join us? And to my amazement, you showed up. And the friend is I don't know if we should mention his name or not, but he's an ex-Asian hedge fund guy. And then we were supposed to have dinner again. This is the funniest part of the story. We were supposed to eat at his house. And at the last minute, you blew us off. And we're sitting there, we finished dinner. And then we turn on the TV for some reason, and you walk out on Colbert. Is that correct? Was it Colbert?
Yeah, I was on the Colbert show. Yeah.
And we go, well, fuck, we know why he blew off dinner tonight.
Yeah, well, that was probably it.
That was it. That was absolutely, because at the last minute, you said, I can't make it. And we turned, I don't know why.
Yeah, my publisher called me up and they booked me on this on Colbert show, and I came down to New York in a hurry.
But that was funnier than fuck. We're sitting going, oh, that pig fucker, he blew us off for Colbert. I can't believe it.
Well, I'm having seen what's become of Colbert.
He's
I'm
kind
of
of
embarrassed that I ever did.
He's
that.
a piece of
yeah.
He is a total.
The last time he was funny was when he was doing voice work for Adult Swim on Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Trust me, he was hilarious. No lie, he was hilarious, but has not been funny since he became, Jon Stewart's cockholder.
I didn't want to break the rhythm, but I'd forgotten about that story and
to use his own joke against him.
Hey, Tom, I got to ask you about something that you said in the very beginning.
Sure.
About export sanctions that the U.S. is now entertaining against China. What could be more ridiculous? All of our goods come from China.
I know. Well, no, it's
Blazing Saddles. Blazing Saddles. He puts the gun to his head and says, I'm going to shoot myself. I don't dare say what he said.
Again, when you see stuff like that, Jim, and it doesn't make any sense, you have to ask yourself, then who would be putting that idea out there? And then you have to ask yourself, this is why we have vandals trying to destroy the United States. It's the only logical explanation. If it's that illogical, then the counterpoint is they're doing it. So why are they doing it? They're not doing it because they're incompetent. They're doing it because they're fucking vandals and they work for somebody else. And the person and the people they work for are those old moldy old fucking inbred Europeans who all need to be wiped. This thing be run off the goddamn stage. Every damn one of them. Like, I'm done. I'm done with Germans. I'm done with Ukrainian diaspora setting fucking foreign policy for the United States. I'm done with all this shit. Like, fuck the crown, fuck Germans, fuck all you people. Leave my goddamn country and my society alone.
See, I think
Sorry, Dave.
I think you go to Davos in Europe. Well, I got enough fucks for a week out of that sentence. I think you go to Davos more often than I do in the model. I'm not sure by the Davos is the thing. I look at the problem we have is Biden is certainly owned by Ukraine to the extent that he's done all sorts of criminal things that are
Sure.
out there. And at the same time, he's owned by China.
Yeah.
So our conversation isn't hitting China.
Well, okay, so let's think about this. Like I've been looking at this going, they're going to get rid of Biden. I think it's pretty obvious. And I think what they're going to get rid of Biden for is what?
Yeah, this doesn't even make sense. They're acting like they have to get rid of Biden. They're acting like they have to throw him under the bus and beat him and hit him with the stick, using the tunnel and the Capitol. All they have to do is walk in and done. They don't have to set him up to fail. I don't understand unless the only reason I can imagine them doing that is because they need an alibi.
Yes.
For say, okay, it's Biden's fault, it's Birx's fault, it's Fauci's fault,
Sure.
But they don't need to throw Biden under the bus to get him out of politics.
He's going to be their scapegoat. He is absolutely going to be their scapegoat, and the way they're going to take him down, you can see. I can already see the way this thing is playing out, the way the narratives are being shaped. They are now sending Pelosi to China in order to gin this up so that they can have the GOP come in the fall. I've been saying this for a year and a half, that the day that Jon Stewart went on Colbert and validated the COVID lab leak theory, I said, oh shit, we're going to have a two-front war between, we're going to send NATO against Russia, and then we're going to send the US against China at the same goddamn time over COVID. And they're it's just variations on a theme. They want war with China, with the United States and China. They want
what
this.
Kind of war?
I don't know what freaking
kind of
war they're willing to
give me more specifics on war. Well, hot war, cold war, cyber war,
hot war. They want a hot
war.
I don't know that they want a nuclear war, but they certainly want a hot war.
Do you know how bad it will be in this country if we end up in a hot war with China? Because
and if the operational goal of our current administration is to achieve that goal, then is to achieve as bad an outcome as possible. Then I consider that like at the top of the fucking flow chart, Dave. That's the world I live in. I mean, I could be crazy.
How many?
We already have war with Russia.
Chinese expats are in the United States now.
I know. But I mean, you put a warhawk GOP in Congress with Biden selling the SPR to the Chinese for his son to make money with. Like, okay, that's an impeachable offense, dude. They're gonna impeach and convict him and send the whole fucking family to jail.
Jim, chime in here. Can you sell the SPR, or is that just headlines?
Fuck is the SPR?
Can you sell the Strategic Petroleum Reserve?
Oh, okay.
Well,
are they really using it?
The U.S. owns it. I think they can.
No. But when I was back in my Matt Simmons phase, and I read every imaginable book, I drew the conclusion that you don't just take big tanks of oil and say, okay, ship them and off they go, because you don't have the refineries to handle that oil, right?
There are refineries all over the world. It's just a matter of, what grade of crude are you sending where? We have problems with a lot of our oil being too light. Other parts other parts of the world like Saudi Arabia have very heavy crude, and it's fungible. It gets sent around to compensate for this and that.
You can tell it. You just have to make sure you know where it's headed. Is that why I went to China? Is that why they? Hey guys,
the Chinese tin pot refineries tend to like light sweet crude.
Okay, so we are said to have sent our crude to China, which I find to be an odd thing, because the Chinese are the ones with the refineries to handle our crude in the SPR.
Sure.
You guys are all dead to me right now.
Shale oil is very light. Very light oil.
Yeah, it is.
In fact, I've, as I understand it, some of it is actually mostly gasoline in grade. It's that light. Doesn't contain aviation fuel, which is kerosene. Doesn't contain bunker oil. Doesn't contain heating oil grades of the fractions.
Yeah, it doesn't contain. I mean, now Dave and I are being chemists, and I used to do this. I used to grade oil. I used to work for a small oil company down in Ocala. So I used to do this stuff. I used to shoot diesel fuel up a GC and then look at the chromatograph. Number 2 diesel fuel is mostly, like gasoline is C3 through C8. Diesel fuel is, C4 through C10. Number 6 bunker fuel is anywhere from, C12 to C24, for Christ's sake. Number 6 bunker fuel is basically cleaned up crude oil, right? It'll literally take the water, take the dirt out of it, and fire it, because it's the highest BTUs per gallon. So that's what you use to move big ships with. And then number 5 fuel is like number 4 fuel is basically would be considered fuel oil for home heating oil is generally number 4 fuel. There isn't really a number 3 fuel anymore. There's 2 different grades of diesel. Heavy diesel and light diesel. On-road diesel is generally lighter diesel, and then below gasoline we start getting into like JP4 and stuff like that. So and fracking oil, and the oil that comes out of frack wells is very light. So yes, like Jim said, it's practically its distribution panel is of carbon chains is very close to gasoline.
So the Chinese are getting most of their imported oil from the Middle East. And if they're getting it from Saudi Arabia, it's very heavy oil, and they need to, they need another grade of oil.
And then they blend it, and then they'll take the light sweet from us and they'll blend it. They're buying a lot of Russian Urals grade, which is also kind of a medium sour. So Venezuela, that's basically tar, and that's what they want on pad 2 down in the Gulf, all the Chevron refineries. Right.
What if we nuked Kyiv?
I'm sorry?
What if we nuked Kiev? Would that throw the world for a loop?
Why would we do that?
I don't know.
There are people talking about it. There's all sorts of strange statements about this out there.
Well, there was the missile strike, the HIMARS strike on the POW facility.
Mhm.
Why would the Russians, blow up their own POWs? No, more likely it was the Ukrainians and the Americans blowing up,
Absolutely.
guys from Azovstal and the Azov battalion, so they won't talk.
Mhm.
Is the reason why we're fucking with Ukraine since February and giving them all the javelins and HIMARS is so that when Taiwan needs all of those and we say we don't have any more, then that gives us justification to send in the big dick U.S. military because there's no aid we can give them. Is that the fucking 5D chess?
Now, our 5D chess is that we'll be sending the Navy over there. That will be a naval battle.
Yeah, but they can take out our ships easily.
Yeah, they got the carrier killers,
The bigger question here is, I was chatting with my partner, a friend and partner, about this a little bit this morning. He was texting me and letting me, giving me some of his thoughts on this, and it was about the possibility of we're very close in that particular situation, very close to something just going wrong, somebody making a mistake and touching off World War III.
Yeah.
Well, because the Chinese may move on one of the smaller islands off of Taiwan. They're very close to Taiwan, 2 to 4 miles off the coast of Taiwan. It's easily be somebody could, somebody could fart at the wrong time and like set the whole thing off. And that's why this stuff is so really, truly so dangerous. It's not kind of the kabuki theater about sending an old fucking drunk to Taiwan to read off a teleprompter, play with their dentures. It's about the everybody, the political fallout of the affront, and the fact that we engage in anti-diplomacy now. The United States doesn't engage in diplomacy; it engages into anti-diplomacy.
And we're fucking with all kinds of extremely fragile systems while we're doing that.
Yes, agreed, Jim, completely.
Yeah, it does seem like just like World War I. I mean, it really does seem like we look at it in hindsight and it's all neat and clean and there's dates and demarcations. But if you go back and like read like the journals of like generals and politicians leading up to it, they were all going, this can't happen. The world's too interconnected. We're too advanced as a people. Like in 1914, they were saying like it couldn't possibly happen. The machines are way too intertwined. Once the gears start turning, you can't turn them off. And then we stumbled into it. And after World War I, there was a bunch of generals saying, how did it happen? And I think the quote is, if only we knew. And Kennedy drew on that during the Cuban Missile Crisis and said, in 50 years, I don't want people to look at World War III and say, how did it start? And say, if only we knew. It kind of seems like we're in the fog of war leading up to it, that in 100 years learning in textbooks, it's going to be, it's going to be as simple as, and then Archduke Franz Ferdinand, they're going to be like, well, it's pretty simple. Trump won, and then COVID happened, and then they shot down Nancy Pelosi. So we had World War III, and that led to,
Right.
It can trying to look at it like in like retro hindsight.
So Pelosi's the Archduke.
Pretty much. I think it's going to be something like that.
I don't think. Thankfully, the Chinese have not taken the bait.
Well, I mean, no,
This
they're not
clearly
going to.
this is clearly dangling her out as bait.
No, we'll do it. We don't need anybody to do it. We've been mastering this shit for 100 years. We'll shoot her the fuck out of the sky and say the Chinese.
Well, yeah, I mean, lying our way into war is a time-honored presidential tradition, don't we all know?
Listen, that is like apple pie. That is an American tradition. We'll blow up our own people and then use it to rape your country. That's what we do. It's for better or worse. It's what we
Baseball,
do.
apple pie, and false flags.
But seriously, baseball, apple pie is as American as false flags. That's what we're doing. We're gonna blow her out of the fucking sky.
Mostly the fucking British though that do this shit and then blame it on us.
No, we're gonna
frame us for it. It's even worse.
Well, the funniest idea that's come out of this is the somebody imputing that Queen Elizabeth is a communist.
What?
Well, that sort of slipped in there at some point where
it's not really that as much as he just wants to be. It's like the British royal crown doesn't want to give up power, like any more than any of the rest of them do. And they, in some ways, what it's like, it's like, and in their desperation, they turn to something they didn't quite understand. You know what I mean? Is that it's a line from, God, what movie is that from?
I don't know.
It's a movie I've seen 100 times, and I'm like, and it's they turn to a man they didn't quite understand. God, I was just watching it the other day, for fuck's sake.
I thought it was your quote. I was gonna.
Yeah, it's not my quote. It's a quote from a movie, and I'm just thinking about it now, and and they embrace the bad guy to do the thing that they weren't expecting. It'll come to me. I can think of the line as I was literally formulating that quote in my head as I was bloviating. So
I think part of this might be like post World War II. The reason why we had such a leg up was because, save Pearl Harbor, there was no damage on U.S. soil. It wasn't just that the war was over. Europe and Japan were leveled. Absolutely. The fact the brick and mortar places where you could rebuild were hollowed out, and that didn't happen here. So we're
80% of the global economy.
But that's what I mean. So I kind of think that like this might be like we might just be looking at like, all right, none of this like Machiavellian shit's working. We just got to go old school, like physically destroy China. If that's the only way we can keep a leg up and keep this sort of inflationary bubble going forever. You kind of have to have a weak guy. You can't have a level playing field. You got to be able to.
I just don't see that happening. I don't think we're capable.
I don't think it's. Hey, I didn't say it's going to work or it's a good idea, but I think we're dumb enough to do it. I think that's the only thing we know. Is it ultimately comes down to just like. It was like being in a fraternity in college. We always planned these like elaborate parties and trips, but always what it came down to was just like a bunch of beer and a punch and getting fucked up at the frat house and doing the same thing again and again. You always just lean on what you know. I think we're like America is just like we're running back to the bosom of war. That's all we know. For most of our history, we're just when shit gets too bad, we just go, I don't fucking know, and we just start firing our guns wildly. And it's kind of worked out so far.
The quote that I was talking about was Alfred talking to Batman, the Dark Knight, about the Joker, about the mob. You squeeze them so hard that they turn to a man they didn't quite understand. And now we have what we have. And Klaus Schwab is the Joker in that respect, or the WEF or whatever. And so, you're looking at a group of people who have a tremendous amount of power and who don't want to give it up. They're a cartel of really fucking horrible people. I cannot believe I could not call the fucking Dark Knight up. Oh, Jesus.
That's bad.
Out of the ether of my brain. So yeah, no, that's the kind of the thing I was trying to get at. And I don't know that everybody really thought about what it is that they thought they were setting in motion with this. And because a lot of these really late stage ideas, central bank digital currencies, that kind of thing. We're all really late in the process. Can't go back 20 years and see 30 years and see white papers, about them, about this being their end goal. This is all really new stuff. And so I personally, the more I look into this, the more I realize I think that Wall Street saw this coming and started to try and head this off during the early days of the Trump administration. And, they've been setting their counterplay in place since then. But, for the people like, the British Crown at this point, like that, what the fuck else does England have other than the City of London?
They have a lot of curry
Not
shows.
much. So
I don't know. I think I'm really leaning more and more towards, it's like when you're little and you think your parents have it all figured out. And now I'm like 31. I'm like 3 years older than my dad was when he had started having kids. And I'm like in an apartment wearing slippers, yelling at a camera. And I'm like, oh, I have no idea. And then so now I can only extrapolate and go, oh, when I get to my 60s, I'll go, oh, he still had no idea what was going on. I'm kind of getting to that point now where it's like, oh, the CIA and the Illuminati are pulling all this. No, it's just 100 trillion factions of people that are shitting and pissing and eating. They cry too, and they get sunburned and they have bad days. And the whole thing is just fucked. It's everyone trying to get a nut, trying to get a better car. I don't think anyone's in charge, man. I'm really leaning more towards that. I think there are factions. I don't think you can write that off, but more and more so, I think you just have a bunch of dipshits that are like kind of leading one way or another, but really no one's driving. Like you get up to the cockpit and there's no one there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Tommy. I always describe these people as the people who think they run the world.
Yeah,
not the people who run the world, because no one's running this fucking show. No. But there are a lot of people who think they've got
they have the baby steering wheel.
That they're in fifth. They know they're in fifth gear and they're about to press the clutch and they're in charge of it. And they're driving the sports car. They got it. Like, no,
yeah,
you have no clue as to what it looks like.
I mean,
it's hubristic solipsism. It's crazy.
I mean, you just look at like evolution on the whole, and it's like going from like cyanobacteria to dinosaurs to chickens to monkeys to like the Sistine Chapel to TikTok. And it's like no one, I mean, if you're a creationist, I guess that's but I mean, no one like got us here. It just kind of happened just through no one sat down and went like, there wasn't like a Davos going, all right, we're going to have these bipedal organisms and they're going to rise from the mud and they're going to build. We just got here. And I don't think anyone's pulling any strings. I think that there are mechanisms going on that are so beyond human control that really only a supercomputer could understand and love. I think we're just watching. I think one of you three always says it, like mold growing up a shower, like doesn't think about growing up.
Yeah, that's mine.
Yeah, it's you sounded so sad, but like I don't think
it's as good as it gets, right? I'm being outsmarted by a mold. How do I be cheerful?
But that's what I mean. Like no one.
That's depressing. Now I need a cigar.
No one. That's right. I think no one's driving this thing. And I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I kind of like it a little more.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard for me to think that in the USA there are not a bunch of people who are driving things. Mm-hmm. No, there's Merrick Garland is driving a lot of bad shit.
Sure.
And God, what a loser he is.
And Christopher Wray is driving a lot of bad shit.
Yep.
And the trouble is that there's absolutely nobody in authority who can call their shit on it.
Oh yeah, no.
The only person I think
flying monkeys are in charge. The Wicked Witch is dead.
This guy David. Oh God, what's his name?
There's a bunch of old guys sitting around trying to retrieve facts. What's his name?
No,
my mother. What's her name? What's her name? My mother. It's holy
David
shit.
Martin is the guy I'm thinking about. David Martin has, he's got a pretty severe view of what's going on. He has said that we're going to end up with 100 million Americans dead from the vaccines.
What's great about it is it's such a bold prediction. Is he going to be right or wrong?
He's a bold guy, and he's planted his flag in this. But what he's also tried to do is to get around the intransigence of the federal authorities by going to all the state attorneys general and trying to persuade them to start lawsuits against the pharma companies and all the other players who have created this enormous problem in America. I don't know if he's had any success yet. You know, going through the courts the way he plans to is an arduous process.
But there's
But
a big one the other day that turns out to be important. Someone sued a company or an organization for not accepting religious exemptions to the vaccine.
yeah,
Now
that's
the dam breaking.
that was a court in
Because
Dixieland somewhere. It might have been a Louisiana federal district court.
but the point being is that the vaccine mandates were imposed at so many different levels that
Yeah.
you might be able to protect Pfizer, but you can't protect, employer X who imposed it and fired people. And all of a sudden, it seems as though 6 months from now, the world is going to know that this vaccine was utterly a piece of shit. Many already know. Many, and I'd say that the stupidity of the lockdowns is getting super common now.
Yes.
Mhm.
But it could be a winnable court case against almost every employer on the planet.
Mhm.
And I just don't know what happens when it's almost as though you can't win when there's that many, because someone will just say, fuck it, we can't do it. It's sort of like when the Indians sue us to get their land back. It's like, ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
Right? If it was a little postage stamp piece of land, they could get it back.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just too broad. And so if you start suing your employer for firing you, and they'll go, holy fuck, we just can't let this happen, because every employer will be sued.
Well, what might happen though is that rather than that, individuals who are responsible for doing that, CEOs and other authorities, can be punished for what they did without destroying whole businesses.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess so, but it's going to fill the courts like we've never seen, because it's
Could
going to be
be.
every CEO of every company.
Well, imagine thousands of people, thousands of bankers were prosecuted during the 1998 savings and loan crisis,
Mhm.
and it was they were pretty efficiently punished. So it seems to me that a few thousand people could be held responsible for the things that they did.
But
Yeah,
I see it potentially in the millions.
Well, okay, could be, could be.
That's the problem. How many independently run businesses are there where they said vax or go? Right, every one of those could be exposed.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, an enormous legal problem for
And obviously an enormous drag on the entire society.
GDP and everything else under
Think
the
about
sun.
it. Just think about this. Just think about that. So
I'm
the
going to
political
look
fallout-
forward. I am looking forward to saying, you fuckwads, I told you so.
I
Right?
think
I
we're
mean,
all
there's
pretty
so
much on
many-
the same page in this pod. What are you talking about?
I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to a lot of my friends apologizing to me.
Oh,
No one's
that'll
gonna
happen.
apologize. What are you, fucking high?
Not
That'll
yet.
I don't
happen.
have any friends. So,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
man,
if that isn't obvious, like
No one's apologizing for shit. No one. Yeah. It's I don't know. It's kind of like at a wedding this last weekend. I had a bunch of like extended family members coming up to me and being like, "I watch your podcast," and I always like take a step back because like
Yeah, get out
some
of
people
get
are
out of
like,
a-
"You
a
vaccine
reach.
denier, some motherfucker." Other people are like, "You're speaking the truth." It's kind of the same thing. I don't think there's ever going to be any apologies for anything. I think the shit show is just moving forward. And I find peace in that. I think what we're seeing actually is just everyone has cameras and microphones. So we're seeing everything happening in the world and we think it's beyond fucked. But I think if you gave everyone a cell phone in like 1510, by 1512, they'd be saying it's the end of the world. There's a central group of elites that are going to take
Martin
over.
Luther. Give Martin Luther a cell phone.
Yeah, I know, seriously. No, they're gonna go back and they'll be like, there's a bunch of evil guys in Europe fucking the kids, hiding the gold. That goes forever. That goes back to the dawn
How
of
do you
time.
get this job? Is what most people
oh
say.
my
How do you
god,
get
that's
this job?
hilarious.
Plus,
I
the
think
other thing is by the time you get to a point where you can fight them, they're like, this gig ain't half bad. Like, so I don't know. I think, and there's some beauty in that. I think the shit show just goes forward. the musical chairs game goes forever
Yep.
until the inevitable thermonuclear holocaust or asteroid. And I'm like, just
Nothing ever ends, right? No, I
Yeah.
mean it's Watchmen. Nothing ever ends.
yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, nothing ends, Adrian. Nothing ever
it's
ends.
the Mobius strip from hell.
Yeah. Oh, but it depends on how you look at it. You can say it's from hell, or I can go, you know what? Today, my internet works, my air conditioning's still on. I'm gonna play some video games after this, and I'm gonna order some Chinese food. Like, I'm okay with that Mobius strip. Like, it's not half bad. And tomorrow it might be over.
We're gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna get done with this.
But you could be the Ukrainian who thought he was fine January 1st.
Yep.
Who's got his ass kicked pretty good. Not that I know what's going on there. I don't profess to really know, but I'm pretty sure no one else knows either.
I've got to fire off a few BB rounds at the woodchuck who's under my apple tree outside there.
Is that code?
Hold on.
Is that a euphemism for? Is that what the kids call it
he's
today?
going. So we got a pee break and a hunting break now.
This is a great podcast.
I call bullshit. That was code. That's something. I don't know what he's doing.
That's code. What he means is he's going to go choke the chickens in his backyard. That's the code.
So Jim's jerking off camera.
Yeah.
I don't think you can hear us.
That was quick.
Good
On the run.
Now, did you catch any chickens back there, Jim?
I didn't. Did he catch any? He's not. I don't think he's going for any.
You're a bad man, Dave. That's all I got.
I know. We're making chicken choking jokes while you were off.
Yeah. At least you fessed up to it while he's here.
Yeah.
You didn't have to hear it after the replay.
I might have to break out the 22 now. He's still lurking at the back of the orchard.
rural living. By the way, Jim, I'm going to be driving back and forth between the Adirondacks and Plattsburgh down to Ithaca. And as I recall, you still are roughly in the Saratoga area.
Yeah, I'm 15 miles east of Saratoga.
East of Saratoga.
Yeah, I'm across the river. I'm about 10 miles from the Vermont state line. But if you came down if you come down I-87 from Plattsburgh,
that's what I figured.
And you just get off at Saratoga. I'm just 15 minutes to the east, really.
Okay, I might.
When are you doing that?
Reach out to you. Well, I've got a rental car. I'm going to be doing it several times. So I got a rental car on the 5th that I'm going to be taking. It's a complicated story, but I'm going to be driving down on the 5th. And I don't know. I might stop by. I might not. It's also a guy named Jim Pilata I'm trying to meet up with in Saratoga too. So
I don't know him.
He's a gazillionaire. He owns sports teams. You're rich when you own sports teams.
Yeah.
And
so the 5th is Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And anyway, we should get back to doom and gloom instead of this happy, cheery shit.
No, but that's. I keep thinking Dave's going to turn around because you're in the middle of the woods. I keep thinking you're going to turn around the camera. We're going to see the huge, the huge owl at Bohemian Grove.
No, I just keep waiting for the FBI to come out of the woods, and it's Ruby Ridge all over the camera. We're gonna get it live on camera.
Yeah,
Dave's not all that important. I don't know.
That's right. I'm offended. What was the thing they did? Zelensky, which I don't believe, posted the Russian sympathizers. Remember that last week? Mm-hmm. Zelensky supposedly posted it. And I'm thinking, I don't think he's that stupid. I think someone else posted those under his name to make him look that stupid. But I was really offended that I wasn't on the list. I said, "Oh, you are really a small man."
I didn't make the list either.
I know. No, it was a big list. It was Tulsi Gabbard and Glenn Greenwald, but it was it was the stupidest thing you could imagine Zelensky doing.
Yes.
If he had done it, but I don't believe he did it.
No.
This is what people don't understand. Back to Ukraine. The data we get directly from normal sources has been a lie from head to toe.
Absolutely.
And it's very hard to know what's true. What you can tell is what's not true is what every news channel is
70,000 dead Russians is not true.
And Russians are losing, and Putin's a madman, and his face is puffy because he's dying, and all sorts of things. And so I've never seen the propaganda that rich. That to me, that's one of the most propaganda slathered stories I've ever witnessed. Is there something better than that? Is there one that's? I mean, COVID was pretty bad.
I think
But
COVID's
they,
a cake.
no, but COVID, they were confused, right? So for a long time, we were all, in theory, trying to figure it
I
out.
don't think they were confused for the last year about the deaths and injuries that the vaccines were
No,
producing.
that's right. That's right. That got slathered with propaganda, and that's coming out too. I mean, that's so. I saw a meme the other day. It made sense. It showed a bunch of lions charging, and it said the truth. All you do is let it out of the cage, and it will defend itself.
That's St. Augustine. The truth doesn't need to defend itself. Let it out of the cage. And it'll
Okay.
be on its way. I think that, yeah, I think it's just gonna burn through it all. I really don't think there's anyone in charge. I think we're circling the drain, and as we get closer, it's just moving faster. And it's like Ray Kurzweil, right? The technological singularity. Like we're speeding up, speeding up. You know, now more happens in 2 years than what used to happen in 50 years. Well, when a lot of our culture does radiate off of technology, kind of like heat waves off of pavement, you know, memes or, you know, or TikTok this or tweet screenshot that. As technology accelerates, I think our cultural shifts accelerate. So we're kind of reaching this like blinding pace where in like 3 years,
Future shock.
yeah,
It's max headroom, guys.
we're going faster and faster to like you can't grab onto anything. Are you mad about COVID, the war in Ukraine, or a bunch of trannies twerking in front of kids? It's just I don't think it's slowing down.
I think there's a definite directed agent working
I think
to drive us
they're
all insane.
trying.
I just don't think I don't know how many of them there are is the
Yeah.
problem.
Right.
You know, there's just so many of them at this point. But it's clearly, you know, but something like Twitter is and Facebook, they're clearly being directed.
Well,
And
sure.
TikTok is being directed by the Chinese government. Davos controls fucking Facebook and Twitter. It's obvious. They're selling they sell them a fucking board. It's not tough, you know. Beyond that, you know,
I'm upset that there's been no intelligence operation or honey trap or honeypot or anything. No one's tried to compromise me. And that has been the most upsetting thing about this entire podcast.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'll have reached the big time when you know people are spoofing me on Telegram as opposed to Twitter.
Yeah, it's never. No one's tried to impersonate me. There's never been a PR story about me. I've never been bought off for anything. I've never even gotten a shady email, and that's upsetting.
I've had, you know, you guys know I've been visited by the FBI. I mean, the one, so you know about actually being a Russian agent.
Well, no,
as
I haven't
opposed
even
to
gotten
Zelensky.
That.
So you know,
I haven't even gotten that.
I didn't know that. Did they rough
you
you
didn't know?
up?
I
mess
know I
up
told
your
the other
shit?
guys. I was they came to question me about my former relationship with Strategic Culture Foundation. And then eventually they issued the OFAC letter saying I'm not allowed to write for them anymore under penalty of going to Guantanamo and being remanded and waterboarded, basically.
I can't even
And I went,
that.
yeah, that's fine. I already, I got the message the first fucking time you guys showed up to my house.
I can't even get that.
So
it's bullshit.
It was a mostly friendly meeting. They were just gathering the information necessary to think that they had.
Did you guys see the British cops arrest the old man for offending someone on social media?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. England's a fallen nation.
Yeah.
And you think maybe that's not what it is. And all of a sudden the head cop just says, here's the deal. You made someone on social media very uncomfortable. And that is why we are here to arrest you. He said that.
But what if that video makes me uncomfortable?
Well, that's what the comments were filled with, that sort of crap. I said, this is not parody. This is astonishing. I see stuff on Twitter. I go, someone's got to be faking this shit. And then my big question is a physics question. I think they're going around the drain, doing laps around the drain in Australia too. Do they go the other direction?
Oh,
God damn it.
Clockwise.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck you.
They do everything wrong in Australia. So yes, to answer
they're back up to trouble again. I thought they're calming down and they've been doing shit again.
Again, all these people are, all these, this is their moment. Like this big moment here. This is their big moment. They've been preparing for this moment for forever. They wanted to pull it off in 2050. They've moved it up to 2030 and they're going for it. Like
but they look like they're trying to destroy
95% of the cows in the Netherlands, for Christ's sake, in their war against the fucking periodic table. It's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen.
I love that one, by the way. But okay, so picking on truckers and farmers.
Huh.
My brain explodes when I think about the politics of picking on truckers and farmers. The only other one that's in that category is Hillary wanting to fire coal workers,
Right.
right? And that turned out to be incredibly stupid and president losing move. If she hadn't said that one line, she might have won. And
How
Well,
is
that and
the,
the basket. I think the basket of deplorables thing. This
the
this got enough
deplorables.
people on. Oh, that
And
one
the
was just, that was the dumbest fucking thing imaginable. And
And
like,
she didn't say they were deplorable. It wasn't an adjective.
was a
It was
basket
the
of
noun.
deplorables.
It was the noun. The fact that they
Yes.
were deplorables. That's what did it.
oh
It was
yeah,
just
and we all just
un-
went cool, and we agreed and
Yeah.
amplified, and we
She
all
just
became
wrote-
deplorable
She just
overnight.
wrote a bunch of TV ads right there on the spot. Right there
Yep.
on the spot.
She was just. It was. You talk
That was-
about arrogance.
That was the
Yeah.
dumbest thing.
And that's honestly, you look at Hillary's campaign, you look at the way that thing was run. It was very obvious that they thought the fix was in. They
Mhm.
knew what they were gonna do. They knew they won. It didn't matter what she said. Yeah. It doesn't matter. And I believe it's the same thing with Klausman Kami Schnitzel. It's the same damn thing. We're gonna come out. We're just gonna tell you that you're not gonna need anything in the future because we're just gonna take it all from you anyway. So don't worry about it. You're not important. Here's your porn. Here's your video games, and here's your Pablo, and here's
But
your
it
paste.
seems
And you get to eat paste. Fuck you.
stupid. It seems stupid to the point I can't imagine these guys are that stupid. That's the problem.
Well, Steve
Um,
Cortez did an interview with Dick Morris, the political
Right.
Yes.
Right.
operator who assisted Bill Clinton back in the day,
Oh yeah.
but he's gone completely off the reservation, the Democratic reservation. He's off
Sure.
that now.
Or
And
someone
he-
else is paying them. Someone else.
Yeah.
is
I
paying
mean,
Well,
guys
sure.
like Dick Morris don't really have any allegiances to a
them.
party.
He has
But
he has a patron.
he did happen to say that he believes that Hillary is going to be the nominee in 2024,
Oh my
which I find
God.
I know, I
absolutely
saw that the other day.
preposterous. But there it is. He said it.
Okay, who would
Yeah.
be more preposterous, Hillary or Biden?
I think they'll do Newsom.
Biden is out of the question. Yeah, Newsom's
I
a
agree.
possibility,
How
but
about let's throw in some stupidity here, Harris.
forget about it.
Okay, just checking. This
think
is
they'll
a
do-
sanity
Forget
check.
about it.
I don't think she's ever going to be president in the first place. I still think it's going to be Janet Yellen or Gavin Newsom. I think if they go after
Janet
Biden,
Yellen.
I think that they will get rid of
Ah.
Harris if they really need to. And they will, if things get ugly and bad, and to save the fucking country from the scandal of the Biden administration, they will Spiro Agnew out Harris, and
Mhm.
and if Davos is in control, as I think they are, of the White House and of the process of the DNC, you'll see Janet Yellen and you'll see President Yellen, because she is quote unquote unpartisan. And she's
Oh, but
respected on
she's
Capitol
blown that.
Hill and all
Just
that.
in the
bullshit.
last 2 weeks,
Yeah,
she blew that.
She's made a fool of herself.
Oh,
in the last couple of weeks on TV.
So no, that was the dry run to see.
That's a minimum.
Yeah, like that matters.
requirement.
Like Biden can't even you can't
Wow.
read the teleprompter anymore. I mean, I really wish you would just be honest with us. I'm just reading this so I can get Jello.
Or-
That's
or-
what I want. I'm
I
just trying to
wish-
get the Jello time and then nap time, and poop of pants. Like Phil Collins on the fucking episode of South Park. Poop of pants. Yeah.
I mean, in many ways,
there's got to be a white knight in the Democratic Party somewhere. There's got to be.
in
They've
many,
been purged.
yeah, in many ways,
They've been purged. Dude.
Biden is the American dream. I mean, you don't have to do shit. You're not actually working. Everyone's working behind the scenes. You read off a teleprompter. You have world-class security. You just do whatever the fuck you want. Shit your pants and get the. I bet he
Walk
gets
into the
be-
bushes.
I bet he gets the best amphetamines. Like he's got it made.
yeah.
He's got it made. In the did y'all see that video last week where it looked like a deep fake, where his voice is deep,
His eyes
and
were
are
wide
huge,
open.
and he doesn't
He didn't
blink.
blink
He's
for
like,
40
you can't be
seconds.
American. That was
Somebody posted a meme of 6 different pictures of Joe Biden from within the last 48
collect
hours,
them
and there were
all.
6 different people.
that was so fucking eerie. That video.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was pretty eerie.
Now it was pieced together. I don't know if you watch it carefully, but it were segments put together. So he could have been blinking between segments.
I don't know, man.
Sure,
No, but it was. So they in theory could have taken the most eye bulging segments and put them together. In theory.
I don't know. Well,
yeah. possible. I don't know. I mean, no, I just thought the 2x3 picture collage of the 6 different faces of Joe Biden.
Those are
That
weird.
was the thing that scared me. Like,
those are weird. Like I normally don't go in for like low hanging
that's shit like that.
It's like reptilian overlords, but I mean it is odd. It almost seems
Don't
like
run. We are your friends.
Is it a demoralization campaign? Like, are they just trying to break your mind?
So you think those are not real videos? Then?
I don't know. I don't like. Almost don't want to throw my hat in with that.
Well, you know, they can do that.
Tom,
you've seen the Tom Cruise ones. You've seen the Barack Obama ones. They can do amazing things.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll wrap this up in like 3 minutes because I want to go eat Chinese food.
I need a drink.
And I'm gonna kill Tom.
I need 2 drinks.
Jim needs to go shoot a squirrel or whatever that's code for. I don't know.
No, I've got critters assaulting my stuff.
I'll guess whatever that means.
If we ever get to one of these podcasts, one of these podcasts where Dave says he needs a drink, now we know we've gotten somewhere.
Then it's the end of the fucking world. It's like the WikiLeaks.
Critters are attacking his junk, is what he meant to say.
Yeah, no, it's like the WikiLeaks shit from like 2016, where it was like clearly pedophiles. They're like, please bring the walnut sauce with your hot dogs. Like Jim's clearly speaking in code. He's like, critters are on my tree. He's sending a tripwire at the.
They're knocking all the fruit off of my.
Whatever that means. You
damn
fucking
code.
I'm getting my dream come true. I'm getting compromised now. I'm being inducted by the Mossad or the CIA. I don't know.
Right.
I'm finally getting in. Like, welcome, Tommy. Like, you ready?
Well, we're all going to get arrested for seditious conspiracy now.
But that's the worst part. Is like, I wish we would, because at least I know.
At least it would validate our.
It won't even happen. It won't even happen. And that's
you guys are marching to a different drummer. I'm trying to stay out of solitary confinement.
But that's the thing, is it's not even going to happen, because that would confirm it. We're too fucking fake and gay and unimportant. They're like, you're not even halfway near the truth. That's like the sad part. It's like, it would be
you can be close to the truth, but your reach is not big enough for them to care.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
And to be honest with you, that's a good place to be, because that's where you're most free.
Under the radar. That's
where you're most free.
Yeah.
That's why everyone.
I did a tweet the other day, by the way, which was an interesting social experiment. I didn't intend to do it. I said, my brother's an accountant and he keeps track of everything. And year over year, his food bill's up 41%.
I saw that.
I got 17,000 likes on that.
Wow.
What it tells me, and I've had a couple like that. What it tells me is that I hit the hot bone of Twitter. Everyone's experiencing that. You don't get 17,000 likes unless people are going, yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I'm seeing. Some guy actually had the audacity saying, I don't believe it. I think you're just making all this shit up. And I go, there's 17,000 guys who don't agree with you, dude. What it was is it somehow hit just the right nerve. Yes. And all of a sudden people go, yes, the cost of Wonder Bread has gone up, blah, blah, blah %. And, it was just nonstop, thousands upon thousands of comments.
Went out to dinner last night to my favorite, actually the only Chinese restaurant I will go to, or Asian restaurant I'll go to. And my favorite thing there is to get the whole roast duck that they flash fry and then chop up into little bits. And it's like my closest thing to like keto I can do over at this restaurant. It's great. It was also the best kept secret on the market, because it was like $22 for a whole duck. I'm like, well, I don't need to like slaughter my own ducks anymore, grow them and slaughter them. I can just go over to the Yummy House and I can get it was $38. Now half a duck was $22. And I mean, I always thought it was underpriced anyway. Like that was the hack for Chinese food,
it's the relative price. It's the relative.
It was a relative price increase was insane, and everything else had gone up in price a little bit, but the duck went up, from way underpriced to now I can't. I'm not paying $38.
Here's the break point. This is the break point, because if you read the shit from the past, that at least 50% of Americans are $100 away from a problem.
Yes.
Right there. And then the question is, what happens when you take their family's $400 a week food bill, whatever the hell it is,
Mhm.
and you increase it by 41%, like my brothers. What happens to that
Well, it's
family?
not 400. Yeah, I know.
But get any number you want. If they're living on the edge, 41% is not in the cards.
No.
And then I had all sorts of people chime in and say, well, you use substitution. I go, yeah, well, here's the funny thing. If you're going to do that as an economist, you have to then completely reverse that through hedonic adjustments of the quality. So you're back to 41%. But I don't see how people who've been tiptoeing along the precipice,
Yes.
the huge percentage of the population,
Yes.
and all of a sudden in 1 year, boom, you're 41% under.
Yep.
Where is that? Is that showing up as skying credit card?
Yes, it is.
consumption?
Actually, it's showing up in it's showing up in credit card debt. It's showing up in
HELOCs and
M2 is collapsing because
because
savings is being drained.
One of the
Savings rate is 5%.
One of the credit unions advertise HELOCs is a great way to pay your heating bill. Can you believe the psychopathy behind that one?
Right.
So this is a problem that will snap soon.
Mhm.
This is not one of these, 10 years from now, we'll still be talking about it.
No.
Mm-hmm.
This thing has to end soon. Because
And
it's just,
there's nothing
no
to,
money.
and to be honest with you, just to bring this, this is why I keep saying the Fed is not raising interest rates to tame inflation, because you can't tame cost push inflation with raising interest rates. It's not a demand problem. It's a supply problem. And raising interest rates cuts demand. It cuts the demand for money. It's not going to change the situation. There's not enough goods for the amount demanded in the places in the economy which are important to everyone, where the demand is inelastic. Food, energy, clothing, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? These are inelastic demands, and because of that, you can't. There is no direct correlation between food prices and interest rates. Like, fuck off with that. And if you've got a model that says that, you're a fucking idiot, because there is not one. You know what there is? There's a correlation between food prices and social unrest.
And this is the first economic cycle top for which we're exiting the top with everyone pissed off.
Yep.
We're supposed to be euphoric, right? Tommy's supposed to be going, oh, those dumplings are going to taste fucking great. Instead, he might be going, oh, I can I afford the dumplings today, right? I'm pissed off, right? Who knows, right? And so I don't know how you go into a downturn with people starting pissed off.
I don't know.
It's a good question, Dave.
Theoretically, it seems like this would be a good way to make people accept a draft for a world war: 3 square meals and shelter.
Yeah.
You take everything away from them. That's what would make it palatable.
Well, that's how they're going to mobilize the Germans.
Yeah. I don't know.
Which is always good news.
That's always good news.
Hey, I left that one hanging for someone to swing into.
Always
Thank you, Dave.
I think
better.
I think this will end with someone more insane than Trump coming to power. Gee. And I don't know what that looks like. I don't know but I mean, if everyone's that fucked, if everyone's $100 away and their bills are going up 40%, it ends with violent revolution, or it ends with someone even more insane than Trump.
I think it ends pretty quickly with they think they're doing what they're going to pull the Straussian two-step on us. Take gas from under $2 a gallon to over $5 a gallon, bring it back to $3.50 and go, see, we did great. We kept it from going to $6. That's the Democrats' current messaging. $3.50 a gallon is still unacceptable.
Yeah. I mean, we're really seeing a real lesson in physical reality. Yep. Everyone's realizing how fake pixels and numbers are, and how real it is that we are carbon-based life forms that need protein, fat, and carbohydrates, shelter, and water. And
and human contact. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
And bugs.
Bugs. I couldn't get through this without doing my fake. Bugs.
Dave's been
I'm
turned.
not eating bugs.
I'm not either, dude.
I'm
Fuck,
gonna kill myself if it's bugs or nothing. I'm taking.
Dude,
nothing.
I'm not like my dogs don't eat bugs, and we live in Florida. Like the bugs that they want to serve us, my dogs won't fucking eat.
You got bugs the size of a pork chop down there.
Yeah. No, they don't touch the. You think they eat the fucking? You think they eat the Volkswagen-sized goddamn cockroaches? No, they don't. They're not dumb.
Do they even play with them?
No,
Oh.
they leave them alone. They're not stupid. Those things fly.
Get Jim and his 22 down there.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about they'd be good for target practice.
You know, I've got a bevy of 22s, Jim. You can more than welcome to come down and shoot them at the palmetto bugs to your heart's content, or the squirrels, or the rabbits, and everything else that are infesting my property.
I don't know what code you guys are broadcasting right now, but don't do it on my fucking podcast.
Yeah, this is what alternative finance press. This is the podcasting Pizzagate. What the
This
fuck?
is Pizzagate 2.0. You know, it's all looks back. Like, what
Five
did
Speaking of Pizzagate, I'm hungry.
I was gonna say, dude, like it's just been
5 years. 5 years from now, we're gonna have bug ETFs. They're going to be the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
I hate you.
Going to be selling
Dave Collum,
bug
I
futures.
now officially hate you. When
Bug
I have
futures.
to recommend the bug ETF to the fucking
I
no,
know.
not doing it.
I'm going long bugs.
I'm still long guillotines and rope makers, guys. That's me.
I'm just gonna light myself on fire like that monk did. in
Long
Vietnam. Tommy, send me your address, and I will definitely send you the orange robe to go along with it because everybody has to do it properly.
I'm gonna wear the
set
orange
yourself on
robe,
fire.
go
Just do it
light
right.
myself on, and I want you to come take a black and white photo of me, but instead of like the car, and it'll just be like a Tesla. It'll be the same exact photo, but it'll just be me burning with a Model S behind me. That's what I want.
With a Model S behind you.
A
Nice.
Model S behind me and
Nice touch,
some
nice
Zoomer
touch.
TikToking, and that will be the end of the American empire.
Well,
And with that happy note,
on that happy note, I'm thinking of about 7 fingers of rye in a mayonnaise jar.
That'll get maybe 2,000 likes.
that will be.
Oh, the mayonnaise jar. Jim,
Dave's
is
such a
a
broken
beautiful
soul.
touch,
He
dude.
just sees things
Well
on
written.
Twitter
Thank you.
likes.
I'm just before you do it, let me lock and load that tweet.
Dave's like, before you burn to death, like, do you think I could maybe post that with my watermark? And it's like, Jesus, like this is a fallen world. And for anybody listening to this that was hoping for a silver lining, I
got to do it. I got to do it cleverly so I don't get booted.
Yeah. I don't know. I got nothing. I'm more depressed than I was 2 hours ago. I thought there was a slight chance.
Oh no!
Maybe come out.
The best way of looking at this, Tommy, is unfortunately, dude, you have to laugh at it.
You have
It's
to.
Dr. Strangelove. You have
That's
to
right.
laugh at
There's
it
nothing.
to be able to process it.
Remember, Samuel Beckett said, "Nothing is funnier than unhappiness."
That's right.
How I
that's
stopped worrying
interesting.
and learned to love the bug. That's what it is.
The bug. Yes, exactly.
The
That's the
bug.
name of the podcast.
That's
Love the bug.
And
how
love
I-
the
I think we're
bugs.
back to code. We're back to code here. I'm
We're
not
back.
sure what
We're
you
back
said.
to code. FBI sitting there going, "We're gonna move. We're moving on them." Bunch of
All right,
guys,
guys.
FBI windbreakers are gonna break
We're
down. my
moving.
door. Fuck this. Whatever. Fuck all of this. I don't know. Gordon Gecko.
The
will
last 4
save us all.
J6ers that we didn't round up.
Gordon Gecko. No. This is what it is. Is Gordon Gecko's the least likely hero. Much like everyone thought the arrival of God would be like a king, but instead it turned out to be the son of a carpenter. We're all looking for a humble son of a carpenter, but the reality is the second coming of Christ is a greased hair, cocaine
220.
wired with fucking wrist cuffs and a gold Bentley. That's who will save us. Thank you, Jordan Belfort. Praise be his name. God bless everybody. I'll put the links to all your descriptions and websites and Twitters and fucking podcasts and all that stuff. And yeah, thank you so much. God bless everybody. Stay safe. And
It was fun.
Thank you,
fuck
Tommy.
yeah, thanks so much, guys.
Enjoy.
Take care, everyone. And we are recording with, I don't know which one of y'all said it in the email thread, but the bald ones. And it's been in my calendar ever since. The bald ones.
The
Bro.
bald one.
I literally just had it, the bald T-bones.
Sounds like
Bro.
a Sam Peckinpah movie from
Oh,
1969.
no, sadly, it sounds like all the Baldwins are dead. Like,
I have to get coffee. Sorry to blow the beginning, but I'm
I don't give a shit.
Go
We'll
at
do
some
whatever.
point, I'm gonna have to drop.
Yep.
Tommy
talk
froze
without
up.
me.
Tom, you froze up. What did you say?
I did.
Yeah. You said at some
Well,
point and then you froze.
it's still a little overcast from the tropical storm. I'm still on Starlink, so I
Gotcha.
just said I might have to drop out here or there for a couple of minutes because the wife
Whatever.
has to come through and feed and milk the goat and all that
Whatever.
stuff. So,
Well,
Oh
last
my
time
gosh.
Dave was up in the woods, it looked like he was in Ruby Ridge. And yeah, I mean
I already
Is
put
it-
the chickens away.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, all the weird cryptic. Yeah, right now I have a black light. It looks like so I can clean up the semen from my meeting with the bald ones. That's a text that's gonna get me flagged by the FBI.
Well,
Ooh,
I'm
the
sitting
bald
in the,
ones. Why are the black lights? He's
I'm
on the
sitting in the
move. He's
dark
in Maine
because I
now.
blew myself up this week.
You did what?
I did the stupidest Harry homeowner mistake you could make.
What'd you do?
Instead of grabbing the kerosene, I grabbed the gasoline and sprinkled it on the leaves, and
Why?
because I want to get burned, so I want to start some leaves.
Fair enough. All right.
Yeah.
Um.
So I got a little I got a little toasted.
Yeah. Apparently. Um. Well, I don't know. I guess the biggest thing right now is that they're still counting. Is it conspiratorial? Because I'm not me. I'm very prone to conspiracies, but they're still counting in Arizona and in Washington State. Is that correct?
they're counting the
Yeah,
right
and a lot of
districts.
other congressional districts in other states. But this is how they count. One,
But I mean,
two,
but
No, I think they're counting so slowly. You think that
three.
Fetterman was actually counting the votes.
Jesus Christ, broke
Maybe
joke.
they hired Fetterman to do the counting.
The best tweet of some guy on the internet today said, "Come on, Biden Fetterman 2024. It's a no brainer."
Jesus Christ.
Well, the other one was they showed them talking to each other, and it's just garble. So there's that meme too.
Oh
Well,
my
Man,
god!
oh man,
You'll
they
have to
could-
run
they could,
Fetterman as Fetterwoman.
they could.
And then, of course, there was the fact that the race was neck and neck.
Oh God.
Oh god!
They could do Fetterman Biden 2024 and just, America, but it's spelled MRI. All right, answer jokes. But
Oh wow, that's rough, dude. That
Sorry.
one's really rough. I like it.
sorry.
I appreciate that.
But so I'm trying to look at it. I'm trying to look at it less conspiratorial and because it's like that Norm Macdonald joke that I hadn't seen until recently. Rest in peace, Norm. But it was he goes, I was reading a history book earlier, and he goes, what are the odds that in every conflict the good guys have won? It says right here. And it's so I have to look at things and I'm like, I look at the 2020 election still and I look at it as fraudulent. But then I have to go, and then I have all my other thoughts about COVID. And I think last time we talked about what was the fucking shooting in Texas?
Uvalde.
Which
Uvalde.
one?
Correct. Yeah,
Uvalde.
Uvalde. At a certain point, when you keep flipping
It
the
was
coin,
Carrie Lake Hobbs.
yeah. At a certain point, I have to start wondering, like, what a coincidence. Every time I'm correct and everyone else is wrong. So, like, the little hairs on my neck are going, are these fraudulent? Are there conspiracies going on? Or, shocker, can I be incorrect? And is the country actually pretty divided down the center? Did Democrats do better than people thought? Like, is that a possibility? Because I don't.
I think, Tommy, I think I read something today by Sundance over Conservative Treehouse, and I think he put it best. It was that Republicans were out to win votes, and the Democrats were out to win ballots. It's just that simple. That the Democrats focused on getting ballots to the door on time. Whether those ballots are fraudulent or not is irrelevant. They got ballots into the boxes, whereas the Republicans wanted to win hearts and minds. And that's just the most generous way of putting it. Let's leave aside the fact that the GOP establishment would rather lose to the Democrats than allow populists to win within their own.
I'm not so sure about that exactly.
What's that?
I mean, a lot of people are saying that, but I'm not sure I believe that.
No, I absolutely I do. Mitch McConnell is, I've always thought that about these guys, and they just keep proving themselves over and over again. They did not have to run the way they did. They did not have to spend the money the way they did. I think they absolutely sabotaged certain races by not putting money that they should have put towards certain things.
Yeah, I heard that too. One of the candidates who could have used some money didn't get any from him.
That was Bolduc up in New Hampshire, I think, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that
I
general.
can't remember.
James, why do you? Because I tend to agree with you, Tom. I do think that they would. I think the uniparty is probably even more corrupt and resilient and wide reaching than any of us even think.
But
James,
I'm going to
what?
get the Democrats credit here. I think they had a strong strategy, and at the same time, they also, I've always believed that, it's he who cheats best wins.
Right.
And if you've got one side that just refuses to cheat in their own favor because they're not trying to win
Yeah.
because of the bigger agenda, then
It's kind of
that's
like
where we
people
are.
that like criticize. Yeah, I'm from New England. I don't give a shit about sports, but by default, I guess I am a New England fan. It's like people that are like, "Oh, Deflate Gate, Spy Gate." I'm like, yeah, cheat. If you
Of
don't
course
get
they
caught,
cheated.
you win. You fuck yeah, the guys that got caught with steroids are the ones who are dumb enough to get caught. What do you? There's no. You just do it. It's not like the Japanese were like, well, we are morally against building an A bomb. No, we built it first and we vaporized them. Like, fuck off. So I kind of agree.
I'm not convinced that Tom's point is a
Yeah.
moral point. It's not a
Elaborate on
moral
that.
point.
Elaborate on
No,
that.
it's not a moral point at
But in
all.
the absence of a moral point, I'm not sure what the point is, other than just sheer
Power
childish vindictiveness.
and power. Like, I just don't believe that the GOP establishment works for America any more than they believe that Democrats work for America.
So,
Well,
so to paraphrase, to couch Tom's view is, and this goes back to 2022, 2020 as well,
As well.
that that the I read Molly Hemingway's rigged or whatever, and it was interesting. She didn't claim it was rigged. What she did is she made a great case explaining how awful the wall of pain was that Trump had to keep smacking against. I mean, she makes a good case that just the forces that were against him, forget about whether he's a narcissist. But then she also laid out the case that the election was so primed to be rigged. So she doesn't come, and she talks about the individual court cases that we heard, 0 for 61, therefore shut up because, none of them won in court. What are you talking about? And then you find out from the cases how screwed up the courts were, where
sure.
the Wisconsin court, for example, concluded that the whole thing was done wrong. And their response was to say, don't do it again.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think the Republicans and the Democrats agree that they all want to get reelected with a 97% reelection rate. That turns out to be a mutually agreed upon stance. And I think the Republicans and the Democrats agree that they got to get the populism out of there, that they got to get the MAGA guys out of there. The MAGA populists are far more dangerous than the left wing populists.
Yes.
Because the left wing populists play right into the globalist theme, and the MAGA guys are defiant.
Yeah. No,
So
we're dealing with. They know what they're dealing with. We're talking about Brexit style populism. We're talking about Viktor Orban style populism. They don't want that here in the United States. This is a very clear operation that's going on here. And I've been saying for a long time, I really do believe that we're going to be placed, that no matter what happens here, that we will be placed into a Hobson's choice between either the red states effectively having to say, okay, yeah, that's enough. We're not going to, we don't want to be associated with you people anymore because you're nothing but a bunch of friggin' tyrannical cheaters. Or if we did get the red wave, then the blue states would all turn around and go, I can't even imagine being a part of the same country with these Nazis, and then virtue signaling their little tits off, and then taking their toys and going home. And the reality is that when I know you guys have heard, because I've told this, I think I've said it to everybody here in different times when we've talked previously, that Germany uses the euro as a means by which to do internalized mercantilism within the European Union. Well, California runs the same thing on the United States based on the Fed funds rate. And California gets to raise money and use that money and use the Fed funds rate, as a bludgeon by which to enhance its economy at the expense of everybody else and its political power within the American government. And I think that's the fundamental disconnect and divide here, that we're not going to be able to overcome that until there's a structural change in the way we deal with this. And I think it's irreparable. honestly. I really do at this point. And I think that, the younger generations have been gaslit, the millennials in particular, have been gaslit into believing that, the Republicans are seriously trying to, send us towards Nazi Germany. I think a lot of it has to do with their emotional fragility, that they're just triggered by any idea that we would go backwards, that any movement backwards along the progressive path is then a tantamount to embracing Nazism, because they're too emotionally fragile to deal with it. I was talking to some friends the other night at my Wednesday gaming group. All of them are young. They're all in their early 30s. Most of the guys are all gay, and the girl is a freaking feminist. And they all basically lost their minds when I said, "What are you talking?" I said, one of them said, "I'm now in fear for my life. I honestly feel like I'm in fear for my life living in Gainesville, literally faggot town." Okay, like they're the only place in Florida more
This one's really going to work well on YouTube, I'll tell you.
In Florida than Gainesville would literally be South Beach. Okay, and he's worried for his life. I'm like, only if you like go east of only if you go on East Fifth Street over by Lincoln High School, and then you'll just be rolled because you're middle class and white, and they're gonna just roll you for your money, dude. Come on. Like, this has nothing to do with the fact that you're gay.
Yeah.
Like, that has nothing to do, but they're gaslit into believing this.
Didn't
And I
Trump
really
hold
do
up
think that
like a
this emotional fragility is now I think that that's part of the undercurrent of this election. You throw in zero friction voting through mass mail-in ballots, and all of a sudden everybody with half formed opinion that would never vote in the past now now can get their ballot counted, and because they don't have to actually show up to vote. And
Well,
they've just
this
broken. I think
brings
they've just broken the entire thing mechanistically in their favor.
this brings me to a point that I just made a note about. You described the
By the
emotional.
way, Jim, you're looking particularly homeless today. Go ahead.
No,
That's usually my gig.
I've got a 6-day growth of a beard, which you can barely see, but it doesn't help. And my face got a little blown up.
I have a walk-in closet. You can come stay here if you want.
Oh, thanks. You're not? Are you gay?
Well, I don't know. You got 20 bucks?
Guys,
What?
maybe.
You have a problem with this? Are you a bigot, Nazi? I'll
No, I'm
fucking
just
start
pulling your
jerking off
chain,
right now,
but not
Dave.
your weenie.
You check your
But your point,
bigotry.
Jim. Okay.
Anyway,
Sorry, yeah,
I'm trying to
sorry.
make a point, which
Oh, yeah,
is
sorry.
now when you raise the picture of all these pathetic, emotionally pathetic snowflakes from the younger generations, it prompts me to think that their emotional condition was formed by a certain set of peculiar conditions of the last 5 years or so, 10 years or so, and conditions are now deteriorating pretty sharply, especially economic conditions. And so the milieu that all of these different factions are operating in and swirling around in, that's going to change tremendously, and it's going to force each faction to change its stance within that set of atmospheric economic conditions. So that, for example, what I'm saying implies that a certain amount of hardship is going to be setting in.
Yep.
And that hardship will be setting in for those snowflakes who are not going to have the luxury of, as the saying goes, living in mom's basement and, living on Oreos.
Yeah.
They're going to have to probably figure out a way to make themselves useful in return for some kind of a livelihood, somehow, some way. And they'll learn the hard way, what it means to have to join the reality-based world. So I don't see those kinds of things as being permanent conditions. The other thing I want to say is that before you even start talking about before you even start talking about how fair the election actually was and how rigged it was, you have to start with the fact that they can't even count the fucking votes. That in itself is so disrespectful to the voters that it's a whole other category of an insult to our civic life.
Agreed, Jim. The only thing I would say is I agree with you about a lot of about those things that you just pointed out, that yes, things are going to get harder. They're all of a sudden now going to have to really be faced with this. But I want to just bring something else up about what I think in terms of when I see the millennial the zeitgeist of the millennial, I guess, fragility, emotional fragility. Look, these kids were, they grew up Y2K. They watched their parents get wiped out. Great financial crisis of 2008. They watched their parents get wiped out again. Like now COVID. This is 3 times they've had any attempt and any chance of building a future for themselves have been taken away from them. And so I don't even blame them for being this way. Don't get me wrong. This was not a judgment.
I get that.
It's really serious. And the problem now is I don't know that we have the time or the luxury to hold their hands, through the 5 stages of grief, the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief, and get to accepting the fact that, yeah, the world sucks, but it's not the Republicans' fault.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that they really have to get past. And I think that, I mean, we've seen this in the past, like the whole rise of like gender fluidity and all this stuff is just, I think it's just I don't mean to be like, I'm not trying to denigrate anybody or anything, but when people are under stress and under incredible amounts of stress and incredible amounts of anxiety that we're all feeling, and we all react to it in different ways, like what always happens? There's always a rise in aberrant behavior, to however you want to define aberrant. Okay. And, like it or not, homosexuality is aberrant behavior simply from a biological point of view. You're not reproducing. Okay. It's not judgment. It's just what it is.
You're not acting like a mammal.
Right. You're not acting like a mammal. You're acting like look, when my goats are under stress, there's an awful lot of anal rape goes on in the buck pen. I get it. Like, it's not normal for them to be caged up this way. And so you see aberrant behavior. Like, it's not a judgment. Okay. So, but it is something that we're not supposed to talk about.
But hey,
that's the part I think that's the part that's really dangerous to the entire society.
I like the idea of someone who's never watched this podcast gives it a click and they just hear, my goats are under stress. There's a lot of anal rape, and they just exit out and go to the next one. And I've just lost somebody. I've just lost somebody forever. To go back, but I think you're right. Aberrant behavior. I mean, I guess you could say like the trauma of World War II. 85 million dead, 14 million men went, or it was 8 million went and served, 425,000 Americans killed. It ends with 2 A bombs, and 20 years later, I mean, you have the 60s. It's like it's kind of like. You go from such like an Uncle Sam, women are assembling artillery shells and men are fighting on the beaches of Normandy. It almost seems like a natural thing that, like, yeah, you come home and you take acid, grow your hair to your ass, and you go like frolic in mud and watch Hendrix. I kind of get it.
The kids do. The parents came home.
You guys are selling it. You guys are barnyard sex and drugs, and
I don't necessarily like agree with. I mean, I look at the 2 years after my older brother took his life, yeah, I gained 67 pounds. I grew my hair out. I was on every drug I could get my hands on. I look back at it now, and I'm like, as bad as it was, I'm like, of course I did that. How the fuck else do you You just go nuts.
No, everybody has their coping mechanisms, dude.
Sure.
Seriously. And this is not a judgment.
No, sure. I get you.
I mean, if I had judgment about homosexuals, my God, I would hate half my family.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate half my family for a different reason, but that has nothing to do with them being homosexual.
Yeah. No, you just hate them for a different reason. No, it's fine.
Yeah,
but hey, what about the generation that's older than those snowflakes? Arguably their parents' generation, who are the ones who are now coming into their power or have been into their power. And they're the ones who are actually, writing the rules for all of this woke nonsense.
No, the boomers are still writing the rules. The Gen X, my generation, is notice that we're being cock-blocked from actually taking power. We're going to go directly from the boomers to the millennials.
Yeah,
you're just going to get bypassed.
Gen X. And from a demographic standpoint, we're not a large enough cohort in terms of numbers to actually affect the vote totals. I mean, I could make all these mechanistic arguments as to why it was actually very easy for them to put the thumb on the scale here and there and just change the mechanism by which we vote, and then get the outcome that they got.
Well, Ron DeSantis is in your generation, right? And
yes, he's the
the fact that people regard him as being so supernaturally charismatic may be that he's one of the rare figures in your generation who's managed to do that.
I agree. Because
There,
I'm not any good at it.
there is a low.
I don't know. Who
Tim
knows?
Tim. I was listening to an old Tim Dillon episode from the pandemic,
So
and it is
I don't
kind
know.
of
What do you
fun.
think, Dave? I'm just throwing stuff. I'm just
I was
like,
about to say,
shit
Dave,
posting.
show me your hands because you haven't said a word yet, and I kind of think you're jerking off.
I'm trying to get him into the conversation.
I did a podcast about 2 weeks ago where I pissed into a mug and then got distracted and took a belt out of it. So I'm just trying to keep my shit together today.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I did that.
You actually did that.
Yeah. Well, part of the problem is I drink a lot of ginger ale, so there was just no visual cues to tell me that the glass I was grabbing was not ginger ale.
Well, it
Also,
was
I
in a
went,
way.
Whoa,
It was in a way with
Gandhi,
this process.
I don't think we can just like,
Gandhi.
brush over that. Like, what the fuck?
Gandhi here. Yeah,
Yeah.
no one ever died from it. There's porn
No,
flicks with
but
it
I
in there.
mean, that's a moment.
Well, that was a moment. Yeah,
I wouldn't
know you were
tell
gonna turn
anybody
the-
about it,
turn-
though.
I didn't
know
tell
you were
the
gonna turn the
host till after it
podcast
was
into-
over.
Jesus Christ.
I think on top of all that, a couple things come to mind. One is I think this is going to be the first serious economic downturn of which I think it's going to be the most serious. I think it's going to be an absolute ass kicker.
Mhm.
Too much fuel to be burnt off at this point. In which we've entered it not from a state of euphoria, but from a state of being pissed off. So I think when you're at the top of the market cycle, you might be heading into a Nikkei-like awfulness or worse. And to start out pissed off, I just have trouble picturing. Tom just froze up, I think.
Yeah, no, he said it. He said there's bad weather there, so it's doing this on and off.
And so I don't know what bottom you plumb socially when you start there. The second thing is on top of all this, the young guys have gotten pounded, and they absolutely have. We have also, corrupted their brains with some pretty screwed up ideas. So I don't think it's just a coping mechanism that they're turning to socialism. I think we taught it to them. And so
for sure.
I get accused of no. See, I think the universities are not the source because I think by the time they get here, they're ready to go. They're primed. So I think it starts with this innocuous, seemingly irrefutable idea that everyone should be treated well, and real simple ideas from daycare, and then you start shaping it. You start making a plot line, and next thing you know, equity and equality and various things start getting a little jumbled together, and over the next total 20 years, you're now primed. It reminds me a little bit of an analysis I read by, I think it was Crichton, about Mormonism, where on the surface it's fine, but they're too close to a precipice, in which it's easy to go over. And part of it, I think, is because in Mormonism, you don't just talk to God, he talks back. And that's kind of an oddity. So in any event, I think we really have created I don't know what generation to call it, a big wad of people who are primed to not support capitalism, primed to support socialism. And therefore, as the going gets tough, you know what they're going to turn to.
Yeah.
I don't think the other question I've been laboring over is,
wait a minute, what? Violent revolution?
Well, that's the downside, but they're at least going to vote for stupid stuff that's going to nauseate anyone who believes in price discovery and, eat what you kill sort of thinking. The other question, that's right. You get what you do, you get what you earn, right? Meritocracy. I think the other issue that we face, and it just left my head, so I'm probably not going to come back, but fuck, never mind.
Sorry,
Never
Dave.
mind. That's okay. I'm so bad now. I go to cut a sentence out of a paragraph to put it somewhere, and by the time I get there, I go, I don't remember what was in that sentence, so I don't know where to paste it. Right? I mean,
Stop me before I sub-reference again, in the immortal words of Dennis Miller.
To go back to what you said, Tom, is that getting ballots out, and we've made it easy for everyone.
Oh, wait, let me ask my question. It just came to me.
Sure.
Is there a fundamental philosophical difference between being right wing and left wing that guarantees the left will cheat and the right will do so less? Now, there's people, if you're left wing listening to this, you're going to say, why do you think you don't cheat? Well, I'm a right winger, so maybe that's my bias. But it seems to me that the Democrats are outplaying the Republicans in part because they're playing a no holds barred game, which Tom sort of implied. And the Republicans are, so it's almost a political sociopathy where the Republicans are self-constraining. They're saying, "Oh, we don't do that," and they'll do an awful lot of bad stuff. Anyone who thinks Republicans are going to save the day if they get in power is nuts, right?
Yeah,
They're
right.
psychotic, but they seem to not be able to play nose to nose against the Democrats on this dirty shit. Is that a philosophical
isn't it
difference?
obvious? I mean, it's a cliche that the left is using the Saul Alinsky playbook, which is basically
Right.
the ends justify the means. It's such a terrible cliche that I'm a little embarrassed to mention it, but it seems to be true. I mean, I've wondered. Yeah, I'll introduce an idea that also may get you kicked off YouTube.
I've been kicked off YouTube since last August. So I don't know what you guys are concerned
well,
about.
anyway, you know, as an American Jew, it really disturbs me no end that so much of this election fuckery is being conducted by American Jewish lawyers like Mark Elias and David Laufman and Michael Sussman and the whole lawfare crew. Really, really disturbs me. I think I understand a little about where it comes from, but it's become so perverted now that it's almost unrecognizable. You know, I believe that it comes from that evolution of what happened when the European Jews moved to America. And they had to kind of give up the idea that animated Judaism for a long time about the return to Zion being the most important thing about being a Jew. And the American Jews, the Jews who came here from Europe, succeeded so wildly in America. They did so well in this wide open capitalist fantasy system that they landed in at the absolute peak of the evolution of the industrial age, you know, the early 20th century. That they had to find a new way to animate their Jewishness, and the answer was actually provided by an American rabbi. I believe he was an American rabbi, and I don't remember his name. I'm not much of a historian of my own Jewishness, but the idea was a proposition in Hebrew called Tikkun Olam, Tikkunolam, and it means in Hebrew, heal the world. And from there, the American Jews go on in the 20th century with all the tremendous success that they're having in business and Hollywood and you know, really all these great money-making endeavors. They go on to fund the civil rights movement because they recognize, especially after the end of the Second World War, that any effort to end prejudice in the world, especially after the Holocaust, will benefit the Jewish people. So they take up the cause of American Black people and this great civil rights campaign to bring, you know, justice and freedom and to Black America. And that evolves too. You know, one of the ways it evolves is that it's not particularly successful as it goes along, in the sense that they're not really able to uplift as much of the Black underclass as they hoped that they would. And that becomes a great kind of painful and shameful disappointment to the American Jewish community. And then they try to introduce all kinds of workarounds for that, like multiculturalism, which is a way of saying, well, you know, if the minority communities can't behave decently, we'll just have different standards of behavior in America and different cultures and behavior. And they did that for about 20 years or 25 years. And, you know, that brings us to the, you know, finally, the whole thing just gets so crazy that you end up with, you know, Black Lives Matter and trans sexualism and you know, all of this extreme pathological victimization cult. And oddly enough, you have this generation now of, I guess they're Gen X Jewish lawyers like Mark Elias, who are putting so much energy into fucking up the electoral system. And it's really such an evil thing to do. And, it grows out of that whole evolution of, trying to be do-gooders and heal the world. But it's ended up being so perverse. Anyway, that's my interpretation. I don't want to hog the time here, but I'm curious
No, it's
about what you
brilliant.
other guys think about that.
It's
I think
brilliant.
I think you're onto something in that, in the hubris of this, of trying to not replicate the horror of World War II. I read something recently, or I read a description recently of the most generous way of describing Klaus Schwab as he's not a Nazi. He's the exact opposite of a Nazi. What he actually he's going to use basically those tactics in order to get to get what he wants, which is to say he so fervently believes that nationalism or tribalism was the cause of World War II that he wants to do everything imaginable to stamp it out. And so now we have to have a culturalist massless society that's of pure and kept in line, and everybody's tribal instincts kept in line through technocratic control. I think it's a mixture of those things, Jim. And then what I've talked about in the past is that when you have people who are successful, they have this terrible and if you hear something clomping in the background, that's Greza. She needs to get milked. All I want to say is that when you think about these you have people who have been successful, they get seduced into believing that because they've been successful, their ideas were the right ideas, and therefore they want those ideas need to then be spread and propagated. And I think that that's part of the problem here, and that tends towards the God complex. And once you have people who are in that mode and they've placed themselves there and they don't bow to any higher power, then they accept no limit on their behavior.
Yeah, there's another
And
thing going on too, Tom, which is the fact that so many women have been inserted into the political scene, that politics now is driven strictly by emotional, promptings.
I heard you say that in another podcast. I could see you tiptoeing out on the thin ice going, okay, be careful, here I come.
Yeah.
No, you
Well,
can say whatever you want here. I don't care.
Well,
there it is.
it is going to be posted.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Let me insert an alternative kind of view that's not really a different view, but rather a whole other way of looking at it. And some of you might know this book, but I read this very short, but to me, a profound book called The True Believer by Eric Hoffer.
Oh, sure.
And I hadn't read it. And what for the listener's sake, even if the three of you have read it, Eric Hoffer, written in 1953, talks about the origin of mass movements. And if you look around, everything's a mass movement now. Absolutely everything. Whether it's MAGA, whether it's Antifa, whether it's, you name it, everything's a mass movement. Politics, critical race theory. And Hoffer talks about how they start. They start with intellectuals. There's your Jew argument right there, right? Oftentimes they're intellectuals inside an academic setting. For example, there's where critical race theory comes from, and modern monetary theory and crap like that. It gets grabbed by the most interesting group in the mass movement. That's what he calls the fanatics, which are the ones who really are the oxygen that give the mass movement. And these are people who don't have shit to show for their lives. He's very unflattering about it. He says he says these are people who have no reason not to endorse change because what they've got sucks, and so they think anything would be better. And by attaching to that wagon, they feel more important because they're part of a big thing. And by attaching to a big thing, like I hate Donald Trump, they also are able to take their sense of being a miserable wretch who's lost control of their lives and blame someone else for it. So it distances themselves from them being the problem. And the really interesting part of it that caught me off guard, besides the fact that it explained everything we see today, is that he says there's almost invariably a sacrifice involved. And so if you're an ancient cleric or something, you give up all earthly belongings, you live on a platform 40 feet off the ground for 40 years, that sort of thing. You flog yourself, you don't talk to anyone in the monastery. More recently, however, you decide that you shouldn't be driving a gas-powered vehicle. You decide that you should give up, beef and eat worms and things like that. And that's really struck me, because the sense of sacrifice, maybe that also allows them to say, and therefore the fact that I don't have shit to show is because I'm sacrificing.
Because I'm righteous.
It's because I'm righteous. And then he finishes when I don't have as clear a view of the rightness of this, but he says, men of action, he calls them, either show up or don't. If they don't show up, he says, often the movement ends in tragedy. And if they do show up, sometimes the movement becomes something important. And he also mentions that there's serial mass movers. He even points out, he said, you don't know what mass movement is going to be. What you have is this fertile field of people who are waiting for a mass movement. They just want something. Where does that take us today? Well, we are in a massively imbalanced wealth inequality problem. It's going to get worse. This will be a standing army of fanatics like we've never seen before. I have this theory that FDR kind of intuitively spotted that and said, while they were battling Trotskyites versus capitalists, the capitalists had boned it pretty badly, according to the fact they were in the middle of a depression. FDR was not just some progressive lefty. He was an insider. He knew what he was doing. And I think he said, we have got to compromise hard. We've got to go big. We got to take it to the hoop, because these bastards are going to come at us if we don't. And they're going to take it away, and they're going to become a bunch of lefties, and then we're going to lose the game. And so he came in with his social programs that the right hate, but in fact might have saved capitalism.
It was a pressure release valve.
That's right. He realized that the mass movement was about to get ugly.
Oh,
it's an interesting view of FDR that the right tends to hammer him for just being the bad guy.
I like FDR. I like him because when he was presented with the idea of the uranium bomb, he didn't hesitate. He just said, "Do it." That was badass. Sorry to interrupt, but no, I think that's okay. I think that's brilliant. No, I think that's yeah. If you see this thing swelling up, you can't
do something.
Yeah, if you see it bubbling up, you can't just ignore it. You got to push it and then maybe put a pin in it and just guide it.
Yeah.
So how much how much was Black Lives Matter and Antifa how
release valve
seriously represent that particular faction of crazies?
I wonder if it was a release valve.
Well, it also looks like it came from overseas too. So
well, yeah.
The other complicating factor is you've got people who would love, the Davos crowd or whatever. I never know what to call them, but the guys who think that the United States stands between them and their goal, because we can project militarily.
The short term now it's the British crown.
That's right. And so we got to get rid of the U.S. We got to get rid of the sovereign border idea. We got to get rid of all this stuff. And as a consequence, anything that tears us to shreds is considered good news by that group.
Fair game.
Absolutely. No, that is the overriding thing that I see everywhere.
Yeah.
And the more I really look at I've been doing this a lot recently, and I ignored this for a long time. So maybe I'm overcorrecting for my unwillingness to indict the British Crown for their many crimes against America for the last 250 years. But I mean, I can make the argument now that I've been in many ways wrong about the recent unpleasantness. I mean, the Civil War, because that was the British Crown trying to break the United States apart in the lead up to by backing the South. And part of the reason why the Crown is absolutely so angry with the Russians is because Peter the Great backed the Union, backed Lincoln in the Union, and the goal, of course, was to break the United States up in order to be able to eventually retake the colonies, because they were still angry at having lost them in the first place. And I've been saying a lot in almost every interview that I do that, you know, the British Crown has been trying to take the colonies back since the day after Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown. And I think that that's a very, it's a pithy way of saying the history of America. And Murray Rothbard talked about this and wrote multiple books about this problem, which is that the history of banking in America is really the history of America. And so we can trace a lot of American foreign policy and American domestic policy by the vagaries of the financial system, which was always tied back to the European colonial powers in some sincere way, obviously through, you know, trade and so many other things. And because of that, and then, you know, investment, debt, all that. Let's go back to let's take an example that continually pops into my head now when thinking about the Civil War. The Panic of 1857 was the first transcontinental or intercontinental financial crisis, right? The railroad banks in Ohio and New York all got into trouble, you know, having overinvested in just the railroad boom. And James Buchanan refused to bail the banks out. The banks came to him and, you know, they wanted help and everything else. And Buchanan said, no, I don't have the power to do that. And he, you know, shored up the state banks with enough silver in order to keep the liquidity flowing locally so that the local economies were fine. And he forced all the banks to shut down. And they all shut down for over a month. And the European banks did the same thing. And they tried to figure it out amongst themselves. And a whole lot of people lost a whole lot of money. And the political fallout for that was that Buchanan wasn't even nominated by his own party in 1860, and we wound up, as Tom DiLorenzo put it in the Real Lincoln, a railroad banker from Illinois versus a railroad lawyer from Illinois versus a railroad lawyer from Illinois, Douglas versus Lincoln. So no matter who lost, the bankers won. Now, which bankers? Obviously, City of London. Okay, and that was the beginning of the downfall of it was Lincoln destroyed the Union in order to save it from a constructionist and from a federalist perspective, certainly. But at the same time, it was one of those classic Hobson's choices that these colonialist, you know, the globalists always put us in. And they did it then, and they're doing it to us now.
Well, how would you update that to fit into the template of our
today?
Ukrainian adventure of the moment?
It absolutely tracks that. And it's not really that, it's actually about the election fraud. Okay, it's about rubbing our noses in and setting us up for setting the United States up for as the bad guy globally, trying to foment World War III. And guess who's standing back going, well, we're not really a party to the conflict, even though we're giving weapons to it, even though we're putting on the same sanctions that the Americans are. But it's the Americans who are leading all the foreign policy, even though it's Boris Johnson that blew up the peace deal between Ukraine and Russia back in April, even though it's the Brits who blew up Nord Stream 2, even though it's the Brits who gave the Ukrainians the help to blow up the Kerch Strait Bridge, blah, 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 blah.
But all those things the Europeans are doing are just helping them commit suicide as industrial economies.
Because you can't have a communist takeover without a toilet paper crisis and destroy and a functioning middle class. So you have to destroy the German middle class as well. So
every major decision by a politician doesn't just look bad. It looks like it's about as bad as you could imagine.
Right.
And so it really looks
think that
premeditated bad.
That's vandalism.
Right. No, that's right. And so when you're looking at a potential famine and you tell your farmers not to grow food, it's just
or you're
beyond
looking at a structural shortage in diesel fuel and you want to put a price cap on Russian oil.
That's right. Oh, and that's exactly right. And it made no sense. And every decision looks like it's a decidedly wrong decision, not just misguided. Not just misguided.
It's policy, folks. It's not incompetence. I'm sorry. Everybody's saying that it's incompetence. And this is part of the problem that I have with a lot of the commentators in what I would like to call the dissidents in the left. I'm talking specifically now about people like my friend Garland Nixon or Pepe Escobar or Caitlin Johnson. Caitlin Johnson, I consider a friend. I consider her a soulless twat. But all of them, How
did you get to the point?
I said that to her face, so I can give a shit. I think that all of them are so anti-American because they can't see, because they believe fundamentally in a kind of European communism or corporatism is better, and technocracy is better than American exceptional corporatocracy. And therefore, it's so excuse the Indians when they get, but absolutely it's not acceptable for the Americans because they just don't understand that the monetary system is just as important, and the mechanism of the monetary system is just as important as the American military. The American military was built on all this money. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's used as shock troops by globalist powers to go around and bomb brown people and subjugate them around the world.
Yeah.
Yet
And
the
it's
monetary system appears to be out of the control of the people who are supposed to control the monetary system. So, how's that working?
You'll note that I keep telling you that I think that the commercial banking interests in the United States are finally saying, you know what, we're not going down this road. They have the incentive to say no to the Great Reset, to Klaus Schwab, to Europe, to the European Union, and all the rest of it. Because again, we start getting into central bank digital currencies and all this stuff. And it just all tracks for me that at this moment in time, when we're under this kind of crisis, we're under this kind of stress, that when there's no more blood to get from us, because they can't run the system anymore and extract any more wealth from us. Well, what do the sharks have to do at this point? When there's no more chum in the water, the sharks all have to turn on each other.
Yeah.
And that's where I think we are. And that's why I can make the argument that the New York money center banks, the New York boys, and the Federal Reserve are running an operation to bankrupt Europe.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense to me. If I were Jamie Dimon, this is what I would be telling Jerome Powell to do. And because I'm not going to make any money with ESG and climate change.
No,
you can't seduce me enough with carbon credits.
Yeah.
Blowing up the pipeline was the most extraordinary move I've ever seen, I think.
Which one?
Blowing up the pipeline.
Oh, absolutely.
There's this extraordinary. I'm going, you just blew up the pipeline? I would be pissed off if I were Germany.
Yeah, and I don't understand where a guy like
I think the Germans were involved
stands and I don't understand how the German public has actually said they haven't said boo about the thing in the last 2
except
months.
for the media doesn't let boo come out.
Yeah,
well, Germany's they're so fucking cucked and still so guilty.
Yes.
World War II. They're afraid. It's like what Mike Tyson said on Rogan a couple of years ago. He's like, he doesn't even talk about working out because he's afraid of activating that part of his brain again and becoming a beast. And then I think he got back into fighting. You can see the difference.
He did.
2 years later, he's not laughing on the podcast anymore. You see, it's the shark's eyes turning black. Right. Germany doesn't know, which is almost kind
Bruce
of
the shark. Bruce the shark.
Oh, that
Bruce the shark.
Fish on Fred. Just a boy. That's what I literally. That's what I always think of. I think of Bruce smelling the blood and like, oh, that's nice. But like, that's what it is. And talking about the pressure release valve, maybe that's what we're not seeing in Germany. Is they're going from we're not going to do anything to one day they're just all going to start fucking, throwing down their art school applications, and it's going to be horrifying.
Well, what's funny is the last time I spoke with Alexander Mercouris over at the Duran, we talked about Germany. And he said, and Alex knows Germany far better than I think all of us combined, because he's been to Germany, he's got family in Germany, yada, yada, yada. And he said, Tom, if you think British media and American media is Russophobic, you've never read German media. German media makes ours look literally like RT. And so the German people are and still, and no matter how Russophobic the German media is, most Germans aren't that Russophobic. They would just rather not get involved in another war. They're also very conservative with their money, and they're going to be, and as you pointed out, Tommy, I think you're right in that there's a certain amount of societal guilt and a racial guilt within the society that they do not want to go down that route. And but look, note what the German government is doing. They're going to spend $300 billion over the next 10 years rearming.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to be an expeditionary force? Or do you think that's going to be an extra expeditionary force to basically be a European police force?
I think they're going to discover that they actually don't have the money. They don't have the scratch
I know they
to
don't
do
have
that.
the money.
Yeah, by April.
The Fed goes to 6%, Jim. They don't have the money.
Yeah,
but didn't stop them last time.
Well, here's a question.
They had wheelbarrows of worthless Reichsmarks, and then 10 years later, they had the first jet plane.
Now they
I
won't
mean,
even have those because they don't have the pulp.
that is
They won't
true.
have the trees to make the money.
That
Yeah.
You
is
can't
true.
burn CBDCs.
I mean, yeah, that's true. We
Well,
really,
if the American bankers have really formed an opposition to this European WEF Marxist crazy environmental nut job movement, um, why are they not supporting the only other American faction, which is on their side, which is basically MAGA
Well, they
Republicans?
kind of
Right,
are, Jim.
right.
They kind of are because Wall Street's moving to Miami.
I think their schism is also in the, not that I have any expertise on
I
this.
think they're already ahead of us. I think they
think-
already know that this is over.
Are they going to use their money to defend those people who are really
They're probably doing
really
it through dark.
being
They're probably doing it through dark money.
persecuted?
And well, there's a lot going on here, but I think that this process, this is a process here, and I think what they're doing right now is I did this thing with Francis Hunt this morning, and one of the things I tried to explain, and Francis agreed with me when I put it this way, is like, look, the reason they're so pissed off with Putin over Ukraine is not because Putin invaded. It's because they had plans to invade the Donbass in the middle of March, and Putin went first. He
Who's
invaded
they?
Wait, we?
the NATO, Davos,
Okay.
the neocons, those guys, the Brits, like they had their plan in place. And my dog, by the way, agrees with me.
Hell
Yes,
yeah.
Camino, go get him.
Hell yeah.
That Putin went first, and he upset all their plans, and he changed their time schedule. In the same way, I think the Federal Reserve is doing the same thing. What they tried to do with Powell, I think Powell wanted to start raising.
So wait a
interest
minute,
rates
what
last
were
summer.
we going to do? What was
hold on,
NATO
you
Oh,
gotta-
going to
we
do?
were massive, a big old friggin' force in on the front line. They were going to invade the Donbass.
I'm going to
They were
elaborate
going to push.
that.
They were going to push the separatists. They were going to push right to the Russian border.
So they were amassing Azov battalion troops. I know that.
Mhm.
Those guys were basically going to ride the Ruskies out of the eastern provinces.
That's the, I have heard that from multiple sources that was the plan, and it was going to happen in the middle of March.
That wasn't going to be an
And-
overt U.S. operation. That was going to be, we
It
were
was
going to
again
fund
still
it.
going to be a
Never is.
covert. The U.S. has been giving them.
Okay,
it's been
I
running
thought-
the war in Ukraine.
I thought you were saying we were going to invade.
No, not us, but
Gotcha.
through
NATO.
using the
I
Ukrainian
mean,
army.
I mean,
which is,
I mean, it
which
is us.
which is the biggest army in all of, which is the one of the second largest. We created the second largest standing army in the world
Ukraine.
in Ukraine. Like Ukraine
How-
was
how
an
big
army
is-
of
how big-
trained of like 400,000, 500,000 men. It wasn't small.
Boy, that's not
We
the
dumped
numbers.
billions
I'm
in there,
hearing.
and over the 8 years of the Minsk agreements, which
Right.
were purely designed as a time buying operation. Angela Merkel finally admitted it last fall.
So do you think
Purely
that?
a time buying operation to get Ukraine armed and trained to invade the Donbass
So
and take
we're
back Crimea.
so we're pissed at Russia because we've been
Because they
prepping our
went first.
toy since 2014. We've been
Speak for
prepping our little
yourself.
playhouse.
I'm
No.
writing a whopping chunk for me. I started this process not knowing where Ukraine was on the map, so
Right.
I'm starting from a dead cold start.
Right.
But
I still don't know.
I'm steel manning Putin's case since no one else is.
Oh, I am. I've been.
I
think we
know,
all
I know.
are.
I've been paying attention, but for the most part, this message is not getting out, right? And I'm trying to put it together. And so I look at Putin, and he looks like an incredibly rational player to me.
Yes.
I that's not to say he's not tough. As I've said many times to people, Trudeau could not run Russia, and not that he hasn't whacked people, but I find him to be unbelievably direct when confronted.
Yep.
And I find him to be unbelievably use non-mitigated language.
Yes.
And I look at it, and I was on a Zoom call with a clergyman, believe it or not, and somehow this came up, and he said, "Well, by definition, Putin's in the wrong." And I said, "Well, I'm going to challenge you on that." I said, let's say I'm sitting there, sort of nose to nose with some guy, and it's pretty clear this is not going to go well. Once I realize this is not going to go well, my very next move is to figure out how to make sure that I get in the first punch and the guy ends up in a coma on the floor.
Yep.
And so once Putin realized he could not in any way negotiate with NATO or anyone that NATO had their hooks into, He had to. He had
made
to
a
move. He
Huh.
had to move. He had to move.
No, absolutely he had to. I've been arguing this, and this is the same point I've been making. Like, and they say that he invaded a sovereign country. I would say, I'm sorry, but
Oh,
Ukraine
we've
is not a
never done
sovereign country.
that.
That's our
So
fucking
Ukraine hasn't been a
We-
sovereign country
That's
since
that's
the fall
our
of the
job.
Soviet Union.
Yes.
Like anybody who says that is just, I mean, and I mean, and I don't care. I don't care about international law at this point because nobody, all those arguments just ring false with me. I've argued this with my partner Dexter White about this, and he's like makes these arguments over and over again. And he and I absolutely come to loggerheads over this. And I keep I'm like, sorry, I just don't buy it. I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. I'm sorry. If you're in his position, you're not buying it either.
Okay,
like-
now hold on a second.
it-
Hold on a second. If if these occult financial powers in the USA, Jamie Dimon and that whole gang,
Doll.
blank fine.
if they are at war with Davos and the WEF and these European punks, then why aren't they going after the left in America? Why are
Well,
why
they can,
why
they
is
can
it
only
why are
take
they
on,
letting
they can
America
only take on they can only take on where they're in the domain where they're strong. I
Do
mean,
we
let me-
know? Do we know who sorry to interrupt you, Tom. Do we know who all the financiers who helped Elon Musk are? Because he had a lot of financiers that helped him. That could maybe that was their first
Well,
overt punch.
let me try and
Sorry. Yeah.
remember. You fight in the domains where you're strong, right? Their strength is in they have control ultimately what they've been setting up, I think, for years now. The opportunity to decouple American capital markets from European capital markets. And I've made this argument for close to a year now about the implementation of SOFR is the means by which the United States banking system can stay decoupled from the European banking system because our debt's not indexed to LIBOR anymore. So they can't use LIBOR as a whip in order to force the Fed to pivot by creating the same amount of stress they're under and recreating that stress over here. Okay.
So your model, by the way, is really important because in the debate going on of when Powell's going to pivot, I think your model says Powell's going to ream him.
Yes.
So
I think Powell goes to 6%. Dave, I've been saying all year, Powell's going to go to 6%.
Well, I have too, but I hadn't thought in terms of a geopolitical hammer job. I thought.
I
thought he would not pivot because he realized it was game day and he had to deal with inflation. You're saying he's not going to pivot because he wants to bring Europe to its knees.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's an interesting
I've been saying
model.
explicitly, and Danielle DiMartino Booth said this in the Hedge Eye interview she did on the 13th of October. She said explicitly the same thing that I've been saying. The Fed is not raising interest rates to combat inflation.
Right.
Powell
she wants to break the Putin put for starters.
She wants to you kill the Fed put and you do a controlled demolition of the leveraged loan market. And the leveraged loan market is the offshore leveraged loan market, which is otherwise known as the leveraged offshore dollar market. Who controls that market? King Charles, Frankfurt, Milan, Amsterdam. Come on, let's do the math. All the old colonial powers, their money is all tied up in. They made a fortune levering up zero cost offshore dollars. The European banking system is uniquely vulnerable to a rate shock, which is why Lagarde had to do the TPI, the toilet paper initiative. I mean, the transmission protection instrument. It's true, turn the euro into toilet paper. But why she has to maintain credit spreads internally within the EU, and her only option then is to crush the euro. If you're going to maintain credit spreads, then you have to crush the euro in the process. And that's why the euro hit 95 cents earlier in the year. Yeah, we got to bounce back to $1.03. I don't know about anybody else, but if you're not shorting the euro at $1.03, like you're not playing the game, because it's clearly overvalued, because Powell's going to raise another 75 basis points in December.
So, hey, just a second. So what's the consequence of that move? Because Europe is already going medieval. Okay. So
not
they're
there
not in a
yet.
very strong position in any way.
No, they're not.
But the U.S. economy is cracking up too. So
Yeah,
where
it
does that
is.
leave both the U.S. and Europe?
It's gonna be a we're both coming down, but they're gonna come down more. And everybody's focused on Europe not having enough gas to get through this winter. That's not the problem. They have enough gas to get through the winter. It'll be tough. They'll get through it. How are they going to get through next winter?
Yeah, I've heard that from several people. The delay surprises me.
Well,
The
by the
other
way,
thing is Russia.
the medieval period was more than 1 year.
I hear it's
No,
like
no. What I mean
400 or
is,
500.
what I mean is, Jim, is that why these midterm elections bothered me so much is that we had the opportunity to send a message and to get control of the Congress to slow this road to hell and actually to start the turn, right? Unfortunately, as we talked about at the beginning of the show, the mechanisms in place are such that they have a mechanistic control over the election system. And so now the Fed is in real trouble. Now they're going to come under. You think the Fed's been under pressure now? You just wait for 3 weeks from now, or a month from now, or 2 months from now, because as the economy turns down, the pressure on the Fed to stop raising rates is going to be immense. But what they have to do is they have to come at it from the fiscal side. They have to force the Fed to pivot. How do you force the Fed to pivot? You force the Fed to pivot by forcing them to monetize $6 trillion worth of unnecessary spending. That's what Build Back Better was about. Why that failure? So you want to know why? You asked the question as to why. I firmly think that last year, Diamond and company were all behind Manchin and Sinema, saying no to Build Back Better, no to the infrastructure bill, no to any of that. That was all basically UBI. All right. When you look at the bill, the smaller versions of those bills that were passed, they're all kind of classical stimulus. Well, if the states ask for that money, there'll be a slush fund that we can then print the money to do it. But if they don't ask for the money, then it's not going to be, then the spending won't happen. So it's tax breaks, it's tax incentives, it's indirect stimulus. It's not direct injection of money into the supply, which the Treasury will have to issue debt for, which the Fed will have to monetize because there's no appetite for it overseas, right? That means the Fed. So the Fed. That's how you force the Fed into a pivot. We're not, and so between SOFR and the lack of fiscal spending coming from Congress. So if they steal the House, guys, and they steal the Senate, expect they're going to push everything through. And the only thing that stops that, I hate to say this, is an armed insurrection on the Capitol and just taking them all out and putting them in jail.
I'm waiting for January 6th for that.
I mean, I'm looking at the board, and as I look at the board that way, and you guys all know that that's what that's the way I look at all this stuff. To me, this is all just a big game of like friggin' imperial or diplomacy or whatever. That's the way I look at it. I'm like, okay, well, these are the strategic moves you have to make.
I gotta say that if
players at the table.
For the legal record, my podcast can't endorse that. Just for the legal record.
What's that?
The armed insurrection.
The armed insurrection. I don't recommend it.
I know you don't. I know you don't. But
I mean, I'm not. I never. I know. Never, this, either that, or we just have to accept the fact that it's going to have to that we're on the path to a political dissolution of the United States, which also falls into
which will inevitably lead
plays into their hands, because what happens to the $31 trillion worth of sovereign debt? See, the whole point here is to try and keep this contained in Europe so that the capital that's left in Europe doesn't leave Europe. What they don't want to see is a mass exodus of what capital is left in Europe out. They're desperately trying to hold.
Who's they? Tell
money.
me they. Who's they? You keep saying they,
Davos.
but I'm not sure what.
Davos,
okay.
the old European colonial powers.
Right.
So the British Crown,
got it.
The European Union.
Need to make sure I wasn't on the wrong team.
Yeah. So everything we're seeing from from a headline point of view is how can we make the United States look more and more and more dysfunctional? Because capital freezes when it comes to uncertainty. The political uncertainty surrounding the Trump presidency. What happened? The dollar was really weak during the Trump presidency. Why? It had nothing to do with COVID, had nothing to do with anything else. It had everything to do with just constantly hounding that Trump was not in control of his own government. And that kept the dollar weak. And Europe kept saying, we're inevitable, we're doing this, we're making these moves. The ECB was very tight with their monetary policy, relatively speaking, blah, 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 blah. No
It
fiscal
seems
stimulus.
to me that
What's
if
that?
your scenario plays out and the party of chaos, as I like to call them, succeeds in stealing the election, I see quite a violent reaction to that itself. You know, I
Me
don't
too.
think you'll have to wait until the new Democratic, theoretically, Democratic Congress is sworn in and they start to jam every possible piece of legislation through. I think that the
So do
winter
I.
will be a
This
winter
is
I
why I
of
don't
think
want.
the
That's
I
why I
think
come
the,
down on the side of I don't want DeSantis to run in 2024. I
I
don't want him
think
going to Washington. They'll eat him alive.
right. I think the vote count delay could be the equivalent of 14 days to flatten the curve.
Mhm.
Um, and the problem is that by the time they take the House and the Senate, people will be worried about the next whatever.
Right.
And in fact, that's my theory as to why they leaked the Supreme Court story out.
Sure.
Was it gave people a chance to burn off steam while it was still a theoretical construct.
The thing I'm worried about is an escalation of the war in Ukraine. That war spending is going to be the way that they neuter the Fed.
I don't think the American people want
I don't
to
think
do
they
that
do
at
either.
all.
But
I'm not sure we have a say though.
I know we don't have a say. That's the problem. Jim.
I'm not so sure about that.
I mean, I'd like to be wrong, but my inner cynic at this point says they're going to try regardless.
I think it would be
Well,
a
the other
really
thing that-
reckless move at this point.
The other thing that troubles
I know
me, and whether
that this is like a Chinese finger trap for them. The
Yeah.
more they try to wriggle out of the trap that they've set for themselves, the worse it gets. But they're psychopaths, and psychopaths double down until they are beaten down,
Mhm.
and that's the problem.
All
And that's
right.
what we're dealing
I'll
with.
be right back. Keep talking.
it also it seems like garishness is part of the story to me. It seems like it's not just to win. Like, for example, when they beat down the truckers, they didn't need to just get the truckers to go away. They had to completely bitch slap them.
Yes.
And they had to show that you cannot win this battle. You cannot. Joe Sixpack cannot win going, especially because there's truckers in every country, so you could have a global spring real fast.
They almost
If the truckers had won that. The American truckers, by the way, having been beaten down by January 6th, were not going to rally. They smelled a trap and they said, we're not going there. But everything looks to me like it's intended to be so garish that they're flaunting it. And I don't think it's just arrogance. I think it's a strategic decision to say, look, you are helpless, right? They're waterboarding us.
Hmm.
Yes, Dave. Absolutely. They're rubbing our noses in it.
So I'm reading a
Rubbing
book
our
called
noses.
Chaos, and it's about the Charles Manson murders. And it's not an easy read because it's too long for ultimately the punchline, but it's a very good book. But I'm doing an audiobook. Manson, it really does appear, I'm almost done. It appears the Manson family were absolutely CIA driven the whole way. And it gets to the
What?
question, oh yeah, the Manson family, the story is an amazing story. So if you dig deep under the surface, it turns out everything about the Manson story falls apart. They did the killing, but these guys were tied to a PSYOP clinic in Haight-Ashbury where a whole bunch of CIA guys were running studies on what psychedelics do to people and can you change people's thought processes, and the guy does an excellent job of making it sound like it's legit. I mean, he really doesn't go over the top. He doesn't throw shit around. He talks about the frustration trying to get information, which makes the book too long. But but it really does look like a game of trying to manipulate people's thinking on a wholesale level. And in fact, the guys running the Haight-Ashbury Clinic where Manson was going routinely, the guy was actually part of the MK Ultra program at Harvard. And so the whole thing connects. And then you realize that was actually one of the first mass killings. Right, that was an early one, and then after that, you get other things, and you get. I was asked on a panel discussion. They said, "I tell you what, we want you to do." They gave me 10 minutes warning. I want you to present a conspiracy without defending it. Let the audience ask questions. So there were 3 of us, and the conspiracy I threw out is that the mass shootings, many if not most, are sovereign state driven. And I actually think they are young kids who are being brainwashed into doing this. This book has left me more convinced than ever because it's right on the money. I mean, it's right on the money. And so that's why I wonder about their garishness if they're not applying this brainwashing thinking on just colossal scales, like the vaccine. They don't seem to care that they've been caught dead to rights that the vaccine shit. And they're still pushing it on kids. And I go, how is that possible?
Yeah.
How is it possible they don't back away? And Brett Weinstein said the most amazing thing to him is that when it became clear, they just doubled down. Yeah. And he said that was the thing that bothered him the most. And that might not be because of greed or just sociopathy. It may be a tactically important part of the game.
To never question.
No question. No question. I think.
What do you guys think? I had on Dr. McCullough 2 days ago. He was talking about what?
He's gone dark. He went from being a doctor to a conspiracy theorist in a wholesale way.
I love Dr. McCullough. He's my
I know, but all the anti-vaxxers, the serious anti-vaxxers, have all gone total deep state dark.
Explain to I missed what you're describing. I haven't checked in with Dr. McCullough.
There's been something it's coming out. It's called the DARPA Adept Program.
Oh yeah, I saw a headline. I didn't read it.
And it's ADEPT came out. ADEPT came out in 2012, and it seems that like the entire vaccine rollout was, and I haven't looked enough into it. The entire vaccine rollout was a DoD program that started in 2012, and it's been rolled out under the facade of Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Johnson & Johnson. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the implications of that are. But it's seeming like this whole thing is a DoD program. I don't know.
Well, there's 36 biolabs in Ukraine.
I mean,
all roads
it's
lead
hard
to Ukraine,
not to be a conspiracy. In Dr. McCullough's
That's
defense,
right.
How do you not be a conspiracy?
Well,
you see all this, you're like, all right.
You look at the Clinton Foundation, you say, who's the biggest donor? And it turns out it's Ukraine. Ukraine is the Clinton Foundation's biggest donor.
It can't not be a conspiracy. In 1973, when they released publicly the Zapruder film for the first time, and you see his head go back into the left, you can't not go, huh? That's
yeah,
funny.
but that one you can shake off for a long time ago. But like, for example, in this book, Chaos about the Mansons, what he has discovered is he found troves of MK Ultra files. They thought they had destroyed them all. They tried, and I thought, I guess this conspiracy theory is probably true. Apparently, in the 70s, this thing got headline press nonstop.
Yeah, that's why.
So this thing really was true. Well, but they didn't. They left 16,000 papers in a warehouse by mistake.
Yeah,
what he's discovered is what he's finding in these 16,000 is what the feds gave to the church commission.
Yeah,
was bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't match up with the church commission who investigated this crap. They fed him crap.
Yeah, dude.
So that this never stopped. If the CIA or the FBI, for that matter, became good guys, tell me what year that happened.
The Poisoner in Chief by I think Stephen Kinzer. I think that's his name.
I like Kinzer. I've read a number of his books.
Dude, read Poisoner in Chief about Sidney Gottlieb. During Vietnam, we were taking Viet Cong and putting electrodes in their brain and trying to like control them like remote control cars. That was in the late 60s. Dude, it gets to a point where if you're not a conspiracy theorist, that is crazier. If you accept the world as it is at face value, it is harder to it is more wild to believe that. And I'm not saying you have to believe everything because then you fall down a rabbit hole thinking the earth is hollow and there's dinosaurs inside of it. Like, you can't go full. But I mean, there is more reason to be a conspiracy theorist than there is not.
Well, the bottom line of that seems to be that the U.S. government is at war with the American people and has been for a long time.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know that I
think all
actually
the major
believe that,
governments
but
have
it
been-
seems
have
that
been
way.
at war with their people.
yeah.
Say that again, Tom.
I think that's right.
I think
that's
all
right.
the major governments have been at war with their people. I don't think it's just the Americans.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
not
the
new.
part I
We're
want
just
to remind
more-
everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody,
more people are
we're all
realizing it.
victims here.
Yeah, there's a reason.
I have
why-
to go, and I apologize, but I've got an obligation. So
Seems pretty guilty as soon as we bring up MK Ultra.
Yeah,
It's
I
out.
know.
Who do you
It's
know? Who's
interesting
your
as
handle?
hell.
No,
I'm
Jim,
sorry
Jim
to do
did
it.
yeoman's work tonight. He went out on the edge about
Chicks and Jews.
Yeah.
How do you go? How do you get edgier?
But
than
I'm a
that?
Jew. I can do that.
That is,
Yeah,
I know.
you can.
I'm not a
I'm
chick,
glad
however.
you can.
I'm only
Yeah,
Italian and
are you
New York.
sure?
I'm
Are
only
you
Jewish
sure?
also.
Ah.
people are gonna start accusing you of being like my Uncle Tom. Like, Tommy never says anything, but he brings on Jim, and then he goes out on all the Jewish conspiracy.
Yeah,
Jim,
I
it
know.
was
That wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was
I'm
a
kidding.
theory
No,
of
I'm
history.
kidding. No, I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was a brilliant breakdown.
Absolutely.
All right.
And Jim, it was good to see you as always. And one of these days, we got to get hooked up again and do another podcast together.
You bet.
So go
Be happy to.
go choke the chickens.
You
Yeah.
too. Yeah, I'm not going to choke that chicken, but nice to see all of you again. So,
Yeah, buddy, you
bye-bye
too.
for now.
And
Be well,
absolutely.
Jim. Take care. Thank you.
Take care, man. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, in Dr. McCullough's defense, well, one, I just like him. He's my friend. But I mean, it's hard not to be. I just read. It's not coming out for a couple of days, but I got to read earlier this month Dr. Malone's new book. He sent it to me. Lies My Government Told Me. Yeah, no, you're not incorrect in that all these doctors have seemingly gone down the rabbit hole, but what else? Just like the kids of the greatest generation, take acid and go frolic in Woodstock. It's like, yeah, just like I was on a ton of drugs after my brother died. It's like, yeah, it's what else do? Your brain fractures. Yeah, you can't, when you're at the apex of your field. Dr. McCullough, the most published cardiorenal physician in the world. Dr. Malone, who holds 9 patents for the mRNA vaccine. When you see this shit get so demonically twisted and co-opted, the next rational step is you then have to re-examine the whole world.
Well, the shock to these guys, I'm in a doc Zoom group that has had McCullough and Malone and all these guys in it, Brian Cole, they come and go. We've got an NSA guy. The shock to these guys, including my doc Zoom group in its entirety, is that for many, it's their first rabbit hole. So they're cruising along, they're a doctor, they think they're doing normal stuff. And something drags them down the rabbit hole. And next thing you know, you're going, okay, now I got to rethink 9/11. Now I got to rethink the Gulf of Tonkin. I got to rethink USS Liberty. I got to rethink, Pearl Harbor. I've got to, you just go on and on and on. And once you've gone down one of these rabbit holes, it's virtually impossible to back out and say, but the rest of the world is normal.
Right. But let me just, before you say anything,
sure.
One thing I want to point out here is that we live in a world of overlapping psyops, and we live in a world of not just misinformation and disinformation, but malinformation. We are now at the level where they seed bad information into the zeitgeist on purpose, certainly, and they absolutely use /poll for this in 4chan in order to get you to go down the worst, the wrong rabbit holes, and then which they can then easily be debunked and taken apart in order to marginalize you. It's very important to try and keep everything in perspective. This is the hardest part. It's like I like in what you guys are saying about McCullough and Malone and others. It's that moment, like we libertarians, when we have that moment of spiritual awakening, we realize, oh, now I know why I hate politics. It's because I'm a libertarian. And then you become suffused with all this energy and anima that you want to, and you don't know what else to do with all that energy as you go through this mimetic collapse of what you thought how you thought the world worked, and then you have to channel that. And that's that first 6 months to 2 years. That's the hardest part.
It's a euphoria. It's the
euphoria of it all.
A dark euphoria.
Yes, it's a dark euphoria. It's a very good way of putting it there. Thank you.
But you can't. You're right. You can't lose. You can't
lose your perspective,
because as much as I read about all this shit and interview these guys, you're right, because just like once you see one conspiracy, you then have to question the rest of the world.
Right.
The malinformation is it's evil, but it's brilliant. All you got to do is put out a couple easily debunkable ones, and then you go, well, if those were debunked, they're all debunked, and that's you have to not do. It's
very difficult to do that.
You can't
so
go down.
This is part of the reason why I kind of try to stay at the 40,000 foot global macro level and identify the incentives.
Yes.
And then just plant seeds and let people figure out what they're going to do with it.
You can't go all the way down. You go, JFK was probably whacked by nefarious forces. It's because he knew about UFOs. It's like, no.
Could have been the Russians, could have been this one, could have been that one. Guys.
So let me chime in on that one. A financial Twitter guy who I'd love to name because he's prominent. I can't name him because he told me over the phone.
Kanye West.
But he's his previous history is a very prominent guy, and he's under a pseudonym, but he said he went down the JFK rabbit hole years ago, and he said he read probably 190 of the 200 books on JFK. His conclusion was that they are probably mostly intended to deceive, and that they are intended to make it impossible, not just hard, impossible to actually put the story together. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what we're facing is this problem. It's not just misinformation, it's malinformation. It's throwing the tennis ball for your dog. Yeah. And it's to drive you batshit.
Absolutely.
And then here's the other thing I worry about. I worry about that someone who's intellectually strong can build a knowledge base that's sufficiently good that now you've got this superstructure that you can hang almost any fact off of successfully. And it could cause you to miss the fact that it's the wrong superstructure.
Yes. Yeah.
But we all
that
face
is exactly what I'm talking about, Dave.
No, that's
right. But we're all at risk of this too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no, we're fucked.
So as you talk about the Davos guys and stuff, I hear it. There's great logic. There's great predictive value, which means when I see something happen in the future, I go, oh my God, Luongo said that, right? That'll be interesting. But I also hear guys who know so much about that shit that the facts required to knock you off that model would have to be so overwhelming.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Once it becomes this annealed system.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And the NSA guy in my Zoom group said something profound. I might have said this before, but he said one thing and I translated it to another thing. He said he doesn't like to name names of bad guys because then you get to wash your hands of thinking. You say, oh, Bill Gates is the reason we have a COVID problem. Then you say, okay, my work here's done. What's for dinner, right?
Yeah.
He said, so don't conclude things like that because you'll stop thinking. I realize the other thing you should never do is declare someone as stupid. Now, it's so hard to not claim someone stupid. But by saying that, you then get to say, therefore, what they say is not relevant.
Yes. Well, not only that, you remove their guilt.
George Friedman said it in his book, America's Secret War, which, by the way, if there's a PSYOP guy out there, George Friedman is it. He said, never underestimate any of the players. No matter who they are smart and they are savvy and they are tactical. Just because they live in a goddamn mud hut in Afghanistan doesn't mean they're not, balls to the wall, clever.
Yeah.
No, that's exactly right. I say that I also say that. I say I never underestimate anybody. I assume everybody is competent. And it's part of the reason why I don't like to spend a lot of time. I always say, it could be incompetence, but it's more likely malice. Because malice is the thing you should really be worried about.
Which is exactly the opposite of what we're told to do by that never
Exactly.
chuck. And
Exactly.
that
Especially
there's a name
if-
for what's the name for that rule? There's a name for that law. So
There's a law. Don't attribute to malice, or it can be attributed to incompetence.
That undoubtedly was created by the malicious guys.
That was probably yeah.
course
It's
it
a
was.
CIA. Well, it's
Yeah.
the term conspiracy theorist came from the CIA in like 1967.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
no, I like a broken record. I repeat this on the podcast when people are like, Biden's stupid, Trump's an idiot. I'm like, these people are evil. By calling them stupid is like, can you believe Muhammad?
You are taking their agency away from them, and you should not do that.
Well, you're taking away responsibility. You're going, did you know Muhammad Atta? What an idiot. He couldn't even land a plane. He flew it into the World Trade Center. It wasn't an accident, retard. Did you know Lee Harvey was cleaning his gun on November? No, you fucking dipshit. It's
right.
Biden's not an idiot. He drained the SPR for a reason.
Yes.
And
But
it wasn't
also,
just,
it's
it
not-
wasn't
it's
just
not-
to get wasn't
It's
just to
also
get
not
the-
likely him either, right?
Well,
I mean,
Sure,
Biden.
sure.
I'm sorry.
Biden
I'm
is
sorry.
both
I did that
evil.
wrong. I didn't put Biden in quotation marks.
yeah.
right.
I've gotten to the point
Biden
now
is
I won't even
evil
like put. I won't even type the word Biden without putting it in quotation marks.
It's team
Just so everybody
Biden.
knows that I don't believe he's
whatever.
Team
Yeah.
Talking about
Biden, right?
Yeah,
Team Biden.
Team
It's
Biden.
like when
Team
I say
Trump,
the
Team
left, my
Obama.
wife gets mad. When I
Yeah.
say the left, my wife gets mad, and I
No.
say, "Don't make me put an adjective every
No,
time."
the
When I
name-
say the left, I'm talking about the douchebags way over there.
No, it's the presidential
Biden is
placeholders for these
evil.
groups.
He's evil, but he doesn't have the capacity to be calling the shots. That's
No,
the problem.
he's not calling
Biden
the
is
shots.
every bit right, but he's every bit evil enough to be that guy, but he's not that guy now.
Not anymore.
And then,
10
and
years
then he's
ago,
talking about a
absolutely.
run for president. Is there any chance he's running for president again?
I
No.
don't think the left will allow it.
I don't.
I
think,
don't
no.
see how he's going to be drooling profusely. You know,
I
he
could
won't
s-
be able to put together even
My,
a
my bigger
fraction of a
worry, Dave,
sentence.
is my bigger worry is that he still has the keys to the football. Because
Yeah,
as
I
dementia
know.
sets in, the
No.
the random outbursts of belligerence happen.
Oh,
It's
but
like that's just-
the guys around the world who are important have to know that his utterances are not relevant.
No,
They
no.
have to know that.
Well, the precedent's also been
Of
set.
course they do.
The precedent's also been set. I talk about it all the time. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite book, Raven Rock by Garrett Graff, about continuity of government, the nuclear bunker system from FDR through Obama. The precedent's been set where Kissinger, and I don't remember who the last secretary or who the Secretary of Defense was under Nixon. I always fucking forget.
McNamara.
No, that was
McNamara, yeah.
Kennedy, right?
Well,
I think he was
McNamara
under
was the
several
original.
administrations.
Well, it depends on what part of the administration.
It's
but
right
McNamara
at
was-
the end of Nixon, whoever that was. Maybe it was
Right.
whatever the fuck. Kissinger talked to him, and they actually had
Rumsfeld? Was
no. That
that
he
far
was
back?
later. No,
Okay.
we'll say it's McNamara. Kissinger talked to McNamara, and they actually usurped president because Nixon had said that nuclear football will be with me until the moment that Ford's sworn in. That was not true. Kissinger talked to the SecDef, and they had the nuclear football kept off the plane when he was flown home because he was no longer he lost the presidency in midair while he's being flown to his home. That was not he did not consent to that. But they had looked at him and they said he was drinking heavily. He had cried to Kissinger a couple times, which is just like showing your throat to a bear. You don't cry in front of Kissinger; he'll fucking rape you to death right there. But no, they kept the nuclear football. The precedent's there.
I'm
I'm
glad
not.
to hear they did.
Yeah,
They're-
but that's what I
they're
mean. Is
Well,
to me,
I don't believe that Biden has those codes anymore either. I don't think anybody's that dumb. But at the same time, like, you know, I also don't think that anybody who would likely to have them at this point would show any more good sense than Biden would.
Well, my concern is imagine the Cuban Missile Crisis without a Kennedy. So, and all of a sudden now you've got a committee running the operation. My concern is that we don't have a well-defined leader. So it's not
True.
Biden, it's not Harris. I don't believe it's Obama. I think that's a shallow analysis.
yeah, that's a brain dead.
But I
conspiracy.
worry, and Glenn Greenwald wrote an article about this saying how dangerous it is to not have the guy to make the call.
The delineated alpha.
You need
Well-
the delineated alpha, which Trump was fine, and George Sr. was fine, and even George Jr. was fine.
Even Obama and Clinton, they were still.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like him or
But-
not,
but
they were still in charge.
Biden is not fine, and we have no idea what kind of chaos is going on under
the
the
big
surface.
problem here, and this is again, we get back to Davos. If you look at the governments that they put in place, it's always the same thing. You have a weak leader at the center of a weak government.
Yeah.
Okay. And now Biden is the perfect type of weak leader that you can have under our system. It's different than the European parliamentary systems where you can have Olaf Scholz technically in charge of Germany, but really Robert Habeck runs the country.
Yeah.
Okay. The vice chancellor and interior minister.
So
right?
maybe Victoria, not Victoria Nuland.
It's not Victoria
Chrystia-
Nuland. It's going to be it's the
Chrystia
National Security
Freeland.
Council.
Chrystia
Right,
Freeland.
Chrystia Freeland is actually running
Canada.
Canada, not Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau is not smart enough to run a 7-Eleven, no less Canada.
Right.
Okay. So it's the same thing in so many places. So I want you to bracket for that. Do I think Obama's involved? I absolutely think Obama's involved. I think that most of the day-to-day running of the Biden administration is being run by Susan Rice and Valerie Jarrett and all the rest of them, while the National Security Council, Sullivan, Blinken, Nuland, and company, they're the ones that actually run the country right now.
Yeah.
See, Blinken seems like a meatloaf to me. That's the problem. He doesn't.
But he's also a doctrinaire, fucking neocon through and through, and he knows exactly what he's doing in every way. He knows exactly what he's doing. But they're all order takers. They're not order makers. None of them are order makers.
So who's the order maker?
Probably don't know. It's probably
obviously you know what my answer to that is.
No, I don't.
It's Davos. It's the Schwabian.
Well, Davos isn't even an order maker.
I know. I mean, fine. Then let's go. Then the British Crown, the Rothschilds. You want to go that route? We'll go that route because those are the ones that are actually setting the agenda. So therefore, and that would include Bank of New York Mellon and BOFA and any of the New York banks that are still allied with these people. It's very clear that's who's running the show. Right. The real leaders of the world don't have Wikipedia pages.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So does it matter actually at the end of the day who the real order makers are? We can view them through the reflection of the policies that the order takers put in place.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters. That's the shadow play. It's like
you see what they are through that.
By the way, your book Poisoner in Chief, I went looking for a book to tell me that story last night and I couldn't find one I trusted. And Gottlieb is all over the Manson book.
You should Poisoner in Chief's one of the best books I've ever read. It is a absolutely wild book. And then the author of Blitzed about Hitler and his drug use, Norman Ohler. I've had him on here.
Oh, have you seen the videos of Hitler looking like he's jonesing or he's twitching? He's on amphetamines, which, by the way, the Germans were on amphetamines the whole war.
Dude,
right?
You should read Blitzed by Norman Ohler. That will melt your mind. Norman Ohler, Ohler. I've had him on here several times. That's one of them. Sorry.
Whatever faction was behind Churchill is still running the UK.
And they're still running Churchill quotes where he talks. Have you seen the Churchill quotes where he talks about how they're going to have to pick a fight with Germany? Like in 1936?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are weird.
They're not weird at all. Like this is the British have been doing this shit. The British memed us in the World War I. They memed us in the World War II. They're trying to meme us in the World War III. Nothing new.
Well, so you mentioned that Lincoln was a win, but Lincoln seemed to box Britain out of the Civil War.
He did. The Brits were backing the South.
Right. And the Emancipation Proclamation locked him out. The Emancipation Proclamation boxed him out.
Yeah. And then
so how did they end up winning by putting in Lincoln, I guess is my question. How's that a win for them?
They probably didn't.
I think they probably wanted Douglas, one.
I think presidents get in that they don't like. Andrew Jackson, I don't think they like Trump. There are momentary deviations.
Well, I mean, remember, I have to think of it this way. Also, at the time,
what's the name of the Norman Ohler book?
Blitzed, Blitzed. Keep going, Tom.
What I was going to say is like everything else. At every moment during a crisis moment in American history, when things are brought to the crisis point, do you think that it maps to two factions, or do you
No.
think that there are multiple factions that then lead to the next phase of the crisis? So does the Panic of 1857 lead to the Civil War? Yes. Right. So likely we were staring at a situation where it was going to be necessary to have someone come to power in 1860. I don't think they were expecting Lincoln to win. Remember, Lincoln was a minority president. I think he only won the presidency in the House of Representatives vote. He didn't win a majority of the Electoral College. I mean, go back and look at that election.
Yeah.
That election is not like those. None of these are modern. Like we tend to look at old American presidential elections and put today's filter on them. Remember, the system was completely different back then, right? We still had state senates. We still had the state senates choosing senators. We still had a whole different system.
Right.
Pre-1913, everything was different. So the popular vote didn't really mean very much. The slates of electors that showed up didn't really mean as much. It's not the same system that we have today.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody about this stuff. So it's important that we don't, that the historical context matters. What was going on at the time matters. And, if the goal was to break up the United States, and it was clear that the European powers were behind that, by backing the South against the North to break it apart, well, then you can, someone asked me this morning, well, what's the origin of Britain's, sincere antipathy towards Russia? And then you have to think the American Civil War, because Lincoln doesn't win the war without the support of Russia. Period.
Do you
he
think
doesn't? He runs out of money.
This
is very important.
The Russians funded
Peter the Great
War.
backed Lincoln in the Civil War.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that until very recently. Actually,
I didn't know that.
Until the last couple of years.
Per Jim's question earlier, he's not here because the CIA handlers
To defend himself, so we can talk about him.
Yeah,
He's silencing the chickens.
His silence is an approval. So as Jim was saying earlier, that Jewish women run the world. Put words in his mouth. No, but we said how come we had. You should start slandering him wildly. Block his email and never talk to him again.
Gay Jewish women, I think, is the total.
He said gay tranny Jewish women. Let's get it right.
He was very clear when he texted me and said, "Tommy, gay Jewish Ukrainian black women did 9/11," and I said, "I think that's a stretch, but I'm a freedom of speech absolutist."
If he watches this, he's gonna shit his pants.
He's gonna fucking
oh my God, so
all.
good. This is not gonna be on YouTube.
Yeah, no.
I hope nobody from Newsmax.
It's not gonna be on YouTube long. I'll tell you that.
It haven't been on YouTube in a year and a half. And that's what Jim was saying. And although I personally don't believe the Jews did 9/11, but Jim's entitled to his opinion. He's gonna fucking slit my throat.
There just ain't nothing better than a dry Irishman's wit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh God.
But
yeah, the name Tommy Kerrigan. Let me see. Are you Irish, Tommy?
Thomas Patrick Kerrigan, and my skin is reflective. Yeah. What do you think?
You're a fork in a microwave.
And that's why you can get away with living in Maine.
Yeah, exactly. These are my people.
Vitamin D deficiency.
These are my people. They see me, and although I have an American flag and I love America, I'm so white. They accept.
You're a Mick. You are a Mick.
They see me and they're like, he gets a pass. But what Jim said earlier was this: how come we're not seeing this? Per your hypothesis, Tom, about kind of the Wall Street gang going against Davos, why aren't we seeing it more? One, I probably think they're doing it covertly, but two, I would look at. I don't think, maybe I'm being pulled in hook, line, and sinker. I don't think Elon Musk getting Twitter is good for Davos. I don't think it's good for the left. We're seeing all the October 31st leaks about how the government had portals into the back end of Twitter to ask for stuff to be, and not just about vaccines, about the withdrawal from
media pounded the thing. The media was nonstop.
The withdrawal from Afghanistan. They wanted to censor even inflation, the border crisis. we're seeing that's not good for them, which makes me think Elon doing this, maybe we don't know who, like you said, we don't know who the names
Well,
are.
what we know so far is that we know that Prince Alawid,
Right.
The
Jack
Saudi
Dorsey,
Arabian, yeah.
and the Qatari in sovereign wealth fund. That's what we know so far.
That
Now, Alawid is interesting because, well,
we know what
he's
so
the
far.
he's the neutral Saudi. He's the one that was waterboarded by MBS back in the line
Yeah.
during the palace coup, during the family coup, where he
Yeah.
locked everybody in the hotel.
Yeah.
MBS is a very interesting figure, and again, another guy like Putin, who I wouldn't want to have dinner with. I don't know. I probably want to have. I don't know. I think having dinner with Putin would be actually quite cordial and actually quite fun.
I'd
But I
have
wouldn't
dinner
want to be in
with
the same
all
room
of
with
them.
MBS for more than 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, I would too, but
I would
not
have-
in the. I wouldn't go to the embassy to have it.
No, I
No,
wouldn't be.
no,
I'd have
no.
dinner with Stalin and Hitler just for the story. I'm trying to run a
Oh,
goddamn
yeah, yeah.
podcast.
Well, no, I
Bucket list,
MBS
bucket
MBS
list.
to me actually is, I think, a little less rational.
Sure.
Okay, I think he's a
So he
lot
can
more
go
volatile.
batshit on you. He can go batshit.
Yeah. I just that's
Gotcha.
just like
He could be like some guy in Goodfellas. You go, oh no. You
I
ticked
just
him off.
he's Joe Pesci in Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Like you
That's,
look at
I
him
was trying to
sideways,
come up with the
and you
name.
wind up
He's
in
Joe
you wind up in a
Pesci.
trunk. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
That's exactly right. Or did you see the movie Legend?
No.
There's a movie called Legend about a couple of twin brothers who ran a mob in London. It's really good. It's called
no,
Legend.
I haven't seen it.
Do you
Yeah, you should
think?
put it on your list.
Do you think Elon's acquisition of Twitter is a move of the Wall Street crew against Davos? It seems
very
like
well
that's the
could
first
be,
shot.
But the thing I worry about here is that Musk is now going to be under pressure nonstop.
We're already seeing it.
And you're seeing it from every angle, and they're not going to stop the same way they didn't stop trying to portray Brexit until they finally got rid of 3 British prime ministers in like 3 weeks, or 2. Like Rishi Sunak isn't in charge either, because they just want to replace him with Keir Starmer. So
I don't know these names at all, but you keep going.
sorry. So
No, don't explain. Too much ketchup.
So yeah, so British politics is even worse than ours. So yeah, I absolutely see that, and I'm really worried about the level to which they're going to try and burn Twitter down, because it's clear that they're trying to create Hobson's choices for Musk at every turn, and I don't.
So tell me what you know about Maloney, who I think is funnier than shit to listen to. The Italian prime minister.
Oh, Meloni. I'm sorry. I saw Irishman Maloney, Maloney.
No.
Meloni. I think Georgia Meloni is. I think
She's
the situation in Italy is it's complicated. Clearly, because it's Italian politics. I think Georgia Meloni is a lot like Trump and Salvini before her, a political neophyte walking into a viper's nest. Because if you think our deep state is bad, well, you ain't met the Italians who created this shit.
Joe Pesci.
What's that?
Yeah, Joe Pesci.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this shit goes back to fucking Cicero and shit. I mean, this goes back to fucking Caesar and the rest. I mean, the Italians are good at this. So, I think Meloni is in a situation where she understands I do believe she understands the problem that she's in, and you'll notice that she's not trying to make any big waves at this point. So what she did was she blocked the migrant boats, which, by the way, are all French and German. I just wrote a piece for my paper.
Did you see where her opponent defended her? She got accused of being this right-wing Nazi type, and her opponent came out and said, "Look, I fought a tough battle. I don't agree with her, but she's not a Nazi."
Yeah, she's not. So
but they try to sell her as one.
Well, of course they do, because anybody to the right of Karl Marx is a fucking Nazi. So, when you see people engage in that kind of rhetoric, they're fucking lying to you. It's just that simple.
Absolutely.
So Maloney's situation. Let's just look at where we are currently. I have some people over in Italy that feed me information behind the scenes, and somewhat overtly and somewhat covertly about what's going on in Italy, and they're very worried, and they should be. And
what are they worried about?
they're worried about France and Germany obviously trying to destroy the Italians. Like they need to break the Italians completely in order
Why?
to make sure that they can't leave the European Union. Because
Okay.
Italy, Germany, and France represent the tripod on which the entire European Union rests.
Right.
Without
Yeah.
any
A
three of
dipod
them,
doesn't
the
work.
whole
A
thing
dipod
collapses.
doesn't work very well. Right.
The whole thing just falls apart. So Italy has
Could-
always been the thing that they're worried about. Maloney coming to power in Germany, in Italy, sorry, you know where they want to go, which is they either want to take the Italians out of the EU or replace the Germans as the center of European power, one or the other.
Boy,
Now
that
they
seems
have
like
the
a reach.
opportunity to do that through a series of moves and machinations. The way this, and the big one is, of course, the
Energy.
gas hub coming out of turning Turkey into a gas hub and then allowing Italy to be the distribution network node for gas throughout the European Union and not Germany. That's what Nord Stream was about. Nord Stream was always going to be the means by which the Germans would force everybody else into political compliance, especially the Poles and others, the Czechs and others, through the using the Opal pipeline. The Maloney, so the first thing they do is they create a migrant crisis for her to work with. She blocks the boats. Notice that she's not in the same political hot water over this that Salvini was 5 years ago. Why? Because Five Star's not there to stab him in the back. She's got a full coalition of people behind her who agree with her. She doesn't have a split government, right? So the next thing that's coming is going to be budget rules and whether or not the EU is going to be willing to continue to support the Italian bond market, which they have to do if the Italians want to. But here's the thing, that's a blackmail and that's a bluff.
Which is the blackmail? The Germans or EU?
The Germans
or
and the French
Italians?
are going to try and blackmail the Italians into saying you have to accept German austerity, which is, raise taxes, raise regulations,
give us all your gold and all that
destroy
shit.
Destroy the country and accept all the migrants. Maloney has already said no to the migrants. Now the EU is immediately turning to COVID relief funds and support of the Italian bond market and everything else, and budgetary rules.
Well, back up for a sec. Why did the migrants all flood in without opposition? What was that? That was a play, and I don't know whose it was.
It was Germany and France's.
That's
all those
bring in the
migrants.
German
and French. All the boats that were carrying all these migrants in from North Africa, they're all German and French boats. And they wound up going to Germany and France.
Why?
Because you want to put those people on the freaking dole. You want to destroy the Italian budget by adding them into the entitlement system, and then you're going to cause budget austerity, and you're going to destroy what's left of the Italian middle class.
And you cause friction.
So it's a selective blowing up of the EU in some way.
Well, you're blowing up Italian community and Italian culture. Italy is still a very tight knit community.
Is that why they sent a bunch up to Sweden too? And
yes.
Yeah, it's the Kalergi plan that came from
it's
the
no
States.
It's no different than zip code targeting to turn Minneapolis into Somalia the North.
Yeah,
right.
No,
Dave, look it up. Kalergi plan, Kalergi, from the 1970s. It was to flood third world migrants to the West to destabilize it, collapse it, and then you can bring in a strong arm of autocracy.
So the budget rules are going to be the big thing with Italy. And I've already identified this. And this one's really simple to understand. You've got $640 billion worth of Target 2 liabilities that mostly are owed to the German Bundesbank, right? And every day the Italians issue more debt because they're running a budget deficit, blah 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 blah, which the ECB is packaging up and selling to the rest of Europe through various forms of QE. One alphabet soup program after another alphabet soup program.
Whatever it takes.
But it comes down to when you owe the bank $1,000, it's your problem. When you owe the bank $640.6 billion, it's your problem. So if they try to turn to Maloney and say, look, we will stop supporting your economy and we will stop supporting your bond markets if you don't accept our rules. And if she just turns around and goes, that's
Screw
nice,
you. Yeah, right.
do it. I dare you. What do you think happens at that point?
Ovaries
German,
of steel.
Italian bond spreads start to blow out, interest rate swaps blow out, carry trades blow up, and the entire and all of the Italian banks collapse. And guess
Okay,
what?
let me
They
ask
take
you
the
this.
German banks down, and the Fed is not there to bail everybody out.
So I was thinking about this the other day.
Now, so the last point I want to make, Dave, this is really important. The last point is that what my Italian friends keep telling me is that if the United States stands behind Italy, i.e., if the American banks and the American military, because the most stand behind Maloney, then France can't come in and literally the French are literally amassing on the border to take northern Italy. No one talks about this, but this is real.
Really?
Like they're moving
like
French
military
troops in Italian police and gendarme and Italian military uniforms. They're moving French troops into northern Italy.
Really? I'm gonna
this is news to me. Holy shit.
They're serious about not allowing Italy out. And Macron is complaining about Italy, and every time Macron opens his mouth about Italy, it's about this shit. Now,
so
another question. So the other question is the French military going to go along with this? Because the French military fucking hates Macron.
How big is the French military compared to the Italian military, for example?
It's the French military the French are one of the strongest militaries in Europe.
Okay.
Still, always have been, and the French are very good at war.
Here's my question. I've been pondering the other day. Reminded that we have $2 quadrillion worth of derivatives, and that our system is what appears to be 99+% for the purpose of just moving money around. Mm-hmm. Nothing more. No wealth creation. Nothing useful. Nothing credible. Is this system guaranteed at some point to blow up, or can this game go on back and forth like a infinite Wimbledon game?
I don't think it can. I think the Fed is. I think the system is collapsing, and they need a cover story for the collapse. And the cover story for the collapse of the pension systems. And remember, in Europe, what you saw in England with the UK gilt market and the levered the LDI plays that blew up on the pension funds, they all were running. They were all trying to get yield to cover their pension liabilities through playing leverage bets on UK gilts, US treasuries, and all this other stuff. But the Fed
risk parity.
Why do you have to go to get extra basis points? I know they get the extra yield. Why do you need to do that now? You can just go buy a US treasury with a 4% coupon.
Right.
Why do you have to take on any leverage? You can just buy a treasury. You don't have to buy a leverage bet against the treasury. You can just buy the treasury.
Because there's now enough basis points.
That is what's and by taking the leverage out of the system, you now take the liquidity out of the Eurodollar markets. And what leverage giveth on the way up takes away twice as fast.
Well, that's consistent with what everyone's talking about. There's no question that's true. But
by the way, where are the most what country houses the most American military bases?
Italy?
I would have said Germany, but
you both would have said Germany, but the answer is Italy.
Yeah, I think it is Italy.
It's over 100.
Yeah, there's a great book called Base Nation by David Vine.
By the way, there's 336 bioweapons labs, U.S. bioweapons labs around the globe. There's 36 in Ukraine, but there's 336 around the globe.
I think we have 810 military bases around the world.
Oh my God.
Dude, read Base Nation by David Vine. I mean, good Lord. The projection of the U.S. military is truly in every inch of the world.
So that's where Peter Zeihan comes in the discussion, who I think has good facts and dubious philosophies. But he talks about
very much so. He's a classic neocon plant.
Absolutely.
To take facts and then twist them into classically bad conclusions.
That's exactly
Peter Zeihan
right.
To me Peter Zeihan is Kyle Bass 2.0.
With respect to China. And
Russia.
but Zion, I think his facts might be okay. So his conclusions I ignore, because first of all, they're not only do I not agree with them, but the precision of his predictions is ridiculous. So he'll say China's going to collapse in 10 years. I go, I don't think so. I mean, it might, but he just knows it. I mean, that's how he presents himself. He
presents himself that way because he has inside information from the people who are running the policy.
Gonna try to blow it up,
and that's what their timetable is.
Right.
He's a spook.
Right. Well, he came from Stratford, so he is.
Oh yeah, no, really? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but I'm shocked.
Yeah,
shocked
I know.
I had on the chief of
I
security.
did a podcast with the guy. I was telling him about Zihan and Stratford, and the guy on the podcast said, "Well, I used to be a Stratford too." And I go,
I had on the chief of security from Stratford.
What's his name?
Fuck, I don't know. He wrote a book.
Too many drugs, Tommy.
I don't do anything. I don't even drink anymore.
Too many choke chickens.
Yeah, too much choking the chicken. FYI, I used to subscribe to Stratford just so I could get the disinformation campaign.
I would read track of the enemy.
Just to find out what it is they wanted me to think, so that I could know to do the opposite.
That's brilliant.
Well, it's like when they started reporting UFOs.
The Goldman leading indicator. It's like the Goldman Sachs leading indicator. Whatever Goldman tells you to go long, you go short.
Right. Or at least not believe.
Well, it's when they start, when they're all in lockstep saying defend Ukraine, I'm like, all right, so we're doing something horrible in Ukraine. Like, that's what it is.
So the guy, the longtime journalists and guys who've been watching this shit for a long time said they've never seen a more politically, more propaganda slathered military adventure than Ukraine.
Oh yeah,
they said this is absolutely busted. Well, I don't know about from Russia's side because we can't get the information very easily.
What we get from the Russians is tainted in their own.
No question, but we don't doubt that. So we don't doubt that.
You got to attenuate everybody's numbers by 50% at this point.
But the Western media is off the charts ridiculous. I mean, when they try to say the Russians blew up their own pipeline and they were and they were bombing themselves
that they control.
Exactly. And killing guys in train stations, shooting missiles from Ukrainian controlled region of Ukraine, and blowing up their own bridge. And it's that's the garish thing again. That's one of these. You're trying to make me crazy. You're trying to make me. You're gaslighting, right? You're gaslighting me.
It's to break your brain. It's
gone. Yeah, but what's fascinating, Dave, is that the psyops are so sophisticated now. They're trying to drive someone like me crazy with
you're already
malinformation, and I see through all of this shit. Right, I look at all that, and then there's another level beyond that.
Yeah. See, this is I think the important point is that people say, well, that's just Russian disinformation, whatever. And I go, I don't think the Russians can hold a candle to our machine.
Oh no, I think
they're good, but we're nowhere close. But the Brits are.
But they don't have the firepower in their machine. They just don't have the reach. They don't have.
But the Brits are everywhere.
So I should be watching the Brits.
There's a reason why I've said this I've said this recently in almost every forum, and I probably haven't said it to you. Just remember, why did the sun never set on the British Empire?
Why?
Because God didn't want these fucking people running around in the dark.
God robbed the demons of their home playing field.
He wants them in the light.
Yeah, he's like, I'm watching you fuckers.
I mean,
none of you are hanging out with Uncle Epstein.
It's just that simple. They really are that perfidious. I mean, they really.
So did we knock off the Queen, or that old bitch bite it?
No,
I'm not going to go as far as Jim.
She's so old it doesn't matter.
I'm not going to go as far as Kunstler earlier saying that
I think
she
the
killed
timing
JFK,
on all of this and the way they moved afterwards. I think Liz was sick for a while. I think they delayed when they told us that it was happening. Did they knock her off? Maybe. But
at this point, what does it matter? She's so old.
Well, it's not like Prince Charles is some
but she was the only moderating influence within the British aristocracy. And the reason for that is, and as much as I hate the British crown, I did have a soft spot for Liz, because Liz's imprinting as a person was loading artillery shells into fucking cannons to
Right.
beat off the Germans during the Battle of Britain. So whether you hate the British Crown or you don't, I even had to do this with Alex Craner one time because Alex is like, fuck the British Crown. And he's right. But I'm like, but Liz, I think, was a different beast. And that there was only,
she
I think
actually
she
served.
wanted Brexit. I think she was behind. I think she and Trump wanted Brexit. And I think Boris Johnson did not want Brexit. And I think she wanted her country to be sovereign again. And
So what's
at the
King
same-
Charles in this story now?
Oh,
Project-
he's an order. He's all the way down the rabbit hole. The whole Davos or COP27. The whole. He's
So they
absolutely
did
controlled.
want him to take over sooner.
Oh,
rather than
absolutely,
later.
they did.
Okay, I wouldn't have.
What
known.
about
And I think Liz seriously considers skipping over him.
Can you do that? Did she have the power to give the crown to her son or
So
grandson?
William, I think so.
Should have given it to Harry, hot queen. Of course, he still got a hot queen. Either way.
What about that Rothschild guy dying on
That was
election day
interesting that happened. That happened
during like a
all at the same time.
during like a
That's
blood moon?
interesting. I have a patron. I have a longtime patron and good friend now, and she's heavily into the woo woo, the astrology.
occult,
She's
yeah.
like, she was telling me, she's 4 days before the election night. She's like, these things are lining up, and like, oh look, the one we got rid of one of the Rothschilds.
Like the chief dog.
I wasn't expecting that one. She was expecting something else. But she's like, that
did one of the explosions? I can't remember if it's the pipeline or the bridge. Was done on Putin's birthday.
It
Well, I
was the
think
bridge.
that that
It was
was
the
the
bridge.
bridge. Putin's 70th birthday.
But man,
That was a big fuck you from the Ukrainians and the Brits.
yeah. But man, yeah.
So
Rothschild
did
dying-
Sikorsky fuck up by thanking the U.S. or
Sikorsky
was that?
works. Yeah, no, that was pure. Again, that goes right back into the whole. We have to blame the Americans for everything, while
But then
we
he
actually
then
did
he
it. But we have to
deleted
bring-
the tweet. So the question is, was that all the plan? Put it out there, delete it.
Yes.
Did it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And notice that when Putin talked about all these actions, he never mentioned the Americans. He always mentioned the Anglo-Saxons.
I didn't notice that.
Eh, based
Both
Putin.
every time he issued statements on this, he always mentioned the Anglo-Saxons and not the Americans.
That's
The
hilarious.
press ran with it as if Putin blames the Americans, but that message was received loud and clear at Whitehall and 10 Downing Street.
Well,
That's
I don't
awesome.
see why, for example. I'm having trouble figuring out who's Putin really allied with.
Yeah, I certainly haven't figured it out.
Oh, he's allied. He's allied with MBS,
Right?
Iran,
Yeah.
Xi,
Yeah.
and Erdogan, and to
But
a lesser and Modi, and for the most part Modi in Italy, in India.
You know,
I saw a headline the other day, by the way, that blew my circuits. It said, and it might have been older. I pulled out of my notes that said that we bombed Syria 3 days to send a message to Tehran. And my first thought is I didn't remember Tehran being in Syria. And then I'm thinking, and I don't think bombing one country to send a message to another country should be put out in the open like that. You know, it seems to me that it's kind of embarrassing looking to a human being.
Did anybody notice that they started bombing Syria the day that Netanyahu came back into power?
I didn't notice.
I did.
Oh, Jesus.
This is what I do. I get up in the morning and I scan the headlines.
It's a big jigsaw
I got
puzzle.
1,000 people on a Slack server throwing
You and
everything
Whitney
together into a
Webb.
hopper
You
every
and
day.
Whitney Webb. You guys are puzzle
she
connectors.
will not respond to my emails, nor will Glenn Greenwald, and I take personal offense to that.
Well,
You know,
are you connected with her in any way?
no, but I have sent her emails. I've also sent emails to Putin.
She
so-
was just on Glenn Beck, dude. Her star has risen to the point where she's not going to
Yeah, I know.
probably not going to respond to you now.
Oh, I know.
I'll tell you who
And
you might
I know
get.
Whitney
I'll tell you who
personally.
you
I've had
might
her on
get.
my podcast. I've been on shows with her. I know her personally. I think that
Well, I'm
I
always
think
I'm always
I
swinging.
think that
for
that
people
whole I think
out of
that
my
that whole
reach.
cadre, and I don't mean this, and this is going to sound churlish and it's going to sound bad, but I think that the whole cadre of people in that group, and I respect them all for what they do, James Corbett, Whitney Webb, Ryan Christian, and others.
Right.
They're all in the same cadre, which is that they're incredible dot connectors.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But
They're
that doesn't
puzzle
mean
piece
that they have,
connectors.
but they don't have the bigger, they have a very focused, this is where confirmation bias comes in. What
Yeah.
you were worried about earlier, Dave, is that like Whitney uncovered that, yeah, it was Kissinger who made Klaus Schwab. So
Yeah.
obviously Davos is an American thing.
See,
No,
I
that
read
is
Whitney
the
a little
wrong
different.
conclusion, Whitney.
I read Whitney a little different. I read Whitney as actually knowing that she's not putting together the big picture, that she literally, she views her role as putting together puzzle pieces that fit.
Right.
Smaller chunks.
Smaller chunks and saying, look
Right,
at this guy. I do that a
agree.
lot. I mean, I try to do that a lot where it's like, I can't, like Uvalde, there's puzzle pieces that don't make sense, but I don't have the big picture. I don't. And,
Yeah.
and,
this is the fun part about this. My problem was, I keep going back to when she invited me onto the thing in February to do the roundtable discussion about whether Putin was a WEF agent that I did with Matt Ehret. It was me and Matt Ehret versus Ian Davis and Riley Wagaman. It was hosted by Off Guardian, went huge, went wide. Everybody was like, holy shit, dude. And I just destroyed the conversation. And I said I was actually hesitant to do this. And I told Whitney flat out, I said, in private DM, I said, I'm not going to be kind here because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, there are many things in this life that I'm willing to entertain. Putin working for the WEF? No. And the reason why I was trying to make this argument, what I was trying to say this, is that you connect some dots and you see things as, well, they said this, that means this, that means this, that means this, because this particular term, Matt Ehret talks about the Fourth Industrial Revolution this way all the time. He says, look, the term the Fourth Industrial Revolution doesn't mean the same thing in China and Russia as it does at the WEF. With the WEF, it means transhumanism, chips in your heads, blah, 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 blah. To them, it just means the next evolution of industry.
Yeah.
It just means
the other risk is when you're connecting
transhumanism. And when you listen to the fifth column, this like that fucking asshole Riley Wagaman, and no motherfucker, I will never do another fucking thing with you. I hope you're listening. You fucking fifth column, this asshole. I know you, and I know who you are, you motherfucker. Fuck that guy. He works for the fucking worst people on the fucking planet. That motherfucker. He kind of contacts me out of the blue.
You guys are not getting along. Is that what I'm inferring?
I want you to talk to me about the gold back ruble. I said, you go fuck yourself. I already explained myself in public.
I don't know who that is, but I'll take.
Oh, that guy used to be at Russia Insider. That whole fucking thing was a nest of fucking U.S. and British neocons.
I'll follow you
write for those people.
I'll blindly follow you into battle. I don't know. I'm fucking.
I'm a douchebag. Like I name names. I don't care anymore because we're on the verge of World War III. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
like you know what I mean. Like there comes a point.
I'll be the drummer boy for World War III.
So here I had a question before it got suppressed by crazy. Are there serious players in this game trying to get us into nuclear war, or is that just noise?
No, I think it's real.
What's the purpose of that though? Nuclear war. I get the fear.
I don't know about nuclear war, but I certainly think that they want to put us in a position that's nuclear brinksmanship. They've destroyed nuclear brinksmanship, and now it's nuclear blackmail. We are always being with these psychopaths. You always have to remember one thing: it's always a Hobson's choice. So the Hobson's choice over sealing the election is you can either secede, red states, because nanny poo poo, we stole your election, or if you win this election because you came out in numbers that we couldn't cheat to overcome, then I can't even be associated with any of these red state MAGA Nazis anymore, and California needs to secede. Davos wins if the United States breaks up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
which reminds me of the Putin quote where he said the biggest disaster was the collapse of the Soviet Union.
It was the worst day of
which gets quoted all the time, but they forget to mention that he followed that with because it released a bunch of basically unguided countries into chaos. The point being is that's dead right.
Tens of millions of people woke up without a country. They didn't know if their driver's license was any good.
It would be like if the 50s
was any good.
That's right.
They were trapped. Right.
be like if the 50 states blew apart, what kind of carnage would that be, right? It just
Right.
it would
What
be,
it would what and who benefits from now? Who pays? So who now indemnifies the $31 trillion worth of U.S. sovereign debt?
Yeah, that's a good point.
so that's one of the most misquoted phrases in as evidence Putin wants to reassemble the Soviet Union. He doesn't even want to occupy Ukraine,
No,
but people think he does
I know.
because they've been sold that story by the press.
Tom, for you, Tom, what is the 40,000 foot, like really zoomed out? What is the goal of the Rothschild, the British Crown, Davos over the next?
Maintain all of their power, turn us into feudal serfs.
That's pretty much what I thought. Okay.
Why the
it's not
fuck
hard.
does
That's just-
someone want? Why the fuck does someone? I know people in power have done this since the dawn of civilization, but I still don't understand why.
Why what?
Power.
Why did
They
the
love
King
power.
of France?
Dave, can I ask you a question?
They
Dave?
love
Well, I
dominion
think it's
over
about.
people.
I
Can
think
I
it's
ask
about
you-
neurotransmitters. I think it's about neurotransmitters.
I know. I was just gonna say, it's a very simple question, Dave, and I don't mean this. Simply put, do you believe in some form of higher power that you are willing to submit yourself to?
Well, my wife
Ew.
Should be good enough for most men. But
well,
let's just,
that's a load. It's a highly loaded question because we do it every day, right? I mean,
I don't
we
mean
do
that
it.
in a terrestrial sense. I mean that in a, is there something that moderates your, is there something that you bow to that moderates your behavior? Like,
Yeah, morality.
okay, you have a morality. You can define that morality either about as being subservient to God, who helps define your morality for you, or in my case, the non-aggression principle, or the second law of thermodynamics, or the Heisenberg's uncertainty
Right.
principle,
Sure.
or and some combination thereof, right?
Or just I want to be a good guy.
Well, but why, right? But again, but how you define that matters.
Well,
And-
that's our congenital narcissism.
okay. Now, what if you're a psychopath who were born,
Which-
not made,
Right.
and you don't
Yeah.
submit to a higher power?
Yeah.
Right. Then you got
When
no
you've got
guidance.
nothing but neurofeedback that your decisions are true and correct, and everybody else is just chattel and cattle for
Just
you to farm
pawns.
because they're morons.
Yeah. I think
And that's
that's
been going on for generations.
been going
Yeah.
on for millennia. Is
I know.
You
know.
just have
the
the-
age.
And you set up systems that reward the psychopaths as they move up the ladders of power,
yeah.
so that you have lieutenants who are just as psychopathic carrying out your wishes because they have the exact same worldview that you do. And then you create an educational system that says, yeah, we don't believe in anything, and we're going to replace God with the state.
Yeah.
Right.
I think
Now, this is my worldview, but it's still, as a person who has some moral compass, I'd like to think
it's hard
still
to, yeah.
it's hard to intuit.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
You really do have to kind of think like Emperor Palpatine.
Right.
Yeah, you
And
gotta
then
I think you gotta I think
and
it's
internalize that, and you have to realize that that's who you're fighting.
it's like playing a video game or something, and you can be detached from it because it's just you and your buddies playing a game of fucking some World War II game. Just
Right.
think about how little of a shit you actually give, even if your best friend's like, it's a video game. I'll fucking team kill my guys. I don't give a shit.
Well,
Well,
I
they
thought
turned
about
the-
I
they
thought
turned
about
whole
the
world
fact
into a
that
Skinner box, dude.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
I
And we all have a button to push.
so I
Yeah.
thought about the fact that the guys who have to make calls that involve killing, say, thousands upon thousands of Nazis in Germany, right? Let's just start there. Those guys are sort of a knife edge away from being able to call for the death of thousands of anybody, right? So I realized that the ability to make that call means that so if you decide, okay, we're going to bring down the Twin Towers to achieve this goal, they're just casualties of war. They're not Americans versus, some perceived evil
Yeah.
Arab.
Or
They're
you
just
could even-
people. They're just deaths. They're stats.
Or you could even say that in Kissinger, not Kissinger, probably Kissinger, like Cheney's mind or something, you might look at that and go, I'm not a bad person for killing 3,000 Americans because I just saved
That's an Omaha
300
Beach moment.
because I
That's
just
an
killed.
Omaha Beach
Well,
moment.
they might look at it the exact same way. Eisenhower probably didn't look at, oh my God, I'm killing all these men. He went, I'm saving all of these Americans. You
That's
might
right.
look at Rumsfeld and Cheney on September 10th, and they might be saying, you motherfucker, I'm saving 30 million Americans.
Right.
That's a.
I know.
Are they psychopaths or are they the most
I
patriotic guys
just,
in the?
I'm
There's
in
another
I'm in
soundbite someone's going to tune in on.
I'm a Mobius strip from hell where I keep ending up back in the same place.
Honestly, I'm kind of getting to a
What-
point where and this is bad, but I'm kind of just watching the whole thing now, and I'm sort of in awe at the intricacy of the game. Like,
Oh,
there's obviously
absolutely.
evil, there's obviously good, and you should fight for the good against the evil. But more than
But that's
anything,
not true at all. That's not the
But-
couching any of the shit in terms of good and evil is
sure,
leads
sure,
you
sure.
down the wrong path.
But more and more, I find myself just
I'm sorry,
looking-
but people who want to groom my kids for sexual slavery,
well, they're evil.
no, they're
yeah.
fucking evil.
Yeah,
No, you're right. You're
no,
right.
you're right. No, you're right. But more and more, I find myself, and this is bad.
But couching it good and evil tends to simplify it too much. That gets
Oh,
back to
no,
now you get to stop thinking rather
But
than
just
why
saying,
are
no,
they doing it?
yeah, yeah,
Why
no,
are they
agreed,
doing it?
Agreed, Dave. When you're talking about the players at the table, at the end of the day, the tactics they use are evil. But what they're doing
Incentives.
is you
It's
have to assess
incentives.
them in the terms of personal incentives. But go ahead,
Sure.
Tom.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry.
but the point of all of that is I find myself more and more like I'm watching a game between two teams I don't care about, and I'm kind of just in awe at like the physical ability of someone to, get an assist and and nail a 3-pointer from 50 feet away. I'm just kind of
Yeah.
This
like,
is like
Me
wow.
watching
this is
that's
what
exactly what I was going to say. Me watching a basketball game.
I'm just like
Amongst anybody, because
I'm
it's the
just like-
dumbest
It's
fucking sport ever
but that's
created.
what for me the elections are. So I'm stunned by the lack of a red wave because I personally
Yes.
believe when you're as bad as the blue team has been, you should be sent to the bench to ponder the mistakes you made, to make you pivot back to the middle, to get your shit together. It's a timeout, right? You got to
Yep.
you got to make them pay, and we didn't. But I'm watching it from this more disconnected view where I go, they probably rigged it. They probably made sure that they got, the vote count. But I find myself getting a little less emotionally attached to, oh my God.
yeah. And that's I don't know if
Well-
that's a survival mechanism for my own brain.
It is.
Well, it's saturation.
Well, for me, it was the realization that they ginned up the worst possible outcome when I started assessing the entire game board. From
Right.
every vector, an election like this with this result winds up with everybody you don't want to win gotta win.
Right. Which is the gaslighting. Right.
And I mean, the three happiest people on Wednesday morning were King Charles III, Klaus Schwab, and Mitch McConnell.
So tell me,
Mitch McConnell wanted continuity of government more than he wanted any attempt to.
no question.
No question. And that's
Here's
the
a
thing.
trivial question. This is one of the chess pieces that's so small it doesn't matter. But
Sure.
where's Tulsi Gabbard end up soon?
Well, with this election result now, my entire electoral map for 2024 is thrown for a loop because
What's Trump's announcement going to be? Said he's
I
gonna
don't even know what Trump should do at this point. I actually want Trump out of the fucking picture completely.
Well, regardless, he said he's got an announcement for the 15th.
I know. And
Uh,
Gabbard,
But
I really
I've
thought-
not believed he wanted to run again. My hunch has always been
I
that
always thought he didn't want to run too, but I'm at the point now, I'll be honest with you. What I wanted to see was a good solid red wave, a rebuke of the Democrats, a rebuke of
Right,
the crazy,
exactly.
allowing now the Fed and the banks to then start moving it's turning the corner for the United States so we can start moving in the right direction. And then you set up some form of unity ticket for 2024,
which would
Gabbard,
be
which
and
DeSantis Gabbard
DeSantis.
or Trump
Mhm.
Gabbard. Okay, she declares and becomes a member of the GOP at the fucking convention.
So she cut a deal, right? She's already
Probably.
got a deal. She's already got a
Probably.
deal.
Now,
because she went straight RNC. It was overnight. Boom, a switch was thrown.
right.
Yeah.
Well, she came in seeing how bad things were and said, okay, if the Republican government, if the GOP isn't going to support these candidates, I have to come in and support these candidates. That was a very powerful statement. And notice who she supported. She went into the districts that Mitch McConnell didn't want.
I know.
Didn't want.
And she bitched about the fact that he turned on him and didn't help him.
Right. So clearly Gabbard is in the camp that is trying to stop what's happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Clearly she's in that mode. So now the question is.
So she's not a sociopath, is your point.
Oh, no. Tulsi Gabbard is anything other than.
I've been watching her for about 10 years, waiting for her to show up. And then she showed up. She showed up in 2020. 2020.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so now with this result, I don't even want to go into the election. I want the GOP to get everything they want. They want to run Nikki Haley. They want to run Nikki Haley and John McCain 2.0. I think they should do that.
But I think we
should have the worst fucking election of all time. I think DeSantis should stay in fucking Florida. I think Trump shouldn't fucking run. I think you should just allow them to do the whole Hillary versus Jeb Bush thing that they wanted in 2016,
right,
and have the entire country go, you know what? Fuck you people.
Well, so
fuck them all.
my desire also is that, although, and I've said this multiple times, is if you think the Republicans are going to somehow fix it, you're dreaming. No. But the bullshit they're going to feed me will taste better. Right? Because
they'll put a little butter on the bullshit.
Well, the bullshit that the Democrats have fed us is absolutely nauseating, vomit-inducing bullshit.
And again, it's designed to outrage you. It's designed to trigger your disgust circuit.
I want to be able. That's why I watch Tucker Carlson. I like his bullshit better than anyone else's bullshit.
Of course.
Can we? Are y'all cool with wrapping this one up?
Yeah.
And I've got a Tim Dillon quote to wrap this up about Jeb Bush. As he said this right after 2016. He goes, "The plane of America isn't landing at Disney World. None of us are surviving this flight. Trump's trying to turn the plane around and there's turbulence and it's shaking and everyone's mad. Jeb Bush or Hillary Clinton, they would have put on an Adam Sandler movie. They would have served drinks for free. And in the middle of the night, when you're lulled to sleep, you wouldn't even see it. They'd turn the plane. The angle would be so slight. And then you'd just be in the side of the mountain and it'd be over. They were trying to put you down humanely and we didn't let it happen. So now we're getting it like we deserve."
Well, this is the way they handle things like the truckers and everything. It comes down to, look, you can either pretend like everything's going fine or we're going to beat you like a rented mule. The trucker story was so amazing to me because it was a truly heartwarming protest.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was the most spectacular. And then they just said, okay, that was fun, but booms.
You saw the state power. You're
done. And by the way, you think the January 6th guys got it bad? Well, we're going to do it to you again.
It's bad more and more. I just find myself trying to make my immediate universe better, try to be a good person, donate to the homeless shelter, hold the door, help an old guy at Walmart. And maybe
a good guy. That's my want to be a good guy.
More and more, and I'm just watching the game.
No, like you're absolutely right, Tommy. I mean,
I don't know what else to do. I can't.
So I have another. I heard another rumor that I want to see if, since we've got puzzle piece.
I don't think we should give any more credence to James Kunstler, who thinks that the Pope raped Jeffrey Epstein in the White House. I don't think we should give any more fuel to his conspiracy. I'm all for free speech, but Kunstler's
after snorting cocaine off a Ukrainian hooker's pussy.
He's getting a little out there that he thinks Hillary Clinton raped Otto Warmbier
making a connection. I have got this single data point connection that connects. You're not going to believe this. QAnon shaman.
Okay.
With Ukraine.
Has
anyone heard anything about this?
No.
Okay.
This is the episode that somehow gets me banned from Rumble.
Right. Getting banned from Rumble. It
That's
is time to get a real job.
That's a
It
moment.
is time to get a real job.
That's the universe telling you something, dude.
That's writing
That's
on
right.
the wall. That's the universe saying, "Hey, the
That's
next
right.
step is you in an orange jumpsuit and get out."
Well, you saw where DuckDuckGo turned on the
Oh, well, they got
goddamn.
video of that CEO at Epstein's Island raping a kid. There's no
I
other
know, but
explanation for that.
everyone thought that was the good guys. All of a sudden he turns and I go, oh my God.
Oh, they got a
Oh,
video of
Jesus.
him.
This is the thing. This is what they always do. They have these things laid out
Yeah,
so many different ways. Like they have nothing else. We give them all this fucking money to sit around all day long and think up
and
shit
just
to do
scheme
to
more
us. And we pay
contingency
for it.
plans.
I
This is
think
the
the three of us
problem.
are stuck in MK Ultra experiments and we don't even know it. They're jamming electrodes into our brains.
It's
and-
it's
No,
it's
that's-
evil,
you're
but it's
absolutely right.
brilliant. It's evil, but it's
we-
brilliant.
It's
we
like when
live
your
in-
teenager.
dude,
It's like when your teenager outplays you. You have a teenager.
It's like an
and you go,
Ocean's
oh,
11.
fuck! I can't believe
It's like
they
an
tried- they
Ocean's
pulled that
11
one
when the
off.
owner of the
Okay,
casino
ready?
just says like, "Congratulate!" Like he's just, you got me. I'm almost kind of like, you know what, New World Order, you did it. You did it. It's
Right.
impressive. I don't like it.
You-
You're all
you-
demons, but
I underestimated you.
the touche,
Yeah.
touche.
So,
I
the-
didn't
the-
know
the
Donald
fun
Trump was an
part-
android. Whatever.
So,
Or
yeah,
the Jim
yeah,
Kunstler. We got to fill that blank again.
They never knew Kunstler was fucking the handler of Epstein. Who would have known? I didn't know that he.
Who knew?
I didn't know that he literally raped the queen to death. That was a black pill moment for me. I thought he was a good guy.
He's never coming back on. Or he's put it this way: if he comes back on, he's never leaving early.
He's coming back.
This is like not wanting to leave a party till it's over.
He's gonna come on.
So-
He's gonna get me banned from Rumble.
If you guys,
He's gonna come on here with a diagram about the shape of skulls, and he's gonna get me banned from the internet.
my concept, but
What?
y'all need to read Philip K. Dick's A Scanner Darkly.
Oh
What's it
yeah,
called?
yeah.
What is it?
Philip K. Dick's A Scanner Darkly.
I read that in high school.
I'm still missing it. You're
s-
saying
it's
it too
A
fast.
Scanner,
Darkly.
You can even watch the movie by Richard Linklater. It's actually really well done.
The
um,
movie is incredible.
The movie is incredible. They're both very good. But I think the reason I
Is
bring
it
this up is
Fiction?
because it's fiction. Well,
Ah,
I mean,
docudrama.
I mean, it's thinly veiled.
It's the reason why A Scanner Darkly is so good is because every time you think you've got it sussed out as to what the actual plot of this book is and what the actual situation is and how deep the psyops go, until you get the final reveal, you have no idea.
You keep thinking you're
And
scratching.
the final
Well,
reveal,
so
and I will
that's
not
where,
spoil it for you, Dave, if you've never read it or you've never watched
I'll
it.
watch the movie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the book's not long. It's only
Daniel
it's a Philip K. Dick
Ellsberg.
novel. It's only 225 fucking pages. You can read it in 3 hours.
Dave
My
can't.
The
lips
movie
will
is
cramp
almost
up.
longer than the book is.
Daniel
can't read.
Ellsberg. I can't read. Daniel Ellsberg was talking to Kissinger before he got top security clearance. And he said to Kissinger, he says, Henry, when you get top security clearance and you get to see what's there, he says, at first you're going to be shocked and then you're going to be elated. He says, then you're going to be talking to some 3-star general who doesn't know what you know. And he's going to be telling you shit and you're going to go, I don't believe this guy's worth a shit anymore. And he says, then you're going to become kind of a bonehead. I don't remember how he said it, but he was warning him that when he gets to that top echelon, that he will join the club of those who say, none of you understand. And that's when it gets dangerous.
And I
Because you
think-
say, well, you don't understand.
and then when you're in that world for long enough, all of a sudden you realize there's another inner group, and you
There's
don't.
another
Right.
iteration of it.
And that's what it keeps.
That's right.
You think
And
you.
that's the lesson of A Scanner Darkly.
Yeah, that's the
And
Scanner Darkly.
you're an emperor of Rome, and you realize that will not be for long.
Yeah,
Just understand that the protagonist of A Scanner Darkly, that's all of us.
So
Yeah,
I had dinner with John Deutsch after he was done being head of the CIA. And I've always had the suspicion that he had not a clue what was going on in the CIA,
I don't know.
that he was not one of the guys who they bothered to tell him. I also have this theory that the CIA is structured like a bunch of sleeper cells
Yes.
and nobody knows what's going on inside the CIA.
I don't. I'll be honest.
You're
I
gonna
don't.
love this movie, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll be. I don't. I kind of go one step even deeper than
More
Rothschild.
fucked up.
I go one step even further than like the Illuminati, in that I don't think the people in charge know that they're the innermost circle because they've gone through so many
Oh,
inner
that's
circles.
interesting.
No, but really, I think of it
Ah,
like
that's interesting.
I think of it like a video game where it's like a map and it's like last one survives, right? And you have like a counter on the map. You can see how many people are left, and it's just you and one guy, and it goes on for like an hour, and you're both crawling through the woods, and then finally you see a movement a mile away, and you blow his brains out, and it's like winner, and you're like, oh, I fucking did it, or you finally
It's the Truman Show.
But
It's the Hunger Games.
in this world, you don't have a counter, and there's nothing that says you're the winner. You don't know if you've killed everyone. I don't think the people in charge know that they're in charge.
If there's someone above them
I
who's going
think
to
they
get them.
think that
Yeah.
there's something, and it's like it's kind of beautiful. I think
And
the
this is
people in charge
why
think there's another
leaders
circle.
show a profound paranoia.
Yeah, because they
Right.
think
This
there's
is
another
why
thing.
Saddam offs a bunch of guys in his Senate
Yeah,
to scare the fuck out of the rest, hoping somehow he can contain it.
I don't
Why
think
Because it
Putin
just never ends.
has to
Because
keep
it's
control.
just this infinite dance.
I think
That's
think
right.
that they think there's another and they're all playing. If let's just say it's us, we're behind the Illuminati, behind the Rothschilds, it's just us, and we're all talking to each other. And we've had the veil ripped away so many times where we thought we knew, and then we brought into an even deeper circle.
But if we were the triad,
Oh, so now we're gonna go.
The three
Now we're
of
gonna
us.
what? Do the prisoner thing?
No, but listen, no,
that's
not all
right.
of
That's right. No, that's right.
Yeah,
if
no.
we were the triad, we couldn't trust each other. So
exactly.
you're
Even
never
if
safe.
yeah,
You're
even
never
if-
safe.
Even if we were objectively at the highest rung, we would all still be thinking they're in on.
He could fuck me.
They're testing me. They're testing me for another initiation. There is no
Or,
other initiation.
It would be like if King Charles is looking down at William saying he could off me,
Yeah.
right?
And then what
That's-
you can do is
that's happened so many times.
Well,
in
and then there's
history. Many times.
Well, I've thought about this before. Let's say you are in the innermost circle, the fucking like the deepest bunker, and you can take a bet. You can go, I think we are in charge. You can act on that bet and see if there's any repercussions, but they won't act on it because it took so long to get there. They don't want to risk it.
I will not. I will. I am really resisting now going into the whole chaos magic memeing into existence thing.
Oh no, I think it comes down to like
no, I'm
quantum
dead serious
physics.
when I say this. I'm like, we keep doing things like this, and we create the future by just writing it down.
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting. So it becomes self-fulfilling.
Oh no, I think
I-
that's
The other thing is-
there's a brilliant comic book writer by the name of Grant Morrison. I don't know if you guys ever read any of Morrison's work. So, Animal Man, Doom Patrol. He wrote some of the best Batman ever done. JLA, yada yada yada. But Grant Morrison is a chaos magician.
Yeah.
And go look him up on YouTube. Go look up him talking about chaos magic.
Oh yeah, there's
And
a great
the
interview with
process-
ATL. Sorry. Go on.
And the process of doing it.
Oh yeah,
And
no,
when you
it's
really stop to think about what he was talking about in all of these
It's like
stories. that he
Suzuki
wrote.
violin. It's like Suzuki violin. By playing the violin, you learn to play the violin.
Right. Well, no, it's even better than that. When you say, I want this to occur,
you're putting
you
it into
make it happen by making it into a thing
Proclamation,
and then
right.
writing it down and putting it into
So,
and
like-
laying your will upon the universe and making it happen.
so like
Did
So
you
every
see the
time-
X-File that talked about the pandemic?
Yes.
Oh, is that amazing? They nailed it. And then the question is, did someone plant that?
or is it
Next
chaos?
file-
Is it chaos?
Is that
Or
so
did it
at the
happen
end of
because?
at the end of the day, like when you sit down and you read all the stories that he wrote, and I'm thinking particularly about The Invisibles, which was a comic book he did about secret societies and all of this stuff, and it was an homage to Jerry Cornelius and all this crazy shit from the 60s. And but when I think about that, I wrote an editorial for my newsletter about a year and a half ago about this, saying, when you really stop to think about this, did he make all this happen by turning this, knowing him, did he believe with all of his being that when he wrote this, was he creating the very future that would expose all of this, that would set us on this path to the next level of human consciousness, because that's what that story is about.
You
Well,
know,
that's
would be,
where then someone like
and when you
Yuval
start to really
Harari's a
think about-
scary
and when you start to
motherfucker.
and when you really start to think about art and what art's capable of, and why art is always, why the artists always get there first, are they actually doing that during
they
the act of
creating it?
creation? And if so, then men like him, like Philip K. Dick, like others who saw the Kafka and Eliot. I mean, if you read The Wasteland and you know even the barest minimum about chaos magic, right? Not that I subscribe to any of this, guys. I'm not.
I think
proselytizing.
I think it's fascinating.
Okay.
Well,
but
this
when
is the
you-
beginning of
when
a
you- if
mass
you-
movement.
so-
These
so
are
do
the
me that
intellectuals
favor,
doing
just like go watch like a great half-hour interview or speech by Grant Morrison, Chaos Magic. It's pretty easy to find on YouTube. He's drunk. He's Scottish, so you got to turn the subtitles on because it's like Brad Pitt in trying to listen to Brad Pitt and Snatch, right? With
Yeah.
all the pikey. It's that bad, but it's hilarious and interesting and fascinating because when you read The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, he encapsulated the entirety of the 20th century and into the 21st century from a zeitgeist perspective in that poem over the course of 1919 through 1923 until he finally published it, right? And then you look at what The Wasteland was talking about, and then you look at the 20th century, and you're like, did T.S. Eliot create the 20th century?
Did he? And then makes
Did
you
he
think,
presage it, or did he create it?
it then
Or
makes you-
or either of those the wrong questions?
So I was thinking about this the other day, actually, when I was moving in here because I was losing my mind. I was actually thinking about chaos theory as I was just dehydrated. I was sick, and I was just hallucinating. And I started thinking, is that what QAnon is?
Yes.
Did somebody
QAnon
create?
is a standalone complex.
No, did somebody
All these
create?
things I'm describing are basically standalone complexes.
But did somebody create QAnon not because there is a plan to save and arrest everyone, but did they set it out there so that enough people believed it that then it becomes true?
Exactly.
Did somebody on the inside really see like the elite practicing chaos magic?
Here's what it's
Dude,
like.
if you don't read, go watch Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. Go watch the first season of that, and it will blow your fucking mind when you really start to think about this. When you see if you ever look around the internet and you see the Laughing Man, that's what the symbol of the Laughing Man shows up all over hacker culture, shows up all over dissident culture. It's everywhere. That show is fucking brilliant. And it talks about all of these ideas that we're just talking about now, which is the idea of the self-propagating meme, the copycat without an original. Yeah. That's what a standalone complex is.
Okay.
Right? Is there no original Q? Probably not. What is Q? We are all Q if we believe in Q.
Sure.
And to the extent that any of us believe in it, that it is just the upswelling of our desire to make things
there
better.
to be Q. Right.
That then creates the zeitgeist that creates the energy that changes the world.
And then in 50 years, they'll look back and say, oh, they were disseminating Q. And it's like, no, it was created out of
nothing. It was created out of our desire and our unconscious desire
for the world to be better.
Our thirst for something better.
It's also a
brilliantly
example.
Said, Tom.
There was a bank run, a famous bank run where there was a bank and a bus stop in front of the bank, and the bus broke down and was late. So the crowd started building up, and it turned into a bank run.
Right.
Because people saw the crowd building up in front of the bank.
Right.
You know, I feel like you're quoting Jim again, talking about a bus. You know, Jim goes on and on about buses and minorities and bank robberies. I just don't condone it. I just don't. But you know, I sit in front of the flag.
I'm gonna kill you.
So I'm for free speech because I sit in front of the flag. But I think Jim's views on minorities are frankly gross. But you know,
you missed your call. You should have been in politics.
We should.
This is what they do to each other all the time.
They just lie.
Dude,
they just lie their ass off.
All I have to say, Tommy, is that's been fucking brilliant, dude. Like those are callback jokes that are just crushing it. And this is like podcasting stand-up 101. Like,
so those listening, by the way, Jim didn't say any of these things.
No. Jim has not. He's the most upstanding citizen. He's the most brilliantly loving guy.
Riffing on him. So I wouldn't mention the sex with the goats, but otherwise he's an upstanding guy.
Yeah,
we
no,
already
he's
had
no.
we already had we had off camera.
But someone can tune in later to this and not realize we're just
That's a
ripping
good
on him.
point. That's a good. They're gonna be like, who the? We see a headline tomorrow, like
Yeah, I dialed it
famed
forward.
blogger
now.
James Kunstler. You can see
if
Kanye
And
is gonna
also,
tweet.
they're not gonna-
Kanye is gonna tweet
They're not
solidarity
going to
with
know
Jim.
it came from the previous foursome podcast we did.
yeah.
Oh,
So the
God.
worst part about all this is that if we wake up tomorrow, just to put the whole bow on the chaos magic thing,
And
if
Jim
we,
is there's just a riot outside of his
if we
house.
wake up tomorrow and
Jim's
Jim's been
career is
arrested for,
destroyed. You just destroyed him by putting the idea out.
Kanye's gonna tweet out. He's gonna be like, "This is one Jew I like." He sees it how it is. We're gonna be like, Jesus fuck.
oh no.
I think this is what someone like Musk is actually good at. I think
Yes.
Musk puts out ideas
Absolutely.
to make them become true.
I mean, it's on chaos theory, right? The background, his Twitter panel is us terraforming Mars. I mean, if he's got 100 million followers, maybe that is chaos that you put into enough subconscious, which was why propaganda would be so important, which is why controlling the narrative is so important, which is,
Yes.
so this is actually almost like a wizarding battle of him buying Twitter.
We are fighting this. When
Yeah.
in the almost 6 years I've been doing this now. When I look back on the number of things that I've seeded into the zeitgeist, and again, I'm not like busting my hand, pat myself on the back or anything.
No, sure.
It's that if you speak truth and you say it in such a way that it affects people, it propagates, and then
Yeah.
it comes back to me, and then I have these things come back to me later on, and I'm like, oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
And everywhere I look now, I see someone else with another meme become ungovernable. And I see it everywhere.
Yeah.
It's every fucking where. And it all came from me and my Twitter feed.
Yeah, it's
Well, it reminds me one time I was talking to a friend of mine who bought $60 million worth of GLD and then tried to get gold for it.
Right.
And he actually hired lawyers to try to get gold. Now, if you look at the prospectus, he was never promised he could get gold for it. So
Nope.
he was actually trying to do something that wasn't in the prospectus, but he couldn't get it, of course. I told a friend, might have been someone like Grant Williams, maybe, or something.
Mhm.
And then I watched that story spread around the entire gold world.
Yep.
And then I got back to this friend of mine and said, I got to check the facts because I just watched that story spread. And I didn't name you, but I watched the story spread. And he said, oh, yeah, I wrote about it in 2006 or 8 or whatever the date was. And he said, yeah, I wrote about that, but it never caught fire.
Right.
It never got the oxygen it needed to run. And then when it got into the right pair of lips, it just took off.
Yep.
And so, note to self, these stories sometimes have one source that's not credible. Now, my source was credible, but the gold world had no idea that my source was credible, and it funneled through me. And as a consequence, that's the bank run right there. That's the spontaneous development of something big from a little tiny seed crystal.
Yep.
So you can kind of see the importance of optimism and not being black-pilled, because you're creating reality.
You can help create. You can create the reality.
So
and
it's
interestingly, and yes. And
my brother and I talk about this. We talk about this a lot. Whether obsessing over this shit is just bad, just a bad idea.
I don't know.
I don't either.
I just know that at the position I'm in now, I've had these people and curated all these people, and they support me monetarily, which is phenomenal and wonderful, and they also support me emotionally and with information as well. I mean, so I have this community. I now feel an obligation to them. I can't stop now even if I wanted to.
yeah.
Because and not that I want to. I've never had more fun, and I've never been more edified and more fulfilled in the work that I've done in my entire life
Yeah.
that I'm doing right now. And even when we have even when we rag on Jim Kunstler, and
for his
lovingly, because Jim is a wonderful human being
yeah,
who
but
just
I
happens to like,
who
fuck
just
children,
happens
but,
to believe in racial
I'm sorry.
who just happens to believe in racial hierarchies that I don't. But again, he's his own man. He's his own man, and he's our friend.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But just to make it, we don't have an option. I don't have an obligation to stop. You don't start something like this,
Yeah.
and then just walk away because
Well, see, I could walk away knowing you're on the job.
fair enough.
But
I said that to Mike Krieger when Mike Krieger finally quit Liberty Blitzkrieg. Mike used to write Liberty.
I know Mike well.
Yeah, and when Mike announced that he was shutting it down because he was going to go, raise tomatoes in Idaho or whatever, I said, Mike, you did yeoman's work the entire time that I was checked out and couldn't do this work. So, good on you, and and Godspeed.
The problem I face is I can bust my ass writing an absolutely front edge paper in chemistry and get 3,000 clicks, or do a podcast with Pomp and get 250,000.
Right.
And I'm going, Jesus, that was a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was.
I got into medical school, man, and then I've been doing this podcast. Work smarter, not harder.
Right.
I'm more in.
I'm also 67, so one could argue that I'm transitioning.
Yes.
I'm very.
But I also do worry that I'm.
Look, Dave. At the end of the day, we all
dark.
Don't have to do the same thing our entire lives.
Oh, that I know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I literally started this 3 years ago.
Within chemistry, I switched fields several times. But here's what I said. I was in New Orleans investment conference.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to people. I said, if you had said 20 years ago, I'd be doing 4 independent gigs at the New Orleans investment conference, I would have said there is no mechanism for me to get from here to there. It would be like if someone said, 20 years from now, you'll be president of the United States. I go, not going to happen.
Nope.
There's a wormhole couldn't get me there, right?
Right.
And yet somehow I got there, and it baffles me at times.
You have to focus on the end goal and where you're going to. If you focus on the mechanism, you'll never get there. If you focus,
but I love the path, though. You got to enjoy the path.
Well, that's like
you got to enjoy every minute. You got to enjoy the ride, every minute of it.
It's one of the most delicious parts of life. Is like, how the fuck did you get here?
Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful. But if you try to focus on how it will happen, it will never happen. If you just focus on what it is you want to happen, it will occur, and it will melt your brain in how it happens.
It's funny. I've always said the same thing, which is that if you do good work, eventually it'll be recognized.
Yeah.
If you speak truth, it'll be recognized. If you're interesting, if you're different from other people, you can't. What's the secret to any entrepreneurial success? Hit them where they ain't, baby. Go where the other guy isn't. Right. Yeah. It's Robert Frost.
Well, so in the True Believer,
it's the unique selling proposition, and whatever that happens to be. And if it's for me, it's being vulgar and talking about goats. Well, then it's being vulgar and talking about goats, right? But
so in the True Believer,
when I first started this thing, I had a much different conception of what we were going to do, what I was doing,
right?
And now
it's sort of like the crypto boys, right? The guys who Bitcoin, they thought it was going to be a currency,
right?
Right.
And now it's
in the True Believer. He has a line in there where he says leaders figure out where people are going and they lead them there.
Yep.
Ah, that's good.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a clever line. That is a clever line.
That is
very clever.
It is a brilliant line. Yeah.
And so the last thing, because we should really, the last thing I want to point out.
I can't hang up until he turns record off because I'm not getting any of these sex with goats jokes against me.
Right. So now it's the late stage.
Now we're blackmailed by Tommy. I want to set a.
We all have guns on each other now.
Tom, yeah, that's right. And someone going, wah, wah, wah.
We all have guns pointed at each other's head. We're like, you walk away.
Well, you got control of the button. You got control of the button.
So I'm just going to leave with, I keep bringing this quote up over and over again, just to kind of put a bow on the conversation, which is my spiritual guru, Philip K. Dick, said the most profound thing you will ever hear. I don't care what anybody has to say, which is that reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go
away. Still true, right?
Doesn't go away.
Right. No,
That's
that's
it.
a famous quote, and that's true.
And it
Unless,
gets
of
more
course, you're an
profound by
MK
the day.
Ultra.
It
Right.
gets more profound by the day.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's everything we've said before, you know, it's everything we've said in this podcast tonight. And y'all are the best, man. I enjoy this like
This is a fucking
nobody's
blast.
business. And
is-
I only had one
Voltaire
glass of
said,
wine.
Voltaire said, a pithy phrase is not wisdom. And I'm going, oh, that just twisted my brain into a ball.
This is not wisdom. That's great.
And I'm going, oh, my irony filter just blew a gasket.
Yeah, I what am I supposed to do with that? How about
I know,
fuck you?
I
You
know,
fuck
I
you.
know,
Okay,
I know,
you win.
I know.
Maybe
See, I
win the
love
English
quotes.
language.
I love quotes because someone else did all the heavy lifting. They're usually very meme-like quality.
Yep.
You know,
And-
I'll end with a quote by the great Jim Kunstler. And it's, even with the unparalleled efficiency and termination of the Germans, they could have never made 6 million.
You're a punk. You are such a punk, says the Jew.
It's not mine. It's from him. He's Jewish. I'm an Irish Catholic. I had nothing to do with this. But,
oh God,
he said
that's. I'm
Oh,
not going.
poor Jim.
There are conspiracy theories that I don't touch.
I know.
just for
Hey,
the
for
sake
the
of sanity.
for the fucking record, so I don't get removed from even BitChute, that was a joke. All
That
right.
was a joke.
The what?
That
Someone
was a
sent me an,
joke.
someone sent me an email one day, said, if you read this guy's shit, I swear he'll convince you the world's flat. My first thought is, well, it'd be interesting to see how he makes the case. Then I go, there's no upside to that one. There's no upside to that one. I'm either A, wasting my time, or going to destroy my life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. When people email me, they're like, "I'm just saying you should look into like the real history of Auschwitz." I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm good, thank you."
Yeah, it's like someone saying, you say you should see pictures of these children the pedophiles are doing shit to, and you go, no.
Really, no.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this video of CP? You're like, fuck off, FBI.
Yeah,
you fuck right off.
By the way, about 3 weeks ago, my wife got hit by a scammer, and she calls me, says our bank accounts are being emptied as I'm talking, and I'm on the phone with the guy from Apple, and I go, no, you're not. Hang up. You're not.
Hang
so
up.
The first thing I did is I hit all the banks to make sure there was nothing going on. There's nothing. I shut them down. And I got home, and the guy was on the phone.
Yeah.
And he's got a hold of a website. And he's talking to her, and he says, okay, here's the data phone. I'm going, it's just a website. The guy's scamming you. So I take the phone. I said, look, if you're legit, you'll understand why I asked my wife a few questions. I said, where did you get his number? She said, well, I gave it to me. And how many times have I told you don't do this? And then I said, okay, I'm going to give you one crack at convincing me you're not a sleazy fuck scammer. He said, I'm just trying to help your wife. I said, that's not it. And then he says, well, you're insulting me. I go, that definitely is not it. Because if you're a real IT guy, you wouldn't say that, because you'd understand what kind of chaos you're creating at this end.
Yeah.
And then after we hung up, about 20 minutes later, he called her back, because the shtick is, he'll go away, I'll call her, I'll get her right back on the hook, and we'll be back in the saddle.
Yep.
And then you trace.
And I'm going, fuck, bullet in the head. Find that guy, bullet in the head.
Didn't you trace that phone number back to
Jim Malaysia or something?
Jim Kunstler.
Jim Kunstler.
You can't.
I don't know why I've been attacking him so much. I love Jim so much. It's just
because
it's not here.
Because he's not here.
It's leaving the party too early. Yeah. Leaving the party too early. And the joke
is good. That's why.
That's what he gets. This is the equivalent of falling asleep early. We drew on him with Sharpies. This is what you get for leaving. All right, gentlemen. Yeah, let's wrap this one up.
Turn off that record. Turn it off.
I will. I'll end it. Don't worry. I'll send this episode to you guys. I love you both, Jim.
When's it go up? When's it go up? When's it go up?
It'll go up tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you, Tommy.
I'll email to y'all. Guys, take care. One. And we are recording with Jim Kunstler and Tom Luongo on Friday, January 6th, 2023 at 2:23 p.m. Eastern time for Insurrection Cast. Dave's not here. If people haven't heard, Dave was shot dead on the steps of the Capitol trying to reignite the best day of his life, and we mourn his loss terribly. But Jim, why are you laughing?
Poor fellow.
Yes,
Poor fellow.
he ran up the steps like Rocky, but he was carrying an American flag, and he was shot dead by the Capitol Police. And I'll miss Dave, but I think what he did was wrong.
At least he didn't impale himself on the flag.
That we don't know yet. They shut down all the
Oh.
security cameras and sealed it away for another. What do
So
you
he
think
was
about
shot
that?
and he impaled himself.
He shot, impaled himself.
And impaled himself like that guy who worked for the Clinton Foundation who committed suicide by hanging himself and with a shotgun blast to his chest.
Oh yeah.
So which did he do first?
What?
Weren't there also 2 nail gun taps to the back of the head?
And I didn't hear that.
Well,
Oh, no.
one of the Clinton deaths was right, shot twice in the back of the head, zipped up in a duffel bag, and it was
A suicide, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a suicide with a double tap with a nail gun to the back of the head.
with a nail gun.
Yeah.
Christ
Which
Almighty.
now I've run a nail gun before, and double tapping with a nail gun is not that hard, but it's a lot harder than
Would that kill you?
those when you're doing it to yourself,
Would that
In the medulla oblongata, I think it would probably get her done.
I think if you got it like right at the base of
Yeah, the
this,
brainstem.
that would get you. But I
Yeah.
don't think anywhere else would. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer would when his victims are incapacitated or unconscious, he would drill into their heads.
Oh,
and
please.
then
Do we have to go there?
Oh yeah, are we doing this today? Like this is Insurrection Day.
and then he would pour in hydrochloric.
He won't stop.
And then he would pour in hydrochloric acid.
Lovely, thank you.
And then wait for them to wake up, but they didn't really wake up. They were dead.
Is that
my
called
daughter
the science?
I send my daughter to school every day. Thanks. I need to know that this exists in the world. I'm sorry.
Well, this is what do you want me to not bring it up? Pretend that everything's peachy? Dave's dead on the
I have been
steps of the
accused recently
Capitol.
of being a Pollyanna, so it's
Dave is bleeding out on the steps of the Capitol right now, and you are upset that I'm bringing harsh news to this world. Dave is face down. There's a ruby red river dripping down the steps.
Aren't they going to finish him off?
He's dead. What are you talking about? He's done.
Oh, I thought you said
no,
he was bleeding out.
They will clean up now. Now, if you want to bring hydrochloric acid into it, that's how they got out the blood stains.
Can you imagine Dave face down in his collared shirt, just the heat leaving his body? Like the thermal cameras are watching him.
With the Boston Terriers jumping up and down on rambunctiously on his corpse.
But he's all.
I don't want to think about that.
Well, I don't want him.
Either.
I don't want him.
I love Dave.
I love Dave too, but what's done is done. It's over.
All right.
Jim's very uncomfortable.
All right.
You missed what happened last time after you left, Jim.
No, I didn't miss it. My girlfriend pointed it out to me and said, "Oh, you should listen to this. It's funny," and it was funny. I didn't mind.
I don't think there was anything wrong with it.
The difference, all right. It was
difference between
besides,
that.
I was the center of attention, of course. So
you were. The difference between that one and this one is
that made up for all of the all the ill feeling and malice.
Yeah, the difference between that one and this one is you're alive to hear it, and Dave's gone.
Today I'm not alive to hear it.
We'll have to project it out through the ether into the afterlife,
wherever Dave is.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about that, though? That they want to seal or not? They want to. I think they successfully voted for it to seal all video camera footage for 50 years.
Well, it occurs to me that they could, it can be unsealed by a legislative vote just as easily as it can be sealed.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, does that not give anyone?
So it's just another lame gesture.
Yeah, that's true.
At the end of a very lame exercise in despotic fuckery.
Yeah, but I mean,
there you go.
That gives one
despotic fuckery. That's a great term, Jim.
Despotic fuckery. But does that give no one
one writer to another? Yeah, you have to give it up when there's.
But does that it gives no one pause that all that's sealed?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, apparently there hasn't been an uproar about it.
Did what? What'd you say, Jim?
There has not been an uproar about it, as far as I can see. Everybody just sort of yawned.
Yeah.
Well,
but
because it's de rigueur at this point that they're going to do this, and the media is not going to say anything because they're in the tank for these people, and it's gonna be what it is, and then we're gonna unseal all the records one day when this is all over and done with. Because look, what's happening on Capitol Hill right now is nothing less than a revolution.
Yeah,
Okay, it's
what?
not going to win. They're not going to succeed. Okay, but this is really big.
And
They're
we're
gonna
not.
they're gonna fail. Like the swamp will coalesce to protect itself, and that will be what happens. But that's going to feed into a very weak speakership from McCarthy, and he's not going to be in charge for very long anyway. And this is just going to be now a quick succession of badly compromised speakers for the rest of the term, and they're not going to get anything done, which is a good thing. And so I think this is a big moment. I've been waiting for this to see what would happen from the moment the midterm election results came through.
Well, last time I checked, which was about 11:30 this morning, they failed to elect McCarthy in another vote. Has
Mhm.
something happened since then? Has
Well,
anything
for the
changed since
last
then?
vote came through, 14 people came across, and there were only, I think, 7 or 10 holdouts or whatever. So
Oh, okay.
so they cut some kind of deal, or they arm twisted a bunch of people, or they captured them, or they kidnapped a bunch of children. You know how they do. So,
Uh-huh.
I guess they finally mobilized the FBI to go, capture some kids or whatever. I'm not supposed to say this in
Well,
public.
shoot this dog if you don't change your vote.
Right, exactly.
And they're talking about Dave.
Yeah.
She
So,
call
I
him
mean,
running up the front steps. We'll shoot this guy. But
Well, I'd be satisfied as long as some of the right people end up in the right committee chairs,
right.
and we get some answers to some questions. Personally, I don't expect a whole lot more than that, but I think that would probably be a good start.
It is a good. I agree, Jim. It is a good start, but I think the hour is late, and Sauron's forces are already moving, and Gandalf's trapped on the Tower of Orthanc, and I think I think we need a little bit more than that if we're actually going to try and save this, or is this
Mhm.
just going to be the moment where it's confirmed for us one way or the other that we're headed for the kind of, I hate to say it, the kind of dissolution or breakup or whatever you want to call it, that's now as clear on everybody, as clear as everybody thinks it is. And there are times when you look at stuff like this and you go, we still have a chance to not go there. Are we going to go there? Well,
Mhm.
if McCarthy is elected Speaker of the House under these circumstances, we're clearly going to go there, because the people who are holding out represent the people who in this country who are getting fucked. And there's a lot of people who would join these guys if they thought for a moment that they could win, or that the retribution for voting with the losing side wouldn't be biblical. But they know what's going on. You got to think there's at least 100 members of the House that would vote along with these people, if not more, if they weren't rightly, abjectly scared of the consequences of going against the power structure. These guys don't care,
Mhm.
because the power structure already tried to get rid of them. They've already tried to get rid of Matt Gaetz. They already tried to get rid of Lauren Boebert. I mean, the GOP worked against Boebert, and she still barely crossed the finish line. So these people have nothing to lose. So why not?
Well,
Roll
when
the
you say
dice.
dissolution, do you mean the trend that's now underway among red states to just defy federal law and federal regulations, and just to make their own regulations and just
I
divorce themselves from the?
Yes, I think we're headed for a split, however you want to put it, partitioning, civil war, whatever it's going to be. And
Mhm.
that's clearly what our Davos paymasters want. They want it to happen on their terms and on their time frame, as opposed to on our terms and on our time frame. And so we're
What do you
going to
suppose
do what
their
we need to
terms
do.
would be?
Excuse me about the dogs in the background. There are people walking in the park, and I can't stop them. And
What do
Kamina's
you
doing her
suppose their
job.
terms
So.
would be, Tom?
What's that?
The Davos people. What would their terms
They
be?
want it to happen on their timeline, so that there's the most damage done to the financial structure of the world. Remember, they want to crash the world economy in order to and allow Europe to build back first, right? And they want this breakup of the US and this paralyzation of the US. And they want these people, they want their pets in Congress to spend as much money as possible to neutralize the Fed tightening dollar markets in order for them to survive. They want to make the case to the world that Europe is more stable than the United States. So to freeze capital there, as opposed to it, leaving as opposed to it all fleeing here. That's what this is all about. That's why McCarthy hasn't stepped aside. They don't have a plan B for McCarthy within the party at this point, because they know if McCarthy steps down, there is no, it only gives more power to the holdouts. And now we'll go from 20 or 25 holdouts to 50 or 60 or 70. I'll bet you something else. The more I think about it now, Matt Gaetz is not fucking around here when he nominated Trump. Okay.
Mhm.
Like, and I remember, I called this a year and a half ago or over a year ago, that Trump, almost 2 years ago, that Trump should run for Speaker of the House, that he should get himself back into Congress and then run for Speaker of the House. That's what he should have done.
Yeah, and then if they happen to impeach Joe Biden and get rid of Kamala Harris, then he becomes president.
And he
again.
becomes president again, right? But this was I was like half fucking around when I said this back in right after Biden took the Oval Office. But I'm like, no, this is exactly the right path for him strategically, is what he should do. Be a thorn in everybody's side, be in Congress, saying his stupid shit, being Donald Trump, and then but learning the rules and the procedures of the House so that him and his staff know how to run the House, and then he runs for Speaker, and then he like fucks everybody over, and it would be hilarious. But he's not strategically savvy, Trump. That said, I think that there's a little smoke there, because Robert Barnes was talking about this a couple of weeks ago, that Trump was now open to the idea of becoming Speaker, and now Rich Barris is talking about it, and some of the other guys. And all these strategists. I'm like, you're about 2 years late to the party, dude. They should have been getting Trump involved in this process earlier. But I don't think that's not for nothing that Gaetz went ahead and tried the Trump tactic here, because if he holds out, it's likely that there's at least that 100 members of the House who would vote for Trump if they thought they could make it work. But but clearly the establishment still has a lot of power left. Now I don't know if it's going to. If that's not going to fail, if that's not going to eventually falter, but if they've got these 14 people, today, and they're able to hold them, then the momentum of this phase of the revolution will flame out. McCarthy will become Speaker, but he'll be terminally compromised, and then the next 2 years will be an even bigger shit show, which is good. It should be this way. Shouldn't be this ossified.
And I must say a couple of things.
They're all in basically each other's cult. Sorry, go ahead, Jim.
We got to remind the listeners that you don't have to be a member of Congress to be elected Speaker of the House.
No, anybody here can be. Any of us can be Speaker.
Have you volunteered?
I'm not as such, but I've mentioned it enough times.
Are you available?
I'd be Speaker if somebody wanted to make me Speaker. It'd be great. If Matt Gaetz wanted to call me up and say, would you take the job? I'm like, heck yeah, dude. I know the basics of Robert's Rules of Order. I know it better than Trump does. I've actually run meetings.
I'd do it.
The other thing I don't quite get is how anybody expects Europe to, quote, build back better after they've gone medieval and gotten rid of their industry and have the prospect of not having even a reliable electric grid.
Well,
how does that help anybody build it back?
It doesn't. But the thing is, what they're planning for everybody else is worse, right? Because they're doing the same thing here, and Biden and company are doing the same thing here. They're making energy security a thing of the past. They're making food security a thing of the past. They're trying to get us involved in a multi-front war with the Russians and the Chinese, and the Europeans aren't going to fight, but we're going to do. But they're going to goad the stupid neocons on Capitol Hill and at Whitehall to finally try and get their rocks off. Like, that's what they're doing. That's what's going on. It's like, oh no, don't fight over Russia. Well, fight over Russia, but we don't really want you to. But yeah, we really do. Like, so freaking obvious.
I had a thought about the
neocons are just
WEF.
commie useful idiots.
I had a thought about the WEF the other day when some news item came over the internet that said the WEF would be holding its annual meeting at Davos between January 23rd and 27th or something like that. And I thought, wow, they're all going to be in one place at the same time.
I know, Putin.
Well,
dude,
can somebody send me a sunburn missile, please?
Yeah, I was like, Putin, I think Iskander's reached from the Black Sea to Switzerland. And since Switzerland is no longer neutral territory,
legally, I think I have to insert that this is an entertainment program. I'm
Yeah, that
pretty
was a
sure
gag.
I'm pretty sure I have to. I don't know. But Putin, you know,
You
it's
know, Vlad, just put it out there. Sorry.
what happened to Tommy's show? Well, would
Would have been a nice coffee shop.
have been a fucking would have been a great. This would just be the beginning of the documentary about how did the war to end all wars begin? Well,
Well, Dave Collum
Just an idle remark made on Tommy
charged up the
Kerrigan's
Capitol
show.
steps and was killed, and then
a
Putin
man named Dave Collum was shot 31 times on the steps of the Capitol Hill. But so the people that have already been kind of fucked by the system, right, who aren't going to vote for McCarthy, are you saying that because I know that his vote count has been decreasing? Are you saying that it's been? I haven't looked at it today. It's
the
increased.
last thing I saw was that the last vote he was able to get 14 people to turn. So they made a deal of some kind of deal. I that was the last thing I saw on Zero Hedge or Twitter or whatever, and might have been both.
It is kind of fascinating because like you can't do mail-in ballots because it's such a small number of people. It is kind of
Yeah.
fascinating to see like what are their other tools. What do you think
Right.
that is? I mean, do you think that's some Epstein Island shit? Do you think it's do you think it's more of a carrot or stick? This is all speculation, but do you think it's promises of the Uniparty and you're gonna head up this committee? Or do you think it's more of like here's a video of you on Epstein's Island with a Girl Scout?
Oh, I think it's fear that the longer this thing goes on, the more it'll hurt the party itself, which I think is a slightly fallacious idea.
Yeah, nobody
I
gives
don't
a
think it's
shit
hurting
about
the
you.
party at all. I think it's kind of invigorating it. And in any case, the party needs to get off its ass in some way. If it's going to be some kind of an effective opposition. I never in my life imagined that I was going to be a Republican, and I'm not. I'm not a registered Republican. But
Right.
they are, after all, the opposition to the woke, Jacobin, tyrannical, idiot leftists who are, now running the regime and running it for whom I'm not altogether sure, but I sure do oppose them. So I want
Right.
to join an opposition, and I want an effective opposition that's out there, behind me. And
Yeah.
that's the Republican Party ain't it right now. So somebody's got to shake them up, and they're doing it.
13th vote just came by at 2:00. They flipped one more, so now there's been 15 holdouts flipped. There are only 6 against him. So supposedly he's gaining momentum, but who knows if he can't flip those last 6 eventually. It's like everything else.
Like
Mhm.
you know, maybe I'm just they're not mutually exclusive. Maybe I'm just a naive retard. But like, what are the people who are flipping? Like, what do they think is going to happen? Like, do they think that all the problems just stop if they give
Well,
in?
who flipped? It's a really question of, which individuals flipped. And if you know who they are, then, you might have a better idea of why they did it.
What likely happened is that Chip Roy flipped, and since he was one of the main leaders of the opposition, he brought a whole bunch of other people with him. The other
And he was
people,
pretty adamant.
I'm looking at the list, and I don't notice most. I don't recognize most of them. So
I wonder if the plan was that they were always going to flip, but they were holding out to try to weed out who are the revolutionaries.
they already knew.
I doubt it.
They already know.
I think they're
They
just
already
kind of peeling away. It's a typical kind of situation where, there's some people are braver than other people. Some people have less to lose than other people. And, they're just kind of chipping away at that gang.
Yeah, well,
And, there are
what's
an
gonna
awful lot of
be
people.
interesting. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, there are a lot of figures like Newt Gingrich who are going on cable TV, um, deploring what's going on, and kind of implanting the idea that if these people don't come around, they'll be blamed for some catastrophic, death of the Republican Party or something. So,
But the
there's
Republican
that.
Party deserves exactly what's happening to them, because
Yeah.
like what they did. If anybody thinks that there's no freaking consequences for passing an unread $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill and draping the fucking Ukrainian flag across the friggin' rotunda in the House of Representatives wasn't,
Mhm.
a complete slap in the face of the entire fucking country. I'm sorry. And Mitch McConnell said, we had to do it with the support. What? To support fucking Ukraine? Fuck you, asshole. No one wants any of this shit. Only you do. Fuck you, cocaine Mitch. Like, Jesus Christ, Yertle, get the fuck up your ass. I'm sorry. You're just as fucking corrupt as the rest of them. And that's what's happening today. That's what's going on. And the people and if these people think that winning this battle today is going to win them anything other than a little bit of time, like it's like watching Christine Lagarde at the ECB twisting the wind every freaking day, trying to protect both the euro and credit spreads, and she can't really do either. In the face of improving U.S. economic data, whether it's a false high or not is irrelevant, and everything else that's happening in the world, like, dude, give up already. You're gonna lose. You can't beat the Fed. You can't beat the Russians. You can't beat the Chinese. You can't even beat the fucking Saudis, for Christ's sake. Give it the fuck up and walk away. But you can't do that because psychopaths and narcissists don't back down. They double down. This is what we're dealing with.
It is
Okay,
kind of
and these people will be giving orders up until the day that they're brought to the freaking firing squad. Did you see the Tulsi Gabbard interview with Tucker Carlson, where Carlson was talking about Ceausescu and his wife on the way to the firing squad? It's like Tucker Carlson was like, I watched this when it was happening, in this clip of Ceausescu and his wife still giving orders to the men who are about to shoot them.
Wait, when was this? What is this?
They couldn't fathom the idea that they weren't still in charge.
That's just as
solipsism is that complete.
That's
these people.
Unpopular take. That's not an admirable trait. To just be so obsessed with winning,
right?
Or be a psychopath and be so detached that you just go down swinging. I'm just putting that. I'm not saying I support them, but
right. I mean, there's a survival. There's a species survival trait in there somewhere, obviously, or it would have already been weeded out of the population.
Yeah, well, it's done the exact opposite. It's risen to the highest levels of power and financial and military control in the world. It's done the exact opposite of been weeded out.
Right.
So, well, another aspect of this is that they're along the whole path of this uproar. There's never really been any other credible figure who was going to run against Kevin McCarthy.
Right.
Nobody really stood up, and some of the most likely characters just said, well, we're not interested in being speaker. We just want to oppose him. So, it wasn't like a nominating convention. It wasn't like the convention that nominated Jack Kennedy against Lyndon Johnson, where they were both candidates and they were vying for a prize. There wasn't anybody else vying for the prize in this situation.
I agree. A guy like Thomas Massey, who has seniority and credibility and everything else, is where guys like prove to me that they're not just navel gazing fucking libertarian shitbags. Like, either you stand up and you lead or you don't. I have this, if anybody should criticize, the libertarian movement in this country, it's me, because I'm like Mr. fucking Libertarian, and I look at this shit and I go, well, so what are you doing about it? Nothing. You're just doing the same shit you've been doing for the last 25 years. I got news for you. Everybody's tired of you. The hour is late. Sauron's forces are moving, and you're still arguing about private roads. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like,
well,
this
listen,
is when you step up and you lead, and this is when you step up and tell people that you have freaking solutions. And Matt Gaetz has done it, and Laura Boebert's done it, and I think and they deserve a lot of freaking credit.
Assuming that this thing is going to end, whether it's on the 14th ballot or the 114th ballot, do you suppose that McCarthy is going to really be constrained to do some of the things that the Republican rebellion wants him to do?
I think that the way this process works, and someone can, in the comments or however, can correct me if I'm wrong, But in order for McCarthy to secure the votes, if he signs an agreement as to what the rules are going to be in these concessions, and they have an actual honest to God signed deal, then he has to abide by it. So single motion to vacate, blah, 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 all those things that they asked for that he's already caved on. Yeah. Then he has to actually implement. And if he doesn't implement them, Katie bar the door. There's like half these people aren't even going to show up to fucking Congress. And now what do you got? And then they'll become a point where there won't even be a quorum for him to actually.
Well, now the question will be, who in the background, if we get to the point where he is elected speaker finally,
right?
And a number of people are actually quite dissatisfied with him. Will there be some movement in the background to replace him, with somebody who really is willing to step forward and not necessarily do it in the center ring with a spotlight on him, which is the case now. It's a kind of desperation hour, and people don't want to do that. But is there going to be some kind of an organized rebellion, in the background when this is over?
I certainly hope so. I don't have a good answer. I don't have a good feel for that. But I would think that if they get 90% of the concessions that they wanted, while still embarrassing him in the process, then yeah, I think that there's then you finally have what you're talking about. Then you have the possibility of them actually sitting around going, we actually have a lot more power than we think we do, or that and they can start the process in the committees, in the back rooms, and the deal, and go, look, dudes, he's really weak. You can smell the blood. He's right there, like two nobodies. Like held up friggin' Congress for Congress's business for 5 days. Like, well, what do you say we go to war? Like, what do you got to lose? Because if you don't, because the closer we get to the re-election campaign, remember, it's everybody's safe right now, but the presidential campaign starts in 4 months. Okay.
Oh.
The presidential campaigns start up in June of the year before, like the prime, and we don't have anybody on the Republican side that's quote unquote acceptable. So we're going to have the same open field that we had in 2020 with the Democrats. There can be 14 nobodies up on stage and one person against Donald, and one staunch opposition against Donald Trump, backed by the regime.
Yeah, I don't quite see it that way.
What do you say?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that Ron DeSantis is being taken seriously. He appears to be actually ramping up an organization in Florida.
I realize that, but it's funny. The more I look at this, if DeSantis is getting good advice, he's not actually running for president, because DeSantis at this point has to realize that, like so many smart people, you're going to go to Washington and get chewed up the same way everybody else did. Your power base is in Florida. You have real power in Florida. Now you should continue finishing the job in Florida. And I'm telling you that in Florida, the mood is very much, we don't want Ron DeSantis going to Washington.
Well, he hasn't removed himself from consideration at this point, and that may just simply be a matter of it gives him more leverage to be considered a presidential candidate than to just take himself out of the race.
Right.
My thought about the next election would be that whoever gets elected is going to just inherit the most grotesque economic situation imaginable and the most grotesque political situation. And
I would wish that on Kamala Harris, if you want my honest opinion.
Well, that would fit into my kind of ongoing general theory of what's happening, which is that the federal government becomes increasingly impotent and unable to discharge its obligations, and loses power as a result, and loses legitimacy. And then in the vacuum of that legitimacy, the various regions and states have to seriously consider, autarky.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's where we're headed. And I think that, and I just, the impassioned plea I make to everybody is to understand that process is going to happen. regardless of
Mhm.
what we want or do not want. The United States is a 50-state compact is too big. I think argument it's like China's too big, Russia's too big to govern, China's too big to govern in its current form. In so many ways, India is too big to govern in its form. And certainly the European Union is too big to govern in its own.
I would argue that everything that's organized at the giant scale is too big to run. Whether
Right.
it's a corporation or Michigan State University or the United States
Yes.
government, they're all too big.
You know,
And
ages ago, I wrote a big article about the fallacy of bigness.
Mhm.
You know, that bigness as a concept is the problem. You know, and that
Yeah.
there are very few things in nature that survive as big things.
And when
And
they do come along, like the giant land mammals of the Asian steppes from the
Right.
last geological period, it generally marks the end of the line for them. That's when they go extinct. That's when large organisms and large systems go extinct, when they've
Yeah, because
exceeded their scale.
they're dependent upon a very sophisticated, for lack of a better term, supply chain
Mm.
or
Or
ecosystem.
ecosystem.
Well, it's the ecosystem, but in economic terms, and politics is downstream of economics, and in this
Mhm.
case, supply chains are the analogy for a sophisticated ecosystem.
Mhm.
And we have a very sophisticated ecosystem of commerce around the world. Globalism is dying, so therefore these big organizations, Russia, the United States, even Canada, for Christ's sake, I mean, they're all too big for their own good. And so now the question is, those things are being torn apart by forces of decentralization.
Mhm.
They're being torn apart in every way. The question is, are you going to allow your home to be the terms of that dissolution to be set by outside factors, by outside players trying to save themselves because they think that they can run the table and create the ultimate in big thing? Remember, China's not talking about taking over the world. The Russians aren't talking about taking over the world. The only
Yeah.
people talking about taking over the entire fucking world are the neoconservatives and the bureaucrats. That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody else is talking about, hey, that's enough. We don't need to do this anymore. Like China's in post-imperial I think in many ways. The Russians are clearly post-imperial. The Brits refuse to give up the idea of being post-imperial, and they keep using everybody else as their fucking proxies, those pricks.
Well, the WEF doesn't have an army. They don't have a legislature.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They
not
have a
officially.
legislature in the European Union. They have an army in the United States.
Well,
Yeah.
those are their proxies, but the
Right.
WEF itself doesn't have anything.
Right.
And it's
And that's why they're going to fail, mind you.
Everything that it represents is actually counter to the trend that we're describing, which is decentralization and
Agreed.
relocalization
Right.
and downscaling.
I agree.
And so it seems to me very improbable that any of the goals of the WEF are even remotely achievable under
They
any
aren't.
circumstances.
No, I agree, Jim. I completely. I've always said this, but that doesn't mean that their solipsism and their narcissism and their psychopathology isn't still going to be. They're going to try and express it as maximally as possible.
Yeah.
These
So
people
what you're
would rather
saying,
burn the fucking world down than stop.
okay, so that
That's the
they
problem.
simply are intending to cause the world an enormous amount of trouble.
Right. Like
So, like I said, we know that they're all going to
the Joker from the Dark Knight.
We know that they're all going to be in that one building on January 24th.
God damn it.
Well, just saying,
My podcast is so close to getting bigger and becoming successful.
People who want to burn down the world.
You guys were sent from the WEF to fucking spike my growth. Let's go on and
No.
call for
You can
violence.
always edit this, Tommy. You're all
No, not that. I'm not a cuck. It goes up. We lost Dave today. All right. We're not backing down. Dave tried to save the union by himself with a couple Boston Terriers.
He should honor his sacrifice.
He was shot 36
Dave,
times.
thank you for your service. Now,
Are you going to be pleased, Tommy, when the news gets out that Dave Collin was shot on the Capitol steps today? And
Well, that will mean that I'm more
press.
That will mean that I'm more powerful than I ever thought I was. I will be
So what
so
kind of a
big.
narcissistic psychopath are you?
I will fucking take over the world. I will make Klaus
Good.
Schwab look like
Oh,
a
I figured that
fool.
out about Tommy the first time I met him. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah,
yeah,
I'll
this
take
guy's a hoot, but
yeah, yeah.
dude, I'm not letting him
Gone.
near my daughter.
No, absolutely not. Or your goats. Yeah.
Oh
But
my goats.
yeah,
You fuck one goat. Like,
yeah, you fuck one goat and that's all you're known for. I kind of think that, and this is, it's kind of like a bullshit take because it requires no backing up and it's so grandiose. But I really do feel like we're on the edge of almost speciation. We're like becoming a new thing. And I don't mean all of us. I mean often when one thing takes ahead, everything else dies. But I can only imagine it's like looking at like all the different types of pre-humans, like Cro-Magnons, Neanderthals, and
Zinjanthropus.
yeah, well, we're looking at all these things, and then it's like, well, I mean, who's gonna win? Who's gonna, control this area? And it's like all of a sudden the agricultural revolution starts, or someone stands up right, or they use the opposable thumb, or I feel like we're just on this edge of, I don't know if it's going to be something quote unquote smaller, like the development of the printing press or flight or, electromagnetic communication, or if it's going to be something entirely different, like the first tadpole walking on land. But when it looks like there is no viable path for anything to win and go forward, and we're talking about like the bigness,
right.
and I feel like we're not to be some like shitty Hallmark card, but it's the caterpillar building the cocoon.
Well,
And that
there's an alternative to that. I think
thermonuclear holocaust.
no, it's called a
Yeah.
timeout. And in this case, it's going to be a timeout from what we've considered to be progress over the last couple of hundred years, namely and especially technological progress. Whenever I hear these, insane ideas, transhuman ideas, emanating from the likes of Yuval Harari and the WEF, I'm thinking, okay, well, that's an interesting theory, but how are you going to make that happen if there's no electric grid for you to plug all your shit into?
Right. And you've made energy security so, so ridiculous. No,
So
yeah, there's
tenuous.
a that it's a very powerful argument. And you're both saying things that are really important. One of the things I've been, the counter argument to that is, AI is progressing, or at least in some ways it's progressing so damn quickly that it could get really scary really quick. And we could wind up with a completely an unsolvable burden that the WEF is actually correct about, which is that there's an unsolvable burden of too many frigging people that don't have jobs, and how are we going to deal with them?
They might
And
not
this
be
is
wrong.
I'm not making their argument for them, but
Sure.
it's because it's anti-human, it's disgusting, it's all of these things, right? But the there's a cycle. I just posted a meme on my Twitter feed that I got from my people the other day. It was the
I'm still
cycle of
banned.
AI, right? We research AI, then we perfect AI, then AI perfects itself, then AI gets rid of us, and then the sun burps and takes out AI, and then we worship the sun god. Right? That's the progression of like, and you think, and this is
So it
exactly
all
kind of
comes
what we're
back to just
talking about
worship the
now, right?
sun.
Right. And we go back to worshiping the sun because the sun,
Took out the
granted us our friggin' freedom from our own, from our own hubris.
yeah. Well,
Well,
until
I would
the
imagine two trends happening at the same time.
why
It
doesn't
could
AI
be
just build a Faraday cage and survive the burp?
Oh, Tommy, the kind of burp that's potentially coming with the
Try
magnetic
it.
field as weak as it is right now. Fuck your Faraday cage, dude.
Okay. But just butt fuck your
When
Faraday
the
cage.
ground itself becomes electrified from the ground from underneath, and it doesn't matter what's coming from from the sun. Now you got to be more worried about what comes around the Faraday cage and it comes up underneath. Like,
So I'm the
yeah,
18-year-old saying, I don't get it. I used a condom. And it's like, bro.
exactly.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way. I got you. Well, yeah, I think there is something to kind of look at where it's like just acknowledge that like we're already dead, right? And I mean that like even the top 1% isn't, if we're talking about like transhumanism and jumping into the next whatever period of life, be it carbon-based or silicon-based. I mean, maybe the top 5 wealthiest, most intelligent people might manage to merge with machine, but we're all done. It's not even Titanic in the lifeboats. There's 2 lifeboats and we're on the Titanic. Like, it's already fucked. And so if you can look at it like that, it almost allows you to look at it a little more in a little more of a detached manner, right? You look at like you look like right now I'm reading Upton Sinclair's The Jungle, and it's like, these like guys coming over from Lithuania, and it's if best case scenario you're earning 50 cents an hour and they're using the knife to cut the pigs, and it's like if you cut your hand you're pretty much fucked because you get blood poisoning, and they're like smoking cigarettes and drinking, and they know they're dead, but their logic is like they're not surviving. They're trying to make a better life for their kids. And they're so detached. They're like, I'm not making it past 40. They say the 40-year-olds look like 80-year-olds. And so they just start to act in a way of like, I'm not surviving. My wife is going to remarry, but how can I make the best thing for my wife and kids? And I'm going to go work at this job where I have to be there at 6 a.m. You're just boozing and smoking all day. You're probably going to die from blood poisoning. It allows you to be a little more detached. So I think that it's not that we're making the case for the World Economic Forum so much as like none of us are making the cut for the Starship or the merging with the machine. So because of that, it kind of allows you to look at our quote unquote kids, the survival of the human race, a little more objectively and a little more detached. And doesn't, again, it's not condoning it because they are anti-human fucks, but it allows you to look at it a little less emotionally. And it's like, are there too many people? Right. And your knee-jerk reaction is like that's genocidal. I'm like, I get that. But we're already done. We're going down to Titanic. So let's have an actual rational discussion about which kids are we going to put on the lifeboats.
That's the problem.
Well, let me just.
I don't believe that.
Okay. Why not? Why
I
not?
just don't believe that. I believe that technology always solves those problems. I
Oh,
think
so
that,
so do I.
yeah,
By
I
the
know.
way, so do I.
But that's their argument. Their argument is that it's just mouthless because they've got bad math. Nothing, everything, all of humanity's problems can be solved with stop applying math badly.
It's always energy
I.e.,
density and technology. We always make it.
no, it's all the single variable, single factor analysis. Push the slider on the Excel spreadsheet all on one variable to AIDA, and then go, oh my god! Like, yeah, but unfortunately, life is a 60 or 70 different simultaneous set of differential equations to solve. Oh, by the way, you can't do it. Like, that's the problem. Like, there's a lot of wisdom in the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. And I've always said this. Like, the minute I sat down and studied the basics of quantum mechanics, and we got down to deriving Heisenberg's uncertainty principle through the Schrodinger equation, and realized that, yeah, we can't even solve for the helium atom, for the position and momentum of 2 electrons simultaneously in a helium atom. We don't know shit about the universe. And then we start to think about exactly how to, that math itself is a very incomplete and it's an incomplete language to describe the universe. It's an inadequate language to describe the universe.
I got
and this is where you have to allow for your own intelligence and your own version of reality that you think you see. You have to always allow for the fact that you're probably wrong.
Could be
someone
wrong.
else has a solution to this problem that you can't see, and you have to submit to that humility. And if you're not willing to submit to that humility, you get yourself a God complex where you're going, yeah, there's too many fucking people.
I got you. So yeah, you're going.
That's where they're wrong, Tommy.
So okay, I got you. I'm picking up what you're saying.
Like I came to this conclusion of, like, at 21, trying to figure out, I was raised Catholic, but I never really stuck, right? Well, some of it stuck, obviously, because I can't help that. But there's that. But then ask yourself, well, are you religious? Well, are you spiritual? Yeah. No, I'll tell you what I am. I'm just smart enough to know that I don't know a fucking thing about how anything works, and the universe is far more interesting than any of us think it is. And we should embrace that as opposed to, trying to control it.
Isn't there some quotes like the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you?
Exactly. Oh, that's a
It,
great quote. I've never heard that before.
it's but I always think of that like or it's like another thing like fiction has to make sense, like reality is under no such constraints. Like
Yeah.
we look at things and we're like, how's Batman gonna win? And it's like, well, we're using our rational mind versus if
Right.
you wrote out
And
like the human
this is also part of the problem of what we do, what Jim does, what I do, what you do,
what Dave did.
presumably 90% of you, the guests on your podcast, was just trying to make sense of and trying to create stories
Yeah,
that
it's
we can then and narratives when there aren't really narratives there. And
Well,
it's
here's
part of the
here's
reason
here's
why
a narrative. Here's
What's
a
that?
narrative that's not it's not inconsistent, I don't think, with what Tom Luongo's saying, but I think it is different from what you expressed a few minutes ago. The idea that there's some kind of opposition between the population situation and what people will do if AI takes over all of the useful occupations in the world. Okay. And I think what is actually going to happen is simply this. First of all, the human lifespan implies that there's going to be natural attrition one way or another to the population because a generation at best will last about 80 years, and and some generations do better than other generations, and sometimes they do really poorly.
Mhm.
And we're encountering a situation where there may be more than one generation, maybe all the generations now living will do poorly in that period of time, the winter of the fourth turning, or whatever we want to call it.
Right.
So then the question is, will there be anything useful for people to do? And I think that exactly what will happen is that there will be, on the one hand, the population will fall probably pretty severely from the usual suspects, starvation, famine, war, pestilence, etc. But at the same time, a lot of positions are going to open for people to make themselves useful, because I think that we're going to see attrition in technology as well, and especially in energy and in one of the products of energy, which is electric power.
Right. No,
And
I can't
and so
argue.
uh,
I can't argue with you on
the bottom line for me is that basically whatever number of people are going to be left are going to be essentially preoccupied with food production and the activities that support it.
that. And that means there's
They'll
going
have
to
something to do.
now we're going to go right back to needing more people because the technology is not going to be there to support the supply chains for this weird version of the future where we all have to eat bugs and eat fake meat
Yeah.
and
But
all
we're
the
not
rest
going
of
to
it.
get a whole lot of more people in the kind of economy I'm describing, which is not, we have lived through this 200, well, we haven't lived through it all. We've lived through a large portion of this 250-year period of a turbo industrial economy that produces immense amounts of wealth and capital. One of the problems associated with that is that the capital that we did produce is subject to deteriorating.
Yeah, well,
And
everything is beaten the depreciation curve, or in metallurgy, trying to beat the T naught curve, which is the eutectic between liquid and solid, or liquid doing a phase change. You're always trying to beat the T naught curve in order to create a new and interesting crystal structure, or at the very least to maintain the state that you're currently in. Right. Just flashing back to my days as a when I was taught when I did this stuff for a living, and I can see this from multiple different ways, and you can't beat the physics. You can't beat you can't beat any of this stuff. So and but that doesn't mean that it's like everything else. With, as you were saying, Jim, the way to put this, another way to put it is that with every new stressor that comes, it creates a new opportunity for something else, and and this is where, again, people like Harari and others who have this Malthusian single variable thing, and they say, well, this is the dominant variable and everything else doesn't matter. Like, really? Have you really gone through and look through at all the potential variables that bear on your particular experiment or your particular system? Do you really think you have them all mapped out? Do you really think you have growth functions for those things? And do you really think you've done that math? Because I can tell you right now, dude, you haven't. Especially a guy like Harari, who's like the ultimate version of the overeducated fucking midwit. Like seriously, the guy's not even all that fucking smart. He's the worst kind of smart. You remember the line from When Harry Met Sally? Well, you're the worst kind. You're high maintenance, but you think you're low maintenance. Well, this guy's the worst kind of intellectual. He thinks he's smart, but he's actually a moron.
He's not smart enough to know he's not smart. Like that's
right. He's not smart enough to know that he's not a smart guy.
That's the realization when you've read enough, learned enough, and you go, oh, I have no idea what this whole thing is. This system is so much greater than my grasping. That's
and
the
I,
sort
and, of, and dude, it's like this is the part that drives me nuts with these fucking people. It's like when you that shouldn't like scare you. That should make you go, dude, magic.
There's so much more.
Actually, maybe fucking real. I get to still be a kid when I get older. Like I
but it is
65 and still be an overgrown manlet, but still like they deal with all of my with my adult responsibilities. I get to be both things at the same time.
You still get to be
that's a cool world.
You still get to be in awe at the magic and potential of the universe. You're like, who knows what's next? Like, who fucking knows? Like, if we're on the edge of the next germ theory, or discovering the atomic structure, or finding out that the Earth isn't flat. Like, we could be right on the edge of that. That we could be right on the edge of that, where your entire world shifts and you enter a new age. But we're kind of just in this mindset of like, wasn't there that quote in like 1901? It's like the only thing left to do is fine tune measurements because we figured out all of science.
Yeah,
figured everything out.
Meanwhile, these assholes were dying at like 40 and walking around in 3-piece suits and Model Ts. Like we'll
never need more than 640K of RAM.
Yeah, and but nonetheless, we still are kind of at this point where like, well, we think about how certain you have to be in your understanding of the universe to then justify like killing off the majority of the population. Like, you have to be so concrete. Like, you don't jump out of a plane unless you're certain the parachute. They're like, the science is settled. We got to wipe out everyone. Like, you're pretty confident, man.
And we call those people villains.
Yeah.
That's who what the fuck Thanos was.
Yeah.
I bring this shit up all the time. Like, Thanos was wrong. And really, all those fucking Marvel movies were doing was to try and justify and make him human. That's the disgusting part about all this. And like the millennials all lapped it up. I'm like, fuck's wrong with you? Like that guy's a jackass. Like, this is all you got? This is the best story you could have told? This is the great story of all time. Well, yeah, okay, but were you? And then even better than that, what did you learn from this lesson? Oh, that we can go back in time and beat him? What? How about, no, you fucked up because you sat on your asses watching stupid fucking movies and not actually getting the fucking lessons before we got to Thanos.
What do you think is a lesson for the people of the USA at this moment, especially in this part of the COVID-19 story and vaccine story?
Don't believe anything anyone over 30 fucking tells you. We're right back to the 1970s. Don't trust anybody over 30. Like, I'm now flashing back to Charlton Heston and the Planet of the Apes. Like, Lucius, don't trust anybody over 30.
Doesn't it amaze you? Doesn't the sheer weight and amount of dishonesty just blow your mind?
It does. No, it does and it doesn't. Like, every time I think I've like figured out just how evil and disgusting these people are, they still surprise me. And I guess that makes me a Pollyanna. I go on, one of my patrons actually is honestly accusing me of being a glass half full, too half full, and he's just honestly going through it. And I don't begrudge him that perspective. It's actually fair. It's actually a fair criticism. Like, and I'll tell you right now, like, I have to. I've got to believe that we're gonna, like, that as a people, we're gonna like look at this eventually wake up, even if the hour is really late. But eventually, even Gollum's gonna do the right thing in the end.
Yeah.
Right. Even if he does it for the wrong reasons, I don't give a shit. I don't need it to be the right reasons.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I talk about it all the time. I talk about that all the time as well. Is I have to look at it optimistically because I'll blow my fucking head off if I don't.
What's the
So like
point?
it's not it's a very selfish reason, but I have to look at it optimistically. But
I'm gonna
yeah,
go dark for a second. I gotta take this phone call from my wife.
yeah, you're good. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it can't get better. I guess I don't know. When I think about how like sometimes I think I have such a good grasp on the world, and then
Mhm.
I realize just how incompetent I am. I try to apply that to like the people we think are in charge. Like we think there's just a group of people that are pulling all the strings. They've got all the answers,
Mhm.
but like, you know, they still put their pants on backwards by accident.
Sure.
I think that that leaves wiggle room. That leaves wiggle room in like the explanation. I think in our minds we have to let it work out. And again, if it's something like tic-tac-toe, where you can see all the variables and you're not going to win, so you never win. But when it is something so complex, like even if it seems unrelated, like Davos can't win. Why? Because like we still don't know what dark energy is. Regardless of what it is, what it means is there's still a lotto ticket you haven't scratched off. And
Mhm.
so when we don't know what like 93% of the universe is, to me that still means, well, like why that's still 93% of like all options that we haven't even looked at yet. So like why can't it work?
It's a good metaphor, Tommy. Unfortunately, dark energy is just bullshit, and that we can account for that all that mass. We just refuse to. But the dominant science refuses to accept that it's a magnetic, electric universe.
Oh, well, all right. No, well,
That's part of. But that's a
well, all right.
different
Well, never mind.
different
Then we're
discussion.
fucked.
But it's still a nice. But it's still a nice metaphor. I don't mean to. But you're absolutely right in the sentiment. The sentiment is absolutely correct.
But yeah,
So
like when you're like watching like a movie or something, and it's like it seems like it's over, but you're watching it on like your phone. You're not in a movie theater, and you look at your phone and you look at it, and like the scroller is only like 3/4 of the way through, and you're like, there's still 25% of the movie. Like something clearly is happening. It's not like you're at the last millimeter of the video bar and the credits are
right.
about to roll. You're like, oh, I guess the bad guys won. It's when you look at it and you're like, we're not finished. Something's still gonna happen. I guess that's how I look at it. Is like there still seems to be so many options. Like,
Nothing ever ends,
yeah,
right?
I
Well,
mean,
history doesn't end. Like this is the thing that's remember what's the core of Marxism and the dialectic, right? Is that history is already written, that they've already figured everything out,
Mhm.
and we're just playing everything out. And that so everybody's on autopilot, just like the end of capitalism, the end of this, the end of history, and auto history is written. It's in the dialectic. And like, really? Okay. Like, and then I go back to Watchmen, and I think Dr. Manhattan,
nothing ends,
and oh no,
Adrian.
nothing
Nothing
ever
ever
ends,
ends.
Adrian. Like, and we
Nothing
just keep
ever
going on,
ends.
and it's the
Yeah.
next cycle. And
And things are always tremendously surprising. For
yes,
someone like me I was a college student during the heart of the hippie revolution. I was in college from 1966 to 71,
That's
5-year
awesome.
plan. And everything that people on the left believed in then is now diametrically the opposite of what the left believes in now.
right.
Especially things like personal liberty,
That's
free speech,
like,
you know,
why
all of
can't
the
we?
supporting the status quo, supporting police state tyranny. These are things that the left is now wholeheartedly in favor of, and it would have been inconceivable in 1968 for to imagine the left being in favor of those things. But history in that sense has flipped completely in my lifetime and produced the strangest outcomes. So I guess, Tom, this is basically consistent with your idea that the universe is stranger than we can imagine,
Yeah.
and history is stranger than we can imagine. People step forward into these roles. And, another thing that's really characteristic of our time is that we're in this tremendous and amazing vacuum of leadership,
Yes.
and it comes out of a culture that is unable to form a coherent consensus about anything. And then what happens, of course, is that a figure comes forward and is actually able to make that consensus gel or go through a phase change to solidify very quickly. And
Yep.
you get a situation like the French Revolution, where you're going from the Jacobins in one moment into a period of drift, between 1894 and the late 90s. And along comes this fairly unassuming artillery officer from Corsica,
Mhm.
who puts down a mob in Paris with a couple of cannons and some grape shot. And the next thing you know, everybody is turning to him and saying, he's the guy. He's the guy. And what kind of a guy is he? Well, turns out he's a monarch.
Mhm.
Nobody knows it yet. Nobody knows yet that he's an emperor. But, at the tail end of the French Revolution, which is fought for, democracy, equality, fraternity, and all that, what do you get? You get an emperor. And everybody's really happy with it. Why? Because they've now got a solid consensus about reality. And they've got some sense of security and that they're living in a stable society for a change.
Yep.
So I think people in America are going to get, I think a huge number of people are already sick and tired of simply of this amazing cultural instability and having idiotic, absurd propositions thrown in your face, like the idea that there's anything good about a drag queen story hour. I mean, basically
That
what you're
men can
seeing,
get pregnant or any of this other
yeah,
stuff.
I mean,
Like
what you're basically seeing is a demonstration of mental illness. And
yes.
everybody knows that it's mental illness. Nobody's being fooled about it. And but nobody's allowed to say it
Mhm.
because the consensus is so fractured that you're going to be punished possibly if you say it. But sooner or later, the consensus is going to reform, and we'll be able to identify stuff like that for what it is. And then we'll go forward and we'll discover some things like, oh, we're going to have to we're going to have to produce food different ways. We're going to have to do commerce differently than we've done it. A lot of these institutions that we take to be part of the pantheon of American icons, they're going to be dethroned. Just because Walmart's been with us for 30 years or whatever it is, doesn't mean that it's a permanent installation in the human condition. And it'll go away, and everything like it, and everything on the same scale as it. Even Amazon is going to go away. My thought about Amazon is pretty simple, and I've had the same thought for a number of years, which is simply that without a viable trucking industry, there's no Amazon.
Right.
And the trucking industry happens to be a very fragile system at the moment,
Yes. Very
and has been for a while, and is cruising for a bruising.
Agreed. It's
And
really fascinating. While I've been sitting here listening to Jim, and Jim, that was fantastic. I really, I couldn't have said it better. It's interesting actually when you think about this, and poor Dave, that he's dead, bleeding out on the Capitol
rest in
steps.
peace,
But because
Dave.
of that, we actually have balance in this, in that we don't have an overrepresentation of the older generation. We have a millennial, we have high Gen X, myself, and we have
Mr. Boomer.
Mr. Boomer. But
Mr. Old
interestingly
Boomer.
enough, how we've all come full circle and into a different and come to a lot of the same conclusions about things, just seeing things from slightly different perspectives. And so I find that, and that's again one of these things where we're going to have to, I make fun of millennials all the time, I make fun of boomers all the time, but at the same time, I'm also hoping that everybody comes to that realization that we do need a new consensus that is something constructive as opposed to destructive, and to just call it out. That's mental illness, and that's exactly the way I say it, which is that it is mental illness, and like your need for therapy is not my problem, it's your problem. And if I had investment advice for anybody other than gold, goats, and guns right now, it would be, I would buy, I would definitely buy into a SPAC or a new IPO in psychotherapy, like a psychotherapy collective that decided to go public, because we desperately need that, and we desperately need good ones, right?
Yeah. And psychotherapy is in a very shocking and surprising new state of low disrepute.
Right.
You know, it's almost impossible to find a head shrinker that will even talk to you because all they want to do is medicate you.
Right.
And at the low end of it, in the social services and the hospital MHUs and places like that, they simply don't offer anything anymore.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to talk to people who are disturbed. They don't want to really help.
Well, here's an interesting thing I think about it, right? Go look at excuse me, look at the rise of life coaching, look at the rise of what you're seeing on the internet. Go to YouTube and see what YouTube's real value is at this point.
Do it
It's in some
yourself.
form of therapy or another.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. And you know, I mean, it's everywhere. It's people trying desperately to make sense of what's going on. And that stuff. And then on top of that, then you go look at things like the primitive skills channels that have got millions of viewers of guys out in the Vietnamese jungle just, you know, making charcoal and, you know, sluice ways and, you know, like, and cabins and shit. And you're like, yeah, this is like there's this desperate need for authenticity, for a return to something constructive, for a return to reality, for a return to, you know, some level of authenticity is really the best word for it. And you know, the fake culture is rapidly, you know, just eating itself. And what's interesting is during this entire conversation this afternoon, while we were talking about, oh well, you know, things are getting bad and things are terrible and yeah, we're all fucked and you know, we're all, as Tommy was saying earlier, we're all dead. Well, you know, got news for you. The Russians have already gone through this as a society. The people who went through that period in the 1990s are now the people taking political power today, or moving into positions of political power and economic power in Russia today. Right, that hard generation. It's a different cycle that they have than we have here in the United States, but they're in that mode right now.
Mm.
And I think that, you know, it's, you know, and I think many of us here in the US and in the West sense that and are actually looking at that going, yeah, and it makes sense why so many people in the United States find Putin, you know, the dissidents in the United States, the early adopters of the new constructive reality are so interested and fascinated by Putin. And it's not because he's abjectly brilliant about everything or hasn't made mistakes or this, that, or anything else, or is even the man he portrays himself to be. Right? You can make all those arguments on Putin, but you can also make the argument that he is just doing exactly what is demanded of him by the, you know, by the new consensus that has now forming in Russia. And he better, and I was chatting with Daniel Esterlin the other day. I was on his show and it hasn't come out yet, but he was reminding me that like the Russian state doesn't really have the backing of the people in the way that we might think. Like the Russian state, very, very low. Their approval of Putin, fine. Their approval of the state, no, because there's still a dichotomy between how there's still a divide between how they view the functioning of their state and the man, you know, trying to, you know, protect them at the top of the dysfunctional pyramid.
Well,
And we don't
Putin
even
has
have that guy right now. We
Putin
have the
has one Putin has one virtue that is lacking everywhere else in the world right now, which is he's the one political figure who really appears to mean what he says and say what he means,
right.
and nobody else does. It's a very simple thing, but it's a very powerful thing.
It is. It's a very powerful thing. I think Viktor Orban has that same gravitas in Italy. Sorry, in Hungary, and I think that Georgia Meloni, if she, you know, she's in a much more tenuous situation than either of those two men.
Mm-hmm.
In Italy, I think she has the opportunity to rise to that state in Italy, and if she does, then it's going to be, you know, very interesting going forward. I'm running up against my time where I'm going to have to run, guys. I
Yeah, and
love
I
this
am too.
conversation. I hate to cut it off or anything. I'm
I do
happy to
want to
do another one
say
of these soon.
I think that that is exactly the same quality that Ron DeSantis is exhibiting, and it's one
Yeah.
of the reasons that people are so drawn to him.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think that I just don't want Ron to peak too early
Hmm.
into the wrong role
Yeah,
and that's a very difficult thing to do. And we're going to
yeah.
watch to see whether or not his ego is, you know, capable of of keeping it in his pants.
And there are actually some other figures out there who could, you know, make a run. I don't think that the Republican bench is as bad as quite as bad as you say. You know, I
Well,
think
no,
that
maybe not. I'm hoping that somebody, you know, right. When I was talking to Alexander Mercouris about the plight of the UK and Oliver Cromwell, and I kept saying for a while, one of my talking points was, you guys need an Oliver Cromwell moment. And Alex reminded me, oh, by the way, Oliver Cromwell was nobody before he became Oliver Cromwell.
mm-hmm.
And so, is there somebody gonna step up? Are we gonna find? Or is that gonna happen? I'd love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the universe is far more interesting. And when people and systems are put under the kinds of pressure that they're under right now, that's when catastrophic mutations occur, and that's when really interesting shit happens.
Two very quick points. One, a quote from Dr. Vince Houghton, who I've had on here before. He wrote the book Nuking the Moon. You know, he said necessity is the mother of invention, but desperation is the drunk uncle who calls you on your birthday and asks you for $5. I think that's what we're going to see, is we're going to see something wild come out of it. And also, in terms of the universe not making sense, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I interviewed Judith Ferry Baker. She's 79. She dated Lee Harvey Oswald, and she's on she's on Twitter, and she asked me why I wasn't. I said I haven't been restored yet. I've been banned, but everyone else has been restored. And so she tweeted, you know, she's been tweeting like, please get Tommy Kerrigan back on Twitter. But in terms of the universe not needing to make sense to you, 4 days into the new year, Lee Harvey Oswald's ex-girlfriend is out campaigning for me to be back on Twitter. The universe is under no obligation to make any sense. It is under no obligation to make any fucking sense. So that's kind of how I look at it, is like, dude, that was 4 days into the new year. Oh, we got 361 or 359 left. Like, I'm not making any definitive takes. So
yeah. And I fully expect Dave Collum to rise from the dead.
Me too.
And off the Capitol steps, you know, technology is amazing.
Incredible.
You know, anything can happen. Like, you know, so
we have the
and
technology.
when he does, you know, it'll be great to
do it
ask
again.
Dave what the afterlife is like.
Yeah. Poor Dave.
Yeah, and we can get him on with Damar Hamel, who's, you know, apparently also coming back a little bit.
Yep.
We had
all right, guys. I got to run.
All right.
Bye.
Go, James Kunstler, RP Div Column. Much love, everybody. Take care. Thank you so much. Recording with Mr. James Howard. Oh, fuck. Mr. James Howard Kunstler, Mr.
Mr. Tommy Kerrigan.
And Dave Column is back from the dead. That was a lot of people have been wondering how we got him back. It's classified, but we did resurrect his body from the steps of the Capitol.
I do admit that I was in charge of Dave's Twitter feed while he was being resurrected and in the Lazarus pit, but he's back and everything's good.
Well, I got in trouble with the Turks, so I'm going to blame you on that one. The Turks got mad at me.
Fair enough.
Well, this, you know, the initial idea was balloon cast, but I feel like that's kind of like the least interesting thing in the news now, with, I don't know, however many consecutive days of Chernobyl going off in East Palestine, and day after day, these attacks. And I think they are attacks at this point. I mean, we've kind of known that since the food processing plants, but anyone that thinks this stuff is just happening now is, I mean, retarded. Now, I don't know if is it sabotage by us to draw us into war with China? Is it the World Economic Forum? I don't know, but this isn't an accident. And I feel like if anyone knows that about, you know, the kind of the reasoning behind it is Tom. Could you maybe speculate wildly about, because that's
actually,
all
I was going to be the voice of reason and just say that this is very act 3 of Atlas Shrugged stuff going on. I mean, with the number of train derailments we've had in this, you know, in the last couple of weeks, now it's hard to ignore the pattern. But in general, like even all the food plant you know, fires that went on, like when you really stop to think about it, we lost so much competence during COVID, and so many maintenance schedules fell behind, you know, people that, you know, shit's gonna break, man. And it's easy to, you know, like I'm not one to shy away from leaning into the conspiracy and, you know, getting out my Reynolds heavy duty and everything, but you know, you do have to attenuate for the fact that we have a lot of infrastructure that's just failing and a lot of incompetent people running companies. And I've talked to some people that, I've talked to patrons who, know people within Norfolk Southern, and they're like, yeah, they ain't doing maintenance on this stuff. And they've been cutting corners, and it's run by a bunch of diversity hires and all the rest of it. Like, and this stuff's, it gets endemic now. And across the entire across the entire society. And so it's hard to, separate just rank, not incompetence, but just rank entropy from malice. And under the cover of that, you can do a little bit of both. And then it's hard to separate those two. I mean, that's my take. I mean, just before we go, off on, in the crazy town, I just want to make sure that we're,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
We can roll some statistical dice here, and we can, do some,
No, I'm on.
And you have a huge amount of evidence that just about every institution and thing that operates in America is failing in one way or another. It's just the failure is just spectacular. And then, of course, it rises to other levels, like the loss of faith in authority and the loss of legitimacy in the companies and the institutions. And it gets pretty bad. It really thunders through the system. But, when it may not make that much of a difference to the common folk of America until they have to start lining up for government cheese.
It's like that. Is it Arthur C. Clarke, or Einstein? I don't know who, but it's like we are either the most intelligent species in the universe, or like or the only one, or no, we are either the least or the only. And he goes, both outcomes are terrifying, or we are the only life in the universe, or we are not. Both outcomes are equally terrifying. It's kind of the same thing. Is this sabotage to pull us in a war, or is this just bureaucracy, corporate greed, captured institutions, that it's like the tax man's coming home and trains are just flying literally going off the rails? And
well, it takes an awful lot to keep a hyper complex society and all of its hyper complex constituent systems operating.
Yep.
And, you need a high level of competence to do that. And so even a small drop in the overall general competency level of everybody who's running things, it can be tremendously make a tremendous difference. And I think that Tom's right about that. I think maybe the only thing that I would add is that it may be a very, very small drop in the general competency level that can cause a tremendous amount of damage.
What leverage giveth on the way up takes away twice as fast on the way down, right? Well, what competence gives on the way up, takes away twice as fast on the way down, in terms of, it's the same kind of thing. Dave?
Yeah, I agree. The incompetence at the government level is profound. It's profound. It used to be that at one point the politicians appeared to be trying to get it right in their own stupid way. And now there's just no evidence of that at all. And so, you got the guys, the politicians who stood up and said that the train derailment wasn't dangerous. What I can tell you is I don't know a lot about vinyl chloride, but if it happened and I knew it had happened and they said we've got an explosion of vinyl chloride, I would throw the kids and the dogs in the car and drive as fast as I could upwind.
Dude, like, phosgene gas is not something to screw around with.
There's no question that's a problem. It's probably not as bad as people think, but if you happen to get hit with a big plume of it, you're probably going to croak.
And it's
a chemical weapon. I mean,
it's in the farmland too. It's in farmland that is 99% owned by small families.
Yeah.
And you could imagine, someone saying, "Hey, honey, our living room still smells like vinyl chloride after 6 months."
Yeah.
Right. It could be one of those stinks that just you can't get wipe off.
Yeah. I mean,
vinyl chloride is incredibly unstable. I mean, it's not something you want, you want to screw around with. But it's ethylene with a remember, I'm trying to remember back to my organic chemistry. It's ethylene with a chloride substituted for one of the hydrogens. And then that's the attack site that makes PVC. Vinyl chloride is the precursor for basically for 99% of the plastic that we, use. Right?
It's a big one.
It's one
Not
of them.
sure,
Not
not sure
99%,
it's
but it's a big.
99, but it's a lot.
Yeah,
And,
it is a lot.
and it
I mean-
just kicks out a lot of bad stuff. And, what was funny is watching the farmers stand there and pointing at their dead livestock and chickens and going, they died. And I'm going, you're not getting
Why
the
are you
memo
still
on this
there?
one, right? Why are you standing there? Yeah.
Well, I
They
mean-
all died, and I'm feeling a little creepy here.
I mean, these are the same people that watched every mouse get injected with the jab and die and still lined up. So
Right.
And there's
Um,
Pete Buttigieg out there like Baghdad Bob going, everything's fine. Like, no.
Yeah, well, you have to factor in also not just the incompetence of the government, but the possibility of real malice.
Yeah,
Because
I think that's right.
the Biden administration obviously has tremendous contempt for the people in flyover America.
Well, sure. And it's like, well, here's the thing that should scare you, right? If it's malice, then they just set off a chemical weapons attack against the United States, equivalent to something like Chernobyl, where they poisoned the entire Ohio River basin. Right?
Yeah. Maybe even the Mississippi.
What should scare you more
too.
is if we were still transporting these chemicals on those train tracks and it was incompetent. And they didn't have any other option but to transport those chemicals on those train tracks because the rest of the system, the rest of the infrastructure, because should we be moving these chemicals, these precursors by train? Why aren't the plants, the chemical plants and the PVC factories closer to each other?
Well, specifically
like,
also, you have to ask, I mean, the main thing that nobody has asked Pete Buttigieg is how much is the Department of Transportation responsible for the, at least the analysis of the condition of the roadbed, the track bed?
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's the major thing that causes derailments. And if they're not on top of that, and if he's not paying attention to the railroad bed infrastructure, then that's pretty serious.
I'll slap on the tinfoil hat. After DeSantis not following the COVID lockdowns, the Biden administration cut off the flow of monoclonal antibodies, which that's an inhumane. Okay. Isn't Jim Jordan
FEMA? Tommy, he threatened FEMA funds to Florida after the hurricane, when Sanibel Island was washed into the ocean, and the causeway fell down. Is
Jim Jordan not in Ohio, and did he not just subpoena big tech to say what was your involvement with the government? I mean, that's kind of
yeah, it's kind of obvious, right?
I mean, is it that insane? If we've seen what they did with monoclonal antibodies, why wouldn't you do this? You're threatening something. They shut off monoclonal antibodies despite knowing people would die, and that's because they didn't obey lockdowns. You're going after a much bigger apple by not obeying lockdowns and instead going after big tech, their propaganda apparatus. You're threatening a Twitter Files 2.0 and 3.0 and 4.0. Is it that batshit?
No, I wouldn't be on board with that idea that Joe Biden and company caused the train wreck.
I'm not saying it all goes to him. But okay, whatever forces were behind monoclonal antibodies or the weaponization of FEMA funds. Obviously it's not him pulling all the strings. It never is.
Well, I don't mean even him. I mean the people around him, and because I don't think he's doing anything.
Is it just
the implication I was actually getting at earlier was that, well, if they're willing to activate somebody to, if this was an act of sabotage, right? I don't care. Antifa, if it doesn't even have to be the Biden administration. Right?
It was sparking for like
random
20...
person.
But it was sparking for like 20 miles, right?
What's that?
There's some ridiculous distance that it traveled while showing all the signs of ready to blow.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
so that just sounds like sensors didn't work and stuff like that. And then when they did a controlled burn, which is also known as a big fucking explosion, you can imagine someone going, look, if these cars are left here full of vinyl chloride, it's going to take us years to get them out of there.
Yeah, well, I don't even think it was just vinyl chloride. It was a whole host of other things as well. I think that was the bigger problem. I'm trying to go back over this now. I gotta
I got a text from Dexter White about this when it first happened, and there was 5 different rail cars full of stuff, right? So Norfolk
I
Southern
thought they
train
were all
carrying
vinyl
20 cars of
chloride.
toxic materials, including vinyl chloride and other things. There was other things in there as well. 5 rail cars, vinyl chloride. Yeah. I don't
The
remember
other
what else.
things aren't being mentioned though, and that strikes me as probably means there's something, they're not that bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Or something much worse.
No, because
I-
the off-Broadway media has strengthened over the last calendar year, right?
Mhm.
With, first of all, the lack of censorship on Twitter, relative lack. And so things are simply being told that weren't told a year ago. And so I think we'd know if there was something
Okay.
really nasty in those cars. That's my guess.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. No, oh, Dave, that's all fair. Very good.
Yeah. Okay. So
But if we want to, play the tinfoil hat angle out, if they're willing to do something like this, not saying again, I happen to agree with Dave. I think this is probably just, like I said at the outset, mostly actually incompetence. But let's play out the entire scenario just for the purposes of shits and giggles. Which is, if they're willing to do something like this, do you not think they're not willing to threaten us with nuclear war over in Ukraine?
I just don't
If
know.
they're, where is their end game? Every time I've ever said to myself, well, they won't go that far. They wind
go
up going
that far. I know.
This is the part where you want to act like a rational person. You want to think that there's some level they won't go to protect their power, to protect their toll booth or whatever you want to call it, because that's really what this comes down to. It's like the whole World Economic Forum model is just erecting toll booths against efficiency, so that they can suck all the wealth out and all the profit out of all activity, economic activity, and use that to fund their surveillance state and fund their grand dreams of a technocratic, more perfect technocratic socialist union, right? That's what they want. Like, nothing is beyond the pale if that is their, there's nothing they wouldn't be willing to do. And that's the thing that scares me more than anything else. That's, and I hope that one of these days someone will just stand up and go, okay, that's enough. It's time for you to go to the home.
Right.
It's no, you're done now. You're not in charge anymore. But I'm giving orders, and like Dianne Feinstein is, I'm not going to re-election.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
She's running for re-election because she's 89 and she's in late stage dementia. And somebody, I don't know if any of you guys noticed this, but we got the first picture of Dianne Feinstein, a current one. I saw one the other day for the first time in years. They've been protecting her with that old photo of her, that side shot with her still having dyed, brown hair and all the rest of it in her early 80s or late 70s, from like 10 years ago. I haven't seen
the fact that she had not announced, she did not know she had announced she was resigning, was extraordinary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean,
she's a sitting member of the Senate, and so is John Fetterman.
He's an upstanding guy. Come on. Lay off, John.
Now,
look, I don't have anything against John Fetterman personally, but the guy had a stroke and he shouldn't be in the Senate. I mean,
he's likely also an idiot, right? I mean, you stroke.
Yeah,
I'm not going there. I'm just saying, like,
I don't think he gets smarter with a stroke, right? I don't think it works that way.
I at this point, like, modern Democrats don't get smarter under any circumstance.
I watched a clip today of Harris, who is truly an extraordinary intellect. Extraordinary, I mean, out of the ordinary. Talking about how amazing the electric, I think she might have been talking about buses, but that you can charge your phone on them. And I'm going, wow, I hadn't thought about how they'd never be able to figure out how to do that and say a plane that runs on diesel like fuel. And,
Yeah, I know, like that whole that whole induction, electrical induction thing.
Yeah, I know.
It's so 20.
They should do something like put like cigarette lighters in them too, so that they can light their cigarettes. And
like, she's never realized that, like, the ignition,
I don't know, headlights,
is fucking
the
electric.
future.
And
how about headlights? They could put lights. They could put turn signals on these things.
Yeah, really.
Right, with all these electric cars, it's really unimaginable what can be done with these brake lights. Something that tells you how full your gas gauge is.
How
Right?
about a radio?
Could be all
A
electronic.
radio.
Yeah, by Motorola, right? It's amazing what you can do with an electric car.
It is just amazing.
Now, are they
I
gonna?
now want one. Thank you, Dave. I now I'm going to give
I
up
know.
Thank
my,
you
my
for your
I'm
pitch.
pickup
selling it.
truck. I'm immediately
I'm
going to go out
selling
and
it.
buy a.
But
Now, all this puts me in mind of something that I was talking about on Tommy's podcast not too long ago
Hmm.
with Andrei
Andre
Martyanov.
Martyanov.
And the issue was our country is so crazy. What are the Russians thinking about how to end this project in the Ukraine without us doing something really crazy?
See, I think that's a scary thought. I think that really
Well,
is.
it's a
I
big
think they're,
task. I mean, it's a big assignment for them. They got to really be careful about what they're
yeah,
doing.
yeah. I mean, Putin in so many different ways over the last 6 months to a year said, "Look, I don't know how to get through to you guys. You're
Yeah.
just not listening anymore, right?" And I think that's exactly right. So yeah, Putin. You can imagine Putin saying, there's nothing left but to deal with these guys the hard way.
I think that he has an alternative to dealing with us the hard way, and that is to deal with us the systematic way. And this just to be methodical, systematic, calm, repeat the things that need to be repeated, and as many times as necessary to get through Joe Biden and company's thick skulls. And I think that that's what they're planning to do.
I'd also think that he could be communicating with the Western world, making sure that his word gets out, which he says, here's the deal, guys, this is what we got to do now. So that when it happens, instead of people saying, well, Russia retreated, when in fact they were actually using a tactic that was said to be their plan in the first place. So if Russia's crystal clear what they're doing and why, and then it happens, you can imagine people going, well, he did tell us he was going to do that, and now sucks. And so and I actually am optimistic the Ukraine war is going to end in a couple of months.
I am too. And I think that the
hoping.
Russians are going to wrap it up. I think they're going to.
Yeah.
I think they're not going to occupy what's left of the rump state of Ukraine.
No.
Right.
They're going to hang it out to dry, and and absorb the territories that they've absorbed, and just let it try to be the rump state of Ukraine with its.
And they've already got them. They've already got the territories they need.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing. I go back and forth on this with the war in Ukraine, and I don't disagree with much of this. My problem here is I really do think that we have one of two options here, right? Either the Russians are holding back because they're not using air cover much at all beyond where they're dumping artillery in to grind the Ukrainian army into bits.
Let me interrupt for a second. Is it possible that we have the tools already exist over there to start bringing their planes down fast? Is it possible we have a no-fly zone locked and loaded, and therefore they can't get the planes up?
I think that is the counter narrative as to why this is. Yeah, again, when I think about when I talk about this stuff with Dexter White, and who's really been deep into this on, wondering what in the hell are the Russians doing? Why aren't they just rolling over the Ukrainians, which they should be able to? And he's like, he doesn't understand what they're doing. And to a certain extent, I'm sympathetic to that point of view, or at least willing to play it out. But at the same time, I really do think that for the Russians, it's just a matter of their goal is not to take territory. Their goal is to demilitarize Ukraine. And you do that by destroying its army at every level. And once you understand that is their operational goal, they are winning.
Right.
And once there's no Ukrainian army left, then you can take territory. Like up until this point, you let Wagner and you let the Chechens and you let, and you fill the lines with Russian prisoners and whatnot, and you save your main army, your professional soldiers, in case NATO decides to lose its fucking mind. And you have to put professional soldiers on the ground to fight NATO. And at that point, everything changes. And I think that's the story. And I that's the way it looks. But that may be wrong. I just don't think we have that much. I don't think we have really good information about what's going on here. But remember what Russia's stated goals are. And
Hey,
then
let's
fit
not
that.
let's not forget also that public opinion is changing a lot in the USA.
Mhm.
You know, you don't
Yes.
see those yellow and blue flags hanging out on anybody's porch anymore.
Right.
And you know, every time somebody mentions another $50 billion for Ukraine, you can see people kind of, you know, throwing up in their mouth. And you know,
Well,
and
half the
it's
country on
getting
a
worse.
purely political argument, right? Half the country is going to do that just purely as a political repulsion to anything this administration does. So it's
Right.
there's a natural 50% opposition to everything.
Sure.
And then I also do believe that someone with a tiny little ability to do arithmetic can do the math and say, wow, you know, if you actually look at that as a per capita expense, that money starts adding up fast.
We're over 100
No, and
billion
it's
by now, right?
yeah, it's
We're at about
crazy.
100 billion, I think. Yeah.
And
But-
people
but-
are starting to put together some other weird things, like the fact that we are up to 100 billion, and yet they don't have any more artillery shells and bullets in Ukraine.
Yeah, right.
You know,
right.
like
Where's that money
shell out
going?
maybe 10 billion for ammo?
Right. Well, because most of that money hasn't actually made it to Ukraine yet.
Yeah.
It's aid to Ukraine as laundered through contracts for Raytheon, General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin, and the rest of them. Like,
Yeah.
and those things are being built, but are they ever going to get to Ukraine? I'm not saying that there isn't corruption. Of course there
But
is.
then there's
Not saying
stupid
that there isn't
arguments
a
like
massive slush fund. Of course there is.
then there's stupid arguments like they're going to send 31 Abrams tanks. And your first thought is 31 tanks. Go fucking figure, right? 31 whole fucking tanks. How many shells will that take to take them out? 31.
Right.
And
And without
I'm-
without the logistical infrastructure to make those tanks and the Hueys and everything else.
Well,
remember,
and also apparently we are deeply opposed to sending the state-of-the-art Abrams tanks.
of course.
So we're going to send them 1960s vintage Abram tanks with paper mache armor around them, and we don't want to send the high-tech armor. And as a consequence, we have to make these shitty tanks. We can't just ship them.
I think what we're pledging, Dave, is the tanks that are already in Poland. You have to realize that that's what
that's why they said
that's the
31.
situation.
That's
I think
why
the
they
next-
said 31.
The next thing
No,
we're
I-
going to send them is 1,000 pirate costumes.
Right. Patches.
You start
Yeah,
sending
that
them
include the
planes from the
patches.
Smithsonian.
I
Yeah.
just think at this point that the Russians they understand what the parameters of the situation are. They don't want to provoke the Americans much further. I don't know if you saw the headline of Zero Hedge a few hours ago that Blinken is now telling the Ukrainians it would be a bad idea to try and attack Crimea. This is where I want to go next with this, which is the Munich Security Conference, because it was last year during Munich that the West basically declared war on Russia by having Kamala Harris basically declare war on Russia, and then Zelensky go and ask for fucking nuclear weapons. Zelensky asked for
she's
nuclear
gonna
weapons
send a
on
fleet
February
of electric
23rd,
school
and the
buses.
Russians attack on February 24th, right? Or 22nd, you know, the days are a little on. So we declared war last year. Are we going to declare are we going to declare, you know, peace in our time this year? Or are we just going to ask for yet another ceasefire so that we can rearm?
I think
That's always what we do.
Kamala should declare double war.
Double secret war.
Double secret war.
probation war.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead
Yeah.
serious. They sent her, and I actually don't think that Harris is going to give a speech this year. I think she's pissed off with them for having them give her the speech that declared all of this shit, and now she's the one with egg on her face. She's the one wearing that.
Yeah. I don't know
All
why
the
she's
shit
not.
that she said was going to happen happened, and the Russians are still standing.
I feel like I'm in a David O. Russell movie with this stuff.
I was thinking Tarantino, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like David O. Russell. It has an antic quality that is really off the charts. It's
No.
an antic comedy.
It's
Yeah,
something.
I mean, it is. It reminds me of Three Kings, right? Are we shooting? Are we shooting?
Is there a chance? This is my tinfoil hat moment. I'll go tinfoil now, since you guys got it out of your systems partially. Is there
do you
is
need
there
more
a
Reynolds
chance?
heavy duty, Dave?
I live in the
Um,
tinfoil realm.
I'm just going to do a colander and hope the holes aren't big. Is there a chance the Russians in the West are coordinating?
To
I think in the
sabotage?
financial markets they are.
I think that I don't think it's too wild to assume that like I think they let the balloon go over the mainland. I think that they're gonna conveniently find evidence of Russian meddling in our trains or some shit. Because this goes back to what Tom said before on the show, is that like these people are psychopaths. They just double down. The idea that they're gonna go, all right, let's not go to nuclear war. They don't think like that. They just keep going. So I think what they're gonna want to do is, yeah, they're gonna need that 50% that's in just, ideological opposition. They're gonna need they want some fear. They want that feeling of the second plane hitting. I think they want that. And I think that they're gonna let these things happen. And they're gonna go, yeah, Biden's going to brief and go, we have reason to believe that, X, Y, and Z happened, and that this is a form of, and they're going after our critical infrastructure, which Biden made that speech, right when he got in office. If Russia or China attacks this is an act of war. I think that's what they're going to do. I don't think they're going to back down.
Well,
Well,
this
here's
is where my mind went first.
Okay.
And I'm surprised that we haven't even mentioned it. You know, I don't understand why our adversaries in this world would not take the opportunity of sending all kinds of people across our border, our open southern border,
Yeah.
including lots of people with expertise in messing things up.
Yeah.
I would imagine that it would be not just a few dozen, but hundreds, maybe
Sure.
thousands.
Sure.
Yeah. Send some to Martha's Vineyard.
Here's a couple of things for you. One, the timing of the Cy Hirsch article, very important.
Nord Stream 2.
Who he didn't mention, the Brits and the Poles, who were intimately involved in this. And let's go one step further. So when you think about Nord Stream 2 bombing, what was it actually doing? What had actually happened? Civilian infrastructure was targeted as an act of war. So, and then they followed that up with the sequel, the Kerch Strait Bridge bombing. So, did anybody miss a couple of weeks ago that all the planes in the United States were grounded for a while because of a failure of computer failure? You don't think the Russians, where the Russians are hyper competent, is in cyber warfare. They're not lying to us when they say the Russians are really good at cyber warfare. They're lying to us about the instances in which they did these things, like hacking the election. That's nonsense. But Lufthansa just the other day, oh, by the way, they grounded all their planes because their computer systems went down. Like, it's on like Donkey Kong, folks. It is multi-theater warfare at every level at this point. The Russians are doing their thing. They're running they've got their propaganda systems running. We have ours. Everybody has everything going. Everybody's lying, and war's on the horizon.
What's amazing to me is how many people in this country don't realize that we have propaganda too.
It's amazing.
I'm stunned by the people who say, well, that's just Russian propaganda. I go, our propaganda machine is the size of Russia's GDP.
Right.
Well,
Exactly.
again, these are the same people that, owned the conservatards because Fauci told them it was safe and effective. Like,
I wear my mask to protect Ukrainian men for the right to get pregnant. Yes, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw a woman in the store the other day with a mask on with her nose hanging out. I'm going, that's such a paradox, right? If it was a year ago, you'd say that's a passive aggressive mask wearer.
Yeah.
But now she's one of the only ones in the store with a mask on, wearing it in a way that was unprotected.
How about this one? You have to wear your mask everywhere in a hospital or this place or that place and that way still. And yet they're not telling everybody to wear to cover up in East Palestine, in Ohio, where there's an actual, acrid chemical in the air. And they're, it's perfectly safe. Wear a cloth mask to stop a virus.
Well, the politicians who said it was perfectly safe have done
breathe in the cancerous smoke. It's good for you.
Is there a critical mass of comedy where all of a sudden
everyone wakes up?
America's head blows off?
I don't know, but all I know is that Idiocracy has become a documentary.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't see the USA being capable of prosecuting any kind of a war with another major power now at all. It just seems to me, I mean, other than lobbing nuclear missiles on someplace, I don't see that we're capable of
I'm
fighting a
going to
war
just,
with soldiers.
you know, what I will never do, Jim, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but I will never do at this point is underestimate my adversaries. And the people who think that, you know, our government's not our adversary at this point, crazy. But never underestimate, you know, the ability of, like, our soldiers. I think we have plenty of colonels and commanders. I think, and at that level, I think our army functions just fine. I think our generals are morons. I think they're all political hacks, and that I heard something the other day. Somebody was talking about. I don't remember where I read it, but it was like talking about. I think it might have been actually Doug McGregor saying this is very reminiscent of France before World War One, with all these political generals, and which Stanley Kubrick covered perfectly in Paths of Glory all those years ago with Kirk Douglas. So maybe that's the situation that we have. It's not the soldiers that are the problem. It's not the equipment or the technology or anything else. It's not the battalion commanders. It's not any of that. It's the generals and it's the politicians who don't realize what it is that's going on. And I honestly do think that we have members of the military stating unequivocally, yeah, we do not want to get into an industrial war with the Russians anytime soon. Now,
well, one thing
by 2025, maybe, but not right now.
One thing about this is that, you know, unlike other major powers right now, we've actually demonstrated in a whole series of wars against much lesser adversaries that we can't win these wars. Now, these were, you know, obviously, you know, insurgency wars, fourth
Guerrilla
generation
wars.
You know, they're different kinds of wars than the kind that our army is designed to fight. Nonetheless, you know, we had our colonels and our field commanders and our operations, and we didn't win the wars. We got chased out of these countries. So
I know, but then again, the question then is, what was the goal of those? It's like asking what Russia's goals are in.
Well, what's our goal in this thing? Our goal in this thing is stupid. It's to cause a revolution and an uprising against Vladimir Putin. It's absurd.
Of course, it's absurd. Of course, it's absurd, and that's
why he isn't even disliked in the United States.
Yeah, I don't dislike him.
I did a Twitter poll and put Putin against Macron, against Boris Johnson. No, Twitter against Trudeau, Johnson, and Biden, and said who's the best leader for their country, and Putin got 71%.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Right, he is the guy who looks like he's attempting to take care of his country.
Right.
So to play devil's advocate, if this was a Russian attack, you know, downing of all the planes, or again with Lufthansa, why wouldn't we be playing that up to drum up a groundswell of even more intense anti-Russian sentiment?
Because they would know at that point that we actually have to fight a war with the Russians that we're not ready to fight yet.
Okay.
Because those are acts of war that you admit to. The political wars that everybody knows are bullshit or done for propaganda purposes to win elections, right? Hillary losing to Trump, all that stuff. If they come out with actual honest to God intelligence that says, yeah, the Russians hacked, you know, FAA database and, you know, in our air traffic control system, two things. One, it makes the Biden administration look even weaker than it is portraying, which is immense, but let's just go there. And two,
you can be weaker than that.
Yeah.
Well, defenseless.
Yeah.
Defenseless.
I
they
spent
go out and they shoot down a bunch of balloons. Yeah, no, like it's crazy.
They shoot down
all I can think of, I don't know if you guys remember, all I can think of is going back to the old episode of F Troop. Balloon! That's all I can think of all week. All week. I know you guys are old enough to remember that. I've been saying that to other people all week, and they're like, "All right, you're millennials. You don't get it."
So the Russians are the Hakawi Indians.
Yeah, exactly.
And Okay, I sat for 2 hours in my living room on Saturday with a guy who was one of the smartest guys I've ever met. And I've met a few smart ones. And he's a doctor and he's retired. And he told me how fucked up the whole COVID story is, right down to the receptors and everything. And so that pinned my ears back, even though I do know that story. Then on Sunday, I got a visit from a military intelligence guy who was on his way from West Point back to Canada. And he spent 2 hours telling me why we were heading into World War III.
Mhm.
Now, I didn't get out of him something that conveyed to me compellingly why. But I asked him nuclear, and he says hard to say. He seemed to agree with the idea that if it goes nuclear, it's because someone boned something. Now, by definition, you bone something if you go nuclear, but not 10 generals sitting around a table deciding to nuke someone, but rather some mishappy thing. But he seems to think that now that the war has started, the U.S. can't back out.
Yep.
So that
Yeah,
goes
but
against my theory.
The odd thing is, as Tom Luongo said about 5 minutes ago, is that so many, more than half the country is aware of the fact that our government is at war with our people.
Yeah.
So it's like a three-front war. Right. I mean, we're committing acts of war against our allies, namely Germany, by blowing up basically blowing up the source of their industrial capacity. We're committing we're at war with our own people, and we're at war with Russia, and
Which
I don't see that working out too well for the planners of these operations, the
And the worst part
Blinkens and
about
Newlands.
Yeah, no, and the worst part about this is if
And also, one
Jim,
more
you're
thing.
absolutely
Sorry,
right.
Tom. One more thing.
Sure.
It's a really fast-moving story.
Mhm.
In fact, all the stories that we're dealing with tonight are really fast-moving stories. The whole vaccine death story is moving really, really quickly.
Yes,
The
it is.
Ukraine war story is moving really quickly. The sabotage story is moving quickly. I think Americans are, I think they're going to be on to the fact that they've been played really badly by their own people. And they're
picking up on climate change too. I think they're picking up on the climate change story finally.
And
I think when climate change stood on its own 2 feet, they believed it. Then you go through the whole COVID Ukraine thing and they're going, hey, wait a minute, let me replay that tape on climate change, because they obviously will lie about anything. And then when
they're also discovering when they go to a car dealership, if they happen to go, that an electric car costs $60,000.
And all the subsidies have gone away, and then they're going to put a grid tax on you. Like, look, remember, I think I don't know if I talked about it with you guys previously, but remember why the yellow vest started out, right? Because of a 25 cent per liter tax on diesel fuel, and and everybody in France revolted because they said the proximate cause was, you all told us that gasoline was bad and we needed to move to diesel because it's better, so we all moved to diesel. And now you're telling us diesel is bad and you want us to move to electrics. Well, they haven't even gotten everybody into a fucking electric car yet, and they're already telling us that we're going to tax you extra for the grid, the tax you're putting on the grid for charging your electric car. Meaning, what this is, and what people I think are really beginning to figure out is that this is about the end of private transportation and the end of privately produced food, produced transportation, everything. That you're not going to be able to have private anything. We are in control of this technology. And actually, by the way, you're hackable. You're just machines. We can hack you.
I put out a brilliant startup idea on Twitter this morning. I thought it was brilliant. I might have stood alone. Rebel Foods. It's artificial vegetables made out of animal products. And I said that the first 2 releases, one was going to be duck fat potatoes, and the other one was going to be pork broccoli. And I said there was something else. I said the spike protein smoothie was delayed because it was found to be even worse than the first two. And then I realized after I posted that I should use Beyond Veggies.
Beyond Veggies.
How about a product to go along with that called instant water, just to add
Instant water. Yeah, I know.
Instant water. Well, it's Acme instant water, right?
Yeah,
I think they actually had that in the Roadrunner cartoons all those years ago.
Yeah.
Like he had like instant water, just to add,
Just
instant
add
water.
water.
products. Just add
Well,
water.
somebody has to explain to me how we sell literally billions of bottles of water to people. I've never understood this.
Oh, I can tell you why. It's a
Why?
fashion accessory for girls, for young women.
That's
Really?
part of it.
It's a fashion
Part of it is that
accessory.
urban water that I don't know about you, but I live rural and I live on a well, and drinking the water in most urban centers is gross because of all the chlorine. Like I don't want to buy.
New York City
I don't
water.
mind buying spending I had this argument with my friendly neighborhood game shop owner years ago because she wouldn't sell bottled water because she was a shit lib, and she just refused to sell bottled water because she was politically against bottled water. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to drink Gainesville's water. Gainesville's water is nasty. I'm willing to pay you $1 for a bottle of water and to support your store directly while I'm in here for 9 hours playing board games. So sell me some fucking water, will you? I don't want Coke. I don't want Diet Coke. I want a bottle of water. Like, because
New York City water is famously
and I don't want to
pure.
drink the shit coming out of the tap because I don't want to have to bring chlorine. I don't want to neutralize the chlorine before I drink it. It's disgusting. I'm willing to pay for it. That's why.
All right,
There's a lot of that.
I'm going to repeat what I said because we were talking over each other. New York City water is famously clean, pure, and delicious because it all comes from a reservoir, I don't know, 125 miles away in upstate New York. And
Actually, one of those reservoirs is my hometown.
Which one? The Ashokan?
There's a small one in Central Valley. In Woodbury. Yeah, no, there's at least 7. Actually,
but anyway, I mean, New York City is like the world capital of bottled water, of young women and hipster weenies walking around with their water bottles. So,
agreed.
It's clearly a fashion thing, just as the binary sex thing is clearly a status game being played for brownie points.
Agreed.
Would you forgive me I want to introduce an interesting dynamic based on something Dave was talking about a couple of minutes ago about the whole we were all talking about the electric car thing and the WEF plan to interrupt all of our activities and especially motoring. It's a strange dynamic because the truth of the matter is, one way or another, we are in the twilight of happy motoring anyway. No matter what you use to propel the car, that whole system is over. And
you should write a book about it, Jim.
Yeah, I did. I wrote a couple of books about it.
I know.
But it confuses people terribly because people. One of the things that we really need to be invested in intellectually in this country are the kind of ideas that the new urbanist movement was pushing, 15, 20 years ago, and still are, by the way. And that is that, we really need to live in traditional towns and walkable communities. And I mean, it's one thing to have the option of getting in your car and going somewhere. And the new urbanists never saw any problem with that. They just wanted to, highly discipline the car and provide better environments for people to live in, hour by hour. But this whole thing is now being perverted and turned into a huge misunderstanding with this idea of the 15-minute city, which the WEFers have been promoting. And so they've got a whole bunch of basically conservative and libertarian people jumping up and down going woo, 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 because the 15-minute city sounds like a terrible idea. Sounds like an encroachment on your liberty. But, there's a great difference between the 15-minute car mandatory motoring city and the walkable community. Agreed. And so it's just another layer of mindfuckery that is making us an incoherent society and unable to have a coherent conversation about the things that are important. We are going to have to move back into coherently shaped towns and walkable towns. And we're going to probably be dragged kicking and screaming into that. But you know, it's really unfortunate. It's tragic that we're not going to be able to do it in any kind of a coherent way.
Well, Jim, I agree with you. I agree with the basic idea. The problem, of course, is as always, these people like those at the WEF, and go back to what I said earlier, which is that they want to put up toll booths for everything. They don't just want to
Yeah.
create. They don't want to. They want to take a perfectly good idea and then, oh, we can put a layer of control on it so that we can keep people from moving from place to place, so that they can't revolt against our edicts,
Yeah.
and then we can put complete controls over their lives. It's the totalitarian impulse over this that is the problem, of course. And yes, conservatives and libertarians are going to knee jerk react in the wrong direction on all of these ideas, because that's what they're conditioned to do. Just like, this, like, modern leftists are hostile to all things private capital. Like, it's
Well,
just
the other
the
other side of that,
and it's all bullshit. It's all false dichotomy.
another angle on that whole argument is that the WEF is on the wrong side of history with that, because the actual trend in motion is to decentralize, relocalize, downscale, get smaller. They're not on the right side of that. We're not heading to centralized world government and world control. So to me, it all sounds like a joke.
Unless the first step is to depopulate.
Well, it looks like somebody is trying to do that with the vaccines, but they sure botched that. They are gonna end up killing a lot of people, but not enough to make a meaningful dent in the global population. I mean, even if it ends up being 50 million, it's not going to be a meaningful dent in the billions.
That's why they're going after the food supply.
Well, it may be, but before that can actually accomplish anything, they're going to create so much civic disorder and political disorder that it's just we're just going to be living in a revolutionary fog of chaos. So
but I think the other side of this is that when I talk to people in my community about this stuff, and I every once in a while I am fit for human consumption, so I do actually go out and interface with other human beings.
You wouldn't know that.
I talk about some of these things and they're all like, and very normal people are now very angry. What I've seen, and when I bring this stuff up and I say things, I bring these things up here and there. I just said over and over again, it's why I shop at the local feed store. It's why I interject these ideas at the local feed store, with the guy who fixes my road. Like, there's all of this stuff, and we're all agreed. It's our, I live in an agricultural community in North Florida. We can grow our own food. We grow our own hay. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of diesel fuel to maintain our current level of lifestyle, but that can be arranged. It's not that difficult. And the reality is that people are already hit to it, and it's now what I keep saying to people over and over again is like, if you want a way to to immunize your society or your corner of society, look right down the road. Look at your neighbor. Look at and start the process of trying to figure out what is your town. What doesn't your town have?
Hey, by the way, Tom, are your neighbors buying those $70,000 pickup trucks?
Some of them were, but no one's bought a new car in my neighborhood. I was probably the last person to buy a new car in my neighborhood. So
is that one of the things
there's a lot of them
about?
there's a lot of them in this area because that's the status symbol in North Florida. And what I've noticed is there's an awful lot of Ford Mavericks on the road all of a sudden. There's an awful lot of Hyundai Santa Cruzes on the road all of a sudden. And there's a whole lot of Honda Ridgelines on the road in North Florida. Not F-150s, not Silverados, not Rams. And when you parse the pickup truck market, which I'm particularly sensitive to, it's clear that those are your three most affordable trucks in today's market. The Honda Ridgeline is a full service half-ton pickup truck, is by far the best deal on the market for a 4x4.
I did some shopping
and
for a cheap car, and they don't
can't.
exist right now.
No, they don't.
The rock bottom list price of a Subaru Impreza is like 24,000. The only ones you can find are tricked out versions that are 38,000.
I just swapped cars recently and finally just went back to a pickup truck. Got myself a 2014 two-seater beater, 4x4 with a Hemi. So two-seater truck, no extended cab, so just two-seater beater, right? And I swapped that out I had a Mustang. I swapped them out. It was 25 grand. 2014 with 66,000 miles.
grand.
What's that?
Wow.
That's 8 years of depreciation. That's serious business.
Now here's the thing. That truck new back in 2014 was probably 30, 31, maybe. List could have gotten it off the lot for 28, 28.5. But today, that truck, the way it's tricked out today, is 40 grand.
Ooh.
New. That's the price inflation. Okay, because if you do, I do this. It's like it's crazy. Like the discriminatory MBA style pricing models that have infected every aspect of the car buying process is to move everybody up to the $45,000 price point. The car industry, the car makers have all basically gamed the price points to get you to buy the truck they want to build and sell you. So we're back to Henry Ford. I don't care what color what color car you want, you're going to get, but you can have any color you want, but you're going to get black, right? It's the same kind of thing, but they've done it with MBA style discriminatory pricing so that like four-wheel drive on a Ram 4-door full cap, right, is like a $2,500 upgrade. But on a two-seater beater, it's $7 grand or $6 grand. Why? It's the same understructure. But because they don't sell very many of them, they actually are trying to move you into the new Ram 1500 with the 4 doors and the 140-inch wheelbase because that's what they sell 93%. Yeah, it's like when you stop and look at the sales numbers, 93% of all the trucks have four doors on them. Why? Because for $2,000 extra, you can get the whole truck that'll move the entire family, and you can put rear-facing car seats in the back seat, and you can do this, and you can transport. You can still go to Lowe's and get the 6 sheets of plywood or whatever you're going to do. Like that truck now has to do everything.
Yeah,
and
but they're selling far
and I'm
fewer
telling
units.
you, that whole industry is going to collapse like you wouldn't believe at 7% interest rates.
They're selling far fewer units of cars, so
Yes.
it seems like a desperation move that if you're selling fewer units, the units that you do sell have to sell for a lot more money. The whole car industry seems to me to be completely fucked.
Well, the existing structure of the market was based on zero bound interest rates and 7-year financing.
That's true for That's true for everything.
But
right?
It is for
absolutely everything. Colin Roach posted something the other day that that big rise in retail sales. He said if you actually look at it in terms of the units sold of things, that it actually shrunk. The big rise is purely inflation.
Absolutely. Like you're 20 a year ago you bought 5 dozen eggs for $20. Today you buy 2. Right. But GDP is still $20.
Right.
Because it's gross national spending, not gross national product.
Right.
Is that what your neighbors are pissed off about? I'm curious what they're expressing exactly.
They just know.
What is their anger aimed at?
Their anger is aimed at the fact that this country is they absolutely can sense that everything is going in the wrong direction. Like it's all wrong, like at every level. I had a
pharmacist telling me the other day, we were kind of started the chat,
right,
and we both agreed that everything is truly fucked up and fucked up in every respect, and everything was going fine, and then all of a sudden he starts wailing on Trump, and so I just kind of shut my mouth, and he just kept wailing on Trump, and I'm sitting, and after about 5 minutes of hearing him wail on Trump, I resisted, but I was about to say, you know, he's not president anymore. You know that, right? And and so it was just the guy was blaming the entire state of the world on Trump.
Well, they did a fine job of scapegoating him. They tried to do it with Putin. It didn't work.
Do you think
Yeah,
with the
Putin's
amount
too
of
good.
do you think with the amount of
Nice, you
shit
did that.
going south that
Hmm.
more people will be open to Trump next year, or is the orange man bad hatred that bad?
It's that bad.
Yeah.
I kind of wish he'd just step aside, could get out of the way.
Yeah, I do too, actually. I
Yeah.
just, the chaos is just, he achieved a lot,
Yeah.
and
You should take the win.
some of his ideas will live on.
Yeah.
And I actually don't think he's running. I have this theory that he's trying to keep the spotlight on himself. Much the same way I think Biden's team is trying to keep the spotlight on Biden to keep it off of the potential candidates who are so easily dismissed as complete fucking idiots that
Gavin
they want to keep. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, he's the scariest because he's
got great
he's-
hair.
Yeah.
well, also he's not so patently stupid, right? I mean, he's got, there's a little bit of something there.
He's
I mean,
slick. He's slick.
yeah, but he's scary slick. I mean, it's really awful.
Comic
It's
book
like
villain kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
so
I
Newsom
agree, Dave.
scares
I don't
me.
think Trump is running. I think he's running an interference campaign. I don't know if he's running
Right.
it for. I don't think he's
Oh.
running it for DeSantis, though. I actually hope that Ron is very smart and stays out of this. Honestly, no one wants to be president in 2024.
It's going to be a very messy
I don't think anybody
situation.
actually wants the job.
And all of these fast-moving situations that we're talking about, war, finance, COVID, vaccines, excess deaths, these stories are so fast-moving that the picture is going to look so different in 6 months, let alone in
Well,
2
but that's
years,
an argument for someone stepping in at the right time. That's buying the bottom, right?
So,
Yeah.
so the CEO of YouTube just stepped down like a couple hours
Mhm.
ago. She's
Really?
Susan
Yeah, Wojcicki.
Yeah.
Wojcicki. She's been the CEO for 25 years, and she's stepping down not long after Jim Jordan subpoenaed all the heads of big tech
Okay.
to say what was
This
going
is
on.
this is now okay. So 2 weeks ago it was Jacinda Ardern. 2 days ago it was Nicola Sturgeon. Now it's Susan Wojcicki. When's Justin Trudeau going to get thrown out? I'm telling you, the Davos is getting dismantled in front of our eyes. They have hit the political brick wall.
Yes.
Ardern had to step down because she was not going to win re-election.
And who was that?
New
She's the
Zealand.
buck-toothed New Zealander.
That
Gotcha.
the
Prime Minister.
Yeah, the one with
Yeah.
a bigger package than I have. You knew I had to go there.
That's everybody. That's everybody, Tom.
That's true. Fair enough.
And who's the next person? that's
They're
stepping
all
in?
get. I was waiting for the third one to fall. I was waiting for the
Nicola
third
Sturgeon.
Boris
was
Johnson.
the-
Boris Johnson.
Nicola
Well,
Sturgeon
Boris
was
Johnson,
the.
they brought in Rishi Sunak. It's clear that they're setting up for something's going on in the UK. And I was like writing about it for my patrons this morning. All I had were a bunch of questions because I couldn't actually parse everything. But part of me really thinks that there's going to be some kind of political upheaval in the UK in the next couple of months. And that is actually what's going to upset markets more than anything else because that's an interesting direction. But Davos 2023 this year was very interesting. And again, I keep keep wanting to think about this in terms of Davos 2023 was moved up to before Munich this year. Soros skips Davos and is going to give a speech on the sideline of Munich. Stated
And
that
Klaus wasn't there officially.
Right.
He was not there officially.
Tony
He
Blair
was
is
supposedly
supposed to be
there,
taking
but he
over
was not there officially.
Right. Tony Blair.
And then
is
Elon
supposed to be
Musk
taking
shows
over.
up.
What's that?
Musk shows up to the WEF and tells them, be careful in New World Order. It's a bad idea.
Not only that, but Jamie Dimon, again, this goes back to my arguments about the Fed and the New York boys and commercial banking and all this stuff. Jamie Dimon goes to Davos, does stint on CNBC with the ski slopes in the background, the parka on, the whole 9 yards, and says, The Fed definitely has to go much higher than 5%.
Right.
That was anathema to everybody. And that oil is going to be with us for the next 50 years. As far as I can tell, I think Wall Street finally said enough is enough.
There's a scary facet to the fact that the markets are not responding to the warning shots across the bow.
Yes.
Because it's allowing the Fed the power to keep going higher.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like the Fed's packing dynamite in every orifice.
The Fed is, yeah, no, they are.
And so when it finally goes, it's going to look like a Tesla hitting a bridge abutment.
So where's the money coming from that's jacking the market?
What's that? I was talking with Daniel.
Fascinating question.
What's that? Say that again.
Where's the money coming that's jacking the markets?
It's actually running. It's actually fleeing out of Europe. The markets aren't really moving. The markets are kind of just sitting where they are. They're not moving at this point. Like the Dow has been range bound now for 9 weeks, between 32 and 34.
What's also true is
by the way, with an upward bid bias on the weekly chart. If you look at if you look at the weekly chart, it's very, very clear. The Dow is pushing up against that 34,000, 34.5 ceiling, and I think it's going to break through that at some point. I was talking with Danielle DiMartino Booth the other day. She was on my podcast, actually. And I brought up a bunch of this.
She's a live wire.
Oh,
I've had dinner with her a number of times. She just ricochets off walls. I had dinner with her and PJ O'Rourke. How's that for a threesome?
Wow.
I did a threesome with her, and I had a dinner threesome with her and Grant Williams. That was also a fun one.
I can only imagine. And I would have liked to have been a fly on the wall of that conversation. But
so what'd you say?
But I brought all this stuff up about Powell and the Fed and all of this stuff, and I said, she's like, oh yeah, no, there's not. They're going to extract their pound of flesh, and the GOP is going to extract their pound of flesh about fiscal responsibility that's going to allow the Fed to continue to do what they're doing. I brought up all the stuff about the Eurodollar markets and how they have collapsed since the jobs report from a couple of weeks ago, right after the Fed went 25 basis points, then the ECB went 50 basis points and announced, oh, by the way, we're going to do corporate EQE, meaning they're going to bail out BlackRock. That's exactly what Lagarde was. And then on Friday, the jobs report comes out and the euro drops like a rock. The Eurodollar futures markets literally dropped 30 basis points that day across the fucking whole yield curve. And now the market is talking about, now these markets are finally starting to say, uh-oh, the Fed's going higher. And the reasons I think that everybody they just didn't want to believe that the Fed was serious about wanting to go above 5%.
He used the word pain about 4 times.
What's that?
He used the word pain about 4 times.
I know. And they're not listening.
Everyone says don't fight the Fed until they say something you don't like, and then they go, oh, now you should fight the Fed.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guess what? Because the people who are most and to Daniel's credit, I laid it out there for her. She turns around and goes, who screamed the most when the first time Powell went 75 basis points? Christine Lagarde. You can't do that. You can't deploy, as she put it, interest rates of unusual size, interest rate hikes of unusual size. Making a Princess Bride reference was just hilarious. It was like, I when I listened to that, I went, okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you very much. Because it was very clear to me at that point that while she's been saying this for a while now, and I think we should listen very carefully, which is that the leverage, Powell's goal is the bursting of the offshore leverage loan market. She's been saying this since she was on with Keith McCullough on Hedge Eyes back in October. And so it was very, very interesting, like to listen to that, to think about that. And I think that that's the way we have to start looking at this. Where the money's coming from, Jim, is that the money is beginning to finally start flee Europe. And
because the European markets aren't blowing up, that's what puzzles me.
Everybody's getting the tangible assets. If you think about it, they're getting the dollar and tangible assets. And what are stocks? Stocks are claims on tangible assets. It's not really that difficult. Like they're gonna move into underpriced real estate where they can. There's not a whole lot of it out there. They're gonna move into hard assets. Bitcoin just blew up to 25 grand like in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And I was recording a podcast.
What was that about?
What's that? There's no liquidity in the Bitcoin market. I did a podcast with a patron of mine, Chris Sullivan, who runs a crypto hedge fund, 2 weeks ago, and he was saying, "Look, dude, if you look at the on-chain statistics, most of the Bitcoin that was residing on in custodial wallets on exchanges is gone. It all got moved off the cold wallets during the breakdown, especially post FTX blow up. Meaning there's no liquidity in the Bitcoin markets. There's no liquidity, then you can only lever up the futures markets, so the cash settled futures markets so far. So you can't mutz with the price like you do, like you can fuck with gold and silver, because there's constantly new supply coming into those markets. There's enough liquidity in those markets that you can keep fucking with them, and people can keep using them as speculative piggy banks to get dollars. Right? Same thing's going on in the oil markets. Has anybody looked at the volatility in oil? Like, if you don't think that the WEF and whoever else is like doing their level best to make oil the most uninvestable asset on the fucking market, like weekly volatility in oil is over 6%, low to high of the price. It moves over 6% a week.
That messes with a lot of business models, doesn't it?
It makes it impossible for people to figure out how in the fuck are they going to like hedge their production into the future and plan their costs.
Yeah.
Fuck MAGA. I want Moya. Make oil investable again.
So
this is the thing. This is the stuff that has to happen. And if you listen to Diamond carefully, if you listen to Morgan Stanley, even Goldman Sachs, they're all saying the same thing. We cannot do this. We are going to deindustrialize and destroy the world. When that great video of Diamond doing the power hands, when Rashida Tlaib was like trying to do the
that was funny
section.
That was funny.
It was hilarious. He's like, because if we stop investing, I'm not going to stop investing in oil. She's like, why? Well, because that would be the end of the United States, or it would be the road to perdition, or whatever his phrase was. And all the other ones that were there, like
they kowtowed. They
were all like genuflecting to her, and not Diamond. Diamond was like, yeah, fuck you. I'm like, oh, just watch that guy. He's on top. He's on top of it all.
I know. That was great. The others should have taken the cue, and they didn't. No. They should have taken the cue.
So then is the Fed succeeding in their fight against Davos?
Absolutely. This Eurodollar futures markets have the long end of the curve has moved 70 basis points in 2 weeks, dudes. 70 fucking basis points in 2 weeks.
Well, your thesis has been that the Fed's actually at war with Davos.
Yeah.
And
so that's another front on the war. There's a war of the U.S. government against against us, the war against Russia, the war against Germany, the war against Davos.
And Dave asked the question earlier: is there coordination between the U.S. and Russia? And on the front, when it comes to European transnational communism, I think there is. I don't know that it's open, but I know that there's a mutual coincidence of wants.
I don't see the Russians as
commercial
being
banking
interested
and private capital formation.
I don't see the Russians being interested in promoting any more communism.
Right, and the Russians are like, we're going to dismantle your little project in Ukraine that's going to turn into a slush fund. I mean, BlackRock came out the other day and said we need $750 billion to rebuild Ukraine. Well, where the hell do you think they're going to get that from?
From BlackRock.
No, they're going to get. BlackRock doesn't have that kind of money, Tim.
BlackRock, especially when they're real estate,
actually have the assets.
When their real estate portfolio,
like the way Sam Bankman-Fried uses his assets, his clients' assets.
They're going to get that money from the ECB. That was the plan.
When BlackRock's real estate portfolio blows up, it's going to be a sight to behold.
And I got news for you. Nothing I've seen from the Fed and from anybody on Wall Street tells me that they're going to bail BlackRock out. The ECB is the one making the noise that they're going to bail them out.
Oh, the ECB doesn't have any real money.
They're going to go to the whole goal of this project is to have the war be the cover story for the financial collapse. And to bust all the promises of the defined benefit pension systems that are trillions in arrears and blah, 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 blah. And they need the war, and they need the cover of war spending to be able to affect the collapse and the rebuild.
Of course, Ed Dowd's theory is that the vaccine business is also a cover for the collapse of the financial system.
I don't disagree with Ed on that at all. I've never met Ed, but he
I
sounds
had
he sounds like
him
a smart guy.
I had him on last week.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Jim? What'd you say his explanation was?
That the whole COVID campaign was a cover for the collapse of the financial system.
Gotcha.
You know, it's like
Yeah,
a
I mean,
2 year.
if you think about it, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
No, just a 2 year. It was going to be like a 2 year distraction from something that was supposed to go on, but the financial system hasn't collapsed despite the tremendous amount of disorder in the system. That's what is remarkable to me. Is that
It's like a block of ice on the sidewalk in the summer. It should be water, but it takes time.
It does, and the
Like,
big
for
question is,
example, in 07, 08, real estate peaked in 06.
yeah.
It took three fucking years for the real estate peaking to cause mayhem.
and there's just going to be a rotation. Remember, capital always flees where the turmoil is, and all the political fights that you see are a way to keep capital frozen. This has been my argument forever. It's like if you turn the United States into clown world and you put a mushroom in the White House and you keep him in the dark and feed him bullshit, and or Jello or ice cream.
Wait
or
a minute,
whatever.
who are we talking about now?
Joe Biden.
Kamala Harris.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
No, sorry,
Hey,
Janet Yellen, because she's actually running the fucking
Didn't
country.
Klain leave? Didn't Klain leave?
Yeah, he did leave.
Yeah, I thought he was the brains of the operation, which is a bad sign if that was true.
Yeah, I never did.
And, it was the
I
head of
just
the World
heard
Bank
rumor of it.
just stepped down the other day as well.
Who's that?
The guy who's, I don't remember his name, but the head of the World Bank just stepped down.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting for Georgieva to step down over the IMF. She's next. If she steps down, dude, Klaus and company are being removed from power because these are all people who were put in place in power by Schwab.
Then who's it? The Wall Street gang? That's who's
I
doing
think
it?
so.
For lack of a better formalized term.
We're not getting rid of commercial banking.
Yeah.
That's just not fucking happening.
Yeah.
Like, are you kidding me? And I don't, and I've never subscribed to the idea of heavily of like, the Rothschilds secretly run everything and blah, blah. I don't, no, like it's right in front of you. Like it's JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs and all those guys. And we have our own plutocracy here in the United States. And our plutocrats are not going to be subordinate to their plutocrats. And we're in a position where we can drive the agenda.
Especially people with no last names, like the Rothschilds. I mean, who's this Rothschild that we're always hearing about?
Right?
Is it Larry Rothschild? I mean, which Rothschild?
So then there was the Rothschilds. There was the announcement that the Rothschilds were going to take their bank private, just like the Vatican was going to take all their money out of the markets.
So how's Wall Street pulling this off? I mean, we'll never know the actual mechanisms, but have they like recaptured institutions?
Tommy, it's really easy. They have their boy at the Fed raise interest rates 3 times as fast as they've ever been raised in history, and then you break all of the collateral chains of all the derivatives based on the decade and a half of zero bound money. When I asked Booth about this the other day, she was clear. She's like, look, Bernanke and Yellen are just academics, and she ran with the idea that they could just be useful idiots and they were shockingly naive about the consequences of their policy. I think that was the phrase she used.
Well, I don't see how
their zero bound policy.
I don't see how the banks keep their money if that happens.
The Fed has over $2 trillion in the reverse repo facility, and they've got $4 trillion worth of U.S. Treasuries on their balance sheet. If the banking system needs liquidity, they have it. If they need collateral, they have it. And the reverse repo facility, as the Fed has raised rates, has come down from $2.5 trillion to $2 trillion because you can now get 3 to 4% in the money markets, which you couldn't get before. Like, the money is moving back into the banking system. There's plenty, and credit and financial conditions here in the United States are surprisingly liquid. I'm not saying we're not going to get, I'm going to like do the George C. Scott. I ain't saying we're not going to get our hair mussed, right? It's Dr. Strangelove, and it's not going to be easy, but we can get through this because we have the guy with the superpower who has the ability to crash dollar leverage, and nobody else has that power.
Yeah, but are we really that confident about the collateral? I'm not.
Well,
And it's an emergent system. And so it could just go bad. I mean, this idea that someone can turn knobs and throw levers and control
agree.
this
I
is
agree. It's not like it's I'm not,
like
I'm
an
not saying they have
explosion,
everything under control, but enough to like think of it this way. Does the ECB have those assets?
I don't
No,
know.
because they bought all that debt. They bought all that sovereign debt at negative yield.
That's a
Those
problem.
those bonds are all 30% underwater now.
Mhm.
And if the Fed goes to 7% and the yield curve here in the United States starts to normalize, which it should once Janet Yellen stops stepping on the yield curve, the 2-10 spread, which is what she's doing, selling the 2-year, buying the 10-year, that only makes the 2-10 spread here in the United States worse. She's doing it on purpose to make it look worse than it actually is. It's all management of perspective economics. It's all mope. It's all Jim Sinclair all over again. It's a bunch of fucking Keynesian technocrats thinking that they can control this shit. When the reality is, it's all going to blow right up in their goddamn face. It's all going to explode, and the ECB is going to have shit.
See, that's my argument.
Me too. It's been my argument for years.
Yeah, I still don't see how that leaves the banks with a whole lot.
It's going to be a
anything.
smaller banking system, but it's going to be a banking system built not on leverage and controlling and setting monetary policy. That was Booth's argument. It's like the Greenspan ceded monetary policy to Wall Street, and then by extension to the offshore shadow banking system under Bernanke and Yellen. And then that is what's being clawed back. And if we get back to real positive interest rates for savers, then community banking can get back to the business of lending for local projects. And we're restarting the steel industry in this country. We're restarting the aluminum industry in this country. We are also gearing up for war. Okay? Like, I don't know about you guys, but Alcoa is like going through the fucking roof if you've not looked at the freaking charts.
Really?
Because ArcelorMittal over in France is shutting down smelters. Like, aluminum production around the world is falling because they can't afford to keep the pots on because they can't afford to pay for the electricity. Because what is aluminum? Congealed electricity.
Yeah, it's just nothing but heat.
Right. It's just nothing but congealed electricity. I mean, if you think Bitcoin is a proxy for electricity, it ain't got nothing on aluminum.
I actually don't think that. So when the maximalists talk about Bitcoin being pure energy and stuff, I got you guys dropping acid now.
Although me
sense.
and Bitcoin maximalists, we don't get along.
No, I'm big Bitcoin moderates. I'm fine with the maximalists. I have a little bit of a problem.
I love Bitcoin. I just don't think it's the maximalists are they're religious zealots. They need a religion they need something to believe in because they've lost faith in everything else.
Well, that's true for all of us.
Everybody, when you lose faith in everything, you go and find a new religion. Everybody has to have a religion. Bitcoin's not a bad thing to have a religion in, but it's it's just not actionable that it's going to take over the monetary system in my lifetime.
Now, it might be a bit of a stretch, but if the Wall Street gang's trying to take down the Davos gang, they're going to do so in any way they can. And that might even include something like exposing their collusion with big tech, because it just looks bad on Davos and the New World Order. So there is that kind of strange bedfellows where, again, it's like the Wolf of Wall Street is now like defending the Second Amendment or the First Amendment. And it's like
Elon Musk.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like, so it's a weird fucking thing that like they're going to start defending things not because they necessarily care about them, but because it makes Davos look bad. They're going to be like, hey, look,
because it's in their best interest. Never ever what do you call confuse anything I'm saying with I think they're good guys.
No, I know that. I'm aware of that. No,
let's not. It's our plutocrats versus their plutocrats.
Oh, 100%. Ours are just kind of aligning right now. So it's like,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm whatever. I'm going with them. I'm not for those guys. It's just kind of better than Klaus saying like eat crickets, like that fucking faggot. So like I think that's what we're seeing, and it's kind of interesting. Then, like,
see, Klaus just learned why he shouldn't miss this talk.
Exactly. He backed out at the last second.
That's right.
Putin keeps backing out.
He had a Star Trek convention to go to.
I don't have the nuts to say anything bad about Putin, so Putin's allowed to miss these meetings. I don't have the balls to make fun of him. But So it is kind of interesting then. Are we going to start to see, like, by proxy, a pro-America stance be carried out by Wall Street simply because it is anti-WEF? Not because they're good people, not because they're pro-liberty, but just by default. Are we going to start to see,
Well,
like,
if they do, we're going to have to see them take on Joe Biden and in fact the whole party of
I think they
chaos.
will. It seems like someone's
You
pulling
really think
levers.
that? Okay, so in a cage match between Jamie Dimon and Barack Obama, because that's what we're talking about here.
I'll go with
Who are
Jamie.
you betting on?
Diamond.
I'll go with Jamie.
Jamie Dimon.
I always bet on the Wall Street. Those motherfuckers are psychos. I'll always
Well,
bet
not
on
to
them.
mention that he's tough. He is a tough person.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Well, you don't get to that level. By
No,
they're
but he's not just
piranhas
wanting.
on meth.
He was a boxer. I mean,
Yeah.
the guy is a thug.
Yeah. When is Lloyd Blankfein still around? He was
No,
pretty
he's
tough,
retired.
right? Oh,
He
was
retired.
pretty-
He
It's
occasionally
John Solomon
chimes
over at
in.
Goldman Sachs now.
He's gonna start making moves. So they're doing something then, right? If all these CEOs are stepping down, all these confidential things are being found at, like, Biden residences. Like, I think they probably, like, disabled the balloon or hacked it, but they just let it float across the United States because it makes Biden look like a limp dick. I do.
The Chinese came out today with a statement like, about number of flyovers over that the United States has sent X number of balloons over, and we didn't do anything about them. Like,
There's no way that balloon went across the United States without us talking to China.
right.
Yeah.
There's no
So that's
way.
what I mean. Is
I
like,
saw a great meme that had a map of the trajectory across the U.S. and it kept saying, handwritten, hold. It gets over the Atlantic Ocean. It says, fire.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Like Biden Zoo. Like, let Biden, the art of war. Let the balloon fly over your entire land, and then
But
once
the
it's
other
too,
problem with Biden is we've talked about before is that he's so compromised that you don't know whether his moves are just stupidity or because Xi Jinping told him to do it.
I would say it's more the World Economic Forum. I think they installed them,
Right.
Or both,
he's-
or both.
Yeah, he's compromised. I mean, he's compromised to an unbelievable extent.
Hey, while we're in the political realm, there's something
Mhm.
we haven't touched on, and I wonder what you three guys think about the action in Congress last week and the action to come. Does it amount to anything? Is it
What?
is it just vaudeville or what? You know, the
What-
Jim
what?
Jordan, the House Judiciary Committee, Comer's other committee, and committees to come. Do you think that that's just a vaudeville show or is it for real?
It's a good question, Jim. I don't have a good feel for it yet. I think the debt ceiling fight is going to tell us whether or not this Congress has any spine.
Mhm.
I think it's vaudeville. I think it's payback for January 6th. It's payback for election fraud. It's payback for all sorts of shit.
Or
Well,
again,
payback can be serious. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't think it's that. I think it's just rake them over the coals on TV.
mhm.
well, then is Wall
But
Street
I
kind of
but I
backing
think
this?
the debt ceiling fight is the one that everybody's lining up for. Like Davos's last chance to fuck with the U.S. is over the debt ceiling and our credit rating. We now have Moody's and Fitch threatening ratings downgrades.
I wish they
It was,
would
it was
downgrade us.
S&P in 2011. The other two stayed out of it. Now they're coming after.
Now, if they did that, wouldn't a lot of people have to dump bonds?
Yeah, there would have to be some bond funds, some ETFs or whatever would have to ditch, because their prospectuses say we only hold AAA rated stuff. Yes, and that would create havoc. So that's one of the things that they're now trying to hold over the Congress's head and by extension the Fed. If you keep doing X, we will downgrade you. But here's the thing. The Democrats, Davos, do they really have control over Congress? It's a good question. Clearly, McCarthy was their choice because he went through 16 rounds or whatever the hell it was.
Hey, did you see that creepy hand gesture he did?
No.
So he's standing up. He's got his hand in his pocket. I'm going to stand up to do this. He's got his hand in his pocket like this, He's got a sheet of paper in his hand, and the standing ovation starts. He puts it on the sheet of paper. He does that for 3 seconds, and then he puts his hand back in his pocket and picks up the sheet of paper.
Oh, he does the power hands.
Right, but even if I didn't know that that thing had potential symbolism, I would go, "What did he just fucking do?"
Is that like a
was so
satanic
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein thing?
Yes, it's choke the big chicken or something. I don't know. So it's got Masonic shit. It's got all sorts of stuff. And normally I wouldn't pay attention, but if you go look at it, you will look and you'll say that was so overt.
Well,
It wasn't just like when what's her face, the Queen of Germany. Come on,
Van der Leyen?
Merkel.
Oh, Merkel.
right, Merkel.
When she puts her hands in front of herself because they don't have pockets, right? Chicks don't have pockets, and so she's learned to put her hands in front of herself in this. It's called the Merkel Rauk or something. It's got a name for it actually. And but McCarthy did this thing that was so overt. It would be like if someone did this.
Right.
Wait,
Well,
McCarthy or Schwab?
Is
McCarthy.
that gesture, right? This one? Like,
Yeah.
Trump used to do this all the time. They all do it. Men who have real power in the room, they do that. That's the body language. People talk about that one all the time. That's an
No. But he took his hand out of his pocket, put the paper down to do it, and then put the paper back down and put his hand back in his pocket.
Yeah, no,
it was
I'm
weird.
letting everybody know I'm in control here.
Well,
that's what he's saying. So about and what was that in reference to?
He was getting a standing O for getting the vote.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
I thought he was saying to someone, "We did it."
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know who the someone was. I don't know. Google it while we're talking. Just go, search McCarthy hand gesture.
Right.
You'll find it.
Didn't someone like hand Pence like a coin or something after he certified the election? What was that about? Do you remember that?
It was Blind Pew. He gave him the black spot.
It was something, but it was like whatever, like midnight of like,
$1 trillion platinum coin.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no, but it was something. Whenever they passed it, like the wee hours of January 7th. Yeah, there's like they like handed him something. Do y'all remember that?
Maybe
yeah,
it was a bet.
I vaguely do. I kind of put that whole period of my life out. It's like, what's the point? Oh, look, they stole the country. Okay, I tend to try not to revisit painful memories.
Yeah.
Try to move on. Stay. Be like a dog.
I can't move. I can't move on from the post January 6th Department of Justice though.
Yeah.
No.
That's real. That's real Stalinist shit.
It is. It absolutely is. And that's why you had to be resurrected from getting just killed on the Capitol steps.
That's true. That is true. I should be thankful that they didn't quite get me, or that they used a wooden stake that be pulled out, or took the garlic off me or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're a good sport, Dave. I have to give you credit, dude. You're a good sport.
Yeah. You know that joke about the chick who calls up the guy and says, "Hi, this is Angela." He goes, Angela, not ringing a bell. Angela, and she said, "Yeah, we hooked up a couple months ago, and you said I was a real good sport." He says, "Well, how you doing?" And she says, "I'm pregnant. I'm going to kill myself." He says, "You are a good sport." Yeah, that's on the raw side, isn't it? That'll piss off the Turks.
That reminds me of my favorite joke. Yeah, guy goes into a doctor's office, to get his test results, and he speaks to the rather voluptuous secretary on the way in, and she sends him into the doctor's office after a 20-minute wait. And doctor says, "I got good news and I got bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Guy says, "Oh shit! Oh God! What? Oh, give me the bad news first." Guy says, "Well, you got pancreatic cancer. You got 2.5 months to live." The guy goes, "Oh, jeez.
I know this one.
Oh my God. That's the worst news a person could ever. What could possibly be good news?" He said, doctor says, "Well, you talked to my secretary on the way in, didn't you?" Guy says, "Yeah." The doctor says, "Well, I'm fucking her."
I got a good metaphorical joke.
You had to be
Which-
there.
No, that's a good joke. That's a good joke.
You know, as good as those are, I can tell you. Would you like to hear my favorite joke? I actually have two, but my
Right.
favorite joke is, how do you know your roommate's gay?
Oh,
His dick tastes like shit.
I got one where Ollie the lumberjack comes into the doctor and he's got a shard of wood sticking out of his arm and he says, Jesus, Ollie, that must hurt like a son of a bitch. He says, oh, I felt two things worse than that. And he says, the second worst thing I felt was when I squatted over a bear trap and it clamped me right in the balls. And the doc grimaces. He says, what's the worst thing you ever felt? He says, when I got to the end of the chain. That to me is now a metaphor, getting to the end of the chain.
Oh God. All right.
Ouch.
We should go back on track here.
Say you fuck one
This
goat.
could get ugly
Yeah.
very quickly.
I've been banned from everything. I don't give a shit. They can't ban me.
Leave me on Rumble, dude. We're fine.
Yeah, you get me banned. I will applaud. I will clap my hands in awe if you get me banned.
I can't stick around much longer. I got some more things I got to attend to.
Choke
All
the
right.
chickens. We know
Well,
that drill.
yeah,
No, I'm
You
not
give us
choking the
that
chicken
bullshit
tonight.
argument. You give us
You
all
and,
that
you, and
bullshit.
those, you and your animus towards squirrels, dude. Like, I get it. You know.
Jim's going out there.
I might be eating me some chicken tonight.
He's going out to fuck the animals.
Oh God.
Oh Jesus.
I don't put it past Jim.
Yeah, in Palestine.
I cleaned the
Um,
chicken house today. My girls are really happy.
I don't
doing
even want to know what that means. Clean
Well,
Clean the chicken house.
That means I took the chicken shit and put it in a big bucket and I
Don't you get
took it
sick?
out of the chicken house.
Don't you get sick from all the spores and shit? One time I
No,
cleaned
I
out
think
a
it's
chicken
probably if you expose yourself to all that shit, it's probably
Now
makes
we're
you healthy.
exposing ourselves while
yeah, why are
cleaning
you
out the
exposing
chicken
yourselves?
house.
Yeah. What kind of fucking
Well, I wasn't
Jeffrey?
exposing
What kind of
my-
Jeffrey
my,
Epstein like?
general
Yeah, I
code
cleaned
members
out a
members to it.
chicken house and boy was I sick that night. Holy crap.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've shoveled my fair share of chicken shit. I just now have ducks now.
And you got
just let 'em-
goats too, right?
I do have goats. Yeah. Yeah.
You got to
one of
shovel
them's
some
heavy
goat
pregnant.
shit, right?
Oh, I've shoveled a lot of goat shit too. Yep. And I've
Hey, does that work in
shoveled
the
up
garden?
A lot of wasted hay.
Does that work in the garden?
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah. Because really goes, I mean, you know, and when it's dry, it's like it's just basically, you know, grass M&Ms. Like it's just chocolate covered grass at that
Yeah.
point. That's what the dogs tell me it tastes like. So
Well, Tommy, I got a peel. I got a book. I got
Yeah.
a slide.
Yeah, no, you're good.
All right.
Yeah, we'll wrap this bitch up then.
Yep.
Closing thoughts, Jim.
My closing thoughts. Like I said, my biggest thought of the week is very fast moving stories out there. You know, hold on to your gird your loins and hold on to your hat because a lot of things are moving fast and it's going to be very interesting and maybe even a little funny.
well, if we keep our sense of humor.
Yeah.
Remember, as you know, Ron Paul always said, if you're not having fun, you're doing this wrong.
There you go. I rest his case.
So
Well-
my passing thought is don't forget that the markets are crudely speaking 2x overvalued. So we have a lot of fun in front of us.
Yeah, we do. We
Well,
do. My closing thought is things are really crazy,
happened?
but they are manageable if you remember that it's always, you know, it may not be as this may be as bad as it gets.
okay.
Oh,
Or-
I don't
And
think so.
one of the and it never hurts to explore that idea that, you know, maybe this is just what depressions look like.
Yeah. Yeah, or we're gonna in a couple of years be looking back at the good old days of 2023. I mean,
Right.
there might be
Could be.
no floor to this hell. And so with that happy note, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's wrap this one up. Obviously looking forward to the next one. Thank you all for your time. Thank you guys for
A
listening.
pleasure.
And I'm happy that Dave is alive. It's just
Absolutely.
a miracle
Back
of
from the
modern
dead.
a miracle
Yeah.
of modern science.
At
He's
the
the
end
o-
of his chain, but alive.
The end of his chain, the end of his chain, but alive. Gentlemen, thank you. Recording. on Tuesday, April 11th,
Are we recording this thing?
23.
Oh Christ, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
this is
I would hate to be recorded saying something stupid.
yeah, like Jim not fucking being here. Guys, if you want to support the podcast, click on the little red button. That's locals, or you go into the description, buy merch, support the podcast. Jim's not here, so it's his funeral. But we are here with Tom Luongo and Dave Collum for De-Dollarization Cast. But before we get into that, I did want to I posted it yesterday, kind of to get out ahead of it in case it is my FBI handler. But I got an email and I did post it, and I've had people asking me what was it, and there's a reason why I posted it because I just normally I get schizo emails all the time. That's fine, whatever. It's
You're in
when
that
there's
space.
yeah, but whenever there's something a little more specific, I always make sure to like put it in the email, like, hey, fucktard, like I disavow this and I know who you are. So it started with this is from Darren at a Harris crash prediction June 2023. A dirty bomb will explode in Manhattan on 4/13/23. Vice President Kamala Harris will die at a plane crash. And as soon as I saw the second one, I said, fuck off. And that's why I tweeted it because I'm getting ahead of this.
Right.
So that's kind of how my week started. And so I don't know which one's more important. Do we get into the clearly schizo and or FBI handler or the de-dollarization and looming World War III, which I feel like the last three podcasts we've done have all been like, so the world's over, we're going to World War III, and we're just kind of circling the drain now. What which one do we bite?
I don't know, Dave. What do you think?
uh, I'm not convinced we're going into World War III, but I think the power shifting looks spectacular. So
It's
whether that leads to World War III is a separate issue, but the de-dollarization story looks real. I think the U.S. is losing allies by the buttload,
yeah.
and I think NATO's on the way out the door. It is my view that the Ukraine war is going to end soon, and that no one seems to agree with that. I think I'm a McGregor fan, so I've been following McGregor, and he says they're basically Ukraine just running out of carcasses to throw at the Ruskies.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I still maintain, a healthy skepticism of everything, simply because I don't know, and I think the quality of the information is so low. But I think the leak that we saw the other day is telling you
which
that.
one? Which one? Which leak?
Well, the one about the prepping happening over in Ukraine, the DoD stuff that made it out into the world. That John Kirby was like, you can show funny. Oh my God,
it's not true, and don't listen to it. Right.
Right. I read I try to limit how much Russian and or Ukrainian propaganda I take in anymore for a variety of reasons on both sides of the equation. But I was reading, I don't know if you guys read Big Surge over on Substack, and he's one of the better Russian, for lack of a better term, commentators, because he's usually pretty balanced about things. And I think that his analysis generally, even though I salt it to taste, of course, I think his analysis of whether the leaks were real or not, I think is spot on, because they would have said different things. And if this was a disinformation campaign that NATO was putting out in order to sucker the Russians into overestimating their ability to continue to wage war, these leaks would have had different material in them. But the picture that's been painted, I think, is one that is consistent with a lot of the things that Colonel McGregor has said and others have said, which is that the Ukrainians are really running out of bodies. When you factor that in with what Martin Armstrong's been saying behind the scenes, as in, i.e., in his private blogs, that NATO is clearly just telling Zelensky, hold on until the end of the year, because that's when NATO is going to come in for real. That tracks with what we're seeing from these leaks as well. And here's another thing to think about, which is that, my God, is the Pentagon really that out of touch with how much about what's actually going on the ground? How bad is their OSINT, right? How bad is their, how little information do they really have about what Ukraine's capabilities are? Are they taking everything the Ukrainians tell them at face value? And that's a scary thought.
Yeah, I don't believe that, though. I think
don't
the
really
Pentagon.
either, but Dave, I got to throw this stuff out there and ask.
I know.
Again, it's like how much of this do you want or not want to believe in at this point. There's so little good information. What the hell are you supposed to think?
So if McGregor's right, there's no way Ukraine survives till the end of the year. Right. McGregor's projections are where my several months from now. There's even, I think, already hints that that Zelensky's wiggling his way towards the negotiating table because he's gonna die if he doesn't. So,
I mean, yeah, I tend to not. I think the Pentagon's evil and they are retarded, but I don't think they're stupid. I don't buy any idea that that's letting them off the hook to say that they're having a fast one pulled over them.
Well, presumably McGregor's sources are also in the Pentagon. So,
right. We would hope, right? We would hope that is the case.
Right.
But again, like, and I don't mean to impugn anybody's honor or integrity or anything else, but again, what do we actually know? What do we not know? What we know is that I see it this way, and it's the same thing that's been going on for months. The Russians are very happy to grind out Ukraine's ability to wage war.
Yeah.
I mean, and are they willing to pay a significant price to get that done? Yes. Is it enough for the crazed neocons to think that they're winning in the long run? That's another good question, because these people are just as delusional as everybody else. So, I maintain that this is exactly the same thing it's been since the February 25th of last year. It's a war of attrition.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's a war of attrition being fought on multiple fronts, guys, not just militarily, but financially, politically, and everything else.
Yeah, but I also think the evidence that I think the evidence that the Russians misjudged the determination of NATO at the start looks good.
Yeah.
So I think the Ruskies thought they could go and give someone a black eye, and we'll go, oh, never mind, that's no fun anymore, and we'd go to the negotiating table, and we didn't. So in that sense, Putin got suckered a little bit.
Sure, fair enough.
I think when we blew up the Kerch Bridge and when we blew up the pipeline, it got very real. And and Putin said, "Okay, we're in a real war now."
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that Russia's military is in any way incompetent.
Yeah, but there's also,
I think they're fighting the war a way a lot of people in the West don't think they should fight the war. And I think
that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, but I mean, we also did just come out of a 20-year quagmire. So I don't think rational thought necessarily applies. We're like, what are they doing? There's nothing to gain there. And it's like,
there's no quagmire. Why are they there?
What are they doing there? Are they just going to throw trillions of dollars at it?
Like the Russians' current account surplus in 2022 was its highest ever. They have control over the marginal barrel of oil and therefore the price of oil. If the Russians underestimated NATO's resolve to fight this war on the ground or support the Ukrainians militarily, we underestimated the resiliency of the Russian economy and the Russian leadership to manage the war economically.
Yeah.
And countries to affiliate with Putin.
Exactly. Absolutely. And I've been maintaining this as a talking point for years. And I mean going back to Syria intervention by the Russians in October of 2015, that this was the first time a major power told the United States no on the world stage. And all of a sudden, the rest of the world stood up and went, they just told the US no.
Yeah.
And you could start seeing the subtle shifts in allegiances and diplomacy and in the structure of the financial arrangements between these countries been shifting for years. And to that point, that when we went full shock and awe and seized their foreign exchange reserves and abrogated almost all of international law at a financial and asset level, everybody else went, well, if they can do it to the Russians, they can do it to us.
Yeah.
Which makes you ask the question, is it possible that Putin didn't underestimate NATO's response? And that this is part of a story in which they said, okay, let's move now. Let's trigger alliances now. And so all of a sudden now, the Russia-China alliance, which anyone with a half a brain knows that given the big three, you want to be on the team with two of them.
Yep.
And we have gone totally the other direction. So the insanity of that is just unimaginable to me. But I think we didn't realize all these other countries like India and stuff and Saudi Arabia that would say, we don't really need the US that much. They're kind of punk ass bitches. And I think we really blew that, or it was all going that way anyways. And this is some ditch effort to see if we could somehow pull off a win, down 17-2. I don't know.
This is kind of the way I've been reading it for a long time, Dave. And remember that to me, the tripod in Asia is not Russia, China, India. It's Russia, China, Iran.
Right.
Because Iran showed everybody the blueprint on how to survive. No matter how much the US throws at them, they can survive. And then when we did the same thing to the Russians ×2 and the Russians survived, it just tells everybody we're really stronger than you think we are. Together, apes strong together. Let's just put it out.
Yeah.
Like if you haven't seen, the Planet of the Apes, apes strong together. So if we band together against the United States and the West, and it's not just the United States here, it's also Europe, very much a part of this. That they have the opportunity now to really build everything. And remember, in the intervening years leading up to this, the Russians and the Chinese have been there to be honest in their way, honest brokers with all of these countries to support Iran, to have very complicated but respectful relations with Turkey, to stand by their allies in Syria, to work with the Africans, to try and work with the Saudi Arabians over the war in Yemen. And then the first time I heard, and the way they handled Afghanistan, right? The way they handled all of this stuff. It was going to come to a moment where the Saudis were going to have to make a decision. Do you stay with the United States and protect the real and the peg of the real to the dollar, or do you not? Because it's the thing that's killing you. And at the beginning of COVID, I think I talked about this in a blog post recently. If not, then I talked about it somewhere else. Beginning of COVID, you go back to March, the weekend of March in 2020, when COVID blew up and the financial markets blew up. It was over Putin saying no to a production cut, and the price of oil got crushed over that weekend. And that's what set off the entire financial system. That, as far as I was concerned, was way overdone, was done on purpose. And it was done, and Putin did this to gain control of the marginal barrel, the price over the marginal barrel, and force the Saudi Arabians into a real situation of going, look, we're either OPEC plus or we're not OPEC plus. But, this is what we're going to do. So that when the time came in 2022, the Saudi Arabians really didn't have any choice because the Russians treated them well after that, helping them manage the price of oil out of the depths. Because the Saudis were in serious trouble when oil was $20 a barrel.
Who else is hurt by the U.S., the dollar losing its, I guess, hegemon status? I mean, I'm just trying to think of, because the military-industrial complex and entrenched power structure, whatever you want to call it, Jim would call it the Jews, although I think we all disagree with that and condemn that. They will blow presidents' heads off to keep the U.S. dollar strong.
Well,
I know you guys are laughing. That's one way to deal with trauma.
No,
but
I was laughing at you picking on Jim's.
I'm not picking on shit. What do you guys? A lot of viewers are wondering where Jim is, and he is over in Ukraine fighting for the Azovs.
Jewish anti-Semite.
Yes, Jim is over there fighting for the Azovs because he finally decided that he has to practice. Oh shit! He must have heard us. He just entered.
Did he really? Did he?
He literally just entered.
How are you?
It says James the Coward. Is that what that says? James the Coward.
James Coward Kunstler. James, your ears must be burning. I just dropped the first insult on you.
He realized that his career was on the rocks if he didn't show up.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
That was actually that almost seems like shitty comedic timing. Like I think
Maybe he
people
was
watching
listening
probably
on the
think we-
live feed.
I
Maybe
think
he was
people
listening
watching
on the
probably
live
think that was
feed.
planned.
The
That wasn't
walls
planned.
have ears.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah,
just
I
came in.
know.
That was impressive. I immediately threw some anti-Semite views on you, and you just popped in like a fucking
Throw
demon.
your cell phone into the toilet there,
That
What,
was
what, you call me a Jew or something?
no, I
Jew
said that.
hater, a Jew
Yeah,
I
hater.
am one.
yeah. It's I
Yeah.
know, which makes it all the more interesting. But my point is, this is like, so we were saying like the dollar losing its status, like the military-industrial complex, like historically. Well, I mean, they'll kill anyone. They'll bomb anyone who even threatens its power. What? Why is it just seemingly sliding away? Is it that it's really just they're emptied and they're hollowed out and we're watching it die? Or are they trying to pull other people in? Are they letting it go down for almost kind of FDR, allegedly, putting a bunch of ships in Pearl Harbor?
Are you
They want-
axing me?
Oh, you see, this is the open question to all of us.
Yeah, yeah,
He was in the middle of asking that question when you popped in, Jim.
yeah.
Just
yeah.
FYI.
When you rudely popped in late because we were all here on time,
Yeah. Yeah.
asshole.
I think it's like the shoplifters in the major cities where they all of a sudden they realize the smash and grab
Mm-hmm.
can be done without repercussion.
Yeah, I guess my logic is like, are we trying to pull in other countries who also have an interest in the US dollar staying strong? Are we trying to be like, we're all in this together, sort of like you said earlier, Dave, about Putin triggering alliances? Are we doing the same thing? Are we?
Who are our allies? Let's ask that
I don't know.
question.
That's what I'm asking then. Who else has an interest in the US dollar staying
Taiwan,
powerful? Okay.
Taiwan,
All right.
Japan. I forget the strength of the dollar. That's complicated, but I think Japan certainly has a vested interest in U.S. itself staying strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
I think even in counterintuitively, even I hate that this is gonna sound weird to you, but even the Russians do. Because look, the Russians don't want to be China's big. Let's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, they're not stupid.
They're
know what the
happy to
long
be.
con is.
They're happy to work with the Chinese, and they're happy to build an alliance that's necessary in order to, because Russia's, of the major players at the table, Russia is in many ways can be viewed as the weakest of the four major power centers: Russia, China, the EU, and the United States, arguably, at least from a particular point of view. So for the Russians to survive, the last thing they want is a disorderly dissolution of the United States. So this has been my argument for a while about why there's a fundamental split between what Europe wants and what the United States wants, right? At a financial level. The United States, I think, is willing to defend the dollar global reserve standard up to a point. But when you can't do so anymore, and when you're at debt saturation, as Caitlin Long said to me the other day when we were chatting on our podcast, it's like the balance sheet doesn't matter until the balance sheet matters.
Mm-hmm.
And the balance sheet matters the minute you hit debt saturation. And we hit debt saturation a few years ago. And so now and the Chinese understand this, the Russians understand it. And I think the Fed and the money center banks in Wall Street understand this. But clearly, debt saturation in the United States is also a weapon to be used against it, to destabilize it, and it creates a limit of its projection of its ability to project power. And this is why I'm very, very leery of the way we've been going about things, and why I keep calling the Biden administration a bunch of vandals, because I just don't see how any of this policy of trying to stoke a war with the Russians and or stoke a war with the Chinese is in our best interest, other than as a cover story for the collapse of the existing monetary system. It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah. No, something's
and
not
that doesn't
adding
serve
up.
America's interests, because we have outs. Europe doesn't.
So who's calling the shots? If
What's
you
that?
look at Biden's inner circle, there's no one there qualified to be making these big calls. Who's making this call?
I think it's back to Tom's. It's WEF
I'm
versus Wall
telling you,
Street.
it's going back to the old freaking colonial powers in Europe who were scared deathless of losing control of they've already lost control of the dollar. They used to own it through LIBOR. They don't anymore.
So this
Right.
is this is what I'm kind of. I saw this tweet the other day, and this is what's making me kind of wonder what the bigger picture is when Mike Pompeo goes and visits Ukraine and he's like Slava Ukraini, all the the faggoty talking points. Then he tweets the other day, the best way to respond to China's provocation is to recognize Taiwan as the free and sovereign country it is, never give an inch. Now, technically, I do agree because I think China's fake and gay, but the fact that he's tweeting this now, it kind of seems like let's get the public talking points out there. And I think we've all said before, in addition to the Ukraine flag, will soon be the Taiwan flag. They're starting to lay the groundwork of not only is Russia bad, but Russia, China now bad. I think they're gonna conveniently tie COVID back to China. They're gonna find a bunch of shit that just a year ago would be racist to say, and now we're gonna have to defend Taiwan and Ukraine, and we're gonna try to pull in the whole Western world to go up against it. And they were making this entire idea seem more palatable. Let the dollar die. They're making it seem you have to go in now. It's not going to be Iraq where like Belgium sends 2 honorary soldiers out of like goodwill. I think they want full on like for the war effort, like get in it or get fucked.
I think all of this stuff is reality optional.
Yeah.
And what it really comes down to as far as the dollar goes is that the Biden administration is considered completely insane and unreliable, and as the Russians say, not negotiation worthy.
Not agreement capable.
Not agreement capable. And so they're just basically, the dollar is dying because of our lack of credibility. Finally, that's really at the bottom of all this.
Pompeo also, by the way,
all these other financial shenanigans certainly are involved, but at the bottom of it is the lack of credibility of this ghost president, Joe Biden, and the mysterious runners behind him. And the fact that we can't even make a credible guess about who they are, suggests that, there ain't nothing there.
Pompeo also tweeted out, by the way, the straight up talking point that this war has cost Putin so much. It's cost him hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the Ukrainians haven't lost anything. And I just tweeted
That's
out.
Ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
He said this. He tweeted this out, and you go look at my Twitter feed, and I said, yeah, and I retweeted it with the quote tweet saying, yeah, most of them identify as Ukrainian.
What do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that fucking the Star Wars guy doing the air raid siren for Ukraine? Mark Hamill.
Mark Hamill. Did he do that? He did. Mark's such a shitlib. It's not even funny. I mean,
he's a total fucktard. But I mean, he recorded a new air raid siren for like Kyiv or something, and it's like it's literally something like the Empire is coming, and when it's over, it says, "May the Force be with you." And you just have a bunch of soy boys in America just being like, "This is just like the movies. We're actually fighting."
It's just showbiz.
No,
it's just showbiz, and let's not forget Disney owns Star Wars now, so that's like why
Mark is who he is. He's always been this person, and the older he gets, he just betrays himself as an old boomer.
I don't
offense to the boomers in the audience because you guys are awesome.
Him, he's getting paid. I don't fault him. Yeah. But I mean, just
he is who he is. No, I mean,
in terms
do this anyway,
symptom of what is going on.
Shit at this point.
I mean,
it's just woke. It's woke showbiz.
But that's what I mean. But that's how you start to see it now. Is like the mask isn't even on. It's like we're fighting the bad guys. Like this is just like the movies.
But this has been going on for a long time, though. So the fact that everyone in Hollywood has been to Kyiv at one time or another, it underscores the absurdity of
the fact that we call it Kyiv and not Kiev, like we've called it for fucking 500 years.
Exactly.
All right.
How many Y's are there on Zelensky? And is it the Ukraine or Ukraine? And there's so many things that.
All right, April 11th, 2023. Taking bets now. When does Dylan Mulvaney go to Kiev? When does he go? And fucking like he
becomes president of Kyiv president of Ukraine in June.
How long until he goes there and gets sponsored by Raytheon?
I have a better question for y'all.
Yeah,
which actually matters more than everything else.
All right.
How long until MI6 tries to kill Putin again?
They probably are trying.
No, I mean for real.
No, for real. I mean that's probably why he's just going balls in. It's just like I'm at the end of the line.
Well, if they kill him, they get Medvedev, who's probably much more of a hard ass than
Well, that's what they
Putin.
want.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
didn't we
that's the
figure that
problem.
out in the Cold War that the
Because
whole
that way they know the Russians will
matter?
go off half cocked, and then they can justify whatever they want to do. It's what they've been trying. They've been the Brits and the friggin' American neocons of the Peter Zeihan stripe have been trying to goad the fucking Russians into doing something dumb for a year now, like and paint a false flag because lying us into war is a time honored presidential tradition, as as scripted by MI6. Like this is the way this shit works.
Yeah.
Like, and
Well, look, we're in some kind
Putin's
of
the only one like stopping this because he sees it like 100, a mile away.
we're in some kind of fog of chaos right now. But my idea would be that Putin is going to wrap up this Ukraine operation sooner rather than later, probably before June. And when he does, it's going to really disorder American minds in government. And it's going to change the whole picture. They will not be able to pretend
missed the
anymore.
first
Mud is back. I mean, now we
You-
have the spring thaw. There's not going to be there's no tank war now. They're gonna wrap up. Zelensky has to lose everything at Bakhmut.
Well, there's also
And then
no
it's over.
tanks left. There's no tanks left
I
in
know,
Ukraine either.
but-
But so Jim, the first 10 minutes we hit the question of whether or not this
And
war is going to end sooner or later. A
and-
lot of people talk about this lasting for years. Now I see weeks, months,
Yeah,
maybe.
weeks.
I'm not going to let you pull a fast one, Jim. Of all the months you chose one of 2 months that begins with the syllable Jew. You chose June. And I'm just not going to. Those pins
Subtle.
That's
a
strike one.
buried
That's strike-
message.
That's strike
A
one.
secret message from my people.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But
I
but
know.
more to the point, more to the point, I think that we're underestimating how much that loss, that failure is going to disorder the Biden administration and the American
Mhm.
political mind generally and create much more chaos in politics than we see right now.
Hmm.
I can only hope so because what I see is them trying to stretch this thing out for as long as possible in order to get us into the election season and then run Biden as a war president in
But
2020.
that's just as much a fantasy as the idea that Ukraine's going to win.
I
look,
don't see
Jim,
how
I'm
they-
not telling you that
wait a
I
minute, wait a
agree
minute.
with this. I'm
I
just
don't
telling
see
you
how
that
they
it's
run
clear what their
Biden.
fucking strategy is.
I don't see how
No,
they
that ain't
run
going to
Biden.
happen. It's inconceivable.
I don't see how they run it.
No,
He-
it's
he
not going to
just-
happen.
Biden can't even put together a sentence now.
They
I don't
just
see how
have
they
an
run it.
alternative. They don't have an
any- I mean,
alternative
you know, who
except
they
for
are. Like it doesn't
Gavin
matter.
Newsom, and all what they're going to say is, Gavin Newsom's going to turn the rest of America into California, and all that hair and everything is not going to help him.
But Biden is gone.
He's
This is
gone.
the part he's gone.
The Democratic Party doesn't have anything. They don't have anything.
I mean, I look. I mean, I'd love to start handicapping the 2024 election, where I say, look, we've already watched the Fed blow up FTX, blow up Silicon Valley Bank, blow up Signature Bank, blow up this bank and that bank, blow up all of these Davos friggin' money spigots, and push rates. In the middle of a banking crisis, they push rates up by another quarter point. It's like the biggest fuck you of all time to these credit euro dollar faggots trying to meme us into World War III. I guess they're gonna they're gonna arm the training army to go fight in Ukraine. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but that costs money, and they don't have the kind of money that they had in 2022 and in 2020 and even in 2016. They don't have that like they had before. Like, unless Alexander Soros and company are going to spend every last dollar, and I use that word loosely, they have to generate the kind of energy on the ground necessary to pull off another election like they did in the last two. I don't see it either. What I see is, there's no energy there. And so now they're going to, but why would you push off, Trump's, trial until December if you're clearly not trying to set something up to take him off the board? They're trying to pump up the friggin' DeSantis to run in his place. DeSantis is clearly going, yeah, whatever. That's all of this stuff is it's so very obvious what their playbook is. And now the question is, can we not see them? Do you just not have to take the friggin' bait? Like, what are they going to do? Run Biden versus Nikki Haley or Mike Pompeo?
Well, there's Robert Kennedy lurking.
I was about to say, there's RFK
lurking in
Jr.
the asteroid belt of Democratic politics.
They
There is such a
can't
big-
go
None of
with
that
Kennedy.
matters because the superdelegate shit's still in place. So the Democratic Party doesn't. Like it's so thoroughly and terminally corrupt, guys. This is the problem.
I don't know.
Well, but no. But
Maybe I'm
what's
wrong.
being said here is they have to pick someone. So once
Right.
they pick someone, they get the super delegates. Kennedy won't get it because there's no way that the pharma guys are going to let him get near it.
Right.
No way.
If they had half a brain, though, they'd run them.
Did you say
That had
the
a half-
farmer
Kennedy had
guys-
half a brain. He'd run on an independent ticket with Trump while Trump's sitting in a freaking jail cell in New York. That's a winning ticket at this point.
Yeah.
Did you say the farm guys are going to prevent
Pharma.
Well, and the
Pharma.
farm. I mean, anything
Pharma.
I think
Excuse me.
farm
Big cap.
too. I mean, anything anti-Bill Gates would be. They're not going to let it happen.
I don't know that they have that much power to. I think that things are going kind of non-linear and emergent now, and I wouldn't rule anything out.
Yeah,
I don't.
You're right.
I
don't
also,
at all.
I tried to make this point in a recent blog. Maybe I didn't make it clear enough, but I think the sentiment out there for fixing or correcting the crimes of the assassination of the Kennedy brothers, the sentiment behind fixing that is so enormous in the American spirit. Or
Well, that's true.
that sentiment alone could overcome a lot of the fuckery that is basically running the Democratic Party right now.
And I was on a Zoom call with him one day, and he goes right to the hoop with that shit.
Fuck
He
yeah.
doesn't pull back at all on that
As
stuff.
well as you should.
Oh, I agree, but you could have imagined him not doing that just
Well,
for some practical reason. But
when you say
he
go to
doesn't.
the
He
hoop,
goes. He
what do you
talks about
mean?
the deep state killing his father and killing his uncle.
Yeah, he goes in there just fucking like Michael
he
Jordan
go-
from
he
the
went-
free throw line. Just
He went in there within the first 5 minutes of the Zoom talk. He went right to the hoop and said, he says, look, I know how these guys work. They killed my father. They killed my uncle.
There's something else going on with that
is
too.
hardcore. Just
Is that
come out
he-
with that.
He poses such a contrast between the clowns who are on the scene right now, whether it's Trump or Biden or whoever.
Right.
He's such a contrast in just terms of his demeanor
Yeah.
of appearing to be a serious person. That
And people will get past the voice problem. The voice problem
yeah,
for a
No,
few
the voice
minutes
prob-
is off-putting, but
the
then
voice
all of a
problem-
sudden it goes away. It'll
Oh,
go
yeah,
away.
voice
no, it'll
problem
go
is going to
away.
be no worse than Abraham Lincoln's voice problem.
It'll
Right.
it'll
Whatever
go.
that was.
it'll
Well,
go
he
away.
had a high speaking voice. He sounded weird. And it's not going to be any worse than FDR's polio problem.
No, they won't. 'Cause
Right.
they've backed themselves into such a corner of just being for like everyone that has any sort of oppressive trait about them. You're in a wheelchair, your eye is a different color. They won't be able to attack him for his
Right.
voice, and if they do, it'll just be so apparent that it's.
Well,
I
people just-
wouldn't underestimate how sick people
Oh no,
are.
they will. No, they will,
and-
Jim. But they've painted themselves as like, anything is just. It's the oppression Olympics.
I
And
think
we
Kennedy
don't
could have
know-
the. I think
we don't
Kennedy
know
has the potential to turn the Democratic Party inside out and upside down.
I agree. I do agree with that, actually. I do think they'll try to keep him out of there. Whether they succeed, I
sure.
guess, is a different story.
What about
Um,
Ramaswamy?
interesting guy.
Mostly good for talking points. He will bring ideas into the arena that will have to be addressed.
I'm reading his book right now. It's actually okay. It's actually his
How old
Woke
is he?
Incorporated.
He's not that
Yeah,
much
he
older
looks
than me, I
young.
don't think. Yeah.
His problem is he's just too young right now.
Not legally. I mean, he can. No,
Not legally,
I know
but-
I know what you mean.
He's
Maybe-
he's too young and untested. He hasn't really been in politics.
Maybe he's teeing up for a ticket, for being on the ticket.
Well, maybe he's teeing up to run for governor of California in a couple of years.
That too. Maybe he's
Hmm.
teeing up for 2028.
Yeah, the more we're kind of fleshing it out, the less. I mean, at first glance, it seems like it's just going to be Biden Trump going at it. But I mean,
See, I don't accept that either. I am not positive Trump's really running.
all right.
I don't doubt the narcissist in him will
Oh,
keep
sure.
the spotlight on him as long as possible.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not positive that he's necessarily running rather than steering the party in the direction he wants it to be.
Hmm.
Which, if he waits to the last minute, then he can do that. So I'm
If
not
not-
sure.
If
I'm
not
I'm
Trump, who then?
convinced.
If not Trump, who is it going to be? Like DeSantis, Kerry Lake versus Biden,
It's not gonna
Kamala
be Biden.
or
Biden's
Newsom?
not going to be in there. Forget about it. It's
I
either
think I agree. I agree
they
with
got
that.
nobody besides Gavin Newsom really, and he's
He's
just
hateable.
deadbeat.
He's hateable. I think, here's my prediction. I don't know what they're going to do. I think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. And I think it's going to, this highly precise prediction. It's going to be DeSantis, Tulsi Gabbard.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a pretty good call.
I don't know.
I think they promised her the ticket. But I think she rolled over when they said, we will put you on the ticket.
I don't think she's that cynical.
What do you mean?
I don't think that she would have done that simply to get a promise to be vice president.
I don't
think-
I
know.
don't know.
I think
Hey,
she's more-
that's a pretty good deal.
I mean, that's a pretty
good deal,
solid
yeah.
fucking deal.
Yeah,
I think-
I still don't. I still don't think that was.
I'm not sure that's cynical, Jim. That's just a good offer.
Yeah,
No, I don't mean that putting her on the ticket is cynical. I mean that her character is so cynical.
no, I know.
That's
I
the
know.
only way that she would have switched parties.
I know what you're saying, Jim. I think
Well, she's already disenfranchised from the
I
Democrats.
think she's just disgusted with the Democratic Party, pure and simple.
but it was a quick transition. She
Eh,
went from smacking of not liking the Democrats to full Fox News Tucker Carlson.
no. She went
who are
from
we talking about now?
getting-
Tulsi or
She
Kerry?
went from getting
Gabbard,
fucked
Gabbard.
around in the primaries. She went from getting fucked around and dissed in the primaries. It was
Yep.
like a year and a half or 2 years for that to happen. So it was not an overnight thing.
No, but there was a phase change. There was about a month period where I said, "Holy shit!" Now she is now full Republican talking point. I think there was a period where she went where we were hearing Republican ideas coming out of her to full blown Republican talking point, and then she left the party. So I saw something happen. I thought I picked up something happening.
To what Jim said earlier, it's not that. No, I understand what you're saying about not being cynical. I think there's also just a realistic thing that I think we all have to understand. Anyone running for office, no matter how much we like to project our own
That's a compromise.
our own idealistic, we all see the people we want to see, right? Anyone running for office inherently is after power to some extent, unless you have a once in a lifetime George Washington motherfucker who just wanted to jerk off in his cabin for the rest of his days, and they're like, "Will you be king?" And he's like, "I'll meet you halfway. I'll be president." Unless you have that, anyone running for office wants power.
There's a difference between wanting power and being ready for power. Sometimes history just calls you to a position. And sometimes people realize that history is calling them to a position. To some extent, I think that's happening to Robert Kennedy right now. He was he had faded into kind of environmental nobodydom for more than a decade. He was considered to be the bad boy Kennedy brother who was a junkie and, couldn't manage himself. He had a terrible marriage with a wife who committed suicide. It was a bad picture and a kind of a tragic picture, but all of a sudden, he's done this thing with the COVID pandemic and kind of become not only become heroic in his image, but he's done heroic things,
Right.
in the service of this crisis. And I think that to some extent, history has called on him a little bit, more than a little bit.
He has there's a little more, right? I mean, everyone knows there's a power structure, but there is just, regardless if he's right or wrong, there's always something about Trump that will just turn people off because he's Trump.
Right.
RFK can actually, like, no bullshit, be like, no, the deep state has killed my family.
Right.
Like, without blinking. Like, this isn't deep state hates me. This is like JFK, RFK.
That's a good point.
Sirhan, like, and direct things changed after that. We scaled up Vietnam. LBJ came in. Like, very real things happened with that. Like, that is at the core of all conspiracies.
And it's really funny. I think I'm sorry I missed it. Some of that I had to deal with. That was a phone call I had to take.
Is it Jamie Dimon?
I think that it's really, it is important that to Jim's point, that maybe history does call a person. And I think that in some ways, as frustrated as we are with Donald Trump, I think in some ways, in his own kind of weird narcissistic, solipsism, for lack of a better way of thing, I think Trump sees that as well. I think Trump did that.
I think that's what happened in 2016.
I think that's absolutely what happened. And I think he realized that about halfway through the campaign that this is far bigger than, what I originally thought it was going to be.
He didn't
And
think he was going to win, is my guess.
no,
No.
I know he didn't think he was going to win.
No,
And remember, he goes out there like, sorry it took so long, people. Complicated process out here.
Yeah,
3 o'clock in the morning
complicated
when they finally called the election for him. And you could see it. I mean, just watching his body language. I've watched Donald Trump. Like that was a guy who was genuinely like, oh my God,
like, oh,
I
fuck.
did it. Like I won. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Now what do I do? And
That
and
always.
I think the outpouring of everything that's happened to him since then, I think he was unprepared for what happened to him.
Yeah.
I keep going back to that same statement, that thing that he said during the transition. He's like, I knew things were bad up here. I had no idea they were as bad as they are.
Yeah.
Right. I think.
How did he?
I just think that Trump was unprepared for what happened to him.
How did he win in 2016? Do you
He
think
won some key precincts in some key states.
No, I mean,
Yes,
but
he
I mean,
did.
like they 2020'd. I'm like, do you think that they maybe it had been 40 years since they had to do a JFK and it'd just been like whatever, they had maybe gotten a little lax? What was it? How did he? Because you don't just get in. He got in. Like what powers were behind
they
him?
didn't know he was going to win.
No,
The polls
they
had
really-
Hillary winning the whole way.
They thought,
And part of the problem is the way I described it is they rigged the polls and then believed them.
Yeah.
They
Well,
believed
that New York Times
Yeah.
pollster, Nate Silver.
Nate Silver. Oh yeah,
He had Hillary winning
99.98.
overwhelmingly.
Yeah, they had Hillary winning like the same chances that like you survived COVID. They're like
They had
99.98.
Hillary winning up until about 7:00 that night.
No,
Yeah.
I know.
So
Because I'll be honest with you, it's because of a variety of things. The late Justin Raimondo had a great article after the election, and he went over the precinct data, and he said, look, it's really simple. Now, he was the editor at antiwar.com, so salt this analysis to taste. But he said, look, he went over the precinct data. Hillary lost key precincts in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania and others where there was the highest concentration of casualties and war injuries to servicemen who served in Iraq and Afghanistan,
And also gutted manufacturing bases.
and then the gutted manufacturing base and everything else. So, look, a lot of Bernie bros, in the middle, they voted for Trump, and a lot of and turnout was what it was, and they had game planned a certain level of,
the Bernie Bros also went to Trump out of anger.
What's that?
Right? The Bernie Bros. Bernie drew a huge amount of the Democratic Party in, and then he got fucked. And so then they said, okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go vote for Trump now, you sons of bitches. I think a lot of people voted for Trump. And to go from Bernie to Trump, that requires a special kind of leap of faith, right?
It's that he's the outsider. He's the populist outsider.
That's right.
It's not that big of much of a leap of faith once you realize that a lot of people just wanted a wrench. They just wanted a wrench.
Back in 2016, back in 2016, I was literally saying this in like March and April and June of that year. And like, if they don't run Bernie versus Trump, most of Bernie's base is going to shift over to Trump. They're the same people. Right. I mean, I could see it coming a mile away. And I'm like, and all Trump has to do is to go to the places and campaign in the places that Hillary wasn't planning on campaigning in.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's playing, and then they're trying to follow him up and play whack-a-mole. And behind the scenes, figure out, okay, so how many votes do we need to manufacture? And I'll be honest with you, I was plugged into the network of people that eventually Jack Posobiec became famous after this, right? But I was plugged into that group, and I was dealing with people who were at the time heavily involved in Pennsylvania politics, like heavily involved at the grassroots in the Pennsylvania GOP. And the guy I was talking to that night was like, he went to the precincts in Philadelphia at 7:00, and he said they're empty. She's going to lose Pennsylvania because the precincts are empty, and therefore she didn't turn the inner city vote out in Philadelphia, so they didn't have the reserve necessary to overcome the high turnout in Lancaster County in Amish country, basically. And that's what won him the election.
So I
And-
was watching
And
this-
I knew he was going to win Florida because they couldn't manufacture enough votes in Broward County and West Palm to overcome the panhandle.
I was watching this big burly black guy being interviewed on some off Broadway network, and I had no idea what I tuned into. And he was talking about Trump, and he says, "Forget the package. Look at what the hell he's saying." And I'm going, and this is when I first realized that there was a left to right shift going on in the black community.
Yes.
And by the way, I can't say for sure. I don't know what it's like to be black, but I suspect if I was black, at this point, I'd be a little tired of being told I can't function because I'm black.
Right.
And so I think the black community was going, we're being tired of this left wing idea that that we desperately need them, because we don't. And so I'm watching this guy and he's saying, forget the package, listen to what he has to say. And I get to the end of the interview and I find out this guy is the head of the new Black Panther Party. And I go, holy shit.
Yep.
And I'm going, that is so surreal. And that's when I realized, and I think that left to right shift to the black community is real. I went down to a meeting in New Orleans one day and I'm being driven by a limo driver. And I start poking at him to find out where he's coming from. And by the end, I found out he's all MAGA.
Right.
He's MAGA the whole way. It's this black guy. And he said, no one can stand Kamala.
No.
But he said that in his neighborhood, Trump is still a little sort of on the edge. But yes, there's absolutely a left to right shift going on.
I live in rural North Florida, guys. Like I have friends who are kind of all, middle class Southern blacks. Not nobody, none of them are voting Democrat. None of them.
Also,
They're all angry about it.
How did Joe Biden win Pennsylvania?
Who counted the votes?
yeah, what do you mean? The swing states all.
What's
paused
this
voting
win thing
now.
you're referring to?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, no, all the voting.
Right. This
paused
isn't going
in
out
the
on
middle of the
YouTube, right? They stole the fucking election is what they did.
No, I've
They
been
weren't going to
banned
have
by
that
it.
happen twice in a row.
Yeah, there's no way I'll ever get back on YouTube. I don't think a team of lawyers could get me back on.
I made one random comment about the election in an interview I did with Jay Taylor a couple weeks ago, and they struck the video off of YouTube.
Yeah, no, there's no. But this is an interesting kind of outcome now. So we're talking about how they won the election. So now you have Rumble, which has grown like 5,000% in the last year. You have Elon buying Twitter. I mean, that's not nothing, right? Your modes of communication that's the first thing that goes down in a war. And if this is an information war, there are now these parallel modes of communication where you can't strike down a video of people putting up posters to block out the windows of the poll counting places, or people saying like, hey, why are they bringing in ballots? This has been flagged as misinformation. It can't be retweeted or responded to. Like that's not nothing, that the modes of communication are parallel and are becoming more resilient on their own. Like that ain't nothing.
No,
It's not, but I think we're losing though.
We may
I'm
be,
not-
and I'll be
I'm
honest with you, I still
I'm
don't trust
not an
Substack.
optimist.
So, and I
Say
still,
that-
by the way, I still don't trust Substack. I still think
Well,
like Substack and Parler and the rest of them are
All
all
you
yet another.
need is some rich guy to buy these outlets, right?
Mhm.
Well,
The-
they're
the-
not going to buy YouTube because
They're
Google
already
owned
owned. Yeah, right.
Oh,
But
it's a matter of national. YouTube is now a matter of national security, and they never let anybody buy that.
No, yeah, no.
right, and you could buy the entire social media empire with pocket change.
Well,
And so I
formerly
just,
pocket change at 0% interest rates. At 5%, well, that's a different
it's
story.
getting expensive now. Yeah,
Getting
But
expensive.
so
It's also
I
getting
think
expensive to maintain control over.
I think they'll commandeer the various channels as they need to.
Of
And
course
by
they
the
will.
way, if you're CEO of a channel and the deep state says to you, look, you can work with us or you can work against us, the pragmatic side of you is going to probably choose to play in the sandbox with the guys who won't promise not to beat the shit out of you.
But there's also there's a going for broke, I don't know, spirit in the air that is started in 2016, continued to 2020, and is, I mean, really just getting thicker now. You have guys like RFK who are running. Like Elon Musk isn't stupid. He knows what buying Twitter entails. You have these things picking up steam of where it's no longer like, hey, I'm just going to go along to get along. Because you're looking around and you're going, there's nothing to get along with. There's trannies twerking in front of toddlers, and we're sending our myocarditis-ridden tranny soldiers to die in Ukraine. Like, what am I going? I just saw a meme yesterday and said new dystopia like lingo dropped, and it's calling fentanyl dealers drug workers. Like, there's nothing
I
to
saw that.
there's nothing to
That's
go
so impressive.
along to get along with anymore.
By the way, Dylan Mulvaney, the social justice warrior who defended her decision to use him as the pitch person.
He has my vote. He has my vote. Just want to.
Well, it's a she or whatever.
It's a fucking
woman.
Monster.
No. I'm talking about the woman who masterminded it. Not Dylan Mulvaney.
The Budweiser executive.
The Budweiser executive. And what I loved about it is she said that she decided that Budweiser was too narrow a focus on basically, old white guys or something. And she said, we need to broaden our base. And she said she wanted to do it authentically. And I'm going, so you went with transgender to get authenticity?
Yeah, that's a huge market sector too, isn't it?
Well, not just the word authentic gets a little sketchy pretty fast too,
Yeah.
How long?
Well, now, there you go, Dave. You're just thinking like an old white guy. What the hell's wrong with you?
No. But let's do a hat tip to Dylan Mulvaney, because that guy,
he's getting
that
paid.
Woman or whatever. Oh my God!
I fucking respect the grift, man.
Oh, that was a great grift.
He's getting money.
But it's not just that. About a year ago, he crafted this plan. This is all crafted. This was a master plan from the start. This is not some grassroots things where he was out there fritting around doing weird shit. And someone said, hey, look at that guy. They planned it. They orchestrated this whole thing.
Dude, I tip my hat. He's getting paid.
He gets a hat tip out of me. That's just, the internet is full of grifters, and that's one of the good ones.
I mean,
Greta Thunberg, roll over, move over, Greta.
Yeah.
The grift has changed.
Dylan's getting fucking paid. And how long? And I don't know. I guess we're already not on YouTube, but I mean, like within a couple days of like the shooting, like, and they came out and they said trans people are under attack. How long until some gun company goes woke and like posthumously sponsors like that bitch that shot up the school? Like, how long until Bushmaster like posthumously sponsors like the school shooter?
I'm waiting for the manifesto. That could be interesting.
What do you suppose might be in that?
I don't know. But the fact that they're not releasing it tells you that's probably,
exactly.
On the other hand, there's something going on here. Here, let me give you an example. I think we're being teed up to fail at times too. So, for example, Damar Hamlin for a week was not in sight, and there were sightings of him where you never saw his face. A completely rational individual would say, that's not him. That's a body double. The guy's dead. And then all of a sudden he does. And then he finally shows up, and I'm going, we got teed up for failure on that one.
That's a good point.
It really did look like Damar Hamlin was not showing his face in public, and they were faking it.
That's a great point.
So then the question is, how many times were we being propped up? So eventually you go, I don't believe anything anymore. I'm going to go play golf. Right?
Well, here's a question for you. Because I'm just not going to be Charlie Brown, and you're just not going to be Lucy with the football.
That's the problem.
So we've been talking about who might get elected president. I think maybe more to the point is, what kind of a situation is a new president going to come into?
Oh God! Oh dear me! Oh my God!
Well, I mean, think physics. I mean, it's at any given election for the last several cycles, you wouldn't want to come in because you're just inheriting this pile of shit. But it's also at this sort of going for broke stage where anyone with half a brain can put their ear to the ground and be like, dude, we are drifting so far to one direction that it's either you inherit the biggest steaming pile of shit ever, or you just can kind of fire from the... It might be that like 2016 Trump persona is going to be more widely accepted now because you have to take out a small loan to get eggs. Like, it's so far in one direction that you might actually just have to come out and just kind of be like, yeah, no, fuck it. Like, we're just going to, we're going to reduce inflation. We're going to shut down the border and stop foreign wars. And like, people might actually be open to that.
I think people open to that. I don't think that's even the issue. The question is, how much are we being gaslit? Look, I don't, dude, I'm at the point now where I don't believe that the markets are real. Why do I believe the election statistics are real? Why do I believe anything that I see is real? Right? Why do I believe Russian death statistics out of Ukraine or Ukrainian death statistics? I don't believe any of them because it's all a lie and it's all a grift, right? So it's all this manufactured reality shit. And, we're all just in the Truman Show, or worse, we're all in, and the Truman Show is just downstream of, it's all just a Philip K. Dickian nightmare of false reality. So now the big question is, does everybody just check out and go, you know what? This is what I'm doing. And it's not, and nothing you say is going to change what I think at this point. Because if you cry Russian bear enough times, or you cry wolf enough times, eventually people just check out. And there's no amount of changing anything. And then they just produce whatever polls they want, and then they're going to just produce whatever numbers they want. Like, the reality is if we all do that, then they just will effectively cancel the election.
I have a feeling that the thing that we're going to be facing around that time is going to be a level of disorder that would be unimaginable today. And that one big feature of it is that either the electric grid is going to be down or partially down or intermittently down, and or the internet is going to not be working.
Yeah, they'll blame it on Russia.
Well, I don't know who they'll blame it on, but it will leave people kind of stranded in their own localities. And they're going to be, I was so impressed when I drove to Washington this week to go to my aunt's memorial service. I had to drive down because I couldn't really get an Amtrak ticket that worked time-wise. And the airlines wanted to sell me a ticket to Washington, from Albany to Washington, that involved 5-hour layovers in places like Detroit. So I had to drive. And I drove down through this just fantastic supernatural conurbation of concrete, steel, and shit that runs from the top of New Jersey to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And I just realized this is a kind of situation, a kind of living arrangement. And I've said this for 25 years, but now it's really clear. This is a kind of living arrangements that's not going to survive any disruptions.
No,
it's going to be really, truly badly fucked. And we're talking about what, 50 million people or 75 million, 100 million people living in that corridor, whatever it is.
The I-95 corridor from New York to DC is insane.
And every other corridor in the country, including, the Chicago to Milwaukee corridor and the Dallas to other places corridor and the West Coast corridor. They're all going to be fucked in the same way. And, I can just see that amounting to a de facto crack up of the country. It's not going to have to be a rearrangement of boundaries or even a political dispute. It'll just be a very deeply practical problem.
Mm-hmm. I look, and to that point, Jim, I've been, I keep looking at this saying, okay, well, this is clearly somebody's plan.
Yeah.
And this is the part that I look at and I just like, okay, this is what you think you're going to do to us? Like, Powell, please raise the interest rates to 7%. Let's bankrupt the ECB and stop the shit. Because that's all that needs to happen. I mean, it's because seriously, like, this is not tough. These people are all living on borrowed time and they're all living on borrowed money. And, this is not difficult. Like, how are we supposed to believe that we have, like, it's a false reality that falls apart very quickly once you realize that they're all over levered to the hilt. Like, it's not that hard. And every day I sit here and I'm like, guys don't realize this. Like, right below me, like behind this, I have my browser window up with the 3-month SOFR futures curve, like literally open on my desk and on constant refreshes, watching the markets move and going, these markets don't make any freaking sense. Everything is mispriced. And, we could do this cast next month, right? And we probably will. Talking about, a complete and utter banking collapse in Europe because we're that close to it. And then what are you dealing with?
I mean,
and how much do you think any of this, and we might be talking about the war in Ukraine is effectively over, but they're going to now morph it into a different theater. Like, war doesn't have to be in Ukraine between NATO and Russia, even though that's what we're clearly like putting material on the border and calling people. Like, we're doing all of this stuff, but like any number of things can happen in the next 2 to 3 months. And like the big question is, there's clearly pushback occurring within the power structure. The question is, who has the upper hand? That's what we don't know. And kind of projecting out a year and a half from now through an entire election cycle, knowing full well that we're going to be presented with every bad distraction and every terrible outcome that we could possibly think of, short of potentially nuclear war. Like, it's all going to be thrown at us.
Yeah.
You know,
No, it's the final. It's
gonna
the
be thrown
final
at us.
wave. Like there's like playing. I love the video game Sandstorm Insurgency, where you're just like in like a basically like an Alamo type building, and there's like a wave of guys with RPGs. There's a wave of guys with LMGs. There's a wave of like snipers. You have suicide bomber waves, and then the final wave, it goes everyone's coming, and it's just everything. We're going to the final wave, and the thing about the final wave is like you win or you
Leroy Jenkins.
No, we're going Leroy Jenkins, and it's either we're going for fucking victory.
Leroy.
We're either going for fucking victory where one guy survives and everyone's in the comment they're like fucking Chad, or it's just like everyone gets disintegrated and it's like we'll try next time. We're going into the final wave. Like
the simple fact that I could sit on a 4-way podcast with Dave Collum of all people and have him quote me a fucking WoW meme is hilarious.
Hey, Leroy Jenkins.
I remember watching the Leroy Jenkins video when it came out as a WoW.
See, I picked it up off Zero Hedge. I picked it up off
like
Zero Hedge.
Like, you have no idea. I have a little Leroy Jenkins. Leroy is immortalized in the WoW minis game.
What's her percentage?
With a chicken in one hand and a friggin' bastard sword.
33.333 repeating apart.
So let me recommend something for Twitter. You Twitter files. I have a Twitter list that's just entertainment. And they're just the stuff that's just mindless stuff. So I've got a number of really great meme sites. I've got Boston Terrier videos, and I've got brutal fights, right? And late at night when I'm spent, I go to my entertainment site and I just scroll through and just memes and kittens and guys beating the crap out of each other and IHOP and stuff like that. And the Babylon Bee, and I booted the Onion. They weren't worth it, and I keep it down to a lean and mean, nothing but hysterical shit, laughing my ass off. My wife going, "What are you laughing at?" And I go, "Too complicated to tell you. I got my headphones on." I recommend you do that. I recommend, and the meme sites are phenomenal.
Well, that's the other thing. The parallel meme evolution is we're reaching apex memes. We're hitting
we are hitting peak memes.
We're hitting like Delta Force fucking DevGru memes. Like they are so sharp. Really great, they are so. What are you gonna say, Tom?
I was gonna say no. In the Gold Coast Guns community, I run a private Slack server, and we have a channel for funny. It's called Funny Sith, and it is literally just a meme channel, and it's hilarious. And you see some of that stuff pop up in my Twitter feed because that's where the best ones come from. Because it's just this. Imagine having like 1,500 people like dropping memes in a channel all day long of some of the most raucous shit you can. Oh, it's great.
And if you're a blogger, which I am the annual blogger, and you guys are the weekly or daily bloggers, but if you're a blogger, these memes are precious. These are so good for filler, right? They're so goddamn funny.
But there's a truth,
but there's also real truth.
No, that's what makes them phenomenal.
Well, that's what makes them so.
I wish I'd thought of that. Holy,
they're so perfect. But to me, when you see a meme and it is so ruthless in its like objective truth, and it spreads like a lot, to me that gives me hope that when you see a meme travel that far and that fast, it's exactly what you're thinking. That means that that's what everyone's thinking.
Yeah.
So like the groundswell is real. They just have a very effective propaganda machine over the whole thing to make you feel alone. But like,
when do the days of retribution start?
Legally, I think I have to say I don't condone that.
So have you not been watching the videos out of France?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. I mean, I realize this. Like we all saw the thing last week about the Parisians storming BlackRock.
Yeah,
right?
that was great.
You know why? Until finally somebody sent me a friggin' screen cap of a friggin' Twitter thread on this. It's like, it's because BlackRock actually administers their friggin' state pension system, and they're the ones pushing, and they're the ones who've ruined the French pension system. BlackRock's about to go tits up, and and these people are like, we're not protesting because you want to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. We're angry that you're doing this to bail out BlackRock because they mismanaged our fucking pensions, and we want BlackRock taken out.
The other place you can see the effect of bad decision making is San Francisco.
Mhm.
If you look at San Francisco's headed for Gary, Indiana country, right? And what used to be quite an amazing city is just a shithole.
Yeah.
And I think somehow that will become an important symbolism
Yes.
for what the hell
Gavin
has
Newsom,
happened.
for Gavin
Right.
Newsom, for sure.
Right.
You can't run away from that.
Yeah, I mean, there's that video the other day of like a woman just like fucking OD'd on fentanyl giving birth on a sidewalk.
Oh God.
Like, I mean, dude, the truth is like the
Hey, wait a
acid
minute.
of
That was my mother you're talking about.
well, she's a
Dave,
beautiful,
seriously, wow,
beautiful,
long lived.
she's a beautiful woman, Dave.
She's fertile.
Yeah, she
She's
is.
fertile.
The beautiful soul.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
beautiful soul. But no, that is like I think there's gonna be a breaking point where like we're gonna keep going in this direction. Like it's gonna get wilder. Like we're gonna have trans species soon. Like this summer, we'll probably have people coming out identifying as like leopards or some shit, and then they're gonna start like combining DNA, and it's not gonna be enough to take estrogen or testosterone. But there's gonna be weird shit where people are getting like body modifications as gills and stuff. Like we're gonna keep going to some biblical.
So we're gonna go to Orphan Black.
We're going to
guys
some
ever
like
watch Orphan
biblical
Black?
damned territory.
Seriously.
Well, what
Yeah,
is
no,
it?
that's like body money. All that shit was in Orphan Black, which is a show about clones.
Yeah, no, we haven't reached the end yet. But I think once we do reach the end, there is going to be a whiplash in the opposite direction that's going to be frightening.
Yeah.
Like I mean, it's going to be like Gordon Gekko is going to be the new thing. And it's going to be like kids getting beat up again on the playground because like they have two dads or some shit. And like I'm not even for that. I'm just saying like that's the way it's going.
Well,
It's
that's-
going to
that's-
snap back so hard.
The other thing's going to be, first of all, let me express with greatest sympathy to the people who actually think they're transgender, because your life really has to be pretty wretched to have that problem, right? Whatever
Yeah.
that problem is,
No,
your
yeah.
life's got to be wretched. And so
Sure.
it's hard enough to be some teenager with self-doubts and hormones raging through your system without thinking at that level, right?
Yeah.
And so but we're going to then have a generation in which we have a ton of people who have done the Matt Walsh thing and lopped off the body parts. And I do think, with incredibly rare exceptions, which I'm willing to concede they do exist, we're going to have people going, what did I do? And by the way, mom and dad, why did you let me do it? And I think Walsh's argument, which is a good one, is that we're doing this gigantic experiment. By the way, I think also having kids in middle school wearing dresses and then sort of going through that phase. This is not like I'm a lesbian as a sophomore in my sorority, which we all say, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
you went through your
until graduation.
sophomore
is the
lesbian
actual
sophomore
term.
phase, right? And the guys are going, I get it. I like to do that part too, with the chick. So I get it. This is going to be people who are going to leave sort of a trail that's going to be worse than wearing bell bottoms, right? It's going to be, you're not going to look back and say, oh, geez, those are embarrassing looking in retrospect. There's going to be damage done, and there's going to be a ton of it.
Yeah, and it's going to go two ways. You're either going to have people snap back in the opposite direction and be like, I'm not going to let my kids make this mistake. Or sadly, I think you're just going to see them go off the deep end. I think you're probably just going to see an epidemic of suicide. They're going to be like, "What?"
I agree with you.
Well, that's why
I think the
already-
suicide is it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's what it's
and
gonna
this
be.
is why it's very important that we retain, in the midst of all of this frustration, at where it's being directed from. And that's where our anger, we know this is a directed
I
thing.
don't know where it's coming from. That's the
Well,
million dollar question.
Part of it is just a natural reaction against the chaos that's been engendered, right? It's a natural, when people are under a lot of stress and they don't know what to do and they don't feel in any way that they have any power, calling out, I hate to say this, but calling out as a cry of attention. This is one of the ways that happens.
So
we have to just remind ourselves that we have to keep our empathy towards all of this.
Keep your humanity.
That's right. No. The people who are in the middle of this shitstorm, it's important to remember that they are, no matter how you cut it, victims. They're either victims of their own biochemistry saying you're the wrong gender,
right,
to victims of an activist world that's convinced them they're the wrong gender. So it's an entire spectrum. Walsh has it right, although he's been battling so hard that he also is now very coarse and aggressive.
Of course.
And so I think, but he does express this. He says, you're looking for something. The problem is you're not going to find it there.
Right.
You're not going to find it there. And there's this great Rogan podcast with Michael Schellenberger. I highly recommend. Rogan's podcasts are 3 hours long. He's talking to a Navy SEAL. I couldn't care less. But Schellenberger and Rogan went for 3 straight hours, and it was just hot topic after hot topic. And Schellenberger said that at one point someone said, that what they're looking for, what someone's looking for is this, they're looking for their soul. So in a world that used to be filled with religion, it's now filled with causes and stuff. And the people who have this gender ambiguity problem, they're looking for their soul. They're looking for who they are. And I'm an atheist, but I also think kicking religion out of society is about the worst idea you can come up with, because
you just create new ones.
Well, what's it called? It's the Lindy effect too. Religions have been around for probably tens of thousands of years. And they're there for, if they've been there that long, they're there for a reason. They serve a purpose. And to kick them out, to kick religions out of society left this gigantic vacuum that then got targeted by activism.
It got targeted as the goal was always take out the pillars of society, whatever those happen to be, and replace them with the state. One of the things that I pointed out in my article about the Trump indictment was to say, Jonathan Turley, for example, was saying, look, this doesn't make any sense legally. This is just not done that we indict presidents for pretty much anything, and certainly something as trivial as this. And I'm like, Jonathan, you're missing the point. Which is just not done is what's actually on trial here. The past is what's on trial because the past is irretrievably and irredeemably evil, and the future holds the promise for redemption for people who don't have any fucking faith in anything. And look, I don't know what the hell I call myself anymore. I don't call myself an atheist because I don't like to belong with any real radical group other than anarchist libertarians, but it's a political position, not a, I don't know where I stand on this, but I know one thing, which is that if you don't have a religion today, you're going to find one tomorrow. Like I watch this all day long when, like nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans because they have lost their religion because of what's happening, what they perceive to be a reflection of their thing becoming corrupted by these forces. And this is an outgrowth of a breakdown of basic society and of the institution, faith in the institutions themselves, and faith in the things and the bonds that hold the society together. And it doesn't matter what we're talking about here. And if you take religion away from people, they're going to go find another one, and it's probably going to be a shitty one. In the case of Star Wars fans, well, it is a shitty one. It's Star Wars, right? So as much as I love Star Wars, it's not a particularly good fucking religion either. So this is why I can't stop monitoring the culture from this perspective. And, because it's very clear that people are looking for something and they don't know what they're looking, but they don't know what to look for. And they've been told, well, you're a putz if you believe in religion.
So this takes me back to, I think I mentioned it in one of our previous Aging Old Bastards podcasts. By the way, Tommy, I read Poisoner in Chief. You were right; it was very good.
Stephen King. Yeah, dude, what a
And I
fucking
think I mentioned it before. Is the True Believer to me? To me, the True Believer got into my skull like there was no tomorrow. It's this short little book by Eric Hoffer. I know Jim Kunstler's read it because I think either on a podcast here or whatever you mentioned that. But if you haven't read the True Believer, it is absolutely a must read, and it talks about the fanatics who are the soldiers of the movement, and their lives suck. It's a very unflattering view of the fanatics, of the people who are out there stomping around about climate change, whatever else, right? And their lives suck so bad that they're willing to throw it away just because something might be better. But also they're willing to do it because now they have a sense of purpose. They're part of, Donald Trump is making me miserable. Therefore, I'm part of this big anti-Donald Trump movement, and I'm therefore a better person. And I now have an excuse for being miserable, whereas before it was just because I fucked everything up in my life.
Yeah.
Now I get to blame Donald Trump, and so that the True Believer. Anyone listening to this, if you don't read that, you're missing an opportunity.
It is a very, very important point that you're making, Dave, and it is really sad. And the thing is that I want to remind people is, and I've been saying this for a long time, the last thing we want to have happen here is that we become the goddamn Fremen from Dune. Because what happens then is, and this is part of what's been unleashed, we have various like Fremen-like factions running around wanting to get revenge for whatever, for perceived grievances. Now imagine what happens when the conservatives, who have been shit upon by these people for this
when
long,
they go for their revenge,
what the reaction is going to be. This is what Herbert was warning us about. And remember, the Dune doesn't end at the end of the first movie. That's the first book. It doesn't end until the end of Children of Dune, after the Fremen have moved like a scourge across the galaxy and killed tens of billions of people and wiping out the old power structure. Like, this is very, very important. And the society is then in chaos not the society for thousands of years after that. And we don't want to go there. We want to retain our humanity, and we want to retain our empathy for our enemies. And this is, I hate, it's important that we do that, because we have to hold out hope that people can be redeemed, and people can bring themselves back from the brink, and you have to leave yourself open to this. I said the day after Donald Trump got elected, I'm like, I'm going to walk into my friendly local gaming shop in Gainesville, all shit libs, run by shit libs, and I had to go in and be generous because I knew that they were hurting.
Sure, and like, as much as like I shit on them and call them dirty commies and stuff, like, out of respect for the people that have been genocided, you have to not denounce the others as animals. You might look at them and go, why should I give them any respect? I'm not saying you do. You have to look at the people who have been slaughtered by the hundreds of millions and go, do not denounce them as others, as insects, as bugs, as animals, as unhuman, because that is the first step. And as much as you might hate them, it really is like, we are being divided against one another. I know that's not some novel new idea, but thank God I'm 32 right now. If I was like 14 right now, holy shit, I was retarded. I'm still retarded. I can't imagine being 14. Who's to say I wouldn't chop my balls off and been like, I'm searching for something. Like, I didn't know what I wanted. I had no idea what I wanted. And you throw out religion, but then you still do the same religious things. You search for a higher ideal that's greater than you, that you can sacrifice yourself to, and that even if you die, your value and your effort still mean something. That is religion. And most people still have that. And there are a small group of demons at the top who are pitting us against one another. And it's, keep your empathy, keep your humanity.
And be willing.
Can I at least put in the exception that, can we take out Fauci before we get humane?
Yes, no, that's
great. No, there are some people. I'm in the South. There are some people that
I'm with you.
You know the phrase down here, and I'm not allowed to say it. There's some people just need killing.
Yeah. Well, Legally Tommy's
I
podcast.
talked to a mobster who once said that. He said some people deserve. I asked him if he was involved in a hit, very gently, and he said, "Let me just say this." He says, "This is so, you know." He says some people deserve to die, and I'm going, "Yeah, I'm with you."
Yeah.
But
I don't, but at the same time, like, yeah, but the cycle of violence doesn't end unless you believe that there's some other mechanism by which for them to get their just desserts.
Yeah.
Now, interesting. Doug Murray got in my head about a month ago when he was doing a podcast, and he says justice is really just thinly veiled vengeance, right? He says when people say justice, they mean vengeance, and then he proceeded to say that vengeance is a very, very ugly human trait. And I have the vengeance gene in me. I definitely have that guy deserves
I am 1/8 Sicilian.
Yeah, right. That's enough. That's
I don't
enough.
need to say anything else
That's
at this
right.
point.
Yeah, it's like salt. You just need a little.
Yeah.
But I have that reach in me. I've got, my brother has it. It's frontier justice, right? You hang horse thieves. There's a little voice in my head that says that guy ought to eat shit and die.
But
right?
the cycle, it's never perfectly 1-to-1.
It never is.
Somebody gets vengeance that maybe they deserve jail for life, but someone goes too far and kills them, and now all of a sudden their son is going, I grew up without a dad. And they go, well, your dad was a bad guy. And you go, you took my dad. I'm gonna get my little bit of vengeance. And once we all of these, every sort of compromise you make in your mind for street justice will be made back. It's poetic. It'll be made back to you though. And it's just like a ball forever. So it's like, I just have to kill them because they did this to me. And it's like, you just trace it back to the beginning of time. And it's like someone fucked someone else over, but I'm going to be the one that does the final fucking.
No, you're not.
Exactly.
It's like the movie
Nothing
Crash.
Nothing ever ends, Adrian.
Remember the movie
Crash?
Crash was a brilliant movie because it showed these people and you saw their dark side. Then all of a sudden you saw the crosses they were all bearing. Did you see the movie Crash?
Is that the movie?
Matt Dillon. It's a bunch of vignettes.
Bye, Jim.
It's Crash is a bunch of vignettes, and what you end up seeing are these odd things where you get this feeling that that person's really bad, and then you see the person go home and he's dealing with a father who's all screwed up, and it just is constantly sort of moving your emotions around, trying to.
Well, now hold on a second. Let me point out that this is one of the reasons why the human race has evolved kind of a scaffold for administering vengeance, which is called the justice
to keep it civil.
Yeah, exactly. And so you see a situation like I've talked about this before, but the Jacobins in the French Revolution wreaked a tremendous amount of havoc on Parisian society. They killed almost 20,000 people. They turned French society upside down. And, at the end of it, when they were thrown out of power, really just, Saint-Just and Robespierre were beheaded, and maybe a few other people, but there was no wholesale massacre of the left.
Right.
Somehow after that ordeal and all that turbulence, French society found a way to move on from that. And, there's never really been any movement for people second guessing that and saying, geez, maybe we should have killed another 20,000 Jacobins instead of just, a few of their leaders.
Well, I think it's the concept of the scapegoat, and this comes right out of Christianity. Like at some point you Donald Trump derangement syndrome is nothing more than these people pouring all of their anger and their frustration into, and they want to make Trump into the scapegoat. If we just get rid of Trump, we can just pour all of our.
I'll be happy then. I'll be happy.
And the scapegoat is the mechanism by which we offload all of that need for vengeance and for frustration. We offload it on them.
Well, just a second.
Wrongly, which is
just a second, because there are situations where the people who are being treated to the vengeance are not really scapegoats. They're people who really deserved to face
retribution.
The Nuremberg trials.
Oh, I agree, Jim. Don't get me wrong. I agree.
What kind of scaffold are we going to be able to have to to address the villains who have created all this trouble for us, but especially the COVID villains, especially Fauci and Walensky, who I can't believe it that to this very day, Rochelle Walensky is out there pushing vaccines despite everything we know about it. It's just obscene.
It's so horrible. So
You're
yeah,
right.
what's going to come?
So
What's going to come on the back?
it goes chaotic when you lose the sense that the normal system's working. That's when
Sure.
it goes chaotic.
And we're there now because
we're there now.
Systems are not working.
Absolutely. And this is supposed to be the de-dollarization cast, and really what this is the collapse of institutions cast.
Well, pretty much,
which is what we're in. And de-dollarization is one aspect of that, of course. And institutional collapse is the thing we have to keep in mind. And so it's very important here. I think, Jim, you're absolutely correct in reminding everybody, and Dave too as well, these are the real villains. And when all of this is done and over and done with, that we get the real villains. And I've been saying this before. I'm like, look, remember the thing that Tucker Carlson talked about when he was talking with excuse me, Tulsi Gabbard. He says, I never forgot that the video of the Ceausescu's being led to the firing squad, right, and barking orders the entire time up until the moment when they were literally shot, right. So it's the same kind of thing. Like, we have to realize that our response here is going to be, no, Mr. Schwab, you're no longer in charge. Come on. Yes, I guess just come over here, take your medicine. Here, take your pills. Oh, you see your tongue? Okay, good. You swallowed, good. Now go over there, and there's your picture of Donald Trump, and you can scream into the walls all you want. Now we're going to get back to society. And I think that we have to remember that that's part of the process here, that we don't let the frustration and the anger get out of control and become a jihad, which was my point earlier. And as long as we keep talking through this in these terms, that when we do get control back over these institutions, which they will hit their nadir, and they may hit their nadir in the next 18 months, maybe the next 6 months, maybe the next 5 years, I don't know. But that we retain that sense of humanity, we retain a sense of proportion of how to deal with the process. That these are the real villains. That's it. We're removing them from the stage, and we're moving on. And because we're never going to get, quote unquote, vengeance for all.
And anyway, time is going to move us on anyway.
It's not possible.
Time will move us on anyway, whether we like it or not.
Whether we like it or not. Yes.
And then
and we've got all these serious problems that we're going to have to take care of. Like, how are we going to power a society? And how many people can a given region of the earth actually support? And what are we going to do for chemicals and ores and making things and manufacturing things and moving around the face of the earth? And what kind of habitations are we going to live in? And what is education going to be? Every one of these institutions or operations is failing right now. And the task of rebuilding them is going to be really, really difficult. Although I would maintain that too is subject to, non-linearity and emergence, and things will emergently self-reorganize as the big things fail.
This is classic fourth turning logic here, and that is, fourth turning is it's got to get darkest before the dawn.
Of course.
And we're not at the darkest.
No.
We're early stages of fourth.
I think we're pretty close to the darkest. Yeah,
we could go into the dark fast, but I think the dark will be. It might not be time wise far away, but I think in terms of darkness, it's a lot darker.
Well, the darkness could come on so fast because if the darkness is a grid failure or an EMP. Or any kind of really disruption in the major systems we depend on, that's going to get very dark. The failure of the food delivery system, which we can already see that happening.
We're one really good friggin' solar flare or coronal mass ejection from taking out half the friggin' power grid in North America. It's not it. You're all absolutely correct about this. What's important is to remember that we're probably sitting here having the same conversation that people had in the 1930s.
Right. 1931.
32, 33, 34, 36.
So far less dark than all the ones you just listed. Something as simple and easily imagined as cutting the value of everything in half in nominal dollars, whether it's your 401k, the insurance company's assets, the banking assets, you name it, the value of your house. That is trivially imagined. In fact, I'm predicting it. And that would bring on a kind of darkness that would pale in comparison to that other stuff. But I think regression to the mean and the emergence of markets and things like that says it will happen. And I don't know what happens when everyone says, oh, I actually have half of what I thought I owned. Is that really true? And there's going to be a lot of people who are just not. So let me ask you this: as the dollar loses reserve currency, there's a lot of people who can't wrap their brain around what that means.
Mhm.
And so there's this, I think the first order, in the hierarchy, go, okay, the first thing that happens is I think it becomes highly inflationary. Correct?
Mhm.
Correct? Okay. I think the deeper issue is it's also highly deflationary of our image in the world.
Yes.
And that's potentially much more complicated and much more consequential. What else am I missing? Those are the two for me.
Yeah, for me, I think it's always been the same question it's always been, which is that hyperinflation and hyperdeflation are the two sides of the same coin, depending on whether you're talking about credit-based assets or commodity-based assets.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so you're going to have inflation of commodities and deflation of credit. And the question then is, who has control over the political levers to decide which direction we go? And clearly,
so that I get, but I'm asking, are there other, so the consequence of one is loss of value, right? Loss of perceived value. One is loss of authority in the world. What else am I missing?
Well, there's an enormous effect on trade, and whether or not, when people stop paying for things like ore and grain with dollars, all of a sudden, all of the supply lines in the world change, and things go to different places and stop going to the places they have been going to.
So you have supply line disruption then.
Yeah, tremendous supply, because all these trade settlements are made in dollars.
Right.
And that is part of the situation. I think the biggest thing we should be worried about is what we're really all worried about is a credit collapse, because valuations are all based on after 15 years at the zero bound, or 13 to 15 years at the zero bound, that we feel like that the valuations of our of everything we think we own are based upon an inflated sense of credit, and inflated value, so imputed value. So now there's going to be a rebalancing. So the question is there going to be a continuation of the same capital flow towards those who have the ability to use credit to their advantage versus those who need commodities? Okay,
well, I'd say no, because
I think that as those things. So just let me finish this real quick. And that I think the thing we're worried about is that the same dynamic that's in play today, the same Cantillon effect that's in play today, is going to continue into the future. I think that's very Malthusian thinking. I think that as we get back to normal rate normalization, that there's actually a reverse of the capital flow, and a reverse of a democratization of the value chain, back away from the Cantillon effect of being able to buy back to actually produce wealth. And I think that's the thing that's being fought at every level of the society at this point. And we, stuck in the middle, aren't quite sure what it's going to look like, because look, the people who have gotten very, very fat on this have pushed this to its brink. The opposite, now that the emergent opposite trend is beginning, the transition is going to be very ugly for a lot of people, and they're going to resist that to the nth degree. And are they going to take us to war like they've done in every friggin' the situation in the past to cover their sins. Go ahead, John. I'm
Well,
sorry.
what you're describing for me is basically, we have a credit system that all of these transactions depend on, and the credit system basically depends on the collateral in the credit system. And you're saying the collateral is going to go bad. That's basically it.
The debt collateral is going to go bad, and it's going
And
to
a
be
lot of
commodity collateral.
there will
Yes.
be a hierarchy of collateral that is based on how abstracted it is from true capital, how
Yes.
distant it is from real commodity capital.
Yes.
And I think that's what will determine where it flows to afterwards.
Which is why I'm betting on east of the international north-south transport corridor as opposed to west, unless the United States, through the resumption of pulling the world away from the zero bound, then decides to start pushing back towards a commodity base. I think we're not going to have any choice but to recommoditize the monetary system. I don't think there's a choice.
But it's important to remember that we're generally well educated. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of land per capita,
Mm-hmm.
and we still got a huge military, no matter how you cut it.
I agree.
And as a consequence, no matter what happens, all of that will still exist because that's all real in some sense, that's all real capital.
All real capital.
But that was also true in 1933.
Yeah.
And
The military, I'm not so sure about, because
I'm not sure about the military either.
Because the military, for one thing, the military requires such constant infusions of more capital.
Huge.
That if that flow, if the flow of capital to the military stops, then that stops.
Well,
it gets the fuck blown up too. It blows the fuck up if you handle it wrong, right?
Right. This has been my argument for a while now, that the real political fight on Capitol Hill over the course of the next 15 to 18 months is going to be, are we going to signal to the world that we are going to stop spending that amount of money? I said this the other day. I'm like, I would be more than happy to subsidize therapy for so many people in the United States if we just take the money out of the defense budget. And I'm happy to make therapists the new Wall Street for about 5 years while everybody gets their shit together and works through all their issues. And as long as we're not buying bombs and guns and everything else, and then and carve the friggin' world up. But we have to signal to the world that we are going to move away from debt saturation, and that we are going to move back towards a recapitalization process here in the U.S., which Europe cannot handle. Europe they are the odd men out here. And they are, of course, the ones who have driven us to this point, because they're the ones who control the freaking deep state that have done all the shit in the first place. And so, to me, it's not simple. I mean, it reduces to simplicity, but the process by which we go through it, unbelievably dangerous. Because, of course, the people who have been living fat and happy off this for the last fucking 400 years, or 300 plus years since the formation of the Bank of England, they don't want to go back. They want to retain their castles and their control over the banks and everything. And I don't think that's the issue. And the question is going to be whether or not we have the political stones and the strength to stop it. I don't know that we do. And it's an open-ended question, but it's clear.
Well, there are a lot of ruined castles in Europe.
Yeah, there are. I'm going to have to run in about 5 minutes, guys, because I got another interview at 4:00 my time. So
I got to run.
I've got to pee. So I'm actually just going to beg out here, but you guys keep going for as long as you want.
Let me just do a hat tip to Ria's dad won on Twitter. He referred to us as Tom's goats.
We had, and FYI, we had babies yesterday, and literally this morning we woke up to two baby kids this morning, and we were really
so
worried.
These are goats. These are your goats.
Yeah, no, literally.
Okay.
I have an older doe who was pregnant, and she was given signs last night. And last year's birth was really, really horrific because she had we nearly lost her. And we went out that morning, and there she is laying in the mud with a kid half out of her, and she's exhausted. She's given up, and we saved the kid and got her, and that was enough to get her to jolt. And so last night we were literally laying in the shelter with her, waiting for her to give birth. And about 10:30 last night, we're like, she's not going to have kids tonight. And then we woke up this morning and she gave birth to both of them and there were no problems. So,
Oh,
hey, I'm not a religious man, but sometimes the universe provides. So,
that's beautiful. Although I do
so
think it's a bold move that you admitted to fucking your goats on this podcast, but yeah, whatever.
That's right. And he also admitted he doesn't wear adult diapers
Yeah,
to do the show.
yeah,
whatever.
no, I got to go pee. So,
Yeah. All right.
we will talk soon, guys. You guys
Well,
be
hey
well.
guys, let's wrap this one up. Thank you everybody for watching. Jim, thank you for keeping your conspiracies about a certain sect of people to a minimum. I always appreciate that. And yeah, till the next one. Yeah, Dylan Mulvaney, he's gonna go meet with Zelensky. I say before May. That's my bets.
He's going to replace Zelensky.
Oh yeah. If that's the case, then we're in a simulation and I'm just gonna hang myself. So anyways, gentlemen, love talking to y'all guys. Thank you so much for watching. One. And we are recording on Thursday, August 10th, 2023 at 3:09 p.m. Eastern time. Dave was just telling us how he doesn't respect anyone on shows he does, and he'd prefer if we'd all shut the fuck up and let him talk, and really some rude racist shit that I don't feel. I mean, I'm a free speech absolutist, but some of the stuff Dave says really makes me re-examine things and wonder, what is real and what isn't, what is a genocide and what's cleansing and a bunch of gross shit. But today's indictment cast, and I gotta be honest, I really haven't paid any attention to it other than it's just Trump getting indicted. I did see somebody posted on Twitter, they said Trump's back to bangers, but on Truth Social, he's talking about Chris Christie being like a fat pig slob or something. And to me, that's far more attractive and interesting than the indictment. He doesn't seem too worried about the indictment. Do you think that's just whoever wants to take it? Do you think that's just him in general not giving a shit about anything, or do you think he feels? Yeah.
No, but before Dave goes off on a racist rant about something,
I know. Thank you.
This is the last time I say anything.
Dave's like, let me tie this into.
Hey, Tommy's laying that one out there. That's that's the biggest friggin' meatball I've ever seen, and I'm left-handed no less. So there's a short porch in Yankee Stadium. I'm not taking it. So no, I just say that Trump is using these, I think, to his advantage. Right, he's using them in a way to fundraise off of and to keep awareness and to highlight just how ridiculous it all is. And the Democrats are making themselves look even worse every day. And Merrick, every day that goes by, Merrick Garland just like adds more to the column of why he needs to be impeached immediately and removed from office. But not in the world we live in today. So that's what I think. So Dave, now you can be as racist and horrible as you want.
Yeah, Dave, tell us about fucking skull sizes. You racist. Tommy, instead of indictments, I'd like to talk about
Jim. You've always gotten you've always got the brunt end of this in the past, but your squirrels.
Nigga, please.
You have to go after Dave. Like this is the way it is.
But do you think that's what? Do you think that that's how Trump's trying to play this, as just like super underdog? Like, do you think that's what he's trying to play this as?
Oh, for sure. And the whole thing really, I think, works to his advantage. And these are very bad cases. He could easily get convicted on very bad cases, but I think that at some point on appeal, he's going to be unconvicted. And I think he'll get a very short route to the Supreme Court. I may be putting too much faith in the Supreme Court, but and there are a whole other bunch of other things that could happen too. One is that a conviction, or him being mistreated on conviction, could really provoke some serious public civil disorder. And I wonder how the Biden administration, or whoever's in the White House at that point, because I don't think it's going to be Joe Biden, is going to handle that. The whole thing's going to just go down very, very badly if they really, really do anything bad to him. But personally, I think Bobby Kennedy would be a better president at this point. I think that I would like to see Trump get vengeance against the blob that has persecuted him so unfairly and so badly and in such bad faith. But he's gonna no matter what, he's gonna continue to provoke craziness in the USA. And I think that the time will come when we just can't take any more lunacy. Of course, by the time that happens, we're going to be in terrible financial straits. Well, we already are, but I mean, it's going to be much more manifest, and people are going to have other things to worry about. I'm sorry, I'm kind of adding too many layers to this right now.
I don't care. What do you think, Dave?
Well, I saw a funny one this morning where they subpoenaed social media to get Trump's information, and they did it without telling Trump, which sounded kind of sketchy to me, right? So he didn't know about the subpoena and stuff like that. And their argument was that he would change his behavior. And I'm going, are you truly trying to tell me that something can change that man's behavior?
No, nothing can.
Because there's not a shred of evidence that anything could change his behavior, right?
They use just to jump China. They use the fiction that he was a flight risk.
Yes.
Okay, that's just complete horseshit. Like,
you don't think he could hide out somewhere?
And they had to have done this through the FISA courts.
He could hide.
Yeah, they probably found out that he bought a couple of tickets to Montevideo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not hiding.
They'll never find him there. You know,
Yeah.
he'll move in with Hitler.
Yeah, the fucking flight risk of a giant plane that literally says Trump on the side of it.
Yeah,
I mean, Jesus Christ.
You can see it from space, right?
Yeah.
With a big orange guy getting out.
Yeah.
With orange Jesus getting out.
Yeah, I don't know.
My theory is he's gotten much better. He has weaponized his narcissism as the way. That's the way that I like to think about it. I think his narcissism was the shallow bullshit of wanting to just be on TV all the time. And I think he converted it to, if I'm going to be the greatest of all time, which is well within his narcissistic dotted line, I have to do things great. So I think he actually has channeled his inner narcissist, outer
There's an
narcissist.
oxymoron for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there a mid-level narcissism?
Well, there is. I actually read a book on narcissism, and they said Trump was not the worst. They said LBJ was.
Wow.
But I think he's realized that he's got to be a great president. Yeah. And so I think he's now trying to be a narcissist through achievement.
He's upped his game.
He's upped his game. Yeah, it's no longer about putting Trump logos on planes and stuff like that. It's a much better, it's a much more, he wants to be a great president. And he's smart enough to know things he might have to do to achieve that.
I'm really wondering how much of a dumb bunny this guy, Jack Smith, actually is. Because, these cases are so poorly constructed. And
horrible.
He just seems to be a dope. And he seems, and Trump seems to be perfectly set up to play rope-a-dope at the highest political level of the game. And, that could end up being really ugly for his opponents.
But that's like saying that this press secretary, Karen, what's her name, is a dummy too. Jean-Pierre. I don't think she has a hand that anybody could play. Right. Yeah. So I don't think when I look at her, I don't see a stupid person. I see a person who's asked to defend the indefensible.
Yeah.
And so I think in some ways this Smith guy is being told what to do. And they probably have sexual blackmail on his ass. And so he has to do it. He's taking one for the team.
Yeah, exactly. These people all play roles, right? None of them are free actors here. It's like arguing we have free markets. Like they're all here.
I have to get up, but I'm not choking the chicken or doing anything like that. I'm just getting about.
Oh, you're going to go drink some ginger ale.
I had to shoot the rooster this week.
That's a private joke. So no, but honestly, I think that I wrote about this a couple of weeks ago when RFK Jr. went to
to speak in front of Congress and to be censored on a congressional panel about government censorship, right? And when Debbie Wasserman Schultz played her part and everybody else played their parts in order to state the things that needed to be stated so that they could write the headlines they wanted to write and get the sound bites. So this is all staged. This is like, it's all about setting up the right shot, making sure that you get the right soundbite filmed on C-SPAN so that they can then send it to CNN and do the whole. That's all this is about. It's all stage managed. It's all artifice all the time. And once you realize that that's the game and that that's the only game they have, then it's really easy to see through it. And it's really obvious what we're seeing. And Trump is actually, and that's why I think you go back to the argument that Trump is just using this, as Dave would put it, weaponizing his narcissism, to make as much hay out of this as possible. But to Jim's other point, what Jim said earlier, is that I also think that we need to be post-Trump. I love the fact that he's still out there, like, acting like Trump. And because who else are you going to have on the Republican ticket? Ron DeSantis is clearly not ready for prime time. None of the other decent people in the GOP are there. So Trump is the only one sticking a finger at in the eye of the GOP establishment. And the longer he stays in the game, the more he drives the factions within the DNC, which are clearly becoming obvious to everybody now. Right?
Oh, do you think so?
The old Obama-Clinton wars.
I was going to ask that.
Do
you think the left? Do you think the left sees it?
No, I don't think they see it yet, but we all see it, right?
I'd like to hear what you mean by that.
Oh,
I don't see the factions forming, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Well, I mean, let's think about this. It's clear that everybody wants to get rid of Joe Biden. Everybody at this point has reasons to get rid of Joe Biden, right? So if you're Obama, you got to get rid of him because he's a laughing stock and he has to go away so that they can try and replace him with Gavin Newsom to run him in his place. But then how do you get around Kamala Harris? And so the Obama wing and the Clinton wing have never liked each other. Jim, going all the way back to 2008, when Hillary was asked to stand aside, right, and allow Obama to run, and then when clearly it was her turn, and then they had to, in order to pay Hillary back in 2016, they had to tell Biden to step aside. When clearly, remember, Obama was president for 8 years, but he wasn't in charge of the DNC. Hillary was. She controlled the money. She controlled the superdelegates. She controlled everything. So Obama, who should have been, as president, should have been the top of the Democratic Party, never was. Hillary was. So that Hillary then runs in 2016, and Biden, who should have been the heir apparent to the Democratic Party, was asked to step aside and not run so that Hillary could run. And then when Hillary lost to Trump, then the Obama wing of the party was ascendant. Obama's been in charge of the Democrats ever since. Biden was reinstalled as the third term of Obama, or in some ways you can even argue the fourth term of Obama, because Obama's shadow government was running a lot of the deep state shit out of his townhouse in DC with Valerie Jarrett and Susan Rice and the rest of them. So that fight, I think, is now on again.
Obama has an issue.
What's that?
Obama has a problem, and that is that the
many problems.
Yeah, I know. That's right. That's right. There's liberals in academia too. Obama has scandals that could get dragged into the open because of Biden scandals. That's one. Obama's got to find a way to get Biden off the stage now because there are scandals that connect the two together way too incestuously.
Which ones are you talking about?
I think there's all sorts of payouts that if has anyone read Whitney Webb's 2 books?
I read the first half of the first one.
It turns out the first one, here's what her logic was. She wanted to do I'd call it the encyclopedia of graft and corruption. That's what I would call it. The first book she laid out goes right back to the beginning and talks about all the evildoers, right? The second one's way more interesting because the players are people we know. So all of a sudden you start hearing about John Tower and Bush and Clinton and these guys. So it's a way more
the first one is all these gangsters
never heard
from the
of
1920s, you know?
and CEOs of companies you didn't know exist and things like
Yeah.
It's very, very, you could read this. I'm warning people, if you want to read her books, just read the second book. You don't need the first book. The reason she did it, and I just saw this the other day on a podcast to make sense. She says, if you talk about how bad the evildoers are, the CIA, the gangsters, all these things, and all the corruption and the interconnectedness in the 50s, everyone says, oh, yeah. And then you say the 60s, they go, oh, yeah. And then you say the 70s, they're going, okay. And you get to the 80s and 90s, they go, oh, no, I don't know if I buy that. So as you get more and more familiar, all of a sudden the Overton window starts closing on the listener. And so she did it that way to make sure that she laid a foundation of corruption, which turns out to be the four cornerstones, are basically four mobs. And so the CIA was not corrupted by the mob. The CIA was built with the mob. The original CIA was all mobs. And I'm convinced now that everything is just organized crime. Just absolutely everything is truly organized crime. And when you see someone get whacked, either metaphorically or literally, it's just one mob whacked the other mob. It's just classic Sicilian family-like thinking, except now it's people we don't think of as mobsters unless you wrap your brain around that idea.
Oh,
I
I've
don't
always,
think-
considered the Clintons mobsters, and I've always considered Obama a mobster. But I
think they're all
I
mobsters.
didn't think. I think they all work for different people. That's the thing.
For example, I think the four banks that collapsed are basically CIA fronts that wrapped up.
Yeah.
Do you think that Obama
Yellen was the
whacked,
person who blew them, who created them. When she
do
was
you
in
think that
charge of
Obama
them.
whacked his cook, his chef?
Something went on.
Yeah, what was
I don't know if
have a
he
theory
whacked
on that.
him or it was a Chappaquiddick moment or something. I don't know which, but something
I
went
have
on.
a theory on this.
Go
What
for
is
it.
I think they tried to whack Obama.
Whoa.
I think that guy
Ooh.
was Obama's gay lover, and I think he
Oh.
Obama was found with knuckle. I think they tried to whack Obama. I think that's how deep this thing. I don't have. This is pure instinct here, but I was playing this out. I was like, it's possible that Obama was the target, and this
Black
guy died.
the
and
broken
this guy saved- and this-
fingers.
Right, and this guy,
It's just a racist
leaned in and
hit.
took one
It's
for
just
the
a
team, and
racist
then
hit,
eventually
man.
the secret.
It's
But I
just
think
a-
somebody might have tried to whack Obama. Like, look, the Clintons are when Hillary lost, she got thrown, and for all intents and purposes, she got thrown out of what I like to call Davos. Right? She got thrown out. She lost. It's like you lose, like you get thrown out. Right? They lost all their money. They lost all their funding. It's the same thing. But Hillary's always been more of a neoconservative. Always been more aligned with the neoconservatives than the European neoliberals. If you want to use, and I hate to use the term neoliberal because it may be misinterpreted, but just in the end of
She
the
was
day,
a Goldwater gal.
and she's a Goldwater gal, okay.
The
And
neocon.
I'm an Obama, right?
A neocon.
Right, but she's a neoconservative of the Bill Kristol Weekly Standard, going back
Right.
to the Irving Kristol and all those guys, right? And Bill Buckley and all that. So she's also really at the end of the day just an Arkansas grifter that aligns herself with whoever's got, so she's got herself, she gets kicked out of one group. She's always been fronting though for the neocons. And so that's more the Anglosphere, the US UK neoconservatives versus the old European colonialist powers. Those two are clearly at war, and Obama has always represented those people. Now, when they were all winning, they were all on the same team, but they clearly haven't been winning since 2016. And the only thing they actually agree on at this point is Trump. We have to stop Trump.
Everybody agrees on Trump as the
Well,
problem.
because he's going to prosecute them all.
No, but
Well,
I mean, you couldn't find a Republican you'd bet your life on supports Trump. You can find Republicans who have tied themselves to the MAGA wagon.
Yeah.
But that's just a calculated move.
See, I think this all ties into my arguments about. I've been thinking about this really seriously, and I think we may have talked about it in previous casts. I can't remember. I do so many of these, I can never remember where I talk about all this stuff. But you remember how I think I might have mentioned to you guys in the past about the idea of having both monetary and political control over a country, right? That you have to, in order to really control a country, you have to have both control of its political system and its central bank or its monetary system. Now, when Trump was elected, they lost control of both. When Obama was in charge, and Yellen and Bernanke were running the Fed, they had a compliant Fed that was going along with all this globalist bullshit. And then Trump was put in power. Trump won. They couldn't figure out a way to steal the election from him. And then Trump puts Powell in charge of the Fed, right? Starts the process towards SOFR, moves us away from LIBOR and all of that. And everything that Powell has done as Federal Reserve Chairman, other than the COVID interregnum, has been to try and wrest control of U.S. monetary policy from the globalists. And I I'm sorry, after 2.5 years of me chronicling this, it's really hard for me to argue against me at this point. When you think of it that way, they have political control over the United States, but they don't have monetary control over it. They've got monetary and political control over Europe, right? But they don't have it here. So now a restoration of Trump would be to lose political power over the United States. The same thing I believe with RFK Jr., which is why I find RFK Jr. as of right now, I'm not convinced, but I'm 75% in RFK Jr.'s I don't know, pocket, whatever you want. Corner. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. So when you process it like that, this is why they're all freaking out. The problem now is the DNC, in order to have an electoral strategy for next fall, well, what are they doing? Like, Biden is clearly unacceptable to everybody. He screwed everything up. He screwed up Ukraine. He's 80 years old. He can't, he's got dementia and all the rest of it. And the knives have come out in a way against Biden that is predictable at this point in the process. Because in order to get rid of him, we have to figure it out. So there's going to be all sorts of negotiations between the GOP and the DNC as to how they're going to run a fake pair of candidates against each other. And they don't want any slip ups here. It has to be Chris Christie or Nimrata, the Waffle House waitress versus Big Mike, right? Whomever, versus Big Mike or Gavin Newsom. So, and the free agent here is Kamala Harris, by the way. But when you think of it in those terms, okay, that makes sense. Now, who's in charge of the DNC? The Clinton wing or the Obama wing? The Obama wing's clearly been in charge for the last 8 years, since Hillary lost, or 7 years, 6-7 years, but Hillary's making a comeback. And and the neocons are hopping big mad about.
What do you mean she's making? Wait a minute. What's her comeback? What's the evidence of her comeback?
They desperately want to have control over. They want to go to war. They want the war in Ukraine to not end, and they want political control over the White House in order to absolutely get their World War III, which they've been absolutely. They've been singularly focused on forever and a day. Remember, Newland is a progeny. Newland is the progeny of the protege of Madeleine Albright. Madeleine Albright and Hillary Clinton. They're all part of that same wing of American politics. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is about whether or not Europe can extricate themselves from the Ukraine conflict because they can't afford to fight that. They can't afford to fight it anymore. And the neocons desperately, and that includes the Brits, that includes the Poles. Right? I'm sitting here literally looking at my Twitter feed of stuff about Poland and Ukraine wanting to create, a union state in the western half of the country, for Christ's sake. This is all being driven by the British neoconservative, the British wing of the neoconservatives. So when you stop the faction, that's the factions within the DNC. It's the Clinton wing representing the old American British neocons versus the European colonialists that Obama represents. So it makes perfect sense to me that they would have gone after Obama here if they feel
Hillary's really flying off the radar screen. Don't you think? Don't you think?
That's what I was.
No, she's been out there doing the Proof of Life tour recently. I've seen her multiple times in the last
tour.
Proof of Life.
That she's not dead. She's not dead.
She's holding a newspaper.
She's always on a Proof of Life tour. This one, she shows up about every 18 minutes.
Holding a newspaper with August 8th on it, right?
Exactly. So I'm sorry to hog the microphone on this, but I really do think that this is the stuff that's been going through my head for the last couple of days as we've watched a lot of this stuff come out, because we haven't seen infighting within the DNC for the last couple of years, and now all of a sudden there is, because someone wants to have the presidential candidate and have it be their presidential candidate. So now the question is, who is that? Who is that?
Is there anybody besides Gavin Newsom? I don't see anybody out
He's
there.
so
Big Mike.
disgusting.
And he's just horrible. All
I don't
teeth
know.
and
I mean, I don't
hair.
know who they've got.
and
That's what I
nothing-
Well,
think.
wait a minute. In a world of having a puppet, right? They were happy to have Biden, demented, molesting, hair sniffing, everything bad Biden. And they seemed okay with that. Why wouldn't they just say, well, let's just put Kamala in there because she's completely ownable too?
Is she? But who owns Kamala Harris? They don't like her. No one likes her. They've already sidelined her multiple
But
times.
she,
As far as I'm
she
concerned,
seems
the bigger question-
so
She's also ridiculous. She has no credibility in the world stage.
Biden
Agreed.
does.
Well, Biden, but they're stuck with him for now, of course.
Well,
that was
but
just
the
a
thing
Well,
bad
my point
decision
is
they
they
made
seemed
to
okay
I think
stuck
that
him
was
in
a
the White
feature, not a
House.
bug, Jim. I
Huh?
think that's a
That's
feature.
my
not a bug.
point. Why not just bring in Kamala for, pathetically brain dead president 2.0?
How about this one? What if there's a third faction here? You have the Obama wing, you have the Clinton wing of the DNC, and then you have the people who are like, you know what, we need to stop the clown show.
Maybe that's Kennedy.
And what if Kamala Harris is looking around going, okay, who's going to pay me the most? If she's got game at all, this one, she's bellying up to the ones who are actually, pulling the strings here financially to try and right the ship. That means, like, in my mind, that's the Powell wing of the American oligarchy, right? Who are trying to reassert some amount of sovereignty here. What if Kamala Harris is looking around the table going, yeah, I can throw in with these people, and all I have to do is refuse to resign when they go after Joe Biden.
Okay, Tom, here's my question.
She refuses to be Spiro Agnew. That's what I'm getting at.
Is this normal, but it's playing out in the nouveau digital world, or is this end of empire horseshit going down?
Ooh, good question.
Yeah.
I'd
I'd say
I don't
end
know.
of empire.
I think it really. I really think it is. Jim, you answer that question. I want to hear what you have to say first, because I don't really have a good answer yet.
Well, because, behind this, there's a serious collapse of Western Civ going on, and especially the business model for Western Civ, which people tend to not pay attention to because the politics are so colorful.
Mm-hmm.
The politics are so weird.
Yeah, well, they're
so
they're
they want to
insane.
put up a black cloud to block the sun, then make us all get our energy from solar panels.
Right.
Meanwhile, given that will be problematic to say the least, they now want to outlaw all gas generators. And I'm going, holy shit. I mean, why don't you just, I don't know what to say.
Why
to
don't
that
you
kind
just
of
tell us
crazy
that you
shit.
want to kill us all?
Right.
I got a question for you, Tom, though.
Sure.
If you're saying that there's a possibility of a third faction in the Democratic Party who would align with Bobby Kennedy, the trouble with that idea is that
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I'm not really sure I said that, Jim.
Okay.
I think that there's
Well,
a
you
third
did say
faction
something like it.
vying for
I said it.
control
I
of-
said it.
Okay, fair
Well,
enough.
let me finish the thought. I
Sure.
don't see anybody in the Democratic Party making a single move, the slightest move to support Bobby Kennedy at this point. Now, it may
agree.
be that they're all afraid to be the first guy, and
You remember when Trump ran, Hannity got grief for letting him on his show. That's how
Yes.
toxic Trump was.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Hannity said, look, I'm just giving him a voice, right? That phase we will have to get through if this is how it's playing out, is that Kennedy will have to start clicking within the mainstream.
He's playing
But I'll
it
tell you
really
what's-
well.
He's
He is
brilliant.
playing
and
it very well.
the other thing that he's very good at is he has convinced me that he's a very fast learner.
Yes.
So he takes topics that he can't, he's been so busy his whole life, right? He really has been busy. And all of a sudden some new topic shows up on his radar. Within about a week or two, he seems to have a pretty good grip on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he changes his tune. And you go, well, that's a politician. No, that's a guy who's been learning at the speed of science, as they like to say, right?
Yeah, no, I agree, guys, and I don't know that there's anybody backing Bob within the oligarchy backing Bobby Kennedy. What I'm saying is that there's a sovereigntist faction clearly trying to keep us out of the light.
Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley showing real interesting signs of backing him.
Yeah,
I think. Well, okay, that's fine. What I'm interested in is what the DoD is doing. Like the DoD is clearly slow walking any kind of real support for
That
a
is
wider conflict
Silicon
in
Valley.
Ukraine. Have we noticed how the U.S. military did not follow Victoria Nuland to Niger, and now the French are having to pull out all across North Africa? Does anybody not notice this? Because I did. I even said this the other day. So the article I published on Monday was a crib of an article I wrote for my patrons the week before, and I literally said that line about, if you watch the American military in the stationed in North Africa stand around and pick their nose while the French get kicked out, that's your tell. We're happy to watch the old European colonial system, which is built on the backs of effectively sub-Saharan slavery through the colonial CFA franc, this frog marched into oblivion. That's what's happening, and financially, that's the big gig. And I'm telling you, this is absolutely the biggest tell, that this shit is changing rapidly. And what the old Europeans are trying desperately to do is run the clock out and try and figure out a way to keep it all afloat. And they delay, they throw another indictment in front of Trump, they do this other stupid thing, they do this other dumb thing, they throw this stuff out there, chum, to try and see if they can run as much of the clock out as possible and try and win. And they're good. And the way I've been started to describe this as, they're just a dog that refuses to submit. Right? If you've ever dealt with a badly behaved dog that's never had any controls put on, or even a child, and eventually you just have to like put your hand on their chest and go, that's enough. And they keep wriggling and they keep fighting you and they keep fighting you and they keep fighting you. That's Victoria Nuland. That's Hillary Clinton. That's Klaus Schwab. That's George Soros. That's all of these fucking people. That's the King of England. These are all old entrenched powers that keep saying, no, but I'm in charge. Do you feel like you're in charge? I'm Bane now.
Do you feel like you're
powerful? You know, do you feel like you're in charge? Right? That's that moment. This is what's happening now. And
Hey,
we're going to
Tom,
get to that Bane moment, I think, very, very soon.
2 questions about that.
Sure.
One is, according to this idea that you just put across about the Army, the DoD, really, and the U.S. military, if they are dropping their allegiance to Victoria Nuland and the forces around her, behind her, then where does their allegiance move to? And 2, we've gotten the impression over the last 3 years that the Department of Defense is not very smart. So how do those 2 things add up and fit in?
Well, the
China.
thing is, think of it this way. Let's remember one thing. Obama replaced all of the American first generals with all the political hacks that we have currently. He did that during his administration. Okay, so the top of the military brass, just like the top of every other major major state organization, police departments, fire department, all of those guys are always political actors. Guys, I'm watching The Wire for the first time in my life, and I don't know if you guys remember all the politics in The Wire. It's the police department, and that shows it's clearly what's going on. It's a model for the same thing that's going on in the DoD, that you have the politicized generals and the Joint Chiefs and everything else, but then you have the rest of the military going, yeah, but we're not doing that anymore. And they can just say, look, we're not, we can't get those bombs or those tanks over to Ukraine on time because we can't do this. And they just, like everything else, if you don't want to do something, eventually you just don't do it. And the best way to beat the plans of people who have top-down control is to just, slow your roll, right?
That's what you call when you're married. That's called passive aggressive.
Yeah, it's very passive aggressive. Okay, and so you can just sit back and yeah, I'll get to that on Friday. Oh, this thing came on my desk. Yeah, and that piece of paper sits on some clerk's desk for 2 weeks and then never gets shuffled. Right. So, there's a lot of that going on within the bureaucracy, and there's a lot of and it's not a simplistic thing. There are aspects of our bureaucracy that are absolutely just passing the papers along and doing the thing, and it's all Terry Gilliam Brazil bureaucracy gone wild. And other parts of it is just saying, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. So it's not that the DoD is a monolith. Is that again, once things start to break down, factions start to exist within all of these organizations, and everybody starts fighting amongst themselves. And then you start going, okay, well, who's got the upper hand? And that's really hard to map, guys. And so,
Do you think DOD is turning against the Ukraine project?
I think they have. I think they've been against. I think the real men within that run military policy, that run the military, the full bird colonels and the rest of it, I don't think they've ever been on board with this thing. I think they've done it out of allegiance to the chain of command.
Are they
And-
supporting it?
But now that there's clearly, look at what's happening with the Europeans. They are clearly trying to figure out a way to not fight this war anymore. Who's the angriest of the angry post Vilnius? The Brits, as always, but who also lost his job when Biden, of all people, said he wasn't going to replace Stoltenberg as general secretary. It's Ben Wallace, Britain's defense secretary. He not only lost that job, but is also losing his job as a Tory council or MP. Like, he's done. His political career is over. Just like the other arch neocon, Liz Truss, was ousted as prime minister, and her career was over like that.
Does that mean the UK is no longer supporting the Ukraine war? Or
No,
will not
what it
in the
means
future?
is that they're the rabid dog that refuses to stop. So they keep doing backdoors around NATO they're doing backdoors around NATO's, saying no, because the American military is saying no. And so what they're trying to do, of course, is they've got backdoor allegiances with the Poles and the Baltics. They've been working a literal treaty between Poland, the Brits, and Ukraine, which would make them, and again, this is like this union state idea. They're trying to push this forward so that they can backdoor an Article 5 thing. I'm not sure that it's going to work, but it's like they'll never stop doing it because they have to keep figuring out ways to get around it. It's no different than Jack Smith trying to come up with another way to weaponize the legal code to get to.
Well, they'd have
Donald
to get
Trump
past the
right
Germans
ahead
for
of
one thing.
What's that?
They'd have to get past the Germans.
Yeah,
They
but the
don't seem
German
very
Greens
enthusiastic.
are part of this axis. The rest of the German political and industrial establishment are not. But the German Greens have always been a U.S. UK neoconservative organization. Always have been. So Annalena Baerbock, Robert Habeck, those guys, the German Greens are literally might as well be a wholly owned subsidiary of MI6 and the CIA. But the rest of the German political establishment is not.
Well, it's very
The
easy to see.
CDU, the SPD, the industrials, and they don't want any of this shit. But the
It's
Greens
very
own
easy
the
to
German
imagine.
political system right now.
It's very easy to imagine many European governments being thrown out of office in the year ahead.
Agreed completely.
So whatever
It's
it is,
easy to
whatever track-
imagine NATO being gone, right?
Well,
It's
that-
easy
yes,
to
it
imagine
is.
NATO.
I think Vilnius was the end of NATO was the biggest sign that NATO is no longer an alliance fit for purpose.
Uh-huh.
Right.
I think it's all on the downhill from here. I mean, when Hungary Parliament says no to Finland and Sweden's accession into NATO, and the Americans lose their minds and the Brits lose their minds, but the EU doesn't further sanction Hungary, when Ursula von der Leyen wakes up in the morning and says, "How can I fuck the Hungarians harder today?" That's like the first words. It's like the first thought that comes into that bitch's head, and she didn't give the Hungarians grief over NATO, over Finland and Sweden not going into NATO. That's a huge fucking tell, an unbelievable fucking tell. That shit, that order came down from on high, that we can't afford this. And if we do this, if we continue to support this, we're going to be cut out of the global financial system that emerges after this period of history is over. That's another 90-minute rant for me, to be honest with you. But this is where my head is, guys. I don't know where you guys are, but that's where my head's been, trying to figure out how this maps. So,
Well, I've been paying more attention to Russia, really, and it seems to me that despite the fact that no one in the United States notices this, that
They
the
won.
Russians
They
are
won.
moving.
They won.
Yeah, the Russians are moving very methodically and systematically to consolidate their control over Ukraine. You know, I think that their original intent not to turn it into a basket case failed state has had to be put aside. Uh, and they have had
Yes,
to, you know, damage it quite a bit more than they wanted to originally.
agreed.
But you know, I think that their motive is very clear. They want to turn this region back into their own sphere of influence and make sure that it doesn't cause any more mischief in that part of the world. It's as
Agreed.
simple as that. And
It is.
you know, and the Americans are being exposed every day as agents, as chaos agents in, you know, in that part of the world, and using Ukraine as its proxy chaos agent. And very few people see any, you know, very few countries and international people see any point to that anymore.
The one
It's
thing
transparently idiotic.
I, for the most part, agree with you, Jim. And don't get me wrong, I just want everybody to remember that for a lot of the tops of our organizations are really are really, we know the term regulatory capture. Well, there's political capture as well. And the tops of a lot of organizations or three-letter organizations really are not, and this is, you know, this is shit that Whitney Webb has talked about, right? To invoke what Dave was talking about earlier. Like it is, my friend Alex Craner likes to say it this way: all roads lead to London, dude. Don't ever underestimate the perfidiousness of Albion. Never ever underestimate these people. They have tremendous amount of pull. They have a tremendous amount of infiltration everywhere. They so much, and I'm not saying that we as Americans and that aspects of our American system are not terminally freaking corrupt and absolutely on board with this. Of course we are, but this is a symbiotic relationship of suck, for lack of a better term. Like this has always been their policy. You know, I don't know if you guys had a chance to listen to the 2.5-hour podcast I did with Richard Poe. Holy shit, dude. I learned so freaking much about just how deeply this shit goes back 300 years and
How do
how
you spell his name?
Richard Poe. So I don't know, episode 148, 147 of the podcast. It's a recent one, a couple months ago. We did 2.5 hours, he and I, going, and I just let him go through you know, a lot of his research on just how deeply embedded all these ideas about globalism, one world government, all this stuff goes 300 years back to the Brits. This is all them. And you know, it's not it's not, you know, single vector. It's everywhere, all across the old European colonial powers. But when you stop to really look at, why is everybody talking about de-dollarization now? Why is everybody talking about the United States needs to be broken up? These are all fucking ideas put into our heads by outside freaking factors. We can fix this shit here in the US. Yeah, we're clown world, but we've been manipulated into clown world. It's a feature, not a bug. Like, it's crazy. But we all, like, shit, when I was talking about de-dollarization 10 years ago, everybody looked at me like I have 4 heads. Today, everybody's like, what do you think about de-dollarization, dude? I'm like, the same thing I thought about it 10 years ago. It's going to happen eventually, but it's not like it's happening today. I've got the podcast. I've got to, when I get done with this, I got to publish a podcast I did with Brent Johnson, Santiago Capital. And he and I just sat there and we talked about how, like, the dollar's still too strong for anybody to really assail in the next, you know, X number of years. It'll come. The de-dollarization is going to happen, but it's going to happen, you know, it's going to happen as a function of, you know, time. Okay. And it's going to happen as a function of, and whose interest is it for the world to de-dollarize? Really? Does Asia really want to de-dollarize? Well, or are they being forced into it by ruinous US policy, which it doesn't serve the United States' interest at all?
Well,
so who's the architect of this fucking policy?
There's
it's always
chatter.
Europe, dude. It's always fucking Europe. Every time I come back to this, it comes back to the only ones who has no collateral, who has no commodity collateral to back their currency and to back their debt. The Europeans, the Japanese. Well, no one expects the Japanese to take over the world, but everybody's worried about the World Economic Forum and the European Union. How are they going to get the collateral?
I'm
because the
more
big
worried
dog
about the World
howled.
Economic
The
Forum
big dog howled. The United States howled and
wrecking
said, that's enough.
Western Civ. No, I'm not worried at all about them taking over the world.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing, Jim. That's their fallback plan. Their argument is that if we their mechanism is, let's destroy Western civilization and then build it back better out of the ashes on a new paradigm. And what's that new paradigm? No oil, no hydrocarbons.
Yeah,
Why? Because
they're
Europe doesn't
insane.
fucking produce any. That's why.
Yeah, they're insane. Yeah, they also,
Of course
people
they are.
like Yuval Noah Harari think that they're going to run their computer-based transhuman program on a janky electric grid that's probably not going to be working very well in the next 10 years.
It's not going to be working.
And nobody pays any attention to that.
Dude, why do you think why do you think this is so important? Again, I keep coming back to this. France loses control of Niger. They lose control of getting uranium at what, $11 a pound? They lose getting control of gold at what, $800 an ounce? Which they get. And they get to extract all the mineral wealth. That's not just Niger, it's the whole CFA franc zone. The entirety of France's economic structure, pricing system, is built on the extraction of commodities from sub-Saharan Africa at pennies on the dollar. So is France really a AA rated country? Or are their bonds junk? If they lose that.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I don't understand though about what the United Kingdom's collateral is, or what their power is in the game board, because they're really not much of a country anymore, except for the city of London.
Except for the fact that the crown still owns 25% of the world's landmass. They own Canada. They own Australia.
But do they really? I don't think they really do.
They get paid. They get paid. Like, it's crown land. These countries pay taxes directly to the British crown.
What, in rents? Basically in rents?
Yeah, and
of one kind or another,
and in control over their political system.
Well, that could stop anytime Canada, Australia,
30%.
New Zealand wanted to.
How about this? The British pound. The British pound. Why does anybody care about the British pound?
Beats me.
30%. 30% of the world's financial transactions are still settled in British pounds through the city of London. That's why. 30% of the world's financial transactions, not settling trade, settling the financial transactions, still run through city of London. I saw that number the other day. I about shit my pants. I'm like, oh, that's why the Brits still matter.
Because they have no industry anymore, and they have this fractious nation of
and they have a network of agents and spies in every, dude, seriously, like when you watch Quantum of Solace and Mr. White says, the second Daniel Craig James Bond movie, and he says, we have people everywhere. He wasn't talking about quantum. He was talking about seriously.
I just have a hard time seeing them really exercise that much influence in the world.
They do. Well, then the other thing is that what I'm seeing now is I'm laying like the groundwork to remind everybody about this, but at the same time, Jim, they're losing because we can see them now. Everybody sees what's going on, and now this is their last gasp of running the same old playbooks of divide and rule and divide and conquer like they've always done. Okay, and it's not working this time. This is the good news. And this is why the system is now cracking in a way that we haven't seen in the past, where they thought they were going to run the same playbook that they've always run before. And it's not working
but I can see the Ukraine
thing. There's too many players at the table with too much power going, yeah, you guys are cute. No, but you don't run us anymore.
I can see the Ukraine thing coming to an end before the new year. And I think if and when that happens, that's going to completely reorder the European game board.
I hope so, but I don't know. I don't know. I really don't.
Because these countries are going to have to settle their hash with Russia.
Yeah.
And they're going to start really visibly rejecting being bossed around by the US.
You've got it backwards. They keep trying to use the US as the spear to do their bidding. We've had empire grafted onto our DNA by these people.
Mm-hmm.
The US was never meant to be this way. I mean, this is the fundamentally, when you stop to really think about what the US is, the US was was founded by Europeans who didn't want to be European anymore. Right.
Fair enough.
I think fundamentally, I'm a second generation Italian. My family left because we didn't want to be, we fled the fascism of Italy. As a country, as an ethos, as a mindset, America has always been the anti-Europe in that respect. So, but we're also a mishmash of old European colonial, we inherited a lot of old, European colonial ideas and culture and everything else. And so it's all part of our makeup. And it's and so it's always easily exploited because, well, we have ties to the homeworld in all of these, in the homeland, and all of these, in all of our subcultures here in the United States, right? So it's not, so it's easy to see the inroads into this. But when you go back over and you really look at like how the Brits manipulated the South into seceding in order to start the Civil War, and then since when you see it this way, when you see the way they lied to get us involved in World War I, when you see all of these things, at the end of the day, you're like, every freaking time these people start a global conflict, they run tail back to us and say, will you please save us? And we've always gone and done it. And
well, I may be missing something.
And this time we're kind of saying no, but what they finally said is we have to, like, okay, if we're going to get the Americans to do this, we actually have to cut them in properly this time. And the Americans are finally like powerful enough to go, you know what? Never mind. No, we're not going this far. You're not taking.
Well, I don't know, Tom. It seems to me that it was the USA that started the whole Ukraine mess, and the Europeans have been reluctant to jump in with both feet from the start. That's what it seems to me.
So why are they the ones continuing to put sanctions packages on Russia every time they, why is this? Why does Janet Yellen be the architect of Ursula von der Leyen's desire to get rid of, to remove Russian oil?
Precisely because they're not in charge of us the way you're saying.
Sorry, Jim. I'm sorry. I think it's been symbiotic from the beginning. I've been seeing this way for a long time. I just can't buy.
Well, if that's the case,
I just refuse to believe all of this rampant.
What's in it for them
coming from European-dominated media? I just can't buy it.
What's in it for them to sanction Russia or to go along with any sanctions?
Because what do you think they want? The Brits have always identified that, again, they're a country without collateral. You have to go
I'm not talking about the Brits. I'm talking about the Europeans.
And Europe now. Europe is out of energy. They used all their energy.
Right. And I think that they want. So you need to obviously they wanted to have. They wanted to run.
They want Russia's.
They wanted to run on Russia's natural gas.
No, they want to own it. They don't want to run it on it. They don't want to run their empire on it. They never did. They've always wanted to own it. Like, why did the European Union create the third energy package, which effectively made it impossible for Russia to build the South Stream pipeline and make any money, which forced Putin to cancel the pipeline? Why did the European Union write that package?
I don't know.
I know. Because again, as always, Europe wanted the same colonial terms of service that they have with, say, sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, but they just made a mistake with Russia this time. They underestimated Russia's situation.
Of course they did, but that's only because of the last 10 years of only because of the malfeasance that they were all in cahoots on back in 2007, 2008, all the way through Syria and everything else. Like, Putin watched this happen, and then they were trying. Why is Syria? Why do we try to move into Syria?
Supposedly gas and oil,
right? And who are they going to cut out of that? What was that for? Who was going to cut out of the European gas market and the European oil markets?
Well, the Americans wanted to control it, and the Russians sort of succeeded in shoving us aside.
They were trying to cut the Russians out of the European the European market? Why did they build the friggin' ridiculous southern transport corridor all the way from the Caspian Sea to they spent $55 billion to run a pipeline that moves one-fifth the size of the Nord Stream of one of the Nord Stream pipelines for 5 times the freaking price to bring it into southern Europe? Why did they do that? They did that
Well-
because they just spitefully wanted to get away from Russian oil and Russian gas. The plan has always been starve Russia of warm water ports, of being able to market their oil to the rest of the world and all the rest of it, because as far as the Brits are concerned, the Russians are the other great empire. Because the Russian Empire, Mackinder Heartland theory, all of that world island, he who controls the world island controls the world thing. They have to desperately control Russia. This has always been this way. This fight's been going on for 300 years. It's nothing new. And you can get the United States to go along with that. Now the fun part is when the United States turns around and goes, well, why should we do that? Why don't we just sell you the oil? And now you got Macron over there screaming, well, you're selling us the LNG from Cheniere at twice the price we used to buy it from the Russians for. Like, why don't you give us the deal? And we're like, don't you understand? We don't work for you anymore. You're not our allies anymore. Because
they were
hate
dumb
us.
they were dumb not to foresee that. I mean, the whole thing just seems to be an amazing amount of bad planning and failure to really see what was going on.
But again, it all comes back to what happens if Powell stays at the zero bound. If Powell stays at the zero bound, all of this is all the calculus and all this stuff that we just talked about changes in Europe's favor, because now we're literally handing them the money they need to do the things that they want to do to continue to keep control over our political system. What do you think those dollars do? They go out, they get levered up, and they come back here to buy our elections, to buy our DAs, to buy our court system, to screw with our elections, to get our politicians to write their policies into our law. Go look at half of the environmental law that we write. It all started in Europe. It comes over here. It starts in Europe. It goes to California. California exports it to the rest of the country. It's been going on for years, guys. This is nothing new. And European laws and the European Union edicts are 10 times worse. But they have a plan, and that plan is, well, they want a fully controlled, full surveillance state. And this is how
they're going to have a fully controlled surveillance neo-medieval state.
Well, yeah, they don't care about that.
How
Jim.
great is that?
They get to eat steak and we get to eat bugs. They don't give a shit, and they honestly believe that the planet's only sustainable with 1 billion people. They know their system doesn't work with
the people of those nations in Europe are going to. I think that they are going to express themselves, and that we're going to find that they think differently than their leadership does.
No argument.
Like the yellow vests.
Dude, have you seen the polling for AfD in Germany?
Going way up.
And it's all because they did exactly what I told them to do 5 years ago.
What was that?
Anti-immigration. Don't stop being the anti-Merkel party. Start being the for Germany party.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I said. That's all they have to do. They stop being the anti-Merkel party, and they can professionalize their internals. And from when I've talked to people over in Europe about this, and they've all told me the same thing. It's like, yeah, early on when they had early success, they were a very unprofessional organization, and it was easy. They were easily infiltrated. I'm just thinking to myself, in my experience with the Libertarian Party, I'm like, oh yeah, that tracks.
You think they're confident now?
That tracks for me, right? So
you think
I think
they're confident?
I think they're a much more professional organization now than they were then.
Are they confident now?
Yes, I think they're confident. I think the way Alice Vidal is running that party right now, I think they understand what it is that they need to do, which is they need to express the pride of being German without invoking the specter of Nazi Germany.
Well, Klaus Schwab can do that for them.
Yeah, well, all he has to do is put on a Klingon outfit and a banana hammock. I'm sorry, guys. So that's what I think is going on. I mean, it's really complicated. I just think this is classic complex system breakdown stuff, and we're just watching the factions splinter and vie for control and all the, the way I used to put it is that the wicked witch of the West is dead, and all the flying monkeys are in charge.
Hey, I think we've kind of covered the European scene there. There's something I want to get back to the indictment issue. And there's something I want to drag into the arena here for you guys to chew on. Now, Jack Smith's indictment in the Washington case appears to be mostly based on prosecuting Trump for exercising his freedom of speech, for expressing doubts about the 2020 election, and for saying that it was rigged, it was full of fraud, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now that would suggest to me that Mr. Trump's lawyers are going to go into the courtroom and they are indeed going to try to litigate the 2020 election, at least insofar as, bringing some witnesses in who will testify to the irregularities that they saw and that they documented, right? And at that point, this DC Judge Chutkan is liable to disallow any of that to be introduced in evidence, okay? Now, wouldn't that be like instant grounds for a mistrial? If in fact they're prosecuting him for saying that the election was fraudulent, and they don't allow him to demonstrate why he thought that?
Well, I'm having trouble getting past the First Amendment part.
Well, sure, but I'm sure they'll
I mean,
sweep that aside anyway.
But it's insane. Now, the other one that's insane, let me just throw this out there for hoots. He's got problems in Georgia too.
Yeah.
And the claim is that he told his people to go find 11,000 votes, which sounds bad. What he actually did is find me 11,000 invalid votes, which is totally rational.
Yeah, sure.
Because he said, look, if 11,000 of those votes, way more than 11,000 is my guess. And to the extent you find invalid votes, that's totally within all legal jurisdiction of Trump. And so the fact that they're actually charging him with sending people out to just find fake votes for him, is just total insanity. So then the question is, do you know who's really working for whom in this operation? So could this be someone said, I said unintentionally in a post on something like, and someone said, really, you sure it's unintentional?
What do you mean who's working for whom exactly?
Well, so when he came out and basically seemed to have opened the door for the election to be adjudicated in court, could he have been that dumb as to not see that consequence? Did someone get him to throw that door open?
Well, interesting question. He does seem to be, as I started out saying an hour ago, one would think he was a dumb bunny for the way he's brought this case.
Well, again, this NSA guy once told me, don't name names because then you'll glom onto it and stop thinking. The other thing that I took from that is don't call anyone stupid, because then you'll just chalk off what they're doing to stupidity when there might be method to the madness. And so be very careful about drawing conclusions that allow you to stop pondering it. And so, and so I and then what was I looking at the other day that just struck me as surreal? It's not going to come to me. It all looks like complete theater. Trump might know it's all complete theater. He might know that it's never going to go anywhere. He survived much worse than this. And I think he even ponders how satisfying it would be to get elected while being convicted and then pardoning himself. Right. So and then the Hunter Biden throwing out all the charges in the plea bargain, and then having the judge be the one who spotted the fact that there was this. And I'd worried about this, so when someone plea bargains and there's 50 crimes the guy committed, and you agree to convict him of 3 of them, and you say the other 47 will leave alone, is that a legally binding contract? That was something that had been bugging me, and I don't know the law well enough to know the answer to that. But what appears to have happened is that they tried to plea bargain. You may have noticed that every single one of Hunter Biden's charges had nothing to do with Joe, and the 47 that they threw out were all the Joe stuff. And it was the judge who spotted the fact that there was this sweeping, a dispensing of all the other charges. And the question is, first of all, how did the prosecutors, yes, permanently, and how did the prosecutors miss it? And the answer is there's no way the prosecutors could have missed
No, they
it.
snuck it in there.
They snuck it in there because both teams want Hunter to be convicted of bullshit stuff like gun charges and stuff like that. And then the judge caught it. And I'm thinking, now, was the judge rogue, or is she playing yet another role that fits into a coherent package? And that's what I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the way I read that was the judge finally looked at the situation and goes, okay, guys, if you're both gonna be working for Hunter Biden, you need to do a far better job of hiding it.
Right,
That would be
exactly.
nice, because I can't pass this bullshit off and retain any semblance of professional decorum here.
Dignity.
So
dignity.
Yeah, dignity. Yeah, so this is ridiculous, and she threw it out. And I don't think it has to go any farther than that, Dave. I think that
So you think they'll cobble it back together? They'll
Well,
cobble it back together.
Yeah, they probably
and then
will.
end up with the same end result.
Possibly, but
I don't think they'll ever get that clause back in there, dismissing in perpetuity all the
Right.
other
I
crimes
know.
against
I
him,
know.
or just their
It's just-
inability to prosecute him for anything in the future. That's absurd.
Yeah, no, I don't think they will either, Jim. I think you're correct about that. I also just think that this is what happens when you really. It's one thing to put pressure on a system and to work the edges of it and work edge cases in order to get what you want. And it's another thing to just blatantly walk in and go, look, you're going to just do this because I told you. And there
But
comes
wait, though. The last 3 to 5 years have been nonstop, precisely that.
Well, yeah, but we're getting to a point where it's so bad that at some point you're going to run across somebody who says, that's not me, though.
But for
Right.
the last,
and then what do you do? And then
decade,
all it takes is one person to stand up and go, look. And then the other thing, of course, is what if that happened and somebody tapped her on the shoulder and goes, no, you're allowed to actually prosecute this one properly.
She ends up hanging from a tree with a gunshot to her chest.
Well, or that there's somebody else standing on her again. Remember when I was talking about this stuff 2 years ago, and I said, how do Manchin and Sinema by themselves stand up to the entirety of the Senate and to Pelosi and God herself, himself, G-self, right? About the Build Back Better bill. If there wasn't somebody else standing on their shoulder going, it's okay, you do what we tell you to do and you'll be fine. No one's going to kill your children. No one's going to beat you up in an alleyway and you're not going to wind up dead, in the arms of a Ukrainian hooker. It's okay. We've got you. We've got your back. That's what happened. They're both still alive.
No. The problem is that those promises look pretty meaningless to me. That is to say, one thing you take out of Whitney's stories and you take out of just looking at this corruption, that you can still end up with, 2 gunshots to the back of the head.
It's possible, but they're still alive. Manchin came out today and said he's thinking about, becoming independent because both brands are terminally corrupted. So that throws the senatorial calculus.
Did
off
he do this
even
after
harder for trying to get remember, if they want to get rid of Biden and they want to try and get rid of Harris, the Spiro Agnew Harris, they have to somehow worm somebody into the vice president spot, or allow President Harris and then worm somebody into the vice president spot that's one of theirs. And
that person would have to be
it's going to be very hard to do
Senate.
if Kamala Harris is now president and there's no vice president to break any ties. So the senatorial calculus every day gets more and more complicated.
And the vice president who is appointed would have to be confirmed by the Senate.
I have a friend who knows a number of these people and says, he said, they're stupid and then there's Harris. Okay, so he was just saying you just cannot fathom how stupid she is. The second
Let me
thing he
elaborate
said
with
is,
this point I was trying to make. If Gavin Newsom or somebody else is dragged in to be the vice president, and then supposedly Kamala is induced to split the scene, you know, this new vice president would have to be confirmed by the Senate in order to become president, I think.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think constitutionally, Kevin McCarthy would become the president, not an unconfirmed vice president.
I don't trust him either.
Just saying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no. And guys, who benefits from this kind of political turmoil?
Hollywood screenwriters who are on strike.
No. Who benefits? I'm talking financial markets now. Who benefits?
Tell us.
I'm
Europe.
thinking.
Again,
London.
Europe. You freeze capital where it currently is because the United States is a political clown show.
Okay, I sat there for.
If faith, and I'm not dead serious here. If faith in the American system at every level, culturally, illegally, politically, all of it. If we're indicting Trump for eating a ham sandwich and putting him in fucking jail, we are now a banana republic, and now we can Fitch downgrading our debt the other day. Like, this is you have to start thinking like a fucking intelligence agent to understand how this shit works.
Wait. I sat there listening intently because for a rare moment in my life, I had nothing to say. I think your model, which is inverted relative to consensus, which is a good start, that Europe is calling the shots, not the United States. I've not yet signed off on that. It sure looks to me, and I think Jim would probably say the same. Still looks to me like Europe's a bunch of meatballs and the United States is calling the shots. Meanwhile, it looks to me like Europe's getting tired of that. So the United States might be losing the control, but still looks like a U.S. dominated world to me. Now, the one thing that
I didn't say it was in a U.S. dominated world. I just said who's ultimately pulling whose strings is.
I think the U.S. is pulling the strings.
I think the old money still flows out of Europe, and all the old colonial powers still. You trace.
Don't tell Jamie Dimon
banks, and we all wind up in the same place, right?
Well, is J.P. Morgan old money or what? What is J.P. Morgan? What is Citigroup? What is
the Rothschilds? What City of London?
I know.
What's the British Crown? And they're the largest landholder in the world, along with.
We're gonna have to hold Jim up as our resident Jew to make sure we don't get accused of being anti-Semitic.
I am staying away from that with a 10-foot cap. I wouldn't.
Delingpole tried to drag me into that one.
No way.
I'm doing this to Delingpole, going, no. You are not getting me into a Rothschild debate. Whitney, by the way, I know she's being deified by us now, but she goes straight into that shitstorm. I think we're seeing alliances that are far. I think it's far more chaotic.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing it. This feels to me like World War I, pre-World War I. And I don't think we know who's going to be aligned with who. I think they're feeling out, where the bread's butter. So, you got the Saudis saying we don't care about the United States anymore. That's a pretty surreal stance for them to take, right?
Yes.
In all of this so far, again, no discussion of the role of China. And I think Russia-China alliance could be Europe and the United States could be trying to figure out how to deal with Russia-China.
Well, I mean, I'm not even arguing at that point. I think the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians. To me, I think they're the triangle, right? Russia, China, Iran.
You put Iran on the same level of the onion
because of the trade, because of the necessity of overland trade. Like Iran is the crossroads from east to west, without a doubt. Iran is incredibly important, going back 6,000 years. If you want overland trade. Like the international north-south transport corridor mostly runs through Iran. Like it's mostly two countries, Russia, the Caspian Sea, and Iran, right? And
Same thing in why Pakistan is important. I was having this discussion with my partner Dexter White the other day about this. He's like, "Why is Pakistan important?" I was like, "Because it is the east-west corridor from Western China into Iran and then to points east." And then why is Turkey important? Because Turkey, because of the Black Sea and the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus and Dardanelles and all the rest of it. Like these things, at the end of the day, we're always arguing about where goods are going to travel and how they're going to get into the hands of the people that want them. All the rest of this financialized and esoteric political bullshit and discussions of power all come down to that. And again, as you know, Alex Craner points out all the time, it's about collateral. Okay, so I think Russia, China, and Iran are very clear in their
when you say collateral, I want to make sure I understand. Well, are you talking the kind of currency collateral? Are you talking about what I would call sort of old school capital? Because the United States has phenomenal
physical capital.
Well, the United States
commodities
is still
and the United States has plenty of it.
Right. And so you can strip away all our debt and all our money and everything. We still have the United States.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, we have a tremendous collateral base. We have a tremendous capital base. Europe does not. And so if you're the weak player at the table strategically, I want you to stop and think about this as if this is a big 4-player game of who wins the world. Okay? You've got Europe, you've got the global south, you've got the United States, you've got Russia, China, Iran. Okay? That's the way I look at it. When you because those are the three, because the Russians and the Iranians are the two that the United States and Europe collectively have tried to destroy in order to get access and neutralize China. So the three of them together form the tripod, and everything else, as long as they're united in the way they operate, right, then everybody else they can glom onto their leadership, right? So that's why I've always thought of the I in BRICS has always been Iran, while India has always played both sides against the middle. So in that 4-player game, who has collateral and who doesn't? Three players at the table have an awful lot of collateral, and one player doesn't. And when you let's think of it this way. Go back to why was the Iran nuclear deal the worst thing that ever happened to neoconservatives?
I never understood it, so I can't answer that.
I can answer it. I can answer it very easily. It was an opportunity to open up Iran to European investment. The JCPOA was signed, and within a month, Total had gone in and cut a $4.5 billion oil deal with NIOC over the North Pars gas field and some other. Like Europe was, Eni was moving in, Total was moving in, everybody was moving in. Okay, and who was screaming bloody murder about this? The Brits, who've been sitting on, as we find out in the last year, have been sitting on a massive amount of oil off the north slope of Scotland. And the Israelis, who have been desperate to get the East Med pipeline and to bring their energy out of Israel and out of the Golan Heights into Europe. And the Saudis were, drafted along into the Syrian project, and so were most of the Arab League, saying, "Oh, we'll bypass Iran and we'll bring pipelines to Turkey and all that."
So let's say we head for nukes. I've had this theory that they're going to freeze the shit out of us for a couple of winters, so we all beg for nuclear power and get over that hump. If nuclear power becomes the power of the future, which seems like it's long overdue to become the power of the future, which would also explain why the U.S. might be saying, "Oh, everything's got to go electric," because it's a lot easier to think electric with nuclear power. The question is, what does that do to the various power balances if nuclear energy becomes the energy of the future?
We're still a long way from that, and that's why Jamie Dimon went to China and sat there at the symposium that he put together and met with members of the Politburo and the PBOC and Chinese business leaders and literally said on freaking Bloomberg, "Oil's going to be with us for the next 50 years. Get over yourselves."
But Jamie Dimon may not know.
When Dimon speaks at this point, I might as well be listening to the president of the United States.
Well, yeah, there's a sales pitch for you. I don't listen to him.
And as far as I'm concerned, Dimon and Powell are like, They've been running this Abbott and Costello game on the rest of the world for like the last 3 years now. Every time Powell does the resting hawk face thing when he goes out in public and raises interest rates again, Diamond comes out about 2 weeks later and goes, "Yeah, that sounds about right." Like, and we need more oil, and we're going to drill, and we're going to re-onshore, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. But Diamond is no less, but he's also saying we're not going to decouple from China. He
Hey,
said that's
Jim,
the biggest goddamn fantasy anybody ever heard of. We're not going to
Jim, tell me your opinion about oil for the next 50 years.
Well,
You and I connected way back in the days when
yeah.
you were the king of oil. Tell me
Well,
what
I
you
wasn't
think
the
about
king, but I was one of the people
you were
commenting on it.
outspoken. You were outspoken.
One thing I got to go back to is I'm not sure that we have the capital to develop a next generation of nuclear power plants. I think we might have blown that the same way that we don't have the capital or the will to build a high-speed rail system or even fix the existing rail system in America, which would have helped us a lot. I think as far as I am surprised by Tom Luongo saying that there is what do you call it, the North Slope of the Scottish oil fields?
Yeah, I hadn't heard that.
I hadn't heard that,
right.
it prompts
Liz
me to
Truss said
wonder.
we're going to drill off the coast of Scotland, and 3 days later, that was in her budget. That was in the mini budget, and they talked about that. And 3 days later, she was no longer prime minister.
I thought that region was totally pounded.
No, they have more. They have
oblivion.
more of it. They have more. They have more there. Yeah.
Well, that would really beg the question why they're not developing it now. Because they are
now they want to develop it. And even Sunak has come out and talked about that this recently as well. This has come up before. This is nothing. This is not. This is a thing. It's real. It's happening because they want to sell that energy back to Europe. Now that
they know they have.
Now that Russia's been cut out. Now that Russia's been cut out of the European energy market. Now you develop the oil.
Oh, that's short term though.
Is it?
That's short term.
Is it? If it's a.
And would you want to bet any serious amount of money that Russia won't be supplying serious energy in 2 years?
I don't know.
But the
I look at this. I see at this point with the Russians. I see that the Russians are so freaking pissed off with all of Europe. They're like, you know what? Our oil flows can go east. Our oil flows.
I know, but oil's fungible. So if oil's flowing into the world,
it's not really. It is and it isn't. Depending on the refineries, depending on the grade, depending on where it needs to go. European refineries.
Well, I know it's not fungible on instantaneous timescales, but it is fungible.
Oh, of course. I mean, eventually, yeah. I just think that Putin is never going to go. Putin went along with the idea for years. He said, "Look, his strategy was very clear, and it was flawed. It's a huge flaw because he underestimated the mendacity of European colonialists. And he said, I'm going to try and make peace with Europe by selling them all the oil and all the gas that they need so that that will preclude us ever fighting a war again."
Well, what about the simpler model that Putin needed capital, period?
What's that? Well, yeah,
the simpler model is Putin,
but not at the prices that he was giving it to Europe.
No. But the Soviet Union falls apart. The place is a mess. They got no capital. They're trying to rebuild their former glory. They needed capital. It's that. That's a simple model.
It is a simple model.
It's not about winning friends and influencing people. It's just we need fucking money.
I think it's
real quick. Like I said before the show, I have to run to the store and I'll literally be back in 10 minutes. You guys can keep talking. Like I'll be back in 10 minutes. Yeah, keep going.
We'll run it from here.
Yeah, and I know that.
Will it fuck up your tape? Nope. Now we get to hammer you.
No, yeah, no. I've accepted. It's my time.
So if we hang
karma's
up
coming full circle. I've accepted it.
Okay.
So
let's go with Tommy.
It's not like Dave. It's not like Putin wouldn't have a strategy that would hit multiple, that would hit along multiple vectors. I mean, right? I mean, come on.
But there's sort of these different angles that aren't necessarily in opposition to each other. Where on the one hand, you always come at it as a geopolitical fight, and to me, it also could just look like a resource grab. This period.
Mhm.
Just,
Well,
just,
but
just
that's what geopolitics is ultimately about.
well, yeah, but you're on another layer of the onion. You're talking about global domination and stuff like that. Those are not words that are just resource grab. Those are about power. And I know
Yeah,
resources are power, but resources are also just profit.
yeah, yeah.
They're just
Well,
I
money.
to
know.
some
I
extent,
just,
this is also a question of, it's an existential question of survival of way
sure.
of life, especially for, the Western nations.
Here's a
Or
question I have for you. If I were to ask you, I've asked this before, and it's amazing on Twitter polls what I get out of things like this. But will our population sometime in the next 100 years drop to 1 billion?
I could easily see that happening if the world basically goes medieval. Let's put it this way. I can see a very significant drop in
Cut in half. How
Europe
about
and
cut in half? Cut in
Europe
half.
and the United
cutting
States.
that
Yeah,
possible.
sure. You bet.
Again, depends on a lot of things. I mean, it all
You
depends on
bet.
what angle you want to ask that question from.
Now there's nitwits out there. In my opinion, they're nitwits who think the global elite want to take it to below 1 million.
A
And
million?
then therefore 1 billion, excuse me,
Okay.
1 billion. The Club of Rome crowd.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's their goal. And then the select few who get to stay will live happy lives. I'm going, I don't think those are going to be happy lives. I think that the journey to 1 billion, there would not be hardly a single person who wouldn't be a miserable wretch. You ever see the movie The Postman? I think it's called The Postman.
Sure.
Mhm.
It's really great. And that's where we'd end up before we rebuilt society.
I agreed. I think that I'm sympathetic that they think that whatever system they're going to build can only survive with can only serve 1 billion people. I do believe they think that. They talk about this way too much, that without a certain, because once you reach a certain energy density threshold, like we can't support enough people. We can't support enough people. Like,
so is it possible
if you're a Malthusian,
right?
Well,
Jim, I think, would say potentially yes, based on my 20 years of paying attention
It's
to what he
possible
says.
to do what?
And I would always
Is
argue
it possible they're correct and they're saying, look, it is not sustainable, and we really do have to get down to this much lower carrying capacity?
I think we're going to get down to a lower carrying capacity. You asked me about the oil situation.
Well, I'm asking about whether it's a foregone conclusion that at some point we are going to have to shrink the population way down because
I refuse. I will never sign off on a foregone conclusion about anything about the future that I don't know, because I'm sorry. What we think we know about what's going on is just not good enough.
I think it's very likely.
There's always the opportunity that as prices rise, new shit comes in. Innovation is crisis is the mother of innovation, and new.
Well,
new
someone recently said the world ends only once, so be careful about predicting that. I agree with that. Could you picture a future in which we have 20 billion?
No.
So we're smacking our heads on the ceiling a little bit here already. Then
I would say so.
The current projections are that we top out at 9.1 billion people if nothing changes, ceteris paribus. The current system will top out at 9.1 billion simply because as people move into the middle class, birth rates fall, and then the birth death model evens out.
I'd say for another reason, which is that people keep having sex even under conditions of hardship, so that there'll be an overhang of population growth even after we very clearly head down kind of a Seneca cliff.
Yeah, but at the same time,
when
people are under stress, their fertility drops. So,
big die-offs occur in parts of the world that admittedly white guys don't worry about. Are we going to have some point in the future where it's going to come home? Are we going? The Russians during World War II, the Russians certainly lost lots of people. The photos of people walking down the street with bodies in the street, just from dying of starvation. Do you think we're going to have that come to Jesus thing in the future? That kind of thing
one of the things that it depends on is how the whole vaccine episode works out, because we have plenty of reason to believe that, look, 75% of the American population got more than one vaccine shot. And, we know now that there's a tremendous amount of subclinical myocarditis in the population.
Yes,
And
there
that
is.
presents, within the first 5 years. And, I think there's a likelihood that we're going to see considerable loss of population just because of that. You
Right.
add on top of that, economic hardship that we're liable to face because of a lot of things, including including our fossil fuel predicament in the USA. And I think that the population will go down considerably. Probably within the next 10 years. Yeah, I think I can well imagine that we'd be under 200 million.
So the planning for that,
There's
there's
no planning for
extremes.
that.
Well, individually,
Oh.
as an
I think
individual.
this one before we go forward, one of the things to think in terms of is that as complex systems like ours break down, you're going to have cascading effects throughout the entire society.
That's right. That's right.
That's the biggest problem here. So as the division of labor contracts, so too does complexity, and so too then that crisis itself creates the counterbalance. There's always action reaction, and the action reaction model in this sense is then birth rates are going to go up.
Well, you can already see a very
to drop, then you're going to start to see birth rates start to go up. Once you hit a rock bottom, that's when things start to turn around. Remember 30 years ago when everybody was talking about how the Russian race as a race would be gone by today, because the birth rate projections then, because Malthusian thinking of single vector analysis of a thing, I plug X into the equation and I solve for f of X and I get
right. That doesn't work very well.
It doesn't fucking work. Everything is
that's what the climate
everybody,
guys do. That's what the climate guys do.
This is the essence of all Malthusian thinking. So I don't give a shit whether we're going to have enough oil in 75 or 100 years or 20 years or 50 years. No. If oil in real terms was more expensive today than it was 50 years ago, I would be on board with, okay, we need to have a shift over to nuclear power tomorrow. But we don't. Oil today is 13 to 14% more expensive in real terms, using this underreported CPI as the gauge, than it was 50 years ago during the Arab oil crisis. So oil's not more expensive than it was then. It's in nominal terms it is, but not in real terms.
But it's getting harder to get.
Yes, but the technology to get more of it out of the ground has improved at the same pace. So offshore wells dude, there's so many fucking technologies I personally have witnessed in the last 10 years as an oil sector analyst going, yep, that's going to extend the life of, that's going to bring all those old wells back online, or that's going to bring this, that's going to extend the life of the fracking wells, or this, all this shit's happening because crisis is and investments and the investment cycle are the mother of innovation. And if it eventually hits a wall, then we'll replace it with something else. And then it'll either be the uranium-238 cycle or the uranium-233 cycle as the thorium-230 with thorium-232 as the breeder. Those are your options for the energy density that we need. So now the question is are people going to start putting billions of dollars towards thorium-232 / uranium-233 cycle, because that's actually the path to human freedom, not uranium-238. Uranium-238 is the path to nuclear power with nuclear bombs, not clean nuclear power.
Well, as far as I know,
I don't care what we use in the future. I don't give a shit.
As far as I know, there hasn't been a demonstration. There hasn't been a demonstration of a working thorium reactor at scale.
No, not at scale, but we now the Russians are running the Russians and the Chinese. I don't remember who's running which one, but one is running a 2 megawatt reactor and the other one's running a 4 megawatt reactor. And I also know the technology well enough to know, and Dave would know as a chemist as well, that the limiting factor is not the technology of the size of the reactor. It is the size of the filtration system to keep the thorium molten salt reactor running, because as the fuel is spent, the impurities are the things that need to be filtered out in order to keep the reactor running effectively. That is an engineering problem. That is a material
I was told
problem.
by a guy who I think seems to be up to speed on the nukes, that the real modern technology can take the nuclear fuel down to zero now. It used to be you'd refine it, you'd get 6%, and then you'd have to throw away 94%.
Right.
And he said you can take it down to zero now. So
Yeah,
I have this
new-
I have this image of Back to the Future where the guy shows up and dumps garbage into his car and then drives off.
And I mean, we know that about the thorium cycle, because it's a greater than 2. It creates more neutrons than it, and that seeds the reaction. Then you feed it fuel, it uses all of it. I'm not really up to the speed on modern on better uranium-238 reactor designs, but I know that they're better than the Gen 1 light water reactors that we keep selling around the world.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Rosatom isn't selling very many of those, and I know that that Rosatom's book of business is fucking enormous.
So I was one of the guys who bought RSX, not in quantity.
Right.
I owned a very small number of shares for about 5 years,
Mhm.
but I was one of the ones who said, "Look, I'm going to try to catch this as a dead cat." And I was about 2 days from the shutdown.
It was in my portfolio on both my newsletters.
That's right. I didn't play it big. My disappointment will be that they'll start trading it again, but the big guys will be able to grab it all up before it's actually available to us little guys.
Yeah, the bigger question is whether or not you even still have custodial ownership of the shares, because
I know.
custodial ownership
You know what's the really stupid part is?
Terrible.
We took all these resources that Western investors owned, we gave them back to Russia. Right? You said, okay, we're going to fuck those Russians by shutting down trading. So all you guys in the United States,
we can trap billions of dollars of capital inside Russia.
Oh yeah, that's like in Blazing Saddles, you know.
No one ever underestimated the stupidity of neocons and their bloodthirst for killing Russians.
Oh, you mean like Lindsey Graham, one of those?
Yes,
Like
and everybody else. They really do want to kill. Just as far I put it in an article I wrote recently. I'm like, what do you talking about Russia and Ukraine and this just how terrible the whole idea is of the amount of wasted human capital in the offensives, the war back and forth, all the dead, and I'm like, but at the end of the day, when you really stop to think about the people who were behind this war, it's like a variation on the old joke about 50 dead lawyers. What do you call 50 dead lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?
A good start.
Well, what do you call 100? What do you call 200,000 dead Slavs fighting over swampland?
Statistic.
A good start. No, worse than that. A good start.
Well,
that's
it's not, that famous Madeleine Albright quote is just so staggering. When she was asked about 500,000 dead kids, and she said, "Was it worth it?" And she said, "All things considered, yes." I'm going, "You just said that?" It was staggering. That'll live in infamy for centuries, provided we live for centuries.
Yeah, she's right up there with Pol Pot.
Oh my God, yes.
Horrible.
The pot calling the kettle black, right?
Listen, there's something that I just want to say, the little that I can about the energy question.
Sure.
I think that there are two elements of the story that we're not really taking into account. One is that the amount of capital that it's going to need, that's going to be required to continue to perform these fracking operations. I think the capital is not going to be available. I think that one of the features of the coming financial train wreck is going to be that an awful lot of capital that we were depending on for exactly this kind of contingency is not going to be there. So that's one thing. The second thing
let me add to that before you go to the next thing. I think they actually knowingly threw capital down the toilet to say, look, we want the energy, forget about the price, forget about the consequences. So I think they knowingly blew a capital bubble in the energy market to get that fracking.
They wanted to, it was a stunt to prove something,
Well, it's an outgrowth of zero bound. It's an outgrowth of zero bound money. Never
The
forget
second
that.
thing is that I think we underestimate the amount of social disorder that we're moving into, and how disruptive that's going to be to all of these kinds of activities that are highly rationalized activities.
Total
No.
loss in faith of institutions.
Yes.
That's a good start for what I'm
All
talking about.
institutions.
And
all
that's
institutions.
and that's why this is now all of a sudden became a gold podcast.
One other thing I want to say, apropos of what Tom said about the cascading problems of systems. We're already beginning to see something really interesting, which is just at the local level, tremendous loss of competence in just about everything that we need to conduct, daily American life.
Healthcare.
We can't find plumbers,
Healthcare.
we can't find electricians. The healthcare system is absolutely unraveling, and for the strangest reasons too. I mean, it's not simply the racketeering and the insurance dynamic with the organized medicine, but for the strangest reason, the doctors have lost their fucking minds. They're still out there retailing a vaccine that's killing people.
I know.
And that is destroying people's faith in organized medicine or corporatized medicine, however we're going to define it. So there's tremendous bleed out of competence right now that's going on, and you can imagine how much worse it's going to. I mean, right now our economy is not that damaged. It's pretty damaged, but not that damaged. It's not crumbling. But imagine what happens, after some serious train wreck happens. Those are the points.
There's no doubt, Jim, that we're on the verge of a massive credit crisis. I've never sat here and said, yeah, Powell's going to raise rates to 6% and not going to cause any pain. Okay. I was listening to
You
Neil
wouldn't have
Howe.
believed he could get to 6.
I
6
did.
didn't
kind
look
of amazing.
achievable.
I threw it out there originally just to get people, just to shock people and to get them thinking. And then no, I think you can get there. Okay. So now I think you can get to 7.
Ooh.
Okay. But
I'm rooting for it.
So am I.
I want the train wreck over. Rip the bandage off. I want it over.
It's not just that, but it's also there's many ways of looking at this. What does raising the cost of capital do quickly? One, it brings out leverage. 2, it biases capital towards those things that we need the most. So capital is only put towards the things that we need the most. Well, that means rebuilding the things that have been destroyed. It also means that all the dumb ideas that have been subsidized by cheap money, training bathrooms and all of this stuff, all that goes away as well. It means that professional sports are going to become. That's why I would, if I were Disney, I'd be selling ESPN. I would have sold ESPN 2 years ago. Okay, I would sell their back catalog to Apple right now, and I would sell Marvel in a heartbeat. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, these, and Martin Armstrong warned us about all this shit ages ago, saying this is coming. We're going to start to seeing interest rates rise around the globe, and when that happens, all these over invested system, where we've pushed capital into the wrong aspects of our society. This is a very Austrian argument, actually.
I was about to say,
it's very Austrian. It's pure Austrian. And this is all going to come right back into the productive portion of the economy. And this is where you're going to find out, no, Jim, I disagree with you. We're going to put a fuckload of money into the oil markets. Okay. Because we're going to need the oil, because we don't have any other replacement technology. But we're also, when I was listening to Neil Howe, he was on Wealthy On. I don't know if you guys saw that interview recently. Okay. So what was the most important part of everything Neil said? Was when he asked the question. He's like, I ask this people about all this question to people all the time. When's the best time to reform the system? And everybody reflexively will say, when we have the money to reform the system.
Yeah, we never do though.
But we never do. It has to be the crisis. So we have to have the crisis. We have to have the recession. And I really fundamentally believe at this point that when the next recession hits that everybody is scared of, that's when we're going to find out just what the fuck we're made out of. And if we're not made
See,
out of that, we're going
it
to
can't
collapse.
just be the next recession, though. See, what
It's going to be bad.
we
It's going to be really bad. It's going to be really bad.
because what the easy money policy has done, it has created 4 decades of V bounces.
Yes.
And the problem is we need the recession that will bring about this catharsis will be one where the V bounce never shows up.
Nope. It's going to be down.
And so then
flat.
what will happen is the boomers will discover that they're worth half or more or less of what they thought they're worth. So now instead of
Yep.
being retiring, they're going to be getting food stamps. And it's just not coming back.
Yep.
And the last time that sort of shit happened, we had a quarter the debt to GDP ratio that we have now.
Yep.
And so
what that means is that we're going to have to, this is what I've been arguing for
make
a while.
choices, make choices.
One big choices, and the choice is going to be cut the government by 25 to 30%. That's
Well,
one.
that
Two,
by the way means
everybody forget the idea that you're going to have a managed healthcare plan. Your managed healthcare plan is that family you don't talk to.
but it also implies that those people are not going to be getting the food stamps.
Right.
Well, or that the Department of Defense is no longer going to get $900 billion officially, and another couple $100 billion unofficially through other agencies that are actually wholly owned subsidiaries there.
But I think we're
like the
so
Department of
deeply
Energy.
I think we're so deeply in debt that you could zero the government out.
No,
And
because I do think remember, so much of our look, I've run this idea out there multiple times. Gold is going to become part of the new monetary system. The BRICS are going to force it on us, or we're going to do it. When Trump, I've talked about this before, guys. When Trump was trying to get Judy Shelton onto the Federal Reserve Board.
yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Trying to get
vividly,
Judy Shelton, of all people, onto the
vividly.
Federal Reserve Board. And
Gold bug supremo.
And the last thing that John McCain did before his brain tumor reached up and throttled his brain and gave his life, it regrettably gave its only life for its country, fist bumped Kamala Harris on the Senate floor for blocking her accession to the Federal Reserve Board. Because when Mnuchin and Trump were talking about 50 and 100-year bonds, they were leaving out the linchpin with a 5% gold redemption clause. You throw gold out onto the yield curve, you can write a 50-year bond with 5% gold redemption and a 2% coupon payable in dollars, regardless of what interest rates are. Because now you can allow the price of gold to rise to give investors the money, give the investors the return they want. They can stop sitting on the price of gold. There's a moment in time when governments are going to embrace higher gold prices. Or they're just going to hyperinflate to infinity. I don't think we're going to have that situation this time. And the reason is because there is an antipode to this system that if they want to survive, they have a choice. They can follow what the BRICS are eventually going to do and are doing right now, which is they are going to create a trade settlement, a pan-country trade settlement system that is settled in gold, which will change the dynamic completely. They're reintroducing gold into the global monetary system, and we're going to have to. That's Europe's only way out. And
it'll happen when
the U.S. will embrace this. And the U.S. will embrace this. The U.S. banking system will embrace this when it's after they've broken the ECB and they've broken up Europe.
So this has not happened to date because we bomb the shit out of everybody who talks about it.
Exactly. And now we can't. Because the Russians stood up to us, and the Russians have basically said, yeah, no. And everybody else is saying, I think those Russians have got it. Like when you think about the response to the sanctions from the rest of the world, where we went out of our way to try and isolate the Russians from the rest of the world in March of 2022, and the rest of the world didn't follow. Only the Anglosphere followed. Only Europe followed. Only the WEF-controlled Anglosphere, the British Crown, the Commonwealth, the United States, Europe. Everybody else said, what, are you kidding me? We depend on Russian grain. We depend on Russian aluminum. We depend on Russian titanium. Forget the oil and gas. How about all the other things? The uranium, the titanium, the tungsten, the this, the that. All this shit. Like
lumber,
timber. All of it. We're not doing it. And when
Salmon.
Russia moved into Syria in 2015 and stood up to the empire, and we didn't immediately oust them, that was the moment that everybody stood up and took notice.
Do
The
you
Russian
think
intervention into Syria in October 2015 was the turning point.
Do you think that the Ukraine war is showing that our military is now a hollowed out core, or simply showing that that we haven't unleashed it?
I think it's a mixture of both, Dave. I think we don't have the capacity to run an industrial war against the Russians because we don't have the capacity at an industrial level to fight that war. I do believe that I still believe that our weapon systems and our combined operations are probably if not, are still superior to the Russians. The Russians have not proven they can do combined arms ops in any way.
Right, but
that
being superior is not the story, because you have to include as one of the parameters the pussy factor. And what we don't have is we get bent out of shape when 5 guys get killed.
I know. Yeah, no,
And the Russians do not get bent out of shape when 5 guys get killed.
No, they don't.
So Russia
agree.
can win by simply blackening a few eyes.
I've been saying from the beginning, Putin has always understood the parameters of how to fight a war of attrition along multiple vectors. And you do parallel aggression when you blow. Okay, Britain, Ukraine, you blow up the Kerch Strait Bridge again. It's like Swamp Castle from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Like, we'll blow up the Kerch Strait Bridge, we'll build it again. Right? It's like Swamp Castle, that routine. Okay, you'll send some drones into Moscow. Okay, you'll blow up you'll blow up the stealth bomber factory,
but those
or whatever.
drones in Moscow,
Okay, none of that stuff matters. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna send Wagner to you. We're gonna send Wagner to you. We're going to send Wagner to Niger and back the coup and take away all France's freaking commodity collateral. Like, that's the biggest fuck you of all time. That's what I would do.
You mentioned at one point the Italians and the French were about to go at it. What's the status on that, by the way?
Yeah, by the way, the people in the streets in Niger were waving Russian flags.
Yeah, they were. Remember, all of this blew up a week after all the African leaders were in St. Petersburg meeting with Putin. Like this, they went to Putin.
I need to interject here.
Sure.
Bottoms up.
Okay. So I can't even. I can't even. I have the vapors now.
There's probably people watching this going, I have no idea what they're talking
about.
What are they talking about? Mahatma Gandhi has spoken.
Okay.
Remember the sign? Remember the sign in the men's bathroom that said, "Please don't eat the mints."
Oh, God.
To try and bring this back onto the rails, I don't know if that's Russian gauge, Iberian gauge, or Irish gauge, or Western gauge. I've played enough board games to know that there are different gauges. I think that you asked about Italy and France. Well, I can tell you that who ripped the 7th seal off of European economic policy? Georgia Maloney, when she came out and she talked about the CFA franc, right? Mm-hmm. So does the
by the way, I have a crush on Maloney.
Yeah, I think she's playing. I think she's in a very difficult very difficult place. I've been arguing for a while now that her job is to survive. Her job is to try and just survive the crazy, because the EU is trying to get rid of her. And so she's backed up to the Americans. And also wave the Ukrainian flag because the Americans want her to, because that's the way she says.
What was that motion you just did? You were doing something there. What was that? Waving the flag.
I was waving the flag like the old Italian man at the end of Catch-22. The Americans are coming through. The Germans are coming through. Oh yeah, again. All right. So I mean, if you guys really want me to go that route,
No,
okay,
no.
fine. So I just think but it's clear that Maloney's in a very difficult position in Italy. The Italian deep state makes all of our deep states across the rest of the West look like
Hikers.
amateurs, tourists, pikers, whatever you want to call us, right? So, but again, some of those guys are starting to die off. Berlusconi's gone. Maybe Mattarella will be out of the. She's got to wait until Mattarella's term, I think, is up in 2024. I think Mattarella's term as president is up. I don't remember if it's 2020, 2024, 2025. I don't quite remember. I have to, somebody go look it up and let me know that I'm an idiot, that I can't remember this off the top of my head. Because that's what the internet does. They, like to tell you that you're an idiot for that which you don't have completely, I don't have my fucking cliff notes in front of me of European politics. But she's in a difficult position. So I think she's just going to do her best to try and survive and stay in power for as long as possible, and then make inroads and make good deals all across North Africa, Algeria. What's the place we destroyed? Libya.
Tunisia.
Tunisia.
What's the place we
Libya.
destroyed?
Libya.
What's the place we destroyed? There's an open-ended question.
There's an open-ended question. I was thinking of the one right over there. And then there's and the other thing that people that's flown under the radar as well is that the Russians and the Chinese have forgiven close to $50 billion worth of sub-Saharan African debt. And now they're looking at the IMF going, your turn. Your turn. And the IMF is like, no, we expect to be paid back. The loan sharks are just losing all of their all of the systems of control are all breaking down, and the big ones are now being actively attacked. And when Egypt says, you know what, I'm not paying back my IMF loan at all, that one's going to be fun. And I think that's very, very close to something. One of these countries is going to just say no to the IMF, and the Americans aren't going to respond to it. And you know why? Because we don't control the IMF anymore. Klaus Schwab does. Georgieva is her gal. She's his gal. Same thing with Lagarde. Remember, he got rid of Dominique Strauss-Kahn and moved in Lagarde, and then he moved Draghi into the ECB, and then he moved him out and moved him into the Italian prime ministership, and he moved Lagarde into the this shit's it's not hard, guys. I mean, Schwab himself may be the front man for somebody for a bigger game, but he's still.
So let me see if I got this right. You're saying Strauss-Kahn's rape charge was politically motivated?
Oh, absolutely. That was a classic nut. That was a classic nuts and sluts.
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious, Tom.
That was classic nuts and sluts. Absolutely.
That's exactly right. I
What
want
did
to
you
get
call
to the
that?
nuts and
sluts.
Oh, nuts and sluts.
Pick one. You either accuse the guy of being insane, or you give him you catch him in bed with a it's the dead hooker alive boy test. You can either get caught in bed with a dead hooker or a live boy.
Dead hooker doesn't do it anymore. Dead hooker doesn't do it anymore.
You got to go for the live boy, and even that doesn't really work anymore either.
I think you got to go for an armadillo now. Not that I've tried.
But hey, no armadillos from Florida. No one wants leprosy.
I know you get leprosy. It's terrible.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's where the
leprosy outbreak across Florida from armadillos. Yeah, you gotta be very. Don't
that's
touch
the reservoir.
Yeah,
I got to figure leprosy is the worst of your concerns if you're smacking it away on an armadillo.
I've read Thomas Covenant, dude. I do not want to be a leper. No.
This gets to a topic that I've been working on for several years, but I accelerated it this year, and I'm likely to go down the rabbit hole. I've been trying to come up with a model that explains why people do things that seem so counterintuitive.
Right.
So anathema to, first of all, the United States. Now, you say, oh, they're a sociopath, but there's people who do things you say, you've lost all sense of what we stand for, the pillars of our system, and you're throwing us on the bus. Why are you doing that? And then you see guys do stuff where you go, you're not even doing something in your own best interest. What's that all about? Right. So the guiding force that I've been sort of exploring pretty intensively, and it's very depressing, is the role of sex blackmail and pedophilia. So the reason this year it's picked up, of course, is because of that movie, The Sound of Freedom. Right. But I was working on it before that. I picked up on it when I was reading about the Wayfair scandal, stuff like that. But I'm beginning to believe having read a lot this year, that it really is that the trafficking problem is both huge. They're not selling children to guys in trailer parks. They're selling them to rich and powerful people. And what you'll notice is they catch, occasionally they'll bring back a kid, occasionally they'll catch a trafficker. They absolutely will never catch someone who actually was the recipient of the child. And there's whole organizations like the National, Center for Abused and Missing Children, the International Center for Abused and Missing. They're huge organizations. And then when you dig into them, they start looking like the Clinton Foundation. They start looking like just graft and corruption themselves. And you start seeing names of people who are perverts on the boards and things like that. And I read the book, The Franklin Scandal. Forget the documentary. It's too cheesy. The book is great.
The book is insane.
Now, here's where it really gets interesting. Whitney Webb brings up the Franklin Scandal a lot in her book.
Part 2?
But part 2. You should just read part 2 if you want to do it.
Yeah, okay.
And even that is tough going. But
It's
one
a
of those
slog,
things
yeah.
Yeah, it's a real brawl. But Whitney comes at it from, here are all the bad guys, and then she occasionally connects them with the Franklin Scandal. So the Franklin Scandal said, here's all the pedophiles, and here's all the abused crackheads who are crackheads because some guy jammed it up their ass for their first 10 years of their life. Combined, the two tell a compelling story of pedophilia playing seriously geopolitical roles. Pizzagate, I am now a believer in Pizzagate. I don't know what parts are wrong. I don't know what parts are right, but I am absolutely a believer that Pizzagate has fundamentally sound foundations in the theory. I've read, massive documents on the Pizzagate with all the emails and document and analyzing and stuff like that. And it appears, we've taken Jeffrey Epstein, who's a supreme intelligence guy, a supreme perv, a supreme blackmailer, Roy Cohn level blackmailer, and we've reduced him to a perv who just like teenagers. Society and the media was complicit in the whole story, which means someone's stepping on the entire media, which means therefore, so the sound of freedom. When I first saw it, when I first saw it coming out, it inspired me, and then I went and watched it, and my wife and I talked about it. We had a couple of allergic reactions. One was, she said the guy goes deep into the Colombian jungles to get one girl, left a family of 6 or 7 behind. No one in their right mind would make that calculus. You do not leave 7 children at home to go save one unknown child in the jungles of Colombia with what would appear to be like a 98% fatality probability. And then the thing that troubled me is they never showed they showed pedophiles in a traditional pedophile sense. So whenever you see the pedophiles, it's not some congressman, it's some guy in a van with this awful look on his face. And I just don't think those are the pedophiles. No one seems to doubt that the trafficking is a massive problem, but no article ever takes it to where do these kids end up. They never get it there. Sound of Freedom never got it there. So then there was this huge pushback that basically was, Rolling Stone and various groups talked about what a horrible movie Sound of Freedom was. It was QAnon adjacent and blah, 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 which I think right away it says someone is blocking the shit out of the movie. It turns out I've dug into it, and I think they're both right. So my conclusion right now is tentatively that Sound of Freedom is a gigantic grift. That someone spotted the opportunity that this was a way to sell the broken hearts and minds of people a lot of fundraising.
I don't know. Caviezel seems like a fanatic, a religious fanatic.
He might be, but he himself might have been duped. Ballard is showing some sketchy connectivity. Ballard's showing some sketchy connectivity.
The thing is, I would argue knowing a little bit, not a lot, a little bit about script development in Hollywood and all the rest of it. Because remember, this is not an outside of the Hollywood system
Right.
produced film. This is a film that was sat on for 5 years and then eventually was distributed. Okay.
Right.
Finished
Yeah,
and
it's
distributed.
finished.
So it was finished and distributed or whatever. And finally found distribution. Because of that, Dave, I would caution you about the soft pedaling of the whole who are the pedophiles thing part, because that's going to be the only, there's going to be only, it's never going to be allowed if it goes through a certain
there's no, that's right. There's no,
so you do what you can in the in the development process. You do what you can, and then from there you leave people to go to the next.
There's no question. The problem is, and these problems could be being brought up by psyops and you name it.
Right.
But the problem is the pushback is telling a pretty good fucking story that superimposed on this Sounds of Freedom is a big grift. So, and they both could be right. That's the problem.
They could be. I would say that I think they're hysterical over their hysterical overreaction about QAnon and this, that, and everything else. And they were all on Talking Point tells me that they know the movie gets close enough to the mark.
I agree with that.
And
Dave,
that's all that's necessary.
Dave, you mentioned the other day in some tweet or something that you're preparing your year in review already, filing your various subject papers. Do you think that we're going to see some kind of interesting resolution of this pedophile stuff before too long?
No,
it's not moving.
I think
toward resolution.
I think the pedophiles are running the globe.
Yeah.
I think you don't have to corrupt that. I have several working hypotheses. One, for example, I have this idea that you fictionalize reality. So you take something that's real, MK Ultra. You then make a movie about it that looks just like MK Ultra, which then allows people to say, "Oh yeah, that's just the Bourne Identity," right? So they dismiss it, right? And you do that routinely. So Sound of Freedom, in some sense, could be the fictionalizing of reality.
Of course.
And then the other thing is, I don't think you corrupt people in power. I think you corrupt people and then give them power, and that's the classic Epstein play, right? Yep. That's the classic Epstein play.
You find you find people who are corruptible, and then you just
that's right.
Give them what they want.
And then you look into things like spirit cooking. There's no question that spirit cooking is real. The question is whether they're actually eating people.
Right.
They're pretending to eat people. You got to be a sick motherfucker to pretend to eat people. I don't care whether they're real. Yeah. But it is absolutely
or an
real.
Aztec.
Right. Well, that's right. But there is definitely this spirit cooking satanic crap out there where people go through the motions. You ever seen Alex Jones's outing of the Bohemian Grove guys?
Yep.
He nailed it. I mean, he
did. I remember that. I remember him confronting David Gergen and all that stuff. It was hilarious. God. I watched that stuff when it came out. Are you kidding? Like that was I was there with Alex when he was doing that shit. I was like, and
how hooked into the WEF with the pedophile networks?
I haven't made that connection yet. So my goal is never. I watched the guys who do this really well, and I could never keep up with them. So my goal is to just produce a narrative. Like my Ukraine narrative last year, I'm fiercely proud of. And it's not that I have any inside information or anything. What I did is I found the 40 people talking about Ukraine through the right lens, in my opinion.
Right.
The people who are looking at it and saying, look, Putin had to attack. They were slaughtering people, the Azov battalion, the whole thing. There were tons of people talking about the Ukrainian war. Not tons, but there was a number of dozen people who were talking about Ukraine correctly, in my opinion. What I successfully did, in my opinion, was bring their voices under one narrative. Right. They were not doing that. I did that. And I'm proud of that. I'm trying to get at the question of whether pedophilia and sexual blackmail, how big an influence is it on everything we see geopolitically? It could be the guiding principle by which they take people of wealth and power, and they get them. right? And you don't have to control everybody. But one of the things about the Franklin scandal, to those who don't know, do you guys all know the Franklin scandal?
No, I just
Okay.
bookmarked it on the browser to look at it
Okay,
later.
so the Franklin scandal is about a pedophile ring run by a guy named Larry King, not the news guy. Some guy who's Republican tied, strong Republican ties. And the witnesses who came out and said this is what they did to us were all a bunch of junkie, crackhead, multiple personality types, because they were fucked up. They were completely fucked up. But a number of highly credible people, interviewed them and corroborated their stories, and it became very clear, in my opinion, from reading the book, that there was this pedophile ring working out of Omaha, and that they were flying kids around the country to go to parties in Manhattan and things like that. It didn't look like a huge scandal. I mean, it didn't look like a huge ring to me. But what was remarkable is how high up the suppression of the story came from. So you start with the lowest level, where the chief of police, they go to him and they get nothing. You find out he's one of the perps. You then find out the attorney general of Nebraska completely stepped on it. Then you find out that the FBI massacred witnesses who dared tell them about what was going on, and threatened to throw them in jail for decades for perjury and shit like that. So the FBI came off as truly awful. And then they had a Supreme Court decision, and they brought in a judge illegally who was not a legal Supreme Court justice, who then just butchered the living shit out of the entire trial. And it was so rigged. And so you were left with a sense of this relatively self-contained pedophile ring. And they said that the influence came from deep inside the White House. And I said, okay, Roy Cohn, who knows, right? So the response to the scandal was so disproportionate to what you would have expected that you're left with a sense that this was a tip of the iceberg that they had to deal with.
Yep.
And so then you start looking at Pizzagate, and you start looking at I just think there's a and Roy Cohn was a famous. Did anyone see Corey Feldman on The View call out Hollywood for being rampant pedophilia?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he's on The View. He says there's a rampant pedophilia problem. So did Elijah Wood. By the way, he recanted. Boy, you read the Franklin scandal book and you go, I know how they got him to recant. They step on people like there is no tomorrow to make sure they don't follow through with that story. So Barbara Walters hears Corey Feldman on The View. She was on The View at that point. And he says there's a rampant pedophilia problem. And the logical thing, if it's an uncomfortable topic, is say, oh boy, that's a problem. Let's go to commercial. And then say, Corey, what the fuck are you doing? And he's been asked why I won't name names. He said Corey Haim, his buddy, got raped relentlessly, committed suicide. He said Elijah Wood. He said himself. He said he won't name names. And people criticize him. And he says, I have to sell the story. If I name names, it's gone. It's gone. The only way I'm going to sell this story is to keep those names to myself until it's time. So in any event, so he says this, and Barbara Walters doesn't do what you would think is logical, and that is have
destroying an entire industry.
That's right. She came in and she attacked him with everything she has. So then I'm tooling along reading one of my more recent books, and they're talking about Roy Cohn. And they're talking about how he was as tight could be with Barbara Walters. And I go, holy shit.
Well, her dad owned a nightclub, the Latin Quarter.
That.
Yeah, he owned the Latin Quarter nightclub in New York, in Manhattan. So
right.
he was part of that night world of New York City.
Yeah, Studio 54.
Well, this is
Roy
earlier.
Cohn was huge in Studio 54.
The Latin Quarter was 50s and 40s.
But for those who are listening who don't know Roy Cohn, he was probably the most legendary sexual blackmailer of the 20th century. He was bad. And by the way, he built Reagan from bottom to top.
What?
Roy Cohn had control of Reagan's career before he even got elected president of the Screen Guild Association. Roy Cohn created.
How was Reagan a perv in some way?
No, I think they just saw the potential.
Right. They saw the potential and then they use him.
But
For
there's
what he is.
pictures. You boot it up on Google. If you search Reagan and Roy Cohn, let me just search this just to make sure I'm not blowing hot air. Reagan and Roy Cohn, you'll see pictures of Roy Cohn in the inner circle, banging
Well, I
away
think
on
Nancy was tight with him, was she not?
Well, I don't know who was tight with him, but he was inside the most inner circle of Reagan's White House. And if you go to images, well, there's a couple pictures of Reagan with him, but there's somewhere it's clearly Roy Cohn is and Roy Cohn was the right-hand man of McCarthy. And so Roy Cohn is the undisputable bad man. There he is with fucking the more recent douchebag. I can't remember his name. The guy got sent to jail. He was the baddest of the bad. And he trained Epstein. The claim is he was Trump's mentor.
Mm-hmm. I've heard
Now,
that.
and I was on a podcast and I said, now, was he photographed with Trump and did they cross paths? Because powerful people cross paths all the time.
In New York, especially.
Yes. The claim is, no, it was really much worse than that. So I haven't yet gotten with Trump. I haven't yet gotten the documentation on that.
Right.
But Roy Cohn is about as evil could be. He was sociopathically evil. And so the bottom line is I think this has been going on for decades, millennia, probably, right? I could use some help if anyone spots something, but I just wanted to point that out. That's what I'm working on. Now, the other thing I'm going to write about is I have to make sure I kind of keep them separate, but I've got to go at the transgender crap. I've just got to go at it.
Yeah.
There's too much at stake. And there's double angle. One is the activists who are destroying young lives, the parents who are going to wake up someday and some kid's going to be saying to their parent 10 years from now, where were you when I needed a parent?
Yep.
How did you let me do this? And I'm confident this will happen. The other one is the Title IX in sports, right? So Riley Gaines is the emerging story there. And she said that, so she stood up against, Leah Thomas and all that, transgender in sports. Now, Title IX got women's sports on the map. And then they come in and destroy it. It's just staggering to me. Where are the adults in the room for that one? Well,
especially the athletic directors and the
right.
University deans.
You start watching Riley Gaines interviews and you'll find out that she said behind closed doors, it's a 98% keep up the fight. She's getting congratulated for fighting this. She's the swimmer who got by everybody, by
But who are the fucking deans who looked at this guy, Leah Thomas, and said, oh, yeah, we're going to let a 6'4" tranny with a big nutsack compete
one of the
against all
guys
these
who
girls.
told her to keep fighting was the head of the NCAA. And she looks at him
Why
and she
didn't
says,
he fight?
That's
He's
what
the
she
head of
said.
the
She said,
NCAA.
I'm fighting you. So this is how insane this is. And so no one wants to lose their job. And I, at some level, I get it. I'm vaccinated. I didn't get vaccinated because I thought I needed it. It was vaccinate or lose my job. And I did the math and I said, look, I don't think the probability of being hurt is that high. I'm not quitting on a hunch. And therefore I vaccinated. It was that simple. If you said you got to take another, I'm old enough now where I'd say no. But when I had the boost, I'm looking, I got some years left. I've already survived 2 of the jabs. Am I now going to quit because 2 jabs went uneventfully and I won't take a third? This is nuts, right? But this is the thinking. We get blackmailed. Now you got the douchebags from Fives. You see the guys down in Australia where they claim that no one was forced to vaccinate. I go, what does that mean to you? Of course, we were all forced to vaccinate who had jobs that were going to be taken away if we didn't vaccinate. That's coercion.
Well, you had the opportunity to quit if you want. Like, oh, okay, shut the fuck up.
I also have the opportunity to take a Louisville Slugger to that motherfucker's head.
Exactly.
That's my view. And they weren't coerced. I'm just going to beat the living snot out of that person, right? It makes me so fucking mad. I don't know why more people don't do that. I'm a parent. Someone forces my kid to vaccinate and they end up a zombie. Someone's going to the light. Someone is going to the fucking light.
Yeah.
And I don't know why there hasn't been more of that.
I don't either. I can't.
There's cases where they tricked kids into that. One kid had immune issues. They tricked him into vaccinating at school against his parents' will, and he ended up a zombie. I would do gender transition on that motherfucker with a butter knife and sell the fucking proceeds to the spirit cookers.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Speaking of which,
I'm not going into. I spent
Harvard,
20 minutes with my therapist yesterday talking about what my inner private pile will do to anybody who tries to indenture my daughter to go fight a banker war over in fucking Ukraine. You know, if they decide to bring back the freaking draft, no, like there are many things that will get me on the top of a clock tower with a high powered rifle.
I just heard that Harvard Medical School had a big scandal because there people inside the medical school were selling body parts on the internet.
Nice
touch.
Everybody's gonna make a buck somewhere. I mean, come on, this is the American way.
But they were selling shit like people's faces that have been peeled off and stuff. I mean, this is weird shit.
Yep. Super nice.
Super nice, yeah.
It's again. I raised enough goats over the years, and had enough, had a buck paddock full of you put enough boy goats into a small area together, you get a whole lot of aberrant behavior.
Right.
Which is a metaphor for when you put a whole bunch of humans under stress, that is unnatural. You put any system under stress, you're going to get a whole lot of aberrant behavior. So, I guess maybe I'm the only guy in podcasting who can take who can take caprine anal rape and tie it into, what this is the kind of things that we're dealing with here. People lose their focus and they lose their all of their compass about
we've reached a point where we've got a kid who, as Bill Maher said, they're trying to decide whether to be a princess or a cowboy.
Right.
And then we're saying, okay, once they decide, say, okay, then we're going to have to cut off your dick, Your Highness. Right. It's just crazy. And I think we're going to look up 10 years from now and go, holy fuck, what have we done? Remember, it's like the Salem witch trials, right?
It's worse.
They killed like 300 or 400 people. And then finally someone said, what the fuck are we doing?
I don't know that it's going to be 10 years, Dave, but it's going to be.
I don't think it'll take 10. I don't think it'll take 10.
I don't either. I think we're already on the downside of this, and we're trying to now make some kind of sense of it. And
the
drag queen story hours really was the top.
May have been. I mean,
well, so then there's this question of why are corporations getting into the game? And there's this ESG scoring shit, and I go, I don't buy it. That's too simple for me. Now, It turns out that I think the Anheuser-Busch CEO, the Ambev, he's ex-CIA.
Of course he is.
What? But so you got a guy who's running the company that stepped into the shitter who's ex-CIA.
From the moment these things started, I've been 6 years ago, I was screaming that Warner Brothers was running vandalism. 7 years ago, we're running vandalism campaigns against their own projects to destroy them because they didn't like what those projects said. And we're talking. The question is why. Well, because they said the wrong things. They weren't telling you that communism was good and great. They weren't telling you that. They were telling you, no, you need heroes. Your heroes are flawed and they can be redeemed and all this stuff. We're talking. Anybody who was telling a story that wasn't that was even remotely constructive of society was systematically destroyed. Hollywood destroyed the Snyderverse, and they've tried to destroy Star Wars.
By the way, excuse me, Spielberg comes out looking real bad. Whitney's
fuck yeah, he does. I can barely watch the Spielberg movie.
So the alternative theory is that CEO has been filmed getting a blowjob from a 5-year-old. They
Yeah.
own them.
or he was put in charge to vandalize and destroy the company.
I know, but it's so. But again, it's
Do you need
sexual
leverage if he's
blackmail.
a true believer? You don't need the leverage if he's a true believer. If he's not a true believer, you need to put leverage against him.
That's right. And the other thing you need is you don't need everyone to be corrupted. You just need enough people to be corrupted where the corrupted ones can wreak havoc on the uncorrupted ones.
And never forget this one as well. Especially what's going on in Hollywood right now, going back to the whole zero bound argument thing, and when capital is expensive, we're going to figure out what is and isn't important. I can tell you that when I watch, I don't watch a lot of popular entertainment. I watch my corner of it, and it happens to be, Star Wars and shit like that. I can tell you when I see a project that should have been good and then wasn't. And then I see, let's take Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Perfect example. They spent 250. It was a good movie. It was fine. It was perfectly fine. You look at that movie and you say to yourself, they spent $250 million on the movie and then they didn't support it. Disney had no marketing budget for it. Most people didn't even know it was coming out. I mean, even within geek culture, and I'm like steeped in geek culture, guys. Like 90% of my YouTube feed is geek culture stuff because that's what I use YouTube for. I don't use it for work. Okay. I let my patrons tell me what I should watch on YouTube. And I can tell you that I barely recognized that it was coming out. I was more excited for Mission Impossible 7 anyway. But the point being is that they can't get the financing for these projects anymore. They can't get the marketing budgets for them if they don't do and say the right thing. When James Mangold turns in an Indiana Jones story that should have been feminist and woke and wasn't, funding for the marketing funding goes away. Why is Disney under the kind of pressure it's under right now? It's not just because they're making terrible decisions about, I got a meme on my Twitter feed. It's a picture of a black goat and the title is Bambi, right? So okay, it's hilarious. I'll tweet it out to you, the guys later on. It's hilarious, right? Because it's a black goat. It's great. But some of those decisions are being made they're being driven at the corporate level, and then if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then they don't get the funding to make the next project. So these things are hideously expensive to make. This is why, and I can go like 100 miles down the road as to why I think they're like literally going after all the projects, all the things that Lucas built to build Lucasfilm, because Lucas was the original outsider trying to break Hollywood and trying to break the CIA's control over Hollywood. Or did anybody not watch THX 1138 and American Graffiti? And did anybody not listen to George Lucas talk when he was 28 years old?
Oh, the other guy is interesting to listen to is Aaron Russo. You watch the Aaron Russo videos?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I met Russo at a libertarian.
Man.
I met Russo at a libertarian party. I put on the Florida convention in Gainesville in 2004, and Russo was there. We hung out. Yeah, I hung out with him all evening.
He's a Hollywood producer.
He's dead now.
Yeah, he's dead. Who was best buddies with David Rockefeller, and he did a bunch of interviews where he talked about what Rockefeller said.
Yeah,
and it's sort of staggering New World Order shit.
Oh yeah, you can find used to be able to find these.
Well, at least the Coen brothers are out there. They seem to operate independently of Hollywood largely.
For the most part, they do, and they just get Hollywood to.
So here's my question. Here's another.
They also
question.
make movies that only cost $5 or $10 million to make, and they do it on purpose.
Yeah.
There's this massive corruption where there's this completely blurry line between intelligence, corporate America or corporate world, twisted satanic shit. It looks to me like it's mostly left wing. I'm not seeing the profound levels of scandal on the right that I see on the left. Is that a bias?
I don't think so. I think you're proceeding with the true point of emanation.
So it's a left.
I think it's a pure. I think, Dave. I think it. The way I've always described it is, I think it's a purity spiral of born of ideological possession, and if if you support the McGill version of reality, then it's a left brain possession. And it's that once you start down the path of the purity spiral, you don't get out of it.
Define a purity spiral.
Things have to be so like. You ever meet a libertarian that won't talk to you unless you admit that all taxation is theft and the state doesn't, you get to that where where
you get rigid. You get rigid
and you keep taking, well, if this, then this, and if this, then that, and if this, then that, and if this, then that. And so once you start down that path of going, okay, well, we have to defend all minority positions, then you get like all the way down to the
you end up in a paradox.
You end up with, well, then you end up with individualism, where we have to now have a different name for every different person on the planet to categorize them in, because everybody's in an oppressed group. Everybody's now an oppressed group, and so ultimately, that's
let me tell you a funny
from the left, because of the politics of oppression and envy that emanate from Marxism.
Right.
It's easy to fall down that path.
So keep an eye.
The right does the same thing the libertarian right does it from as an ab reaction to the Marxist left. They're just
the listener should pay close attention to James Lindsay, who's doing a beautiful job of producing modern era Marxist analysis. I had two funny events. One is I was up in the Adirondacks. I was at a convenience store, and some guy, I'm chatting with him. He's got a lacrosse shirt or something. And he says, "You from around here?" And I said, "No." I said, "I'm from Ithaca. We have a cabin up here." And he says, "You Dave Collum?" And I go, "Fuck." I got to get off social media now. The second funny one is there's a show called The Tim D Show, which I don't know shit about, but it's got a big following. Mm-hmm. And they talk about Tucker getting knocked off the goddamn platform. And they said, "What does this mean?" And they all agree Fox is now CNN, right? And then the guy says, "Okay, with Tucker knocked out of there, what conservative voices do we need to hear to replace him?" And they go to this chick, I can't remember her name, and she says, "I'm going to go outside the box. I'm going to go with Cornell professor Dave Collum." I go, "Oh, you've got to fucking be kidding me," right? But then it got me thinking, and I started thinking about what's the answer to the question. And I started listing people who I thought needed to be heard more from, and it was guys like Kennedy, Greenwald, the Weinsteins, Jordan Peterson, blah blah blah, and it turns out they're all former liberals.
Yep,
they're all former liberals.
Yep,
and I listed, well, but it tells me the liberals who are the vanguard rejecting this alt left view. Yep. And the rest of it are just looking saying, "You fucked up bastards." And Matt Taibbi, and so
Schellenberger.
Yes, those are the names. And I listed Victor Davis Hanson, who's got this great intellectual clarity. And then someone attacked him, and I said, "Give me a link." And it turns out there's this fucking article from 2004 in which he is just talking about how wonderful the Iraq War is.
Oh yeah,
he's on. Oh my God. Oh
yeah,
my
no,
God.
Victor Davis Hanson is, for me, has always been
bubble.
one of the biggest. I remember reading that article back then. I just started dismissing him as a huge neocon back then. I used to read Justin Raimondo at antiwar.com religiously.
I did too.
And he took Hanson to the woodshed ages ago.
Yeah. But he reminds me a little bit of George Will, where buried in there's a problem, but there's a huge intellect.
Yeah, there is. It's just in service of a very evil idea.
Service of the wrong cause. Yeah. And that burst that bubble like crazy. That bubble.
George Will was always a Buckley. I like, oh really? So
I didn't know Buckley was such a badass.
CIA. Yeah, we all have to.
I didn't know that until recently. I didn't know that.
Jim's like, I've got to go.
I must go.
Okay. Jim,
we've been on this more than 2.5 hours.
Jim, just this thing.
Oh, okay. I don't have to go like that. I gotta go do some things.
Yeah.
Choke
I've
the
got a,
chickens. He's
I've got
gotta
a
go
sick
choke
chicken.
the chickens.
You
Yeah.
know, I had to shoot my rooster last Monday. He was
That's such a metaphor.
savaging my hens.
Yeah.
And it just there were two incidents on Monday where he just wouldn't stop trying to kill one of the hens. And
Yep.
so I went back inside the office and got the 22 and I had to plug him.
Quick joke for you. Quick joke for you. Then I'll let you go. Guy needs to replace his rooster. This is relevant to you.
Uh-oh.
Drives into big mean motherfucker too, and drives into the barnyard. And he opens the door. Rooster jumps out and starts humping all the chickens savagely, just like in the Kunstler farm. And then he goes in the pig barns. He's humping all the pigs.
God.
And the farmer's going, oh, you're gonna fuck yourself to death. I'm gonna have to buy another. And then he's into the cow barns and he goes to the horse barns and the farmer said, oh, he's gonna fuck himself to death. He goes inside. They're eating dinner with his wife, and his wife said, you hear that? And he goes, what? And he says, there's no sound. And he goes outside. There's the rooster in a pile on the ground, and the vultures are circling overhead. And he goes over and he throws his head down and says, I knew you'd fuck yourself to death. And the rooster opens one eye and says, I think they're coming down.
I'm really glad that one didn't end with something about the rooster and the farmer's wife. That's all I know.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be too trite. Okay, we should wrap. I gotta call a guy back. I just got a call from one of oh, come on. Who's the guy who runs the big huckster? I don't know. Never mind. It's not relevant. Thank you, Tommy, for setting this up. You're looking a little glassy-eyed there, but
No. I've just been watching. No, I've been meaning to comment on something Tom said in like the first 10 minutes on he thinks that they were trying to whack Obama. And I was just thinking
that was an interesting theory. I hadn't heard that.
There's
Yeah.
just
I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if
there's a joke in there about like the hitman just being a racist that thinks all black people look the same. So he just
And on that
all
note,
right.
on
anyone
that
got
note,
anyone got
it's
a
time
joke
to end.
about a
And
Jew
on that
or an
bombshell,
Italian?
yes.
Yeah.
All right, guys, go in the description. Please go follow them on Twitter. You can send letters of condonement to Dave and aid in his rapid mental decline that I think we've all witnessed here today. And maybe Dave will be alive for the next show.
I'm plumbing the bottom right now. It's uphill from here.
Yeah.
All right,
Guys,
Jim, thank you.
It's been great to talk to you as always. You guys be well. Tommy,
Guys, thank you
Good
so
to
much
see
for
y'all.
watching. Guys, take care. Thank you so much for watching.